Manhwa nodded.
Don't worry. Only the three of us know about contacting Yun province. If you don't trust my father, you can choose to trust me. She took out a metal box and handed it to Suyu. This is my sincerity. Rest assured, I won't tell my father about contacting your parents. Leave everything to me. You don't need to worry about others using this to manipulate you. Suyu didn't take the box, feeling a bit annoyed. He thought, well, even though I don't trust your dad, I don't trust you either. Manhwa handed the box to Suyu with a friendly smile. This is part of your compensation. As for the rest, the third hunting team's goldfish died. I plan to transfer you there to replace goldfish. The sixth logistics team has lost 3 members, so the higher-ups decided to add Lu Tiao and Xiaohei to my 7th logistics team. I also applied to the higher-ups to make our logistics team a permanent part of the 3rd hunting squad. Suyu was surprised but kept a calm expression. Manhwa smiled and said, actually, I can see you're more suited for the 3rd hunting squad. The team also takes good care of you. Once you go there, your treatment and authority will be much better than now. If you agree, I can transfer you in 3 days. If not, tell me your thoughts and I'll handle it.
I agree, Suyu nodded.
This was a good fit for Suyu, so he naturally didn't mind. Manhwa finally smiled fully and hugged Suyu. If you're still not satisfied, wait until Yonghe heals and then give him a few more hits. Suyu turned his head away and left with the box. After Suyu left, Yonghe was rushed to the hospital. The parrot and sharpshooter didn't know what happened and thought Manhwa and Yonghe, the young couple, had a fight. They gathered around Suyu, sighing and gossiping.
Suyu.
He didn't dare listen to their wild guesses and hurried to Lu Laotu's place to find Diju. But as soon as he entered, Diju punched him several times. Kaimi wasn't upset and happily stuck his silly face close. A cat and a dog caused chaos together. After hearing about Suyu's recent plans, Lu Laotu nodded happily, looking very pleased. He spent the afternoon playing chess with Lu Laotu. When he was done, Suyu stood up to leave, hugging the dog and going to find Liao de Yuan. Liao de Yuan still lived in the 6-person dormitory provided by the base. Uncle Wang was stunned. He relied entirely on Liao de Yuan for care. Although Suyu had given him most of his supplies before, he couldn't handle Uncle Wang, who was a bit silly. Liao de Yuan went daily to build the city wall, so his income was stable but it only covered basic needs. Suyu didn't hesitate and rented a double room in Area C for Liao de Yuan and Uncle Wang. He paid the rent so they could live more comfortably. After Liao de Yuan found out, he looked very ashamed. Oh girl, you've already used your connections to get me into the city construction team, and you bring me drinking water every day. My life is already quite good. You don't need to worry about me. I'm living a fulfilling life. I'm considered well off at the base. Please don't worry too much. Liao de Yuan kept talking, but Suyu watched his increasingly thin and dark body, feeling worried inside. Uncle, stop talking. Let's move somewhere quieter. It'll be easier for me to visit you. Otherwise, every time Suyu visited Liao de Yuan, those people would find a way to scrutinize her. Suyu sighed. She was lucky to have special abilities. At the base, she could live a life not much different from before. She was doing well and hoped those around her could have a better life too. They had already rented a house, and Liao de Yuan couldn't do anything about it. So, they moved their things and Uncle Wang over there. Suyu paid half a year's rent up front. Liao de Yuan was very grateful and kept giving advice. After chatting with Liao de Yuan for a while, Suyu hugged her dog and headed back to Area A. Since that incident last time, Suyu didn't dare let her dog walk alone. She had to hold it tightly everywhere she went. The dog had gotten heavier and quite heavy now.
Suyu?
A familiar voice called from behind again. Suyu stiffened for a moment, but quickly turned around to see Dongcheng. Dongcheng still looked thin and weak. When he saw Suyu, his eyes lit up, and he smiled shyly. Dongcheng? Long time no see. How have you been recently? Suyu held her dog and waved its paw at Dongcheng. Dongcheng also waved at the dog, smiling more warmly. Yeah, I just came back from the central building. Just finished work? Yes. I just treated Aki, and he's fully recovered now. Suyu's ears moved slightly, but her face showed no particular expression. That's good. I'm glad he's recovered. They exchanged a few more words. Just as Suyu was about to leave, Dongqing suddenly said, Suyu, I heard you're going to transfer to the 3rd hunting team? Suyu's heart skipped a beat, but she kept her face calm.
Yes.
Why do you ask? Dongqing's eyes brightened. Well, the higher-ups plan for me to replace Sun Gong and become the captain of the 1st hunting team. Aki and the others will stay in the same team as before. Oh, congratulations. Suyu smiled, but her mind was racing. Yes. So, Suyu, I want to invite you to join our team.
Bang.
The string in Suyu's mind snapped. There was a moment of silence. Her cold voice sounded. The 1st hunting team is already full, isn't it? I happen to replace Jin Yu in the 3rd hunting team, and I am quite satisfied with this result. Dongqing sighed disappointedly. It seems you don't want to join our team. Suddenly, Suyu's skin crawled with goosebumps. The dog in her arms seemed to sense her unease and barked loudly at Dongqing. Woof.
Woof. Woof.
Suyu was startled and quickly covered the dog's mouth, smiling awkwardly at Dongqing. Sorry about that. The dog has been in heat recently and is a bit temperamental. Dongqing smiled and said, It's okay. By the way, it's getting late. You should go home and rest well. Okay, you too. After saying goodbye, Suyu, feeling nervous, carried the dog and returned to room 101. The next day, a piece of news entered Suyu's mind. Hey, something big happened last night. The sharpshooter approached mysteriously.
What?
Suyu and the parrot spoke together. Arka from the 1st hunting team recovered yesterday. He was drinking at home last night and, probably drunk, jumped off the city wall. Suyu's heartbeat quickened, and her body grew colder. Is he okay? The sharpshooter shook his head regretfully when Suyu asked further. The city wall is 15 meters high. Falling from that height, he probably hit his head and got seriously injured. Now I wonder who'll fill Arka's spot. Later, the sharpshooter and the parrot discussed something, but Suyu couldn't concentrate anymore. She looked up at the rising sun and felt a chill run through her body. This coldness lasted until 10 in the morning. Mu Shui hurried down from upstairs, dressed formally. Suyu felt anxious and asked Mu Shui where she was going. All 3 team leaders have been called to the central building to discuss personnel adjustments and replacements. Suyu opened her mouth but only asked Mu Shui to help her join the witch's team. Seeing Suyu's expression, which showed obvious worry, Mu Shui patted her shoulder and said, I'm going for that reason. Don't worry. Mu Shui left, leaving Suyu alone in the small garden. The dog brought over a small ball and dropped it for Suyu. Suyu, distracted, played lazily with the dog. The central building. Mu Shui swiped her card and entered the building, heading to the meeting room. In the meeting room, there were 3 other people besides her. 1st hunting team Captain Dongqing, 2nd hunting team Captain Jai Ji, and 3rd hunting team Captain Wu. The 3 stood in different corners and didn't seem to speak to each other. Mu Shui walked inside and looked around. She saw that the person in charge had not arrived yet, so she sat down on a sofa. She exchanged a glance with Wu. Wu smiled at Mu Shui, and Mu Shui noticed a serious look in the only visible part of Wu's face, which was his eyes behind the mask. Mu Shui was surprised. Why did Wu look so serious? She thought it was simple to find Suyu today. She even called her father over. As long as she insisted on knowing Suyu's whereabouts, the other 3 team leaders wouldn't say much. Mu Shui felt Wu was a bit too nervous. She gave him a reassuring smile and then sat on the sofa, waiting for others to arrive. Soon, 3 middle-aged men in military uniforms entered. Major General Lei led the way, and the other 2 followed a bit behind. Lei looked at Wu, saw his relaxed attitude, and scowled at him. After greeting the other 2, Lei sat down on the sofa in front of Wu. One of the men who came in with Lei was a thinner, slightly older man who looked kind. He was helped to sit on the sofa by Jai Ji. The last to arrive was a relatively young soldier. He looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes, and seemed to be in poor spirits. He exchanged a glance with Dongqing. Dong Cheng immediately stepped forward to greet him. The man patted Dong Cheng's shoulder and sat on the sofa. Mu Sang-jun, who was sitting nearby, started to feel a headache coming on. He sat down and rubbed his forehead. The long-lasting headache made him irritable. Dong Cheng smiled and sat next to him, quietly using his healing abilities to help relieve the headache. Seeing Mu Sang-jun relax and enjoy the relief, Dong Cheng smiled even more sweetly. Major General A looked at Dong Cheng's considered expression, then at Zhai Ji pouring tea, and finally at Wu behind him, who ignored him like air. His head started to ache again.
Kid.
Give me a massage. Lei lowered his voice and called Wu. Wu lazily walked over, placed his hands on Lei's neck, and pressed on the sore muscles. Lei shivered and didn't dare let Wu massage him again. His face showed resentment. After waiting 10 more minutes, a young man entered. Mu Shue's face changed. It was her father's secretary, not her father himself. The young man greeted the 3 soldiers kindly, then looked at Mu Shue, nodded at her, and stood aside, waiting for the meeting to start. Since the boss hadn't come, the decision-makers were the 3 leaders behind the hunting teams. Major Lei is hot-tempered. When he saw no one coming, he spoke directly. Xiao Mu, I heard your logistics team has a girl who is doing well. Our 3rd team is short 1 person, so she can come over. Mu Shue was about to nod, but Song Mingjun interrupted. That's not right. Our 1st team is also short 1 person, and we don't have a water-type ability user. Sui would be better suited for us. The old man in front of Major Lei and Zhai Ji was surprised. Song Mingjun, among the 3, has the least experience and ability. If he wasn't relying on his father, he wouldn't be in charge of a team. Usually timid and obedient, he didn't dare to speak up in front of the 2. Why is he so bold today? The old man and Major Lei exchanged glances. Major Lei's mouth twitched. No wonder Suyu, who has a healing water ability, is so popular. Although her healing power is weak, she can still refine water. It's a hot-selling healing tool in the base. Major Lei thought Song Mingjun was probably trying to get her for that reason, so he dared to compete with him. So, Major Lei snorted coldly. I don't care. I want her. The old man. Song Mingjun felt a surge of anger rise from his feet to his head. This old guy usually looked down on him, and today he was even more rude. Major Lei, don't be too bossy. I didn't say anything about Wu. He was the one who brought her into the base, but Zhang Yang is such a good talent. Did you ask me? Did you ask Old Zhang? Old Zhang was suddenly mentioned, but didn't react much. He just puffed on his cigarette, acting as if he didn't care. Major Lei glared. Wu was brought into the base by me. Zhang Yang was discovered and brought back by me during my trip.
He's mine.
If you want him, go find him outside. Song Mingjun trembled with anger. Everyone knew he was just an ordinary Earth-type ability user. His father had repeatedly warned him not to do anything reckless and go out to get killed. The higher-ups all knew his situation. How could he possibly go out? When they formed the team, they discussed it. It was fair and just. You already had 2 good talents, and our 2 teams were still empty. Major Lei, shouldn't you know your limits? Major Lei rolled his eyes. If he didn't bring Suyu over today, how could he explain to Wu? Wu had said that if he failed today, he would hurt Zhou Yuan badly. Thinking of this, Major Lei's eyelids twitched. He slammed the table. Stop talking nonsense. Speaking of which, Suyu was also discovered by me. Why can't she join my 3rd team? Since you also want someone, then fight me. Whoever wins gets the person. Moreover, isn't the base now promoting strength as the most important? If you don't have the skills, what are you whining about? General Lei shouted loudly, and Song Mingjun over there looked very pale. He glanced at Old Zhang and saw that he had no intention of getting involved, calmly drinking tea instead. Everyone, may I say something? Suddenly, a timid voice spoke. Everyone looked over. It was Dong Cheng, smiling shyly and sincerely looking at everyone. General Lei respects this healing-type ability user because many high-level fighters are saved by him when they are close to death, so he's willing to give him some face. Seeing everyone quiet and waiting for him to speak, Dong Cheng's smile grew even bigger. Dong Cheng's dark eyes met Wu's light brown eyes. His smile froze, then he looked away and turned to Mu Shui. Captain Mu, actually, I think since all of us want to recruit Suyu and there's no conclusion yet, maybe you should decide? Mu Shui blinked and looked at Dong Cheng's sincere smile, nodding instinctively. Seeing Mu Shui nod, the older ones didn't say anything because Mu Shui's status was special. They weren't afraid of her, but they still wanted to show some respect. Mu Shui nodded, and Dong Cheng's smile became even more genuine. He stared at Mu Shui without blinking, speaking softly and sincerely. Honestly, Su Yu and I grew up in the same neighborhood and even entered the base together. We're very close. Now I'm the team leader, and I want Su Yu to join our team, so I can take better care of her. Our team is short one person, so having Su Yu, a water-type ability user, join us is a good choice. What do you think? Mu Shui looked at Dong Cheng's sincere eyes and smile, suddenly feeling he was right. If Su Yu could join Dong Cheng, she would definitely be well cared for. Thinking of this, Mu Shui instinctively ignored the strange feeling and nodded, about to agree. Oh no! A sharp, painful scream startled Mu Shui. Her mind went blank for a moment. She even forgot what she was about to do or say, just instinctively looking toward the source of the sound. She saw General Lei clutching his shoulder, his face turning pale, and he kept gasping. Wu calmly withdrew his hand from Lei's shoulder and looked at Mu Shui. Mu Shui's eyes were a bit stunned as she stared blankly at General Lei, who was gasping.
Kid. You.
What the heck? Major Lei winced in pain and turned around to curse. Wu lowered his eyes, looking innocent. I was just trying to give you a shoulder massage. Is that what you call a massage? You're pinching. The two argued, but Dong Cheng's smile froze on his face. No one noticed his discomfort. Everyone's attention was on Major Lei. Major Lei cursed a few more times before calming down. Captain Mu? As I just said, what do you think? Mu Shui was pulled back by Dong Cheng's words. She looked into Dong Cheng's smile and eyes, feeling confused for a second, then her eyes lit up. Oh yes, I think it's... Before she could finish the word good, her mouth was pinched shut. Silence. Major Lei watched Wu seriously hold Mu Shui's mouth. He instinctively glanced at the secretary standing nearby, watching the scene. Oh no, that little brat caused trouble again. Major Lei rolled his eyes in frustration. Mu Shui's mouth was still pinched, and she looked at Wu in shock. Wu didn't look at her, but said seriously to Dong Cheng, Don't just think for her, I want to say what I think. I believe Su Yu is part of our team, and if someone tries to take her, I will fight back.
Huh.
Dong Cheng suddenly laughed, his dark eyes looking at Wu. The anger in his eyes was only understood by Wu. So, are you saying your three teams plan to ignore us and just take people? Wu nodded. We discussed it, and once we agree, the person is ours. Song Mingjun was amused and angry at the same time. This rogue. Just like old Lei. Who said it was settled with you? Song Mingjun stood up and grabbed Wu's collar. Wu didn't move, but kept holding Mu Shui's mouth tightly. Mu Shui was still shocked and looked up. Seeing Song Mingjun actually trying to hurt his little one, Major Lei immediately shouted in anger and went to grab Dong Cheng's collar. Old Zhang.
Zvayi.
Old Zhang took out a tissue, wiped the tea he had accidentally spilled, and gave Zhai Ji a signal. Zhai Ji immediately signaled to the Mu family secretary in the corner. The secretary also made a gesture to the shocked Mu Shui. After 5 minutes of confrontation, old Zhang couldn't hold back. He pulled a chair from one side of the table, simultaneously pulling Major Lei and Song Mingjun away from the other team members. Mu Shui, still holding her mouth, finally reacted and struggled to break free. Wu refused to let go, standing stubbornly in place, his voice clear and firm. I don't care, I just want Su Yu. Major Lei let out a wail, glaring at Song Mingjun. Song Mingjun looked at Dong Cheng's disappointed and wronged expression and immediately glared at Major Lei. Dong Cheng stubbornly stared at Wu. I want her. Neither of them would give in. Mu Shui's mouth and cheeks were turned blue from being pinched. It was strange. She, a person with special abilities, couldn't break free from Wu's control? Just as Mu Shui's mind was in chaos, Old Zhang tapped the table with a cigarette holder. What do you want? Your words don't count. He glanced at Major Lei and Song Mingjun and pointed at them. What you say doesn't matter either.
Here's the plan.
I'll decide and ask Su Yu directly who she wants to join. Whoever she chooses is who she'll be with. That's settled. Wu immediately said, to be fair, Brother Zhai should ask Su Yu himself. Dong Cheng and I will stay here and wait for the result. Zhai Ji was confused when called Brother Zhai. Usually, he was called Brother Zhai when there was a problem and Old Zhai otherwise. What a cunning little troublemaker Wu was. Zhai Ji glared at Wu. Under Old Zhang's signal, he printed a form and left. Wu finally released Mu Shue's mouth. Mu Shue rubbed her lips, thinking, wow, Wu really went all out. Why did he pinch her? Mu Shue felt puzzled. She thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what just happened or why Wu had pinched her mouth. Dong Qing still had a faint smile, but his molars clenched tightly. Wu leaned sideways on the windowsill, avoiding eye contact with Dong Qing. He pushed his mask up, his long lashes covering his bloodshot eyes caused by the energy drain. Dong Qing looked at Mu Shue with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Su Yu, waiting anxiously in room 101, saw Zhai Ji. Zhai Ji handed her a form with options for which team she wanted to join. Su Yu's heart was pounding fast. She picked up the pen and was about to check the third hunting team. Zhai Ji didn't look at her choice but kept talking beside her. Listen, Wu is really bad. You're a simple girl, so don't go to his team. Come to our team too. We don't have many tasks, the team is harmonious. Everyone is laid back, and the pressure isn't high. Listening to Zhai Ji's endless chatter, Su Yu's blank mind was pulled back. When she looked at the form again, she felt like she had fallen into an icy pit. She didn't know when she had actually marked the box behind the first hunting team. Her heart pounded wildly.
How could that be?
She clearly checked the third hunting team. She bit her tongue hard. The pain from the bite made her mind, which had been blank, suddenly work again. Swish, swish, swish. Su Yu checked the box behind the third hunting team and then wrote, I am willing. Looking at the second team behind the first hunting squad, Su Yu clenched his teeth and added a note. Zhai Ji took a look and his mouth twitched. First hunting squad, crossmark, second hunting squad, third hunting squad, I agree. Zhai Ji returned to the meeting room with Su Yu's suggestion sheet. Everyone's eyes focused on the sheet. Old Zhang glanced at it, then handed it to Major General Liu and Song Mingjun, who were staring at each other. Song Mingjun looked at the results and shook his head at Dong Cheng. Dong Cheng, who was originally calm and smiling, paused, eyes slightly widened. Song Mingjun patted Dong Cheng's shoulder softly to comfort him. Wu and Major General Lei exchanged glances. Major General Lei smiled slyly, folded the suggestion sheet, and slipped it into Wu's hand, looking very proud. Well, that's why we say Su Yu is good judgment. Wu looked at the suggestion sheet, saw the big, and let out a gentle sigh, completely relaxed. Mu Shue rubbed her cheeks, leaned over to look, and suddenly remembered that before leaving home, Su Yu said she was coming to the third hunting squad. Oh, how could I forget? Mu Shue pinched her nose, feeling a bit confused. The group said their goodbyes. After receiving the results, Mu's secretary was the first to leave. Everyone got into the elevator. Dong Qing looked up at Wu, his face no longer smiling. Wu glanced at him, slowly tucked the suggestion sheet into his coat pocket. Mu Shue looked at Dong Cheng and Wu, both seeming tense. That night, Su Yu received news of her transfer. Parrot helped Su Yu pack her things, reluctant to leave the money-loving parrot. It kept talking to Big Yellow Dog, who cooperated by sitting obediently and listening patiently. While packing, Su Yu looked at the metal box Mu Shue had given her as a gift. She closed the door, opened the box, and saw 5 water-element crystal stones about the size of soybeans. Her eyelashes drooped as she carefully stored the metal box. After saying goodbye to everyone, she headed to Villa 301 of the third hunting squad. Area A is very safe, so Su Yu didn't carry her dog in her arms but only put a leash on him. She dragged her luggage while observing her dog. The dog was very well behaved, holding a small bundle in its mouth. The bundle wasn't heavy. Mu Shui, seeing Suyu moving things, insisted on helping. Suyu had no choice but to prepare a small bundle with some dog food inside for him to carry. Mu Shui felt she had helped and stopped fussing. She happily ran with the small bundle in her mouth, looking adorable.
Suyu.
Suyu felt a chill run down her spine. Turn around and see Dongcheng smiling warmly while standing by the cement-enclosed flower bed. Suyu was surprised. She hadn't seen him when she walked past earlier. Honestly, Dongcheng was the first person who made Suyu feel threatened or want to avoid him. "Hello," she said politely, ready to find an excuse to leave when a whistle suddenly sounded behind her. She turned around and saw Wu dressed in a white shirt and casual pants, looking fresh and bright in the sunlight. Suyu instinctively felt safe. Dongcheng's dark eyes were fixed on Wu, as if trying to see through his mask to his true face. "Wu, I think we've met before," Dongcheng said with a shy smile, his eyes deep. Wu approached, took Suyu's suitcase, looked at her, then smiled at Dongcheng. "Maybe," he replied. After that, Wu dragged the suitcase and was about to leave with Suyu. But Dongcheng spoke up. "Aren't you going to chat?" Wu didn't turn back. He reached out and gently pressed Suyu's shoulder, almost forcefully guiding her forward. Suyu quickly picked up her dog, and they walked slowly without turning around or speaking. Dongcheng watched their backs as they left, his smile completely gone. At room 301, Xiao Shuang greeted Suyu. It was clear he was socially anxious, so Wu didn't keep him long. Zhang Yang looked at Wu's suitcase and rolled his eyes. "Hey, crazy woman, why are you pretending to be delicate in front of me? Can't even carry your own luggage?" Suyu felt Zhang Yang's attitude getting more strange and didn't bother to respond. She looked at Wu. "Is there an empty room on the first floor?" Since she noticed that rooms 101 and 301 had the same layout, she wanted to stay on the first floor. So she asked Wu if there was a room available in 301 on the first floor. Wu ignored the sarcastic Zhang Yang and nodded with a smile. "Yes, there is. It's already prepared."
Suyu was surprised.
"Already prepared?" Wu didn't say more and helped her carry her suitcase into the room. The room was clean, with few pieces of furniture, just a bed and a bedside table, both looking new. Zhang Yang saw they ignored him and left angrily. De Shuang came downstairs, took a glass of water, and suddenly saw Suyu and Wu inside. He approached and said loudly, "So the captain prepared this room for Xiao Su?"
Suyu was a bit surprised.
It seemed Xiao Shuang was socially anxious, but De Shuang was not. "Has this room been empty before?" Suyu touched the door frame and noticed that the door was rarely used. De Shuang chuckled softly. "It used to be a storage room. Yesterday, the team leader cleaned it out. He was worried you might dislike the furniture the goldfish used, so he hurried to the trading hall and bought a bed and a bedside table. It was him who bought it. I just moved it," De Shuang said, then looked at Wu with a hint of sadness. Wu smiled kindly, and De Shuang immediately retracted his big grin. Suyu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and sincerely thanked Wu. "No problem. Yesterday was busy, so I only managed to buy these 2 pieces of furniture. I'll go shopping again tomorrow to get some other things." Wu picked up the dog and swung it playfully as he took it to the garden. De Shuang exchanged a glance with Suyu, awkwardly chuckled, and quickly went back upstairs. Packing up wasn't tiring, mainly because there weren't many things. After placing the dog's bed properly, Suyu looked at the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled silently. Since Suyu moved in, he realized that Xiaohei also lived upstairs, seemingly always ready to help Zhang Yang. Xiaohei was very kind and seemed to especially like the dog. Every time he saw the dog, he would sniff and lick it. At first, the dog was polite and responded, but eventually, Xiaohei's constant licking annoyed the dog, and it would run away whenever Xiaohei approached. March 21st, 2024. Suyu received terrible news. Old Lu had fallen while walking and was critically ill. When Suyu arrived at the hospital, Old Lu's rescue efforts failed, and he passed away peacefully. Big Orange stayed by Old Lu's side, meowing nonstop. Suyu cried as he changed old Lu into a Zhongshan suit exchanged at the trading hall. The next morning at 9:30, the doctor performed surgery on old Lu, removing a crystal of water-based psychic energy from his brain. By noon at 12 o'clock, old Lu's body was prepared for cremation and taken to the incineration site by the base staff. Big Orange refused to leave old Lu's side, and Liao Deyuan and Suyu took turns trying to coax it away. Only then was Big Orange finally pulled away from old Lu's body. If possible, Suyu also wished for old Lu's body to be laid to rest whole and intact. But the base required cremation after death to prevent any hidden dangers. When flames suddenly erupted from old Lu's body, Big Orange, who was locked in the car, somehow escaped and ran straight into the fire. Suyu quickly used his psychic powers to extinguish the flames. Most of old Lu's body had already burned, and even though Suyu acted swiftly to put out the fire, Big Orange was also burned.
Meow.
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 Big Orange seems unable to feel pain, its claws tightly gripping old Lu. Its voice, long since hoarse from constant crying, sounds rough and unpleasant. Meow. Meow. It rubbed its scorched forehead against old Lu's burnt chin, sounding sad and mournful. The greedy cat whined softly. Suyu approached to try to heal Big Orange, but it scratched her away with a paw. Holding her bleeding arm, Suyu couldn't hold back her tears and started crying loudly. If Liao Deyuan is like her uncle, then old Lu is like her grandfather. Suyu never thought the human body could be so fragile, but she forgot that although old Lu was a supernatural, he was also an old man nearing the end of his life. Liao Deyuan supported the crying Suyu, who could no longer stand, and the dark-skinned man also shed tears. The staff at the burning site wanted to come forward and chase them away, but before Suyu could stop them, Big Orange spat out a ball of fire, causing chaos. Sumi received a notice and hurried over, looking at the mutated orange cat with complicated eyes. I want to take it away. Don't stop me. Sumi pushed past Suyu, her tone cold. In that moment, Suyu pushed Sumi back, causing her to fall to the ground. You want to take it for experiments, right? Sumi was startled by Suyu's fierce expression. She felt a burning pain in her back from hitting the ground.
Suyu.
I warn you, don't fight with the base over a beast. Are you representing the base? Is your research institute representing the base? Suyu was almost crazy, her tone sharp and full of anger. You. Sumi was frightened by Suyu's state. She tried to struggle but couldn't break free. The scene was chaotic. Finally, Xiaosun pulled Suyu away from Sumi Sisu. This is the base's decision. This is the only mutated animal with an elemental attribute in our base. Suyu pushed Xiaosun aside and stood in front of Big Orange and old Lu. I won't let the research institute take it. Seeing Suyu's determined face, Sumi wiped her nosebleed and left with a grim face. She hated cats and dogs the most in her life. She couldn't understand why Suyu, a crazy person, would risk opposing the research institute for a beast. Her task was to take this cat, but it was impossible. So many researchers and none could match Suyu. Greedy cat lay at Suyu's feet, watching Big Orange rub against its owner, tears streaming from its wet eyes.
Meow.
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 With Big Orange's cries, Suyu stood silently in front of the body all night. Liao Deyuan sat nearby, looking at the brightly lit base, lost in thought. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Major Lei arrived. He drove away the researchers who had been guarding outside the burning site all night and brought Wu inside. Wu looked at the disheveled but determined Suyu, said nothing, and simply stood beside him, pulling out a bag of dog food and offering it to Kaimi to eat, but kept watching the loud, meowing orange cat.
Su, I've talked to the base about this.
We have to admit that this kitten is actually helpful to the base, Lei said. Suyu shook his head, voice hoarse. It has no owner now. Without an owner, even if it has special abilities, it's uncontrollable. Please let it go. We understand. Originally, the Research Institute wanted to take the cat back yesterday, put a collar on it to make it obedient. No way. Don't even think about it. The collars made by the Institute can't be trusted. I won't allow it. Suyu yelled, her powers showing signs of losing control. Major Lei quickly waved his hands. Don't worry, don't worry. Mu Shui and I have already rejected that idea. The Institute can't interfere in this matter now. Wu saw that the dog wasn't eating and stood up, gently pressing Suyu's trembling shoulder. This is a concession from the base. They've decided to let you try. If you can make the big orange choose you as its owner. Wu frowned. Forget it. I can't go on. Maybe we should just take the cat and dog and run away. He quickly grabbed the dog. Major Lei hurriedly held Wu back tightly, glared at him, then turned to Suyu, saying, if the kitten doesn't want to recognize an owner, I'll find a way to secretly set it free, so don't worry. Wu still held the dog, lowered his eyelids, and looked at the orange cat constantly rubbing its owner. He sighed softly. This cat, it seemed, didn't want a future. The weather grew hotter and hotter. On March 23rd, Suyu tried to take Big Orange away, but was scratched. On March 24th, she tried again, and was scratched. On March 25th, she and Wu tried to feed Big Orange, but failed and were scratched again. On March 26th, Big Orange's vocal cords were completely damaged, and it couldn't make a sound. On March 27th, the nearly dying Big Orange was forcibly fed special medicine and a small amount of food by Suyu. On March 28th, Big Orange scratched Suyu and returned to Old Lu's side, continuing to silently call out and constantly rub its forever sleeping owner. On March 29th, Suyu was about to approach, but was sprayed fire by Big Orange and couldn't get close. At 12 midnight on March 30th. Finally, the Big Orange cat stopped silently crying and voluntarily left Old Lu's body, walking over to Suyu. Suyu reached out tentatively to touch it. The Big Orange did not avoid, and its cloudy eyes calmly looked at Suyu and Kami. It gently rubbed against Suyu's hand with its tangled, messy fur. It jumped onto Suyu's lap and lay in her arms. The Big Orange quietly watched Kami. Kami sniffed and approached the Big Orange. This time, the Big Orange did not scold Kami but stuck out its tongue and gently licked Kami's head. Suyu hugged the two furry children. The anxiety of the past few days slightly eased in this moment. After cleaning the dog's fur, the Big Orange's gaze shifted back to Old Lu's charred body. It stared quietly. At 3:15 a.m. on March 31st, the Big Orange broke free from Suyu's embrace, climbed into Old Lu's arms, and peacefully fell asleep. Suyu reached out tremblingly to the messy, tangled fur of the Big Orange. Tears had already dried up. The Big Orange was gone. After learning this, the base sent people to extract the crystal from the Big Orange's head.
You refused.
She personally, slowly, tremblingly, carefully took out the small fiery red crystal from the Big Orange's head. She washed it thoroughly with her supernatural water and then returned it to Old Lu. Under the sunlight, the person and the cat seemed to glow. Suyu removed the number tag from the Big Orange and hung it together with Kami's. She left the small silver lock that Old Lu had put on the Big Orange, brushed its fur, and tied the small silver lock with a red string. A big fire took away two pure, kind souls. She placed the ashes of the person and the cat into the exchanged urn. Walking for a day, relying on the registered address of the base, she found Old Lu's old home. It was a small yard on the outskirts of a city. The yard was overgrown with plants, becoming very messy. Suyu buried the ashes under the persimmon tree that Old Lu had planted himself. The persimmon tree swayed gently, and the rustling sound of the leaves in the wind masked the intermittent, suppressed crying. Suyu finally understood that the so-called healing water could stop death, but could not prevent aging. Suyu felt something was wrong. In early April, it should be early spring, but today's temperature has already reached 30 degrees Celsius. Although in the post-apocalyptic world, some regions only experience winter and summer without spring or autumn, Suyu looked at the river and still felt uneasy. She quickened her pace back to the base. She noticed that the moss didn't seem as thick as before, and near the small river and streams, mutated animals occasionally came to drink water. Seeing a mutated rabbit drinking, Suyu looked up at the soaring eagle in the sky. The eagle didn't attack the rabbit or her. It just kept drinking water with its head lowered.
Suddenly, Suyu paused.
Strange, normally, water like this should have parasites, but the animals in the forest didn't seem affected by parasites. Thinking about the parasite outbreak in the base, which mainly affected humans and not animals like the greedy dog, she wondered why. At that time, she had awakened her special ability and was in good health, but the greedy dog was just an ordinary puppy then. Too many questions and doubts, Suyu took 5 hours to return to the base. Since the big orange dog died, the greedy dog had been distracted during meals. Suyu patted its head and knocked on Wu's door. After telling Wu about what she saw on the way, Wu sighed. The water level has been dropping for a few days. According to the director of the Meteorological Research Institute's guess. Wu looked out the window, a complex look in his eyes. The climate is changing completely. Suyu was stunned. What do you mean? Do you know about drought?
Suyu fell silent.
It will be worse than a drought. They call it the hot summer period, and it's estimated that by mid-April, temperatures could reach 43 degrees Celsius.
Suyu gasped.
Just in April, it's already like this. What about after that? Wu looked at Suyu's expressionless face and smiled helplessly. So we have to run away. At least, we need to wait until the hot summer ends. Suyu found Wu very strange. Did he know she planned to run away? Every time, she intended to wait until the base contacted the Yunnan base before fleeing. Who doesn't want to run away? I do too. Wu shrugged but looked very serious. However, I won't leave unless I kill Dongcheng. Their eyes met. Suyu's cold voice sounded in Wu's ear. Dongcheng's third ability is a control-type mental ability, right? Wu nodded with a smile.
Yes. Suyu clenched her fingers.
3 abilities, 1 for body enhancement, 1 for healing, and 1 for control. What kind of fight is that? Her mouth twitched, and she finally sighed. Your second ability is also mental? Wu nodded. Similar to mind reading, as long as the ability isn't exhausted, I am not afraid of any control. Suyu squinted. Mind reading? Thinking about the fight with the giant octopus, Suyu's eyes lit up. In that case, can you predict the opponent's attacks? Wu nodded. Yes, but it consumes a lot of energy.
Suyu nodded thoughtfully.
Suyu, give Dong to me. Faced with Wu's rare serious look, Suyu's eyes were full of worry. Wu smiled and said, try to avoid him, okay? Okay.
Suyu nodded.
She understood the importance. If she faced Dong, she wouldn't stand a chance, especially since her control ability had no immunity. Regarding the matter of animals drinking water without getting parasites, Wu looked at Suyu and said, since the arrival of revival, all living things on Earth have changed. It seems the heavens are punishing humans. After all creatures mutated, humans became the lowest in the food chain. Research shows that plants are more resilient than animals, and animals are stronger and healthier than humans. So humans can be parasitized and die from parasites, but animals and plants are unaffected. One reason the base prohibits hunting animals for food is that animals carry various parasites. These parasites don't harm the animals much, but if humans eat their meat, they risk infection. As you know, parasites can't be killed by normal flames, nor are they afraid of high cooking temperatures. If we want to breed animals that are safe to eat and free of parasites, their water and food must be completely clean.
Suyu blinked.
It seemed that, besides herself, others wouldn't be able to enjoy fresh meat anytime soon. The base has a farm. Recently, the Research Institute bred a type of ordinary rabbit, fed only water from water-type abilities and leaves cultivated by the Institute without mutations. Suyu was surprised. Wow, even the rabbits eat better than ordinary people. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately remembered Old Zhao from the Plant Research Institute. After finishing her talk with Wu, she called Old Zhao. Old Zhao said that the mutated Chinese cabbage was almost ready for planting and planned to start cultivation soon. He also promised that the first batch of cabbage would include some for Suyu. Suyu was happy hearing this and looked forward to the future. After hanging up the phone, Suyu went to find Mu Shui to ask about the connection between the base and the Yun province base. Mu Shui told Suyu to wait a few more days. Several nearby provinces in Yun province had gradually established satellite communication. Although basic communication had not yet been restored, They had at least made contact. Suyu returned to room 301. The following days were quite relaxed. Besides completing missions, Suyu went to the trading hall daily to exchange for supplies. After bringing them back, she would pretend to store a small part in the cabinet, while the rest was kept by the dog. During this time, Wu added a wardrobe and a dressing table to Suyu's room. Life was fairly easy. However, it was very hot. In mid-March, the team hurriedly finished their mission and returned to the base, all sweating heavily. Only the living room in the villa had air conditioning, so most people stayed there, eager to be close to the cool air. The base arranged for each dormitory to have air conditioning, most of which were brought back from shopping malls and furniture stores by hunting and logistics teams. Although many dorms had air conditioning, some people still couldn't use it. Living in a shared dorm required paying taxes to the base. People who were injured or disabled and couldn't go out to gather supplies couldn't afford shared dorms. Elderly people and children were fine. The base had support policies, and most were assigned fixed jobs within the base, so they could stay in the dorms. In early April, daytime temperatures reached 48 degrees Celsius and 43 degrees Celsius at night. The team pooled money to install air conditioning in every bedroom. Suyu held her dog and chatted with Liao Dayuan on the phone. Liao Dayuan said that the corpse removal team had contacted him again, asking if he was willing to help. Recently, many people suffering from heatstroke had died in various corners of the base because they couldn't afford dorms. Hearing this, Suyu felt sad and suggested that Liao Dayuan not go. Liao Dayuan smiled and said, "Of course I won't go. Our city construction team has been very busy lately. The city walls are getting taller, and I don't know why. Recently, the city construction team worked at night and rested during the day, so Liao Dayuan had lost a lot of weight." After hanging up, Suyu reminded him to stay safe. At that moment, there was a knock on room 301. It was Mu Shui, who looked visibly happy. "Suyu, we made contact." 20 minutes later, Suyu followed Mu Shui to the central building. In the spacious communication room, operators were handling unfamiliar equipment while holding data. Mu Shui took Suyu to a machine, which looked a bit like a missile launcher control panel seen on the news. There was a communicator wearing headphones sitting nearby. After Mu Shui communicated with the operator signaled Suyu to write down the information of the person they were looking for on a piece of paper.
It was a form as detailed as a job resume.
Suyu glanced at it and wrote down her parents' names, ID numbers, home addresses, and their workplaces. Her father used to be the director of the fire station in their area and retired a few years ago to start a small business. Her mother was a university teacher and was still working before the end of the world. They had a very good relationship, so Suyu firmly believed they would be together after the disaster. The operator translated the information into communication codes and then exchanged messages with the other side. They waited about 4 hours. The operator took off the headset and rubbed her forehead. "We have to wait a few days. It takes time to find people at the base. When we find out, we will let you know." "Okay." Suyu clutched her clothes, feeling nervous and anxious. She moodily returned to room 301. At 3:50 a.m., the loud cry of a dog woke everyone in the villa. Suyu kicked off her blanket and saw that the power was out and the air conditioner had stopped working.
Woof, woof, woof.
The dog was holding its tail tightly and kept barking at Suyu.
"Guy."
Suyu quickly bent down to pick up the dog. Before she could finish, the ground started to shake. An earthquake. Suyu was shaken so hard she fell to the ground and almost immediately crouched down. She had never experienced an earthquake before. The most direct sensations are soft and sway, not shaking. During a big quake, it felt like walking on waves, with the ground undulating in waves. Things that usually felt solid, like buildings, concrete floors, and streetlights, seemed soft and elastic, twisting and swinging. Overall, the earth turned into waves, and buildings became jelly. Suyu's mind was jiggling like jelly. While still conscious, she hugged her dog and curled up in the corner where the room's wall met. An unknown object fell, and Suyu lost consciousness completely. So fragrant. Suyu smelled a scent that seemed to seep into her soul. The aroma was as tempting as poppies, lulling people into a sweet sleep. She couldn't stop drifting off. So tired. I want to sleep.
Woof. Woof.
A soft, gentle thing kept licking her cheeks, and Suyu suddenly opened her eyes. Green. Everything she saw was thick green fog. Strange smell. Everywhere the green mist filled the air.
Revive, Suyu whispered.
She hugged her dog, struggling to get up, but a wave of dizziness hit her. She instinctively touched her head. It was wet. She was bleeding. Suyu tried to use her psychic power, but it seemed to have disappeared. She groaned in pain. She groped around, wanting to leave, but then she auditioned. The dog, seeing her wake up, broke free from her arms and ran upstairs. Faimai! Suyu shouted in alarm and quickly got up to chase after her. But besides the green fog, she couldn't see anything else.
Crash.
She tripped over a cabinet and fell to the ground, hitting her head again, and she fainted once more. Clatter, clatter. Faimai's eyes glowed green in the fog. Carefully, it stepped onto the broken stairs. When it reached the second floor, it sniffed the air, as if searching for something. It arrived at a room at the end of the corridor. That was the witch's bedroom. The doorframe was crooked, and the floor was full of broken stones, tiles, and cement, exposing the steel reinforcement inside. Faimai whimpered and shakily climbed over the rubble, then crawled past a shattered cabinet to the corner of the room. Most of the cement on the roof had fallen away. Beneath the large stones, a leg was trapped, with warm blood slowly seeping into the cracks in the floor. The owner of the leg didn't seem to feel any pain, sleeping peacefully in the green fog. The wooden mask he usually wore was broken, revealing his pale face. Faimai sniffed carefully, recognizing the familiar face, and then activated its wake-up routine. Woof woof woof. Licking, licking, licking. Woof woof woof. Licking again and again. Seeing the still sleeping person, the dog realized the situation was serious. It licked the witch's small dimple, then fell silent. It's over, he can't wake him up. The green fog slowly seeped into the witch's nose, and a gentle glow radiated from his body. The dog sensed it. This was the witch's psychic power, emanating from inside him, seemingly absorbed by the green mist. The dog howled at the green fog, then bit the witch's arm. This bite was fierce and harsh. Sure enough, the witch twitched, and his eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. The dog looked up, checking if he was waking. The witch gazed at the old figure inside the temple, holding a plate of fried peanuts, which emitted a rich aroma. His arm hurt a lot, but he looked at his intact arm and smiled. The old figurehead turned around irritably and shouted at Wu, "What are you standing there for? I told you, you are not allowed to look at your ancestors' notes."
Do you hear me?
Wu looked at the little old man who was puffing his cheeks and glaring, with a gentle smile and a faint glimmer of tears in his eyes. "Old man, hurry up and eat these peanuts. I have something to do later. You little guy, what are you planning to do now?" Shui walked over and stuffed a few peanuts into the old man's mouth. "Eat quickly. I've been waiting to give you these peanuts." The old man chewed the peanuts angrily, but with a happy look, his eyes squinting. Shui closed his eyes briefly. "Old man, I guess I've fulfilled your last wish. Finally, I've come back to fry these peanuts for you." As expected, your fried peanuts are the best. Shui opened his eyes and took one last look at the little old man. In the faint light, the greedy dog's eyes widened as it watched Wu under the dim glow. Grow fluffy dog ears. The grayish ears trembled slightly, and Wu opened his eyes. In the dark with green mist, Wu's eyes shone with a green light, just like the colorful dream. One person and one dog stared at each other. Wu finally sensed something was wrong. He raised his hand, looked at the long claws on his fingertips, and fell silent. "Greedy, where is Suyu?" Wu pressed the dog bite mark on his arm and tiredly rubbed his forehead. Greedy turned to look downstairs, repeated a few times, but this time Wu didn't try to read Greedy's mind, because all his powers had failed. Looking at the cement block pressing down on his leg, Wu sighed and reached out to lift the large cement piece. Suddenly, Wu's body stiffened. As he looked at the cement he had lifted effortlessly, his silver-gray ears twitched. Seeing the prominent veins on his arm, Wu turned to share a deep look with Greedy. Greedy, from now on, you will be my favorite little dog. Greedy whined and ran away quickly. Wu's ears moved, knowing Greedy was going to call others. He threw aside the cement block and looked at his severe injury with a blank expression. When Suyu woke up, he found himself lying on the main road outside the villa. His friends were all lying nearby, each looking very disheveled. Under the bright moonlight, Suyu finally saw clearly through the green mist. Many people had gathered along the road, and the beautiful, delicate villas had all become dangerous ruins. The air was filled with the smell of blood mixed with a strange scent of green mist, making some people feel nauseous. Suyu sat up and looked at Deshuang, who was silent beside him. He asked, "Did you smell the scent of revival?" Deshuang looked at Xiaoshuang, whose eyes were red, and nodded helplessly. Yes, it was a very beautiful dream. If it weren't for the captain and the money lover, we might not have woken up. Suyu felt a bit bitter inside. He looked at Zhang Yang, who was leaning on Xiaohei with wide eyes, and asked, "What's wrong? Are you paralyzed?" Zhang Yang closed his eyes, looking downcast. Xiaohei replied, "A steel bar went into his spine. It's almost the same as paralysis." After speaking, Xiaohei pried open Zhang Yang's mouth and fed him a bottle of special medicine. Suyu touched the wound on his forehead and only felt a headache. His supernatural power still hadn't recovered, and he didn't know what was wrong. But it definitely wasn't a good sign. Suyu squinted and searched the green mist for a long time. He found that Wu and Guzi were both missing, which made him a little anxious. "Where are Kaimei and Wu?" Deshuang saw Suyu getting a bit excited and quickly said, "It's okay. Captain took Guzi to the basement freezer to get healing water." Suyu looked at the villa, where tiles were falling off now and then. He was worried he might see Guzi smashed flat later. Not long after, Kaimei ran out, biting several bottles of special medicine. Once the green light in his eyes appeared, it locked onto Suyu. He threw 2 bottles of medicine into Suyu's arms. Kaimei whined twice, then threw the last bottle of medicine into Xiaohei's mouth. Xiaohei patted Guzi's head, pried open Zhang Yang's mouth, and fed him the medicine. Suyu opened a bottle and drank it, then asked Guzi, "Kaimei, where's Wu?" "Woof." Guzi excitedly spun around a few times, then used his front paws to scratch his ears. Suyu hugged Guzi, pinched his ears, and rubbed them. As a pet owner for many years, she knew this was just an itchy ear. Looks like Guzi needed a good bath. Before long, someone wrapped very tightly appeared from the villa. Suyu squinted and looked him over. She recognized him. It was Wu. He wasn't wearing a mask, just a high-collared hoodie. At the moment, he had the hoodie's zipper pulled up high, revealing only his messy black hair and a pair of eyes. They seemed to glow faintly green. Wu had excellent eyesight now. Noticing Suyu's gaze, he felt a bit uncomfortable and quickly put on a fisherman's hat he had just found. He wore gloves and a hat, but most importantly, his right leg had a large blood stain. Suyu stammered and pointed at Wu's leg. Wu looked at it, but didn't seem to realize his leg was injured. Wu smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a surface wound." Wu didn't know how to explain that he had turned into a dog. His broken bones from before now seemed perfectly fine, even harder than before. Hiss. Wu irritably pressed his ears. The dog ears were sensitive, and wearing a hoodie and fisherman's hat made them itch. Kaimi broke free from Suyu's embrace and showed off by scratching his ears with his front paws again. Wu's mouth twitched, feeling like kicking the fat of the excited big yellow dog. Cough. Wu cleared his throat and drew Suyu's attention back, then took out about a dozen bottles of special medicine from his pocket and handed them out to everyone. He drank some himself. The group sat quietly by the roadside, silent. After drinking the special medicine, Suyu felt a bit better and wanted to check on Liao Dayuan at the city wall. The dog immediately followed. Suyu first went to Area 101 and saw Mu Shui and others, who were injured but still conscious, so he felt a little relieved. Oh, one person was still sleeping, Lu Tiao. Mu Shui kept trying to wake her, but failed. Suyu sighed and went outside. Just at the entrance of Area A, he was stopped and told that everyone was ordered to wait for rescue on the spot. Suyu was helpless and, holding the dog, returned to Villa 301. For the next 3 days, the base was busy with disaster recovery. The green mist dissipated on the evening of the 3rd day, and everyone's powers returned after the mist cleared. During these 3 days, the death rate at the base was high because the green mist caused wounds to rot rapidly. Those with special medicine managed to slow down the decay, but many without it saw their wounds rot completely within a day and died hopelessly. Area A was in better shape because all core members had special medicine. However, Areas B, C, and D were not doing well. Suyu's wounds showed no signs of rotting and healed quickly. Wu's wounds healed more slowly, but also showed no signs of decay. Xiaohe, Deshao, Zhongyang, and the others were different. Despite taking the medicine, their wounds still rotted and festered, with a faint tendency to spread outward. So, the most common question these days was, Suyu, has your power recovered? As soon as his power recovered, Suyu was taken away by Major Lei. Looking at Major Lei's half-rotted arm, Suyu had already accepted it. After all, he had seen worse over these 3 days. Major, could you please help me bring Liao Dayuan and Uncle Wang here? Regarding Suyu's request, Major Lei agreed immediately, as he found it too painful to see himself in such a state. Suyu and Dongcheng are now the saviors of the base. Suyu was taken to the central building. Dongcheng was busy using his special abilities to treat everyone in the base, while Suyu kept pouring water and had the research team work overtime to purify supplies. After fainting, Xiaosun would take out a water element crystal and put it in Suyu's mouth. Once the crystal absorbed enough water, they would give Suyu 2 hours to rest before starting another round of water pouring. Miss Su, I need to tell you something. Suyu was pouring water and took a water element crystal from a box given by the base, placing it in her mouth. Go ahead, Suyu felt a bit uneasy. Liao Dayuan was still alive, but Uncle Wang died on the night of the earthquake. Suyu's hand trembled, and she said nothing. That night, Liao Dayuan followed the city construction team to reinforce the walls, but Uncle Wang, who had become mentally confused, stayed in the double room to sleep. When the earthquake happened, Liao Dayuan was in an open area and only lightly injured, but Uncle Wang was trapped in Zone C. He might have been alive at that moment, but since Liao Dayuan was not there and no rescue came, he was trapped and died. Seeing Suyu's face turn pale, Xiaosun again handed her a crystal and comforted her. Uncle Liao asked me to tell you that he has the things you gave him. His wound isn't badly infected, so don't worry. Suyu lowered her eyes. She had given Uncle Liao many special medicines and told him to carry some with him. With those medicines, Uncle Liao probably wouldn't have serious problems in the short term. The weather in April was getting hotter. Due to the earthquake, the power facilities and houses were destroyed, leaving only the tall, sturdy city wall intact. Without a home, most people lived outdoors and heatstroke claimed more lives. Suyu had been continuously pouring water for a month. By mid-May, the problem of decay in the base was finally resolved, and with the help of earth element abilities and everyone in the base, the houses were repaired. Suyu returned to her small villa, but it was no longer a delicate little house. It was a wartime shelter. They couldn't live on the 2nd floor anymore, so everyone moved to the 1st floor. Suyu still stayed in her only room there. It wasn't because of unity or friendship, but simply because she was the only girl in the team. The other team members slept on the floor in the original living room, and life was much harder. Every day, Suyu used her healing abilities to cure herself of heatstroke. Little Black waters the team members every day, but it seems useless as the water quickly evaporates. Suyu looks at the asphalt road melted by the high temperature, feeling very annoyed. On May 26, the ground temperature reached 54 degrees Celsius. The earth is cracked, rivers have dried up, moss is scorched, and forests are turning from green to yellow. Animals become more aggressive and bloodthirsty. The base's gates are closed, and no one dares to go outside. On the evening of May 28th, at 8 o'clock, a loud alarm sounds inside the base. Suyu sits up from the sofa as the landline in the living room rings. Wu answers the phone and then tells everyone, according to the observation from the watchtower, a huge object is heading toward the base, and it has many companions. What kind of thing? Xiao Shuang asks softly. Wu looks serious. Ants. Ants. A huge object? Although everyone is skeptical, they gear up and rush to the city wall. Suyu feels numb all over. The ground trembles, and the sky is filled with yellow dust. A swarm of red ants, about the size of calves, is rushing toward the base with their queen ant. The queen ant is 10 meters tall, with a large belly and a fierce face. It's no exaggeration to say that Suyu thinks there's a reason ants are so small normally. If you enlarge an ant's face, many people might be scared of ants forever. For audiobook friends, there's an illustration here. Those with strong nerves can take a look. This is what an enlarged ant looks like. Suyu stares at the queen ant's scarlet eyes and its dense, pointed teeth, feeling disgusted and terrified. The city wall is crowded with supernatural fighters, all twisted by the sight of the ant army. Major Lei stands in the watchtower, looking at the huge swarm of ants, and orders through the walkie-talkie, "Protect the civilians and retreat behind the second wall. Mutated and mental mutants, all come to the first wall. You are the first line of defense for the base. Body mutants, stay behind the first wall. You are the second line of defense. If the first wall is broken, body mutants must do their best to buy time for the civilians to escape." Major Lei looks at the supernatural fighters on the wall and shouts, "Swear to defend the base. Don't let the ant swarm break through the wall." Suyu glances at her tense and serious companions, silently thinking, "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Anyway, she had already entrusted her dog to Liao Dayuan before coming here. Now, the dog and Uncle Liao should be inside the second wall. Thinking of the dog and Uncle Liao behind her, along with ordinary civilians who are helpless, Suyu feels brave and determined. She's ready to fight. Fire element mutants, ignite the forest. Zhang Yang and other fire mutants threw fireballs at the withered forest. The red ants stepped over cracked ground, saw the burning forest around them, and immediately curled into a ball, wrapping their queen inside.
Crackle.
The swarm of ants sprayed a water screen, extinguishing the fireballs approaching them. Suyu's expression darkened. Well, it seems they also have mutant ants with water abilities. Sure enough, the appearance of the water screen acted like a switch. Within seconds, several large fireballs were thrown from the other side. It's no exaggeration to say that most of the human fire mutants erupted in power, but few could compare to the opponents. Water. A harsh sound came from the broadcast. One fireball hit the watchtower, but luckily, the fireball was immediately covered by ice and frost. Suyu stopped paying attention to the watchtower and aimed at a huge fireball heading for the city wall. The water screen burst open, revealing a faintly visible swirling vortex inside the thin water layer. When the fireball touched the vortex, it was directly bounced back. Although some of the fireball was extinguished upon contact with the water screen, the rebound was still quite large. It seemed the ant swarm on the other side didn't react in time. The fireball immediately knocked down 2 ants. Soon, the ant swarm started to water themselves for self-rescue. Xiao He and Si stood together, seeming very interested in the water vortex, and tried to imitate Suyu's control.
Whoosh.
Something sped past quickly, and suddenly, a cry came from a watchtower nearby. Blood gushed out, and someone shouted, "The crow is eating people." Then another person shouted, "Look, it's a crow." Under the bright moonlight, a dark flock rushed across the sky. It was a group of crows. At this moment, the crows inside the watchtower also flew out, spreading their wings and flying high. Blood droplets fell, hot and stinky, splattering all over Suyu. Looking over, Suyu saw that Song Mingjun, who was in the watchtower, had turned into a skeleton. Dark red blood flowed down from the watchtower, dyeing the city wall red.
Ah!
Fireballs and metal blades flew chaotically, missing the agile crows but accidentally injuring mutants on the city wall. The crows spread their wings, their crimson eyes glowing with intense heat.
Ah!
Several crows quickly and accurately pecked at people's temples. Almost instantly, a living mutant twitched and fell to the ground. Their heads were pecked apart, brain matter mixed with blood flowing onto the ground. A golden crystal was carried away by a crow and swallowed. In less than 10 minutes, 5 skeletons stripped of flesh and blood lay across the city wall.
Wow. Wow.
The crows, full and satisfied, flew overhead, covering the entire sky. Their presence brought feelings of fear and suffocation, making everyone feel small.
Quick.
Get down from the wall. Activate the electric grid. No one knew which lookout tower's loudspeaker issued the command. The supernatural fighters on the wall suddenly woke up, and one by one, they retreated through the alleyways along the wall. Little Black grabbed Zhongyang and Suyu, pulling them as he jumped off the wall. Of course, they were heading toward the base. The water platform caught them steadily and then disappeared. Suyu looked up at the sky and saw a huge half-spherical electric grid rising above the base. The crackling sound of electricity blocked most of the invading crows. The entire wall was in chaos. Suyu didn't see Wu, so he asked Little Black, "Where's Wu?" Little Black pulled the two behind the wall and replied, "Captain said to bring you down from the wall." Then he jumped down himself. Jumped down? Where to? Suyu searched the wall for Wu but found nothing, feeling a strange premonition. Little Black scratched his head and said, "He jumped into the ant swarm." Zhang Yang's eyes widened as he exchanged a look with Suyu, both of them filled with disbelief.
Suyu.
Mu Shui ran over through the chaos. Seeing Suyu unharmed, she calmed down and asked, "Did you see Major Lei?" "No, he should still be at the lookout tower," Little Black answered. Mu Shui's face turned pale. The electric grid can block the crows, but what about the ants outside? Suddenly, the ground outside the wall trembled, as if a fierce fight was happening. Attack-type supernatural fighters leave the base to block the ant attack. The base's loudspeaker issued a new command. Suyu cursed softly, adjusting his sword. He knew he had to fight, or else the situation would worsen. If they didn't go out to fight the ant swarm, the wall would break, and the entire base could be destroyed. Forget about running, could they outrun the crows and ants? Suyu shouted and ran straight toward the underground tunnel of the base. Many other supernatural fighters made the same choice as Suyu. Perhaps they were protecting their families or realizing they wouldn't survive outside the base. Once the underground tunnel opened, a flood of fighters rushed out. Standing on the wall and looking down at the ant swarm was already shocking and terrifying. Now, standing on the ground and looking up, what a terrifying sight. The ant army was less than 500 meters from the base wall. Suyu clenched his teeth and charged forward. Climbing onto a guard post outside the base, Suyu suddenly used a water balloon helmet technique on the nearest ants across the way.
Wow.
The crows circling in the sky saw the food and rushed down from the city wall in groups.
Bang!
A strong gust of wind came, and Suyu hurried to dodge. The top of the guard post was directly pecked open by a sneaky crow. Suyu wrapped himself in a water balloon, flipped down from the post, and slipped into another guard post. The crows finally attacked Suyu a few times, but the water balloons around him bounced the attacks away. He hid inside the guard post, closed the door, and again wrapped the nearest ants in water balloons. Zhang Yang, who rushed out with Suyu, looked up and saw more than 10 ant heads covered with water balloons, struggling wildly, but unable to remove their helmets. While stunned, 3 crows swooped in. Suddenly, a strong pull on his arm created a splash of water that blocked the crow attacks. Zhang Yang turned around happily, but saw it was Xiaohei.
Where
"Is Suyu?" Zhang Yang shook off Xiaohei, flames flickering on him. He threw several fireballs at the ant swarm. Xiaohei wiped cold sweat from his forehead, speaking helplessly, "I don't know. She's like a slippery eel. She just vanished." Zhang Yang pouted, transforming into a fiery figure, and charged directly into the ant swarm. The crows dared not attack the fiery figure, instead focusing on Xiaohei nearby. Xiaohei let out a scream and ran desperately. After successfully suffocating more than a dozen ants, The guard post, where Suyu was hiding, was completely pecked apart by the crows. Feeling helpless, Suyu wrapped himself in a water balloon and ran outside. The crows, having finally broken through the iron cage, thought they could feast, but instead fell into a water balloon, missing their meal and choking on water, which made them furious.
Wow. Wow.
The circling crows searching for prey looked over here. Suddenly, Suyu saw a large group of crows heading this way. Why are they chasing me?
Suyu scouted angrily.
Soon, the flock of crows surrounded his water balloon. Looking at the many long beaks piercing into the water balloon, Suyu became furious. Fine, if that's how you want to play. Suyu activated the water balloon wrapped around him, and with a loud bang, it smashed into the ant swarm.
Boom.
The water balloon hit the ant group, bounced high into the air, and finally landed among the ants. The dense ant legs stepped on the bouncy water balloon, and the crows with beaks stuck in the balloon were suddenly knocked away. The remaining crows, along with the water balloon, fell to the ground among the ant army.
Wow.
A crow was about to fly away when a hand reached out from a water sphere and grabbed its wing.
Wow.
A few ants approached with their legs, and the crow was defeated. Suyu quickly pulled her hand back into the water sphere. Maintaining the water sphere takes a lot of energy. Bang bang, the water sphere bounced up, avoiding the advancing ant army, then slammed hard into the front of the ant group. Splash, the water sphere burst open. Before the ants and the crow could attack, a huge wave surged out from the broken sphere. Suyu held a box with crystals in one hand and kept releasing water with the other. The big wave pushed the ant army back, making them stumble. A flame shot out from the ant group, aiming directly at Suyu. Boom, another flame collided with the first flame from the ant group. Sparks flew, and the fireball finally fell to the ground. Some water on the ground evaporated due to the heat, and steam rose up. Suyu looked back while holding the crystal and saw Zhongyang. Heat my water. Quickly, quickly. Suyu became excited. Zhongyang was surprised, looking at Suyu's bright, shining eyes, then quickly followed the request. Suyu's eyes sparkled brightly. Unlike ordinary fire users, Zhongyang can control his flames to burn specific targets. Earlier, on the ring road by the lake, Zhongyang's towering flames didn't damage the road or the cars, only burning the roses. With such a good ability, combining it with her waves, she could create a water-boiled ant attack. This way, Zhongyang's flames wouldn't be easily extinguished by the water-based ant abilities. Gulp gulp, Suyu pushed the boiling water sphere toward the ant group. Bang, hot water splashed everywhere. The red ants wrapped in the water sphere immediately stopped struggling. Suyu's lips curled into a smile. Next, Suyu and Zhongyang dodged the crows while boiling the ants. When Xiaohei arrived, he saw a pile of wet, steaming dead ants lying on the ground. Zhongyang wiped his nosebleed and shouted to Xiaohei, "Come help. Block the crows, and give me a crystal." Xiaohei immediately ran over and created a water shield over the three of them. He took a red crystal and put it into Zhongyang's mouth. Zhongyang looked at Suyu, who was pushing the boiling water sphere with a blank expression. After eating the third water crystal, Suyu's eyes flickered, and she fixed her gaze on an ant several hundred meters away. It was a red ant with shiny blue patterns on its body. That was the water ability ant. Suyu licked her back molars. She had a total of 5 crystals, and now she had used 3. Just in case. Suyu stared intently at the ant's head. "Zhongyang, I want to secretly kill an ant." Suyu's cold voice reached Zhongyang's ears. Zhongyang had just taken his second crystal. His mental strength was replenished, but his physical abilities were clearly starting to decline. Is that called a secret kill? A direct kill would be better. Zhongyang looked at the boiling water ball that had burned countless ants, feeling speechless for the first time. See that ant with blue patterns on its body. Zhongyang moved his heavy steps, ignoring the soreness in his body, and shouted, all right, I get it. Let's go." Xiaohei, holding a water crystal, used a water curtain to block the crows above their heads, moving with them toward the blue-patterned ant. Wu was at the back of the ant swarm. He was alone here. He stepped over a mountain of ant carcasses. Wu looked at the giant ball formed by the ants. Inside was the ant queen. The queen controlled the ant colony, so she must have a mental control crystal inside her body. Wu's gaze was serious. He wanted to get all the crystals that could benefit Dongcheng. The man in a black hoodie suddenly jumped into the air, wielding a tang sword, stabbing through the ant colony. He cut off an ant's head with one strike. Wu skillfully flew up, and in that moment, a small whirlwind tore apart the dozen or so ants that had just surged forward. The fisherman hat was gone at some point, and the hoodie's cap had fallen off during the long fight. His eyes, full of sharpness, shone brightly. The ant queen opened her red eyes, and a silent sound wave spread into the swarm. The ants immediately surged forward, surrounding Shuiyu. If Su Yu and the water-type ant fought alone, they probably wouldn't have much advantage. But with Zhang Yang's boiling water boost, the water-type ant only lasted a little longer than the others. Xiaohe stepped forward and pried open the water-type ant's head, extracting a thumb-sized blue crystal from inside. Su Yu's usually expressionless face finally showed a hint of emotion. His eyes searched among the swarm. Zhang Yang was starting to struggle. It wasn't that his powers were running out, but his body couldn't keep up. Xiaohe's reactions and movements were even slower than Zhang Yang's, like an old man in his 70s or 80s with a limp. Su Yu noticed their condition. She pursed her lips, understanding that their rapid decline was due to the prolonged use of their powers. Zhang Yang and Su Yu's eyes met. He forced himself to act calm and said, "All right, who is the next assassination target?" Su Yu shook her head. "You all rest. I will go alone afterward." "No way. How can you go alone?"
Zhang Yang shouted immediately.
Su Yu looked at both of them and finally focused on the queen ant at the back of the team. "I need to get the heads of the enemy generals." Zhang Yang rolled his eyes.
How old are you?
"Stop acting so childish. Do you really think you can kill the queen ant?" Su Yu didn't want to explain and turned to leave. Little Black called her back. "Here, this is for you." Little Black took out a metal box and handed it to Su Yu. Su Yu didn't say much. She left a promise to return it later and ran off. She wrapped a water balloon around herself and shot directly into the back of the ant swarm.
Boom.
The water balloon hit the ant swarm 50 meters away from the queen ant. Su Yu noticed that once inside the ant swarm, the crows wouldn't come this way, so she no longer needed to worry about their pursuit. After putting water balloon helmets on a few nearby ants, Su Yu observed secretly. The ants near the queen ant were clearly not ordinary. They were about twice the size of normal ants, and their eyes were redder. Almost like bodyguards for the queen ant. Suddenly, a guard ant's head flew high into the air and then crashed into the swarm. Su Yu's eyes widened. The fleeting wind blade. Was it a wizard? "Why are you just standing there? Don't you want the crystal?" A clear, smiling voice sounded from behind. Su Yu turned around and looked into a pair of shimmering brown eyes. Big eyes, dimples, fair skin. Su Yu's gaze finally fixed on the wizard's head. How could a normal person have grown a pair of furry dog-like ears? The wizard's smile stiffened. He held Su Yu's head, turned it 30 degrees, and aimed at a specific ant's head in the swarm.
Go.
With that, a flash of white light, and several ants nearby were torn apart by a gust of wind. Su Yu quickly wrapped a water balloon around herself. With a loud bang, it hit the ant's head beside her. A sword emerged from the water balloon, slashing fiercely. Su Yu took out the crystal with ripples, her eyes brightening. Before she could react, several dark green vines shot toward her. The wizard was about to make a move when Su Yu's water balloon flicked away the vines. She locked onto her target. It was one of the ant bodyguards, a wood element mutant ant. Su Yu still hadn't removed the water balloon. She put the crystal she had just rinsed with water into her mouth and stared at the disgusting, moving mouth. Splash! A transparent white chain of water poured into the wood element ant's mouth. A large amount of water rushed in, and the ant couldn't escape. The dark green vines wildly stabbed toward Su Yu. Su Yu instinctively took out gasoline and a lighter. Before she could act, a wind blade cut through all the vines.
Bang!
The wooden ant was blown apart by the water. The queen ant, with bright red eyes, stared at the two of them. In the next moment, Almost all the bodyguards around the queen ant used their special powers. Fireballs, water balls, vines, stones, metals. Wu's sharp gaze froze, and with the wind, he sent Suyu's water ball rushing into the ant swarm. Some of the powers were quickly retracted, but others couldn't be stopped and hit the ant group hard. Suddenly, ants fought ants, causing many casualties. Suyu looked at the dense ant swarm under her feet, smiling slightly. It seemed the queen ant wasn't very smart. The two of them moved and jumped among the ants. After several rounds, the ant bodyguards finally stopped attacking. The dense ants fell off the queen ant, revealing her true form. Her large, swollen belly seemed to have something writhing inside. Suyu just looked over, and her water ball suddenly lost control, spilling everywhere. My powers. Suyu's voice trembled. It seemed her powers were blocked by something, and she couldn't use them. Wu's pale pupils slowly glowed green in the night. He looked deeply into the queen ant's eyes, then lowered his head and whispered softly, Suyu, the queen ant is a control type. Once you look into her eyes, you won't be able to use your powers for a short time.
Suyu bit her lip.
Apparently, Shueyu's powers weren't sealed. In fact, he wasn't affected by the queen ant's eyes. Should I leave? Suyu looked up and met Shueyu's eyes. Shueyu's eyes held a smile. He took a small bronze bell from his waist and handed it to Suyu. I've calculated that I might face a big disaster. When you meet Zhou Yuan, ring this bell. Watching the seemingly still ant swarm, Shueyu used the wind to carry Suyu onto a withered tree. Is your disaster the queen ant? Suyu's voice trembled. Shueyu lowered his eyes, focusing his gaze on Suyu's worried eyes. He smiled slightly and reached out to gently rub Suyu's furrowed brow, but when he saw his sharp nails, he retracted his hand.
No.
The queen ant isn't my opponent. Suyu, I might have to face Dongqing earlier than expected. Suyu quickly looked around but didn't see Dongqing's figure. Shueyu pressed Suyu's shoulder, leaned in close to her ear, and whispered softly, meeting you makes me very happy. Suyu's body stiffened, and her panic and unease reached their peak.
You.
Shueyu held Suyu's head, preventing her from seeing his expression. Dongqing, leave this to me. I will kill him. Don't worry. Before Suyu could react, the ant swarm below became restless. The front of the swarm turned and moved toward the queen ant at the back. Ants near the queen swarmed toward the two of them. After we go back, tell everyone to hide inside the second city wall. Stay until tomorrow morning at 9. After the queen dies, we will counterattack. Shueyu looked down at Suyu again, then used the wind to throw her out. Stunned, Suyu turned around and, in a dizzy spin, only vaguely saw Shueyu's figure being swallowed by the ant swarm.
Bang!
Suyu was carried by the wind and slammed against the city wall of the base.
Ah!
She fell onto a person. Looking down to see who had become her unlucky cushion, she made eye contact with Zhang Yang, who was grimacing. Thinking of the witch's words, Suyu shivered and quickly ran into the underground tunnel beneath the wall. Once inside the base, she hurried to the lookout tower behind the wall. She moved the corpses aside, turned on the loudspeaker, and shouted, "Ability users, do not look into the queen's eyes. It will temporarily disable your powers." She repeated this several times until the lookout tower door was pecked apart by crows. Terrified, Suyu's powers had not yet recovered. She drew her warrior's sword and swung at the incoming crow's head. Blood and feathers scattered everywhere. A cold wave hit her as the crows outside the tower froze into ice instantly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The frozen crows fell to the ground. The door was kicked open, and Major General Lei, injured, entered. He pulled Suyu aside and immediately turned on the loudspeaker, shouting, "All ability users, retreat behind the city wall. The underground passage will close in 10 minutes." Suyu looked out the window and felt a shiver run down her spine. The queen was now twice as large as before, her swollen body trembling as she laid eggs. Normally, the queen should lay eggs, but judging by the situation, those eggs hatched into ants in less than a second. The ants were weaker than others, but even a small one was as big as a calf. What devastated Suyu most was that many ability users could no longer use their powers. In front of the ant army and the crows, they were as fragile as newborn babies. Ability users who lost their powers were quickly killed. The ants carried the bodies of the dead to the queen. While eating the human corpses, she laid more eggs. They even eat their dead peers. This scene constantly pushes human limits. After General Lei finished shouting, he immediately asked Suyu, "Where's the witch?" Suyu pointed to the area beside the ant queen, where a hurricane was continuously forming. It was then that Suyu realized she was trembling all over. General Lei did not ask why the witch was unaffected by the ant queen and could still use her powers. Instead, he quickly descended the watchtower and ran outside the city wall. Suyu followed closely behind him. First, Suyu found Zhang Yang, who had been nearly crushed to death, and Xiao He beside him. Both of them had clearly lost their powers. Suyu picked up a broken piece of iron sheet, trying to block the crow's attack. Seeing this, Suyu hurriedly turned back and found a broken door panel under the city wall watchtower, then swung it like a shield.
Bang!
The door panel smashed several crows away from Zhang Yang and Xiao He. Suyu shouted, "Retreat." Xiao He, trembling, carried Zhang Yang and quickly ran down the city tower. Just as another group of crows approached, Suyu let out a loud cry and swung the door panel to hit them. At this moment, Suyu felt like a legendary warrior, sweeping away crows with the door panel, imagining himself as a hero. This was Suyu's own thought. Suyu knocked away countless crows. After being pecked several times, the door panel in his hands became a sieve. Just as Suyu was about to draw his sword and fight desperately, a pair of sharp mantis-like front limbs quickly and accurately took down a few crows near his head. Suyu turned around and shared a deep, meaningful look with Mu Shui. Mu Shui's muscles were bulging like a mighty hero. Her hands returned to normal as she picked up the broken door panel from the ground and started smashing everything around her. Honestly, Mu Shui was really strong. Every crow she hit fell to the ground, permanently knocked out. Suyu was being dragged by Yang He into an underground passage. Looking at Yang He's golden eyes, Suyu finally asked, "You aren't affected by the Ant Queen?" Yang He threw Suyu behind the city wall, panting heavily. "Body mutants are unaffected." After saying that, he immediately dragged a thick piece of iron outside. When Xiao He carried Zhang Yang back, both looked quite pale. Mu Shui looked at her struggling fellow citizens outside, wanting to rush out again, but Yang He held her back. "Don't go. The city gate will close in less than a minute." Everyone who entered the city gate looked exhausted, their faces full of despair and hopelessness. Suyu watched the people fleeing back, feeling helpless. Limbs severed, mutilated bodies, intestines dragged on the ground, and limbs gnawed by crows. Just as the city gate was about to close, Suyu caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Dong Chung. He had his hands in his pockets, smiling, walking briskly outward. Seeing Dong Chung, Suyu thought of Wu's words. His hands and feet turned cold instantly. Just as he was about to go and grab Dong Chung to prevent him from meeting Wu, the city walls suddenly cracked loudly. Falling stones buried the people in the underground passage completely. Suyu watched helplessly as Dong Chung walked away.
No.
He let out a sharp cry. A middle-aged woman immediately rushed toward the falling stones below the wall.
Bang!
Another loud crash. The walls seemed to be struck repeatedly by something. A stone fell, and Suyu pushed the middle-aged woman away.
Clang!
The stone shattered on the ground. Fragments of rock cut into Suyu's arm.
Ah!
Suyu winced in pain and looked down to see the stone embedded deep in his arm, probably cracking his bones.
Dodo!
The middle-aged woman, after being knocked down, quickly got up and ran toward the pile of fallen stones. Suyu covered his arm and looked up. The woman kept digging through the stones with her hands, bleeding from her fingers, seemingly unaware of the pain. Mu Shui helped Suyu up and hurried over to assist. Mu Shui was strong. Soon, a young girl in her teens was dug out from beneath the stones by the two of them.
Ah!
The middle-aged woman held the girl, whose head had been smashed, crying out desperately. Suyu covered his arm, and everything around him gradually became noisy and blurry. Hurry! The wall is about to break.
Mom, ignore them.
Run now. Everything seemed to sway. Suyu felt like he was watching all this from a third-person perspective. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Suyu snapped out of it. Mu Shui pulled Suyu and ran toward the base. In his last view, Suyu's gaze stayed on the figure crying while holding her daughter.
Bang!
The wall collapsed. An ant stepped in, and the woman and her dead child disappeared beneath the wall. Thick blood flowed out, making Suyu's head feel dizzy. Suyu reached out to steady Zhongyang, who was staggering nearby, and followed the main group forward.
Run.
Hurry up! The ability users, who had lost their powers, had lost all their advantages in this apocalypse.
Quick. Come in.
Running desperately, Suyu looked up hazily. He saw soldiers setting up machine guns and artillery behind the second wall. Major General Lei's face was half-burned with large blisters. As the city wall was about to close, Major Lei ran over, grabbing Zhang Yang with one hand and Xiaohe with the other. Mu Shui decided to carry Suyu and Yang He.
Bang.
The huge gate closed. Everyone entered the second city wall. Mu Shui put down Suyu and Yang He, then quickly climbed onto the second wall. Xiaohe pulled Zhang Yang and Suyu to hide behind the troops. Next came the loud sound of gunfire and explosions. Suyu found Liao Dayuan and Gosher among the crowd. Liao Dayuan was helping the soldiers carry bullets, and Gosher was with him. Suyu looked at the other mutants who escaped from the first wall. There were fewer than 300. Suyu lowered his eyes, his hands trembling non-stop. At the defensive line there were about 1,200 mutants, but fewer than 300 survived. Most of these survivors were lightly injured. Those with serious injuries couldn't escape.
Bang!
A fireball crashed down. Major Lei used an ice wall to block it. If the fireball hit the wall, the consequences would be terrible since all the heat weapons were on the wall. If it caught fire, the defense line and soldiers would be destroyed. Suyu closed his eyes, gripping the embedded stone in his flesh.
Puff.
Blood and foam spilled onto the ground as Suyu bit his lip. He took out some Yunnan Baiyao from his waist pouch and sprinkled it on the wound, then wrapped it with a piece of gauze. The sound of gunfire was deafening, and Suyu's head throbbed. Unable to use his powers, Suyu followed Xiaohe to help move bullets and weapons for the soldiers. It was only after reaching the wall that Suyu saw how fierce the battle was. More than a dozen mutants still had their powers and kept fighting against the insect swarm's attacks. The mutants had been using their powers for a long time, and blood was flowing from their 7 orifices. Suyu found a water-type mutant, opened the box Xiaohe gave him, planning to give that mutant a water crystal. But when he saw the dense cluster of water crystals inside the box, he suddenly closed it again with a snap. No joke, he had never seen so many crystals in his life. The small box was filled with water crystals about the size of soybeans, yellowish and sparkling. Suyu closed his eyes, looked around, and seeing no one watching him, he took out a crystal and quickly fed it to the mutant. Then he ran away. A young man with dark hair, holding a weapon, was pulled into an alley. Suyu took out a box and asked you, "Have so many crystals?"
You.
Feeling speechless, the young man scratched the back of his head and said, "These were all given to me by my father. I used some, but it's a waste. Unlike you, my body recovers quickly, so I can use crystals to boost my powers endlessly." Your father? Suyu felt like she was about to be confused. The young man nodded and said, "My father's name is Lu Jun." Suyu gasped in shock. Lu Jun is one of the 3 top leaders of the base. Lu Jun is at the same level as Mu Shui's father. Wow, it turns out everyone around her is from a powerful family. The young man pushed the box towards Suyu and said sincerely, "Don't be polite. I still have more." At 6 a.m., the second city wall was still broken. Retreat to the main building.
Hurry.
Major Lei, bleeding from his 7 orifices, held a machine gun and shouted while firing. The army wasn't planning to leave. Major Lei was calling for the remaining superpowered people to stay. Most of those still near the army were superpowered individuals, Ordinary civilians had already evacuated to the main building 2 hours earlier. Liao Dayuan stayed behind. Suyu tried to persuade him to leave, but he stubbornly wanted to stay and help carry weapons and supplies. The dog followed closely behind Suyu, not leaving her side. An hour ago, Suyu regained her powers. This time, she didn't hide her healing abilities and kept healing the soldiers and superpowered people. Most of the crystals given by the young man were used up in just an hour. Healing powers drain energy quickly, and the young man was almost constantly feeding crystals to Suyu.
Bang!
A fireball was thrown at the soldiers on the wall. Those with nearly exhausted powers responded a little late. Fortunately, the young man acted quickly and blocked the fireball. Suyu wiped her nosebleed and continued to treat everyone. People are often pushed to their limits, and within an hour, Suyu managed to disperse her powers. A faint blue glow like fireflies entered the skin of the rescuers. Suyu's face was so pale, it looked almost transparent. Suddenly, the young man looked up sharply, trembling as he said, "The power grid. The power grid is gone." Suyu looked up blankly. The power grid above was slowly breaking apart. Without the sky fortress, the base became a buffet for crows.
Crows swooped down.
Disaster was coming. "Hurry! Get inside! Quickly!" A blind soldier shouted loudly, and just after he finished speaking, a crow pierced through his head. Old fool. Major Lei wanted to rush over to save him, but he was immediately surrounded by crows. The soldiers let out desperate screams. Some even stayed on the wall in their final moments, firing their guns at the ants. Suyu quickly ran toward Major Lei, using a water jet to drive the crows away from him, then immediately created a water shield. Suyu's water shield was large enough to cover a 500-meter diameter area in the sky, but it was also small enough that it couldn't protect all the soldiers on the wall. The psychic abilities users had been exerting their powers all night, and many were now severely injured, unable to move. They could only sit on the ground and hold up their protective barriers. Major Lei's body was covered in torn flesh, with some parts exposing white bones. For the first time, Suyu felt how small she was. Major Lei, trembling, used his bloody fingers to take out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and looked up at the sky through his empty eye socket. "Tell me the direction," Major Lei said. Suyu looked toward the area in the sky with the most crows and tremblingly reported the direction.
Bang!
Frost shot precisely at the crows, freezing a few of them, causing them to fall to the ground. "You go.
Do your thing. Don't worry about me."
Major Lei, despite the pain, still urged Suyu to leave and not to care for him. Zhang Yang pushed Suyu away, looking exhausted. "You go now. Only you still have some strength left." Suyu handed Major Lei over to Zhang Yang, then clenched the remaining crystal and looked up at the water shield. The water shield, just a defense. If only I could directly disable these crows. Once they land, the threat wouldn't be so great. Is that possible? Suyu stared blankly at the water shield in the sky. Should she defend or take the initiative to attack? Woof woof. The greedy dog barked angrily at the crows in the sky. Suyu lowered her eyes and smiled. Little Black was trying to mimic Suyu's water shield to protect the soldiers, but in the next second, Suyu pulled him away. "Hand over all your crystals." The cold voice stunned Little Black. Looking at the woman's expressionless face, Little Black trembled. He took out 2 boxes of crystals from his pocket. Suyu took them, opened one, and saw they were all full. She raised an eyebrow at the honest-looking Little Black, stretched out her hand, and Little Black's face changed. He then took out 6 more crystals from his pants pocket. "That's all I have left. I kept some for myself." Suyu took 3 of them back, and then left. Black silently stared at the 3 crystals in his hand, feeling frustrated but afraid to speak. Suyu hurried up the stairs to the highest part of the city wall, where a water-type ability user, an old acquaintance, Su-mi, was standing. Seeing Suyu, Su-mi, who was too tired to move, frowned. Suyu ignored her. She didn't want to bother Su-mi. The problem was she needed the highest point, and luckily, Su-mi was right here. Su-mi helped block the crows. Suyu sat down on the spot, and spoke coldly. Sumi kicked away the greedy person, annoyed. Why should I? The greedy person was almost pushed off the wall, but was caught quickly by Suyu. If you move my dog again, I'll cut off your foot. Understand? Suyu didn't look at Sumi but took out a crystal and put it in her mouth. Sumi's eyes widened. She was about to ask where Suyu got so many crystals, but in the next second, a white light burst from Suyu's body. The scene that followed made Sumi completely stunned. Every pore on Suyu's body was bleeding, and as the white light grew stronger, Suyu was wrapped in blood. Suyu, stop. You'll explode. Their research institute had once done an experiment. A level B ability user, who absorbed more than 10 D-level crystals, couldn't contain the sudden surge of power. The power would explode along with the body. In simple terms, it was a self-destruction. Sumi didn't care whether Suyu lived or died. She was worried about herself. Her body was severely damaged, unable to walk properly, let alone escape. If Suyu exploded, she was doomed too. Suyu looked up, her blood-covered eyes fixed on the crows circling in the sky. Under the blood-red horizon, the sky was beginning to brighten. The air twisted for a moment, and the water curtain used by the ability users to block attacks suddenly split into tiny water droplets. Black tried to control his ability, but the water he had released was uncontrollable. It even looked strange. If you had to describe it, the water had turned into hard stones. The crystals in Suyu's mouth disappeared quickly. She grabbed a handful of blood-seeping pores and stuffed them into her mouth. The scene made Sumi's skin crawl. The water droplets floated in the air, and the flock of crows paused for a moment. Their crimson eyes locked onto Suyu on the high platform.
Wow.
One crow let out a cry, and the others, following this signal, all swooped towards Suyu at high speed. They moved incredibly fast, twice as fast as anyone had ever seen. Water droplets float in the air, and as the crow swiftly passes by, the droplets shoot out in all directions. Pop, pop, pop. The soft water droplets, with great force, directly pierce through the crow's wings.
Wow.
Chaos erupts in the sky. The transparent water droplets bounce around freely, continuously piercing the crow's wings. As the wings are pierced and the droplets break, the water inside shoots out violently, exploding in the air. Suddenly, everyone thinks a long-awaited heavy rain has begun. Drip, drip, drip. What falls like rain are the wounded crows with broken wings and bright red blood droplets. Suyu trembles as she reaches out to the box, but finds it empty. Oh, all the crystals have been used up. Along with the crows falling from the sky, Suyu's body also drops. Sumi instinctively catches the falling Suyu, her eyes full of complex emotions.
Kill.
The soldiers shout excitedly. Each injured crow is held down by people. This time, not only soldiers and special abilities users are involved, but also ordinary civilians hiding in buildings. People, with bloodshot eyes, hold whatever weapons they can find and fiercely strike at the crows on the ground. Suyu has a dream. She returns to her warm home. Her mother is cooking in the kitchen, and her father is sewing and repairing a small toy with wires. Suyu stands in front of them, but cannot touch them. Come on, what are you standing there for? Hurry and get your bowl and chopsticks. Suyu turns around and looks at her mother, who is carrying dishes out of the kitchen. Tears flow down her face. A pair of gentle hands caress Suyu's cheeks, and her mother's soft voice is clear yet worried. Sweetie, what's wrong? In the next moment, all the scenes before her are pulled into a green hole that spins endlessly.
No.
Suyu screams, staring at the constantly rotating green hole. The green hole gradually stops spinning, and then slowly enlarges. After a flash of white light, everything around changes. Beside the boundless yellow land, there is a rushing river. By the river, a giant turtle sits, and on its back, a blurry figure is visible. It's vague, white, with a human upper body and a snake tail.
Who are you?
Suyu's heart races as she desperately tries to see the figure clearly, but her eyes feel as if covered by a veil. The shadow on the other side speaks, but Suyu cannot understand what it says. After a sharp pain in her head, She is stunned. Is this a form of mental communication? It says it is an ancient human who remained on Earth before the land was fully connected to the heavens. Its consciousness has been here for over 10,000 years and is about to fade away. Because Suyu's current magnetic field frequency matches its own, it can communicate with Suyu. The energy and white light on it makes Suyu feel very familiar, like the energy when her special powers erupt. Heaven and earth divide yin and yang. Yang expands, yin contracts. A huge funnel appears before Suyu. The upper part of the funnel keeps expanding, while the lower part keeps shrinking. When the lower funnel shrinks to a point, the entire funnel suddenly explodes. Yin and yang invert, cycle begins again. The broken funnel slowly rebuilds as if time is reversing. This time, the funnel that was originally below appears above. The funnel disappears, and a shadowy figure stands up and walks slowly closer. You, cultivating through simple farming and fire-making, are the beginning of fire. The figure approaches the yellow river, its snake tail dipping into the water. We, originating from water. As the consciousness dialogue shifts, everything around changes. Suyu sees a layer of water film floating in the sky, covering the entire Earth. Perhaps because of this water film, a strong greenhouse effect occurs, causing plants and animals on the ground to grow very large. Suyu looks at the animals running past and suddenly thinks of strange beasts from the classic of mountains and seas.
Suyu even sees a dragon.
The dragon swims through the water current into the sky. All of this is new and shocking, until huge fiery meteorites break through the water film and land on the ground.
Bang!
The ground is hit and forms huge craters, the water film shatters, and heavy rain falls. These rains gather into a great flood capable of destroying the world. The flood submerges the original land. Many human beings with snake bodies die or hide. Some of the hidden humans combine their energy with that of the surviving creatures, and thus, new humans are born. And these humans are, unmistakably, the humans of Suyu's time. Suyu watches all this, feeling as if she is either already dead or crazy. Birth and death, death and rebirth, heaven and earth reshuffle, unstoppable. Water is born, water perishes. Fire is born, fire extinguishes. Fate has brought us together. I give you Waterborn. After saying this, the figure turns around and quietly stares at Suyu. It seems to be looking at her, but also like it's looking through her at something else. Gradually, everything around begins to blur, spin, and finally, everything disappears into a green vortex. Suyu opens her eyes. The sun is just rising in the sky, and the hot temperature makes her feel burning and painful. Suyu, you're awake. Come, drink some healing water. Mu Shui helps Suyu up and feeds her a sip of healing water. Suyu blinked, vaguely remembering a dream, but upon thinking carefully, she couldn't recall anything. After a long pause, she asked, "What time is it?" 8 o'clock.
How are you?
Are you okay? Mu Shui looked at Suyu, who was covered in blood, with a complex expression. Where are the crows? Suyu looked up at the empty sky and asked again. They almost all fell down.
Most of them are dead now. Thanks to you.
Mu Shui patted Suyu's shoulder. The crows no longer posed a threat. Now, only the ants remained. And the ants? Suyu got up and looked around. She saw only ant corpses under the city wall, with no sign of the ant army. Mu Shui shook her head worriedly. Half an hour ago, they suddenly retreated. We think the ant queen was threatened, and the swarm went to protect her. Suyu remembered what Wu had said earlier about holding out until 9 o'clock the next morning. Could something have happened on Wu's side? Don't worry. Major Lei and some elders went to check.
Mu Shui gently petted Suyu's shoulder to comfort her.
10 minutes past 9. The ant queen lay heavily on the ground. Wu, covered in blood, sat on the queen's head, looking in one direction. After watching for so long, are they not coming out yet? Dongqing chuckled and slowly walked out from behind a tree. Yes, it's really you. Dongqing stepped over the pile of ant corpses, walking toward the ant queen's body while clapping. You really hid your strength. You must be an SSS level wind type ability user, right? Oh, and you also have a mental ability, also SSS level? Wu tilted her head, looking at Dong Chung with no particular emotion. TSK, I should have killed you at all costs back then. Dong Chung smiled as he reached Wu, looking happy. Where did you hide the control crystal of the octopus? Dong Cheng's eyes were deep as he gently stroked the Ant Queen's body. Wu still didn't speak, only twitched her ears and looked into the distance. Dong Chung grinned. Oh, it should be Major Lei and the others. They've arrived. What should I do? Wu, they are all my puppets now. 6 injured soldiers came out, each with blank eyes, all looking at Dong Chung, waiting for his command. Wu lowered her head and looked at Dong Chung. Have you taken control of all the leaders? Dong Chung shrugged.
Yes.
They all get hurt sometimes, right? I was just treating their wounds and doing some hypnosis at the same time. Whenever I need them, they can become my puppets. Wu sneered. So, the people in the neighborhood and the high-level officials at the base are all under your control.
No wonder.
Wu tapped the Ant Queen's head with sharp nails, understanding why the base tolerated Zhou Yuan's actions. They were all under Dongqing's influence. Wu looked at Major Lei with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Dongqing also looked at Major Lei, smiling both innocently and cruelly. How about now? Can't see it? When I don't need them, they act according to their own ideas. But as soon as I need them, they become my most loyal puppets. Wu nodded sincerely and praised, impressive. Then, looking into Dongqing's smiling eyes, Wu asked, what happens after you kill me? Who's next? Dongqing grinned, showing a small row of sharp teeth. Of course, it's Suyu, whom I've raised for so long. He nodded as if seeing through someone's eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Look how quickly she's growing. Her crystal is so delicious. Dongqing spoke casually and freely. Wu looked at the 6 battered soldiers and his tone turned cold. Then try it. Dongqing sneered. His body gradually grew taller, and cockroach-like limbs easily pierced into the Ant Queen's head. His previously smiling face darkened. Dongqing squinted his eyes. Wu, where is the Ant Queen's crystal? Wu tilted his head. Why ask me? Weren't you watching when I killed the Ant Queen? Sumi glanced at Suyu, who was being washed by Xiaohei to remove bloodstains, then turned and headed toward the research institute. The research institute had suffered a big. All the windows were shattered, and occasionally, a few bodies with crows pecked clean could be seen. Zhou Yuan sat solemnly in his office, holding his arm where crows had pecked him. Next to Zhou Yuan was a boy in a wheelchair. Xiang Han looked pale, but his eyes burned with intensity, gazing at Zhou Yuan as if he were a deity. Sumi pushed open the door, saw Xiang Han, and frowned. He was a true oddball. Through repeated excessive experiments and modifications, Xiang Han's body functions were severely damaged, and he would never walk again in his life. This strange boy not only wasn't afraid or disgusted by the research institute, but was obsessed with extreme methods to enhance his powers. Seeing Zhou Yuan's injured arm, Sumi hurried over to help him bandage it. Zhou Yuan looked at Sumi, smiled slightly, and held a look of expectation. Is there something? Sumi paused, then slowly raised her head. I discovered a miracle. After explaining what happened to Suyu, Sumi said slowly when she fell, I realized she had no heartbeat or pulse. But 3 minutes later, she surprisingly
Came back to life.
Sumi looked up and met Zhou Yuan's bright, startling eyes, feeling a strange sense of unease. Zhou Yuan's lips trembled. He gently reached out, holding Sumi's face, forcing her to look at him. Are you sure? Was she really dead at that time?
Sumi nodded.
I'm sure. She had no pulse, no heartbeat, no breathing. With that much blood loss, she was definitely dead. Zhou Yuan slowly looked up at the ceiling, trembling and looking wild. Not only does she have healing powers, but she also has the ability to regenerate. What a perfect and wonderful experiment subject. A middle-aged man with his right leg turned into bones by crows shouted, clutching a pile of corpses, broken heads, stark white bones, dirty intestines dragging on the ground. He supported himself with his hands, half of his body leaning forward as he moved. He reached the crowd. Pushing past a few people, he staggered and fell in front of Suyu. His face, covered in blood, was numb. "Please save my child," he begged. Gently placing the broken body of his child on the ground, his eyes filled with worry and pleading.
Please.
"Save her." She kept crying in pain. He gently touched her delicate face, as if unaware that the child was already dead. Suyu's fingers trembled as she touched the broken neck. The man pressed tightly against her fingers, but there was no glow of healing water flowing to soothe the pain. His face, numb and slightly tilted up, looked humble and pleading. I have no supplies left. Please save the child first. I will go borrow some. I can borrow. I can do it." The man begged humbly. Suyu sighed, grabbing his wrist.
Look.
The glow of healing water flowed from Suyu's fingers, circling around the man's leg. The wound gradually stopped bleeding, and the torn skin began to quickly scab over. The man was stunned, confused as to why Suyu didn't treat the child but treated him instead. Suyu spoke softly, "I can only heal the living." Then her hand moved to the child's broken neck. The man paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed, tears and despair pouring from his eyes. A long time passed. The man could no longer make a sound in his throat. Gently, he picked up his daughter's head and body from the ground. After stumbling a few times, he stood up. This time he shouted, "Tangdang is not afraid. Daddy will take you to see the doctor." But his eyes were full of hopelessness and sadness. He didn't stay in front of Suyu. Limping, he held the child and slowly walked out of the city wall. Zhongyang looked at the man walking away and then glanced at the injured people around Suyu. He lowered his eyelids and gently held Suyu's trembling fingers. For the first time, he spoke softly to Suyu, "Do you want to rest for a while?" Suyu shook her head. Her eyes, filled with red veins, swept over the people nearby. "Keep going." Suyu spent 2 hours using her special power to save some of the dying. Then she looked up at the bright sky. The sky was blue, and the sun was scorching the earth. The high temperature of 56 degrees caused the bodies to decay quickly, filling the base with a sense of death and decay.
Suyu.
Mu Shui ran over. She looked at Suyu, who was exhausted and holding her dog, then paused before speaking. "Suyu, Liao Duan just went out alone." Suyu suddenly opened her eyes, stunned for a second, then asked, "He went out?" "Yes, he went out." He looked strange, like he was in a daze. "I tried to talk to him, but he ignored me and just walked away." Suyu handed her dog to Mu Shui and immediately ran toward the direction Mu Shui mentioned. Chasing and asking along the way, she finally confirmed that Liao Yuan left the base and headed toward the cliff. Suyu stopped, her heart pounding fast. The ant swarm came from the valley, so Liao Yuan wasn't going to the valley. He was going toward the ant swarm. Her gaze darkened as she looked toward the direction of the ant swarm. There, waiting for her, was Dong Chung or Wu. Liao Yuan's condition was clearly abnormal, so there was only one possibility: Dong Chung. Holding the knife handle, Suyu's body trembled slightly. She knew this was a trap, and her powers were almost exhausted. But could she back down? She couldn't just leave Liao Yuan to face Dong Chung alone. Suyu turned around, planning to return to the base for help, but then stopped. For Dong Chung, who could control powers, the more people went, the better it was for him. Suyu clenched her teeth and stepped into the forest alone. Soon, she saw Liao Yuan. He was walking slowly past the corpse of the Ant Queen, his eyes vacant, like a puppet. Suyu looked at the pile of ant corpses and curled her fingers. There are no signs of Wu or Dongqing here, but 6 familiar soldiers are present. Major General Lei and the other 5 soldiers all have something piercing their chests, with dried blood around the wounds. The wounds are strange. Their edges are uneven, not like cuts from a knife, but more like scratches from a jagged object. Suyu checked their breathing. They are all dead. After examining the bodies, Suyu's expression grew very serious. These soldiers are very pitiful. They fought hard to protect the base, but died here after the base was saved. Su Yu tidied Major General Lei's collar, then stood up and followed Liao Dayuan. She must find out why these soldiers died. Not long after Su Yu left, the already dead Major General Lei suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze unfocused. He sat upright suddenly, with a knife pressed against him and a yellow talisman behind his back. Dark red patterns shimmered faintly with gold in the sunlight. If Su Yu were still here, she would recognize that it was a Wu's Tang sword. The handle of the Tang sword was covered in blood, but the yellow talisman was not soaked, and its patterns were clear and mysterious. Major General Lei grasped the Tang sword, and the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously, golden flames slowly spreading from his back across his body. Finally, the flames disappeared. There were no burn marks on Major General Lei's body. After grabbing the Tang sword, he leapt up, moving so quickly he disappeared into the forest. Liao Dayuan walked slowly, as if deliberately leading Su Yu. Su Yu also moved slowly. They kept pace so she wouldn't lose him. After about an hour of walking, Su Yu arrived near the Rift Valley. This valley appeared after a drought and earthquake. The base hadn't sent anyone to investigate. They only said that aerial footage was too dark to see clearly, but it was certain that the valley was very deep. Liao Dayuan stopped, and Su Yu heard sounds of fighting. There was no explosive energy, only the clash of blades. Su Yu moved behind a bush. The Wu without a mask looked very disheveled. His furry ears had a tear, bleeding constantly. His expression was grim, and he kept swinging the Tang sword at Dong Cheng. Dong Cheng had already turned into a cockroach-like form, with shiny, oily limbs covered in fine, jagged teeth. At this moment, Dong Cheng had the upper hand. The exhausted Wu staggered, blood constantly flowing from his mouth, but he never let go of the Tang sword, fighting desperately against Dong Cheng's attacks. Dong Cheng was agile. With a leap, he drove his front limbs directly into the Wu's chest. Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Her mind told her she should go help, but she was too afraid to move. Not because she was afraid of fighting Dong Cheng, but because she worried that if she went out, Dong Cheng might control her and cause harm to Wu. While Su Yu hesitated and struggled with her fear, Liao Dayuan, who had been standing still, suddenly rushed forward. He held a large stone and, with a blank look, threw it directly at Wu, who was in a bad position.
Bang!
Wu quickly dodged, reacting fast enough not to be hit. Instead, Wu suddenly pulled, trying to hold back Dong Cheng, who was trying to block Liao Dayuan's attack. But Liao Dayuan suddenly stopped, freezing just before hitting Dong Cheng with a stone. Dong Cheng reacted quickly, swinging his front leg like a cockroach, and Wu was knocked 2 meters away. As he hit the ground, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Liao Dayuan immediately rushed toward Wu, but Su Yu stopped him midway. She pulled out a knife and hit Liao Dayuan on the back of his head, knocking him out. Wu looked up at Su Yu, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Dong Cheng looked at Su Yu, showing a hint of helplessness. Su Yu stayed where she was, not moving. Wu struggled to get up again and swung his knife at Dong Cheng. They fought again. Su Yu tightly gripped her knife, sweat soaking her back. She watched Wu being overwhelmed once more, her hands trembling. She wanted to help, but she was afraid that what she saw was what Dong Cheng wanted her to see.
Su Yu didn't dare to take the risk.
Suddenly, a loud sound. Wu's shoulder was pierced. He pressed his hand against Dong Cheng's, then turned to shout at Su Yu leave. Su Yu instinctively took a few steps forward, but then stopped abruptly. What should she do? Was what she saw real or fake? If it was fake, that was okay. But what if it was real? Watching Wu die right in front of her? Su Yu clenched her fingers, her mind telling her that Liao Dayuan was leading her into a trap. Dong Cheng had no reason not to control her to help him fight Wu, right? Standing still, Su Yu gritted her teeth and didn't move. At that moment, Wu let out a muffled groan. He flipped his palm, and a dagger slipped out of his sleeve. His eyes were cold as he stabbed directly at Dong Cheng. Dong Cheng reacted too late to fully dodge. The dagger pierced his abdomen. Dong Cheng stiffened. Wu kicked him away, pulled out the dagger, and blood splattered everywhere. Seizing the chance, Wu held a straight sword in his right hand and a dagger in his left, wielding both blades to attack Dongcheng. Just then, a shadow swept past and knocked Wu to the ground. Suyu was stunned, feeling a chill run down her back. It was Major General Lei. His right hand surprisingly turned into a cockroach's front limb, and at this moment, that limb pierced through the witch's body, pinning him to the tree trunk. Suyu's vision darkened, and her steps involuntarily moved toward the witch. The witch looked at Suyu, his pupils shrinking, and roared, "Get away! Watch out behind you!" Suyu instinctively pressed her hand on the hilt of her knife, drew it, and prepared to stab backward. But she quickly realized she was acting impulsively. She tried to stop, but her body was out of control. Suddenly, the warrior's knife stabbed into the chest of the person behind. Suyu watched as Dongcheng was pierced, tears uncontrollably falling from her eyes. Realizing she was being controlled, Suyu trembled all over, but couldn't move her body. Dongcheng looked at the tears in Suyu's eyes and sighed softly. He seemed to say something, but Suyu couldn't hear it. She couldn't hear Dongcheng's voice. With force, Suyu clenched her wrist, aware of what was about to happen. Her eyes turned bloodshot. Dongcheng held Suyu's wrist, seemingly trying to stop her, but in the next moment, warm blood flowed from the corner of Suyu's eye. Shueyu's pupils shrank. Only then did he notice that Suyu's eyes seemed to have been cut by something sharp, blood dripping continuously. Suyu had just used the last bit of her special power inside her to blind herself. The moment her eyes lost light, the restraints on her body broke. She was free. Suyu couldn't see the witch's expression. At this moment, she was fully awake. From the very beginning, the roles of the witch and Dongcheng had been switched in Suyu's perception. So everything was explained, why Dongcheng, who had sharp limbs, didn't cause real harm to the witch. Because those limbs belonged to the witch's arm, not the cockroach's front limb. And the tang knife that the witch always held was actually Dongcheng's cockroach front limb. Liao Deyuan's appearance and all his actions were meant to make Suyu believe that the miserable Dongcheng, who was constantly oppressed and beaten, was the true witch. Shui looked at Suyu, whose eyes kept bleeding, his eyelids trembling slightly. He gently removed Suyu's wrist and took the tang knife that had pierced into her body. Suyu only heard his clear, smiling voice say, "The beauty gifts me the golden miso sword. How can I repay her with the jade of Yingqiang?" He pulled out the knife from her body, blood soaking his hand. Dongcheng, nailed to the tree trunk by General Lei's tang knife, looked pale and his eyes were heavy. The warrior's sword spun in the witch's hand. Then in the next second, with a soft thud, the handle trembled and the warrior's sword stabbed into Dongcheng's head, pinning him to the tree trunk. Dongcheng's eyes widened as blood dripped from his forehead. Lieutenant General Lei drew his sword and stopped, standing still. Shueyu covered his chest, blood seeping through his fingertips onto the ground. Shueyu had reached his limit. His supernatural energy was exhausted. Without a crystal to replenish it, he fought Dongcheng for 5 hours straight. In the end, they could only resort to hand-to-hand combat. But Wu Dui looked at Suyu, knowing from the omen that he might die. Wu Dui held Suyu's trembling shoulder. Suyu only heard the sudden silence around him, unaware of what was happening. Wu Dui stared cautiously at the slowly crawling big cockroach. His eyes flickered with caution. He was about to lose his balance. Wu Dui took a deep breath and drew a flute from his waist. As soon as he played the flute, Lieutenant General Lei moved again. Wu Dui controlled Lei to take the crystal from Dongcheng.
Bang!
The sharp, sawtooth-like limbs pierced into Lei's head. Wu Dui's pupils shrank. So, it was true, Dongcheng's body and mind both had powerful healing abilities. He had been pretending to be dead. Wu Dui chuckled softly. As expected of a cockroach. Suyu heard the noise but couldn't see anything. He felt uneasy, worried about Wu Dui's health and the potential danger. Lei's head was shattered, and a small, icy blue crystal the size of a thumb fell out. Dongcheng caught it and stood up from behind Lei's slowly collapsing body. His face was rosy, and the wound in his head was healing visibly fast. Wu Dui pinched Suyu's shoulder and stepped in front of her.
Sui's fingers trembled.
Was it not over yet? I'm telling you, Lei Yong, you're just determined to fight me, Dongqing said with a smile as he approached step by step. Even though I've already controlled you, you still managed to escape at the last moment. That's what soldiers are like, strong-willed. Kesuke, even in death, you don't give me peace of mind. You used corpse control magic to seriously injure me and escape before. Now you're still using that trick. Dongqing tucked the icy crystal into his pocket, looked calmly at Wu Dui, and asked with a smile, "Why do you think I still have supernatural abilities?" Wu Dui didn't answer. He gently stroked the bone flute with his fingers. Suyu's weapons were gone. Her eyes were blind, her supernatural energy depleted, and she had no crystals. She kept thinking about what to do next. Dongqing's gaze swept over Suyu's eyes, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. He stepped closer and continued because, originally, there were 3 healing-type supernatural users in the base. The wizard didn't speak but suddenly pressed down on Suyu's hand. After pausing for a moment, he patted it and then released his grip. He took a few steps forward, completely blocking Suyu behind him. Suyu felt as if something the size of a chestnut was being placed in her hand. Her heart raced. It's a crystal. This move was secretive. To Dongqing, it looked like a pair of lovers about to die saying their final goodbye. Dongqing didn't say who the person was, but he seemed to be reminiscing, with a strange expression. I took out his crystal, but didn't use it. Until just now, I swallowed it whole. Such a delicious taste. Even a D-grade crystal is so tasty. Suyu's crystal must be even more delicious. As he spoke, Dongqing's eyes sharpened. His black, shiny wings spread out, and he swooped towards Suyu. The wizard flicked his windbone flute, covering his mouth. A strange, tight melody echoed through the forest. Just as Dongqing flew in front of him, 5 figures leapt out from the woods.
Bang!
A dirt wall blocked Dongqing's attack. A fireball shot toward him, and he quickly dodged. Seeing the 5 soldiers he had personally defeated, Dongqing's face twisted in anger. After regaining consciousness, Lei Yong had cut the legs off these soldiers himself. He thought they were useless and ended their lives, but why, after they died? Were they still as agile as when alive? Dongqing's expression grew darker. Facing 5 veteran soldiers from the base, wounds appeared on his body. He circled in the air, flying toward the wizard standing still and continuously blowing the bone flute. The wizard looked up slightly. His silver-gray dog ears, missing one, trembled gently. The sound of the flute suddenly became sharp and intense. One of the wounded soldiers with a broken leg picked up a tang sword from Major Lei. Swish! The tang sword, wrapped in vine-like plant abilities, swept toward the flying cockroach in the air. Blood from the wizard's chest dripped steadily as the flute played, forming dried blood beads. Dongqing narrowly avoided. The cockroach could fly, but not for long. Its wings, mainly for protection, were retracted and Dongqing landed. His wounds kept healing. Although his powers weren't exhausted, he didn't want to delay any longer. Liao Deyuan, who had been knocked out, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Dongqing embraced Liao Deyuan's shoulders, standing behind him as if holding a hostage. All attacks stopped at this moment. The wizard's gaze was fixed on Dongqing, his face pale as paper. Liao Deyuan looked blank, shouting hoarsely, "Girl, save me." Suyu suddenly turned around. She closed her eyes tightly, her fingers trembling slightly. Dongqing held the jagged front limb across Liao Deyuan's neck, smiling softly. "Wu, if you dare let these corpses move forward again, I will kill him." The 5 bodies indeed stopped attacking, standing still. Wu's chest blood flowed more fiercely. He trembled, covering his chest, with dark red blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Suyu reached out and grabbed Wu's arm, sending a soothing force to ease his pain. However, Wu's chest wound showed no sign of improvement and continued to bleed. Wu sighed inwardly. Indeed, his master's corpse control magic required sacrificing vitality. This cost was so great that even healing magic couldn't fix it. Wu put down his flute, and the 5 corpses instantly collapsed to the ground. In the few seconds they lost control, their bodies dried quickly, turning into mummies. Dongcheng laughed arrogantly. In his view, Wu had already lost all his tricks. Wu staggered and fell to the ground, his once dark hair rapidly turning white. Seeing Wu's hair mixed with white strands, Dongcheng approached with a smile. Suyu felt Wu's body trembling constantly and hurried to support him. Dongcheng, holding Liao Dayuan, walked over. He pushed Liao Dayuan aside, who then picked up a tang sword from the ground and approached Suyu. Suyu closed his eyes. He couldn't see, but he could hear the footsteps. Wu looked up at Liao Dayuan approaching, his expression emotionless.
Bang!
The tang sword suddenly stabbed back, moving at an almost eerie speed toward Dongcheng. Wu seized the sword instantly and stabbed at Dongcheng. This time, Dongcheng was hit. The tang sword pierced his eyes and stuck into the ground. But he was not dead yet. His front limb pierced deeply into Wu's throat, and their blood mixed, staining the dusk forest red. Suyu, open your eyes. Suyu heard Wu's faint voice, filled with the gurgling sound of blood rushing. He opened his eyes, his pupils shrinking, then quickly knocked out Liao Dayuan. One hand poured water into Dongcheng's nose and mouth, while the other placed on Wu's throat to channel healing energy. Wu strained with both hands, gripping the tang sword and slicing. Dongcheng's head was split open. Watching the wound heal rapidly, Suyu acted quickly and reached inside to pull. Dongcheng struggled constantly, with water flowing into his abdomen. Suyu's hand finally grasped the crystals inside. Wu's face grew paler. Dongcheng's front limb pierced his throat. Despite Suyu's continuous healing, the limb remained lodged in his throat, moving uncontrollably. Blood kept dripping. Suyu had already grabbed Dongcheng's crystal, but her hand was stuck in his healing wound. Suyu became furious, kneeling and pressing down on Dongcheng's face, using her strength constantly. Gurgling sounds of flesh being disturbed made Suyu almost go mad. Wu's body gradually softened and finally looked at Suyu. Wu pressed one hand on Dongcheng's front limb and clasped his legs around Dongcheng's neck. Dongcheng seemed to realize he was doomed and went wild, his wings trembling. He suddenly soared into the air, crashing straight toward the valley. Suyu refused to let go, tightly holding Dongcheng's crystal, with half her hand stuck in his healing skull. Wu's legs squeezed tightly, and both were instantly carried by Dongcheng to the side of the valley. Wu's pupils shrank, his previously broken dog claws suddenly pierced into Dongcheng's healing eye socket, grabbing Suyu's hand caught by bones and pulling hard. Sharp bones inside the skull scraped against Wu's palm, causing blood and flesh to fly. Suyu's hand was wrapped in Wu's, and with his strong body and extraordinary power, he pulled it out. The crystal was pulled out of Suyu's body, and Dongcheng immediately lost his life. His wings went stiff and hung down. The 3 of them fell rapidly from above the valley. Wu suddenly pushed Suyu's hand forcefully. His strength was very powerful, and Suyu was instantly thrown out, falling to the ground. Suyu panicked for a moment and quickly tried to use water flow to trap Wu, pulling him up from above the valley. Just as the water flow was released, a dagger stabbed into his chest. All his supernatural powers were cut off instantly. At the last moment before falling into the valley, Wu saw Liao Dayuan holding a dagger, stabbing it into Suyu's heart. And the dead Dongcheng had a faint smile on his face. Wu's final thought as he fell was, is this Dongcheng's last counterattack? Luckily, Dongcheng really died this time. Fortunately, he always carried a water crystal, and it was used this time. The dagger in Suyu's hand was pulled out by Suyu himself. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Liao Dayuan. Liao Dayuan's eyes were dull. After stabbing Suyu, he fainted. Suyu staggered and collapsed at the edge of the valley. Wu. Her desperate cry echoed through the valley, and she cried loudly on the ground. Mushue had been waiting at the gate of the base. She originally wanted to follow Suyu, but there were too many things happening inside. The supernatural beings whose bodies had changed were left behind to help with disaster relief and rebuilding. Yang He had just finished moving things and saw Mu Shui standing on the wall looking out, so he came over to comfort her. Don't worry, I will finish what I need to do soon. Then we can go together. Mu Shui pinched the broken city wall nervously. Yang He looked up at the dark night sky. Seeing the bright, beautiful moon, he sighed. The moon is really pretty. But it's a pity it appears at such a time.
Suyu.
From afar, Mu Shui saw Suyu. Her face was pale, and she was half carrying someone. Mu Shui hurried over, took the person from her, and saw blood on Suyu's face and body. Her heart clenched.
Suyu.
What happened? Suyu walked forward blankly, her face expressionless, like a walking corpse. Major Lei and 5 other soldiers were killed by Dongcheng. Their bodies are near the behind the ant colony.
Mu.
Mu and the dead Dongcheng fell into the together. Dongcheng also has a third type of power, a mental control ability. Most of the leaders at the base are under his control. Mu Shui and Yang He were stunned by these cold, emotionless words. Zhang Yang had just burned the bodies when he heard about Suyu's accident and hurried back. In the dilapidated villa, Suyu was packing her gear, stuffing 2 bundles of 30-meter ropes into her backpack. She stood up and headed outside. The dog anxiously followed her.
Suyu.
Zhang Yang ran in and stopped her. Where are you going? To the bottom of to find someone. Suyu pushed Zhang Yang aside, her face expressionless as she walked out. Zhang Yang was anxious, grabbing her shoulder. Are you crazy? Are you going to find someone or just look for trouble? Do you know how deep that is? Over 50 meters. The walls are steep and slanting down. He's already fallen.
He's dead.
He'll be shattered if he hits the bottom. Suyu didn't listen and ignored Zhang Yang's protests, walking out. Helpless, Zhang Yang hugged Suyu from behind, refusing to let go. When Xiao He returned, he saw Zhang Yang with a swollen face from Suyu hitting him, but still holding her waist and refusing to loosen his grip. Xiao He took a deep breath and quickly said, Suyu, many children at the base are still waiting for you to save them. You, none of my business. Before Xiao He finished, he saw Suyu's emotionless eyes staring at him without blinking. He swallowed the rest of his words, sensing that if he said one more thing, he would be hit again. Zhang Yang glared at him angrily, scoffing at him as a coward. Suyu was annoyed by Zhang Yang's constant teasing and reached out to use her supernatural power. Xiao He took a deep breath, but Mu Shui suddenly ran over and said, Liao Yuan has woken up. Suyu paused, finally showing a hint of human emotion in her eyes. Mu Shui held Suyu's arm and said, Go see him. He wanted to end his life, but Yang He stopped him. Liao Yuan was lying on the bed. When he saw Suyu come in, tears fell down his face. I'm sorry, girl.
I'm sorry.
Liao Yuan kept muttering, his voice trembling and looking very old. Suyu's lips moved slightly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Her face was expressionless, but her tone softened. It's not your fault. It's Dongcheng's. Liao Yuan cried silently. After he finished crying, he shakily took out a letter from his wallet. Before the ant swarm arrived, a witch came to see me and told me to give this to you when you're upset. Suyu looked at the Pikachu-printed envelope, her hand trembling. The witch's handwriting was unexpectedly neat and beautiful. A letter from Shuiyu to Suyu and Kami. I hope you won't feel sad about my situation. If you do, it means our time together was very precious. I hope you are brave enough to see everything from a broader perspective. Then you will realize that an ending isn't necessarily sad. It just means a better new beginning is about to start. Suyu, Kami. The universe has great intentions, and mountains and rivers will always meet. If I were alive, we would see each other again. Yours love, Shuiyu. Over the next 3 days, Suyu searched for people in the Valley of Cracks during the day and used her supernatural powers at night to treat seriously injured soldiers and civilians in the base. At the bottom of the Valley of Cracks, there was a patch of rotting flesh and bones, looking like the body of Dongcheng. Suyu didn't find any remains of the witch among the broken flesh, only found a Tang sword. The Tang sword was washed to a nearby underground waterway deep inside the valley. The underground river was very deep. Suyu spent several days searching for the witch's traces, but found nothing. Zhang Yang sat beside the underground waterway. Finding this waterway was good news for the base. Many water quality inspectors were there testing the water. Zhang Yang held a rope, the other end of which was with Suyu. The underground waterway was complex with many tunnels. To ensure Suyu could return safely, Zhang Yang used this simple method. Looking at Zhang Yang's frowning face, Little Black sat beside him and comforted. Don't worry. She won't cut the rope and run away. If she tries to leave, she has to wait until communication devices are working again. She will only leave after getting accurate news from her parents. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, she wants to leave for her family.
What about me?
Little Black scratched the back of his head sincerely and said, why don't you stay and join me? With my dad's support, we won't go hungry. Suyu was swept down by the rushing underground river. The rope in her hand caught on the winding cave wall. Her body tensed, and she could only swim back and pull on the rope. In the dark water, the rope was stretched very straight. She pulled again, but couldn't move it, suspecting the rope might have reached its end. She looked at the dark cave entrance ahead, hesitating. Should she turn back? The entrance was large enough for a person to pass through. If the wizard was caught in the water, they might have gone through this cave. Suyu didn't want to give up. The underground river was complex, with strong underwater currents. The deeper she went, the more cave entrances she found. Over the past few days, she had seen 182 entrances, but only 12 were passable. She marked each of these 12 entrances on the rock wall and checked them one by one. Some led back to the other side of the rift valley. Others were too small for a person to pass. Suyu quietly looked at the cave entrance ahead. It was new and unexplored. She didn't want to give up even a little hope. Thinking of this, she untied the rope from her wrist, used a glow-in-the-dark pen to mark the rock wall, turned on her underwater flashlight, and swam toward the cave. Behind her, the loose part of the rope floated with the water current. But the other end was still tight. Behind the winding rock wall, a four-fingered webbed claw reached out and pinched the rope. In the dark water, the claw pressed onto the glow-in-the-dark mark. Oh! Zhang Yang looked at the time. It was already evening at 7 o'clock. He tugged the rope back and forth 5 times, making 3 long pulls and 2 short ones. After waiting a long time with no response from the other end, Zhang Yang started to panic. He pulled the rope several more times and found it was very tight, but still no response. Oh no! Zhang Yang cursed softly and quickly asked Little Black for help. The two of them slowly pulled a rope back together. The rope was quite long. During the pull, they encountered some resistance, but after half an hour, the other end of the rope was pulled out of the water. A bloated, pale, swollen corpse was pulled up. The corpse was tied with a rope at the waist, with the other end still attached. Suyu continued to dive, marking each fork in the tunnel. Finally, the waterway ahead widened, and Suyu was swept away by the strong current.
Bang!
Suyu, like a dead fish, fell to the ground with a loud thud. After a long pause, Suyu slowly got up, the underwater flashlight on his head emitting a faint white glow. This was a very wide water cave filled with many stalactites, and the ground was slippery. Water kept flowing out from the cave entrance where Suyu had entered, but because the ground was tilted at about 45 degrees, the water flowed downhill. There wasn't much water pooling on the. A foul smell of decay mixed with a dull moldy odor filled the air. The ground was very slippery, and Suyu almost crawled on his hands and knees to reach the top of the. There was a narrow, about 1 meter wide, from which the smell was coming. Suyu silently prayed it wasn't a rotten corpse of a cursed creature, then squeezed into the. Inside there was a wider flat area. As Suyu peeked out, he saw several bodies piled together. He gasped sharply. Some were human, others were unknown animals. The bodies were rotting and swollen, most of them already bloated beyond recognition. Suyu forced himself to walk inside, searching the pile for any sign of the cursed creature. Good, it wasn't there. Relieved, Suyu was about to leave when he heard movement among the bodies. He quickly drew his sword and hid behind a rocky corner. Just as he was about to turn off his headlamp, one of the bodies suddenly burst open.
Bang!
A splash of dark, slimy liquid and torn flesh sprayed out, but Suyu used a water shield to block it. He felt like ing, but carefully covered his mouth. Inside the burst body, many tiny, dark creatures were spewing out. Suyu looked at the small creatures falling in front of him and felt his worldview shattering. They were about the size of a thumb, tiny tadpoles. Unlike normal tadpoles, these were larger, with legs already grown, but their tails hadn't shed yet and were very long. These creatures had come out of the corpse's belly. Suyu stared at the writhing tadpoles on the ground and immediately wanted to leave. Clack, clack. Just as Suyu stood up, he heard sticky, squishy footsteps. He quickly turned off his headlamp and tried to hide behind the rocks. Clack, clack. The strange footsteps came from behind then gradually faded into it. In the dark underground cave, Suyu couldn't see the other person's face. That thing was a few meters behind the rock wall, where Suyu was.
Croak.
It made a loud, strong sound. Suyu clenched his knife handle tightly.
Bang!
The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Then, the sticky footsteps moved closer to Suyu.
Whoosh!
Something rushed towards Suyu. Luckily, Suyu had already prepared a water ball for himself. The thing collided with the water ball and was pushed away by its force. Suyu quickly turned on his headlamp and saw a bright red long tongue retracting. Just a few meters in front of Suyu, there was a big green frog. The frog was about the size of a large dog. It was staring directly at Suyu. Under the frog's feet, there was a person lying down, someone Suyu knew. It was a water quality researcher. Suyu didn't see his face clearly, but he was wearing the standard uniform of the exploration team, with his name tag on his back. His name was Zhang Dequan. Suyu didn't know if the person was alive or dead, but he could guess from the thumb movement that the situation was probably not good. The small tadpoles that had been scattered on the ground had crawled under the pile of corpses, looking dark and creepy.
Croak.
The frog croaked again, and its bright red tongue shot towards Suyu. Suyu used the water ball to protect himself. The Tang sword emerged from the water ball and swung at the tongue. Sizzle. The Tang sword cut the tongue, and the mucus on it splattered everywhere. The stalactites on the ground were immediately corroded into small holes by the mucus. Suyu was surprised. His sword's blade was still shiny and smooth, with no damage at all. The frog's tongue was cut but didn't break off, which surprised Suyu. It seemed this mutated frog had very thick skin. The frog curled its tongue and suddenly jumped up, charging straight at Suyu.
Bang!
The narrow space in the corner of the rock wall made it impossible to dodge. The water ball and the frog collided, and the water ball seemed to be about to break. Suyu's Tang sword struck the frog's belly hard, but the belly was like a very elastic ball, bouncing the sword back, without any damage. Suyu was stunned. He often cut others, but now he was being bounced back by a frog. The frog pressed down on Suyu's stomach, flattening the water ball, and Suyu was also squeezed inside, gasping for air. It was impossible to use his supernatural power to drown the frog. Should he try to burst the frog's belly instead? The next moment, the frog immediately secreted a pool of water. After secretion, the water became sticky and corrosive, eating a large hole in Suyu's water bubble membrane. Suyu's face turned pale in shock. A stream of water wrapped around the frog and forcefully poured into its body. Soon, Suyu sensed something was wrong. The water he poured in quickly seeped out from the frog's surface and became thick and viscous. The water bubble completely burst. Suyu was pressed beneath the frog, and the sticky liquid dripped onto him, causing his skin to burn and sting intensely.
Ugh.
Suyu couldn't even shout. The mucus quickly corroded his clothes and skin, which was soon entirely worn away. Suyu twitched in pain. Without skin protection, his bones came into contact with the mucus and began to burn and corrode violently. Just as the mucus was about to drip onto Suyu's internal organs, a soft, glowing blue membrane completely wrapped around his body. The mucus fell onto the glowing membrane, which showed no signs of corrosion, but the glow gradually faded. Suyu felt his internal energy rapidly draining away. He immediately activated his powers, forcing them into the frog's body. The glow was slowly consumed by the mucus. Suyu's mind went blank, and his hollow, corroded eyeballs stared fixedly at the frog above. His powers seeped into every corner of the frog's body, quickly merging with its blood. Suyu controlled his energy to extract water from the frog's blood. This was a very slow process that consumed a lot of his energy. If he could only choose one way to use his energy. Suyu moved his fingers, struggling to hold onto a small healing crystal about the size of a chestnut. He removed the glowing membrane and focused all his energy on extracting water from the frog. The sound of continuous corrosion echoed. Suyu's skin kept healing and then being corroded again by the mucus. The pain made him think, "Why am I not dead yet?" Pain and reason fought inside him. Suyu almost stopped his energy flow because of the pain, but he remembered that he was stabbed in the heart and couldn't deliver his energy to trap the witch. The tearing sensation and guilt forced him to continue intermittently. The healing crystal in his hand was gradually used up. The frog above finally realized the danger. It struggled to escape, but couldn't break free from Suyu's penetrating energy. Only 1/3 of the water in the frog's blood was extracted.
Bang!
The frog died. There were no visible wounds on its surface, but it had indeed lost its life. Suyu's corroded skin healed quickly, and within just 3 minutes, there were no visible wounds on her body. Suyu sat up. Although her body had healed, the pain from the corrosion still made her soul tremble deeply. Just as she was about to pry open the frog's skull, a faint sound suddenly came from above. Suyu looked up sharply. The corroded headlamp emitted only a very faint glow, but she still saw what was happening above. Behind the hanging stalactites, there were countless small frogs about the size of a palm.
Croak.
One of them called out. Drop, drop. Suddenly, countless small drops of sticky, corrosive liquid fell from the ceiling. Suyu quickly pulled over Zhang Dequan, who had been lying still on the ground, and used a constantly spinning water vortex to block above them. The water vortex spun rapidly, flinging some of the falling slime away, but the slime was very corrosive. If it touched the water would be dissolved and become thick and sticky. Suyu cursed softly as she manipulated the difficult-to-control water vortex and used her powers again to drill into the small frogs above. Honestly, she couldn't every frog with her powers, but she could affect most of them. This time, she still targeted the frog's blood, but with a slight difference. She only extracted a small amount of water from the blood, then used the flow of blood to directly inject that tiny bit of water into the frog's brains. She wanted to see if she could make them drink water, and then Suyu thought of the group of crows and curled her lips.
Bang!
That tiny amount of water exploded inside the frog's brains, causing them to fall one after another. Clatter, clatter. The frogs hit the ground with a satisfying sound. Suyu threw the sticky water vortex directly into the pile of corpses hiding the tadpoles. Sizzle, sizzle. The corpses immediately began to corrode, emitting a foul, nauseating smell. There weren't many frogs left. Suyu used the water vortex to smash them repeatedly against the rock wall. She thought that smashing the frogs wouldn't kill them, but after acting, she realized she overestimated them. They didn't have the same tough defenses as the big frogs. After a few hits, they were gone, reunited with their family. The tadpoles that remained were even easier to deal with. One stomp, one sound. Zhang Dequan was in bad shape, with a bloated belly and large areas of corrosion on his skin. Suyu gave him a large sip of healing elemental water, hoping to kill the frog larvae inside his body. Suyu stayed in the cave for 2 hours, carefully removing the brains of all the frogs. Inside the big frog's brain, there was a water-type crystal with a strange pattern, about the size of a chestnut, but weighing less than half of Dong Cheng's healing crystals. There was also a crystal with the same pattern and color as the big snake's brain, about the size of a thumb, likely an A-grade crystal. Most of the small frogs had water-type crystals about the size of a small bean, with patterns similar to the big frog's crystal, with ripples and some flowing green bubbles inside. Suyu packed a handful of these small crystals into her portable box. Without hesitation, she absorbed the big frog's water crystal. After absorbing the crystal, Suyu didn't feel any special change. She checked Zhang Dequan's breathing and felt a bit better. She wasn't sure if the tadpoles in his stomach had been killed by her healing water. Suyu was caught in a dilemma. It was fine for Suyu to go back alone. She wouldn't drown in the water now. But Zhang Dequan might not be able to manage. It would take about 40 minutes to return from here to the Rift Valley, and Suyu wasn't sure how long her waterless zone control could last. Thinking of this, Suyu considered leaving first to get an oxygen tank for Zhang Dequan. Seeing his face turn red and him remain unconscious, Suyu was worried that if she left, his condition might worsen without her. In the end, Suyu decided to take him with her. After all, she had just absorbed the big frog's water crystal, and if that didn't work, she still had a box of small frog crystals. Zhang Dequan wasn't fat, but because he had tadpoles all over his body, his belly looked like he was pregnant, swollen and large. Suyu couldn't carry him alone, so she dragged him out of the underground crevice to the. She placed him down, entered the water cave first, then used her powers to draw water to pull Zhang Dequan into the cave. She tied him with his back facing her, then used her abilities to create a small waterless zone around herself and Zhang Dequan. Because they kept moving, controlling this waterless zone was difficult, and Suyu moved very slowly. She kept track of their progress, stopping and starting, and after about 10 minutes of water intake, she felt her energy depleting. Reluctantly, Suyu took out the small frog crystals, held them in her hand, replenished her powers, and continued forward. Zhang Dequan woke up halfway because he was tied with his back to Suyu, who was behind him. When he woke up, he panicked and struggled a few times. This caused A to suddenly open in the already fragile waterless area. Water rushed in, nearly drowning Zhang Dequan. Suyu quickly adjusted her powers just in time, saving Zhang Dequan's life. Because of the drowning, Zhang Dequan fainted. As they walked, a light appeared ahead. Suyu squinted and saw it looked like Xiaohei. Xiaohei had been searching for Suyu in the tunnel for 4 hours and was almost going crazy. When Xiaohei saw Suyu, he hurried over. Seeing Suyu's pale face, he immediately took over to keep the waterless zone stable for the three of them. Suyu sighed in relief. Thankful Xiaohei appeared. Without him, she might not have managed alone. Xiaohei kept complaining about how long he had been searching and getting lost in the tunnels. Suyu frowned. Didn't I mark the way? Xiaohei's face darkened. Do you want me to look at your marks? Can I understand them? Suyu was stunned. I ask you, what does LGLSSL mean? Suyu replied, it means dead end. Xiaohei choked. And MLGJQKK? Suyu said, I haven't been there. Let's go see. They took turns using their powers and finally, guided by Suyu's markings, they returned to the valley. Zhang Yang was squatting by the river, and when he saw the water moving, he reached out to pull them up. The three of them climbed ashore. Suyu first checked Zhang Dequan's condition, then explained what had happened to Zhang Yang and the water quality team. When Zhang Yang heard, his face turned green. There were so many frogs below. Suyu signaled the exploration team to take Zhang Dequan back to the base for surgery. The tadpoles inside his stomach, whether alive or dead, had to be removed. Everyone climbed back to the surface and returned to the base together. Suyu was a bit tired today and collapsed onto bed in room 301. The whole team had assigned tasks except her. Everyone else had daily duties. Holding her dog, Suyu still couldn't sleep. Since the incident with Wu, she hadn't been able to sleep at night. If she hadn't used her powers daily to maintain her health, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Kaimi snuggled into Suyu's arms, then suddenly stood up, pawing at her ears, and let out a confused yowl. This time, Suyu understood. She lowered her eyelashes and softly said to her dog, Wu is left for something. Kaimi understood and, with his ears drooping, lay down somewhat disappointed. Suyu saw that dog was feeling sad and felt very distressed. She gently patted dog's head and took out a letter from the drawer, reading it aloud to Kaimi, word by word. Kaimi perked up its ears and listened carefully. Small animals don't really understand the complex expressions of humans. It understood the content of the letter but couldn't grasp the loneliness and sadness in its owner's eyes when reading it. Kaimi licked Suyu's fingertips, then rested its head on Suyu's lap and fell into a deep sleep. Suyu spent a month searching the Rift Waterway. She checked all the tunnels but found no sign of the wizard. She had to give up on the plan to find someone. In mid-June, the weather grew hotter. The ground temperature reached 62 degrees Celsius. After more than a month of repairs, the city walls of the base were finally fixed by Earth elemental abilities. Because a floor collapsed, the base built several large factories. The large dormitories inside the factories were used to temporarily house the people. Suyu spent time every day treating injured people in a factory set aside for that purpose, offering free medical care. Almost everyone in the base was very friendly to her. One day, under Suyu's persistent questioning, Manhwa told her that Yun Province had responded. The encrypted message, translated by the communicator, was handed to Suyu. She read the letter with trembling fingers. It said that Suyu's father left the base on April 2nd to find supplies and never returned. Suyu's mother was still at the base, but she was badly injured when the revival happened. Her body was severely decayed. Luckily, she was quickly taken to the base for treatment and was barely holding on. Suyu's father gained Earth elemental abilities shortly after entering the base, was recruited by the base, and was doing relatively well. However, the medical expenses for Suyu's mother were very high, and her father's earnings from working for the base couldn't cover her treatment. So, Suyu's father often left the base to find supplies after work. Unexpectedly, in April, he went out as usual and never came back. Suyu's body trembled involuntarily. She couldn't imagine how her father would avoid disaster if he was not at the base during the second revival. She also couldn't imagine what would happen to her seriously ill mother without her father's protection in this hot, dry weather. Suyu's fingers trembled as she clutched the letter tightly. She tried to stay calm and asked the communicator, "May I ask, when was this reply sent?" The correspondent had a good attitude towards Suyu. Previously, when the base had an incident, Suyu had treated him, so when he heard Suyu's questions, he knew what Suyu wanted to know. This letter was sent from Yun Province and was returned 38 days after we sent our message. Because the revival caused earthquakes nationwide, we only saw the message from Yun Province after we repaired our equipment. Suyu calculated in her mind that she sent the message in early April, specifically on the 5th. That same night, an earthquake occurred. Then in mid-May, an army of ants attacked. Since then, a month has passed. This means the letter was sent from Yun Province in mid-May, but at that time, our base was experiencing a massacre by crows and the ant army. So, by the time our equipment was fixed and Suyu saw the letter, it was a month later than when Yun Province sent it. A month can bring many changes.
Suyu panicked.
She quickly asked the communications officer to send a message to Yun Province, requesting that their base take care of her mother first and not let her treatment stop. She promised to rush to Yun Province immediately and pay for her medical expenses during this period. Seeing Suyu's pale face, the officer comforted her again. Actually, this letter was sent by a major general surnamed Su from Yun Province.
Suyu was surprised.
Sernamshu? May I ask, what is the sender's name? The officer looked around and lowered his voice. His name is Su.
Shushu?
The orphan that Suyu's parents supported since childhood? Suyu knew Su very well. Her father was once the head of the city fire department. The family was well off. When Suyu was born, she was in poor health, and her parents didn't have the energy to have another child. As a child, Suyu was often sick, suffering from frequent illnesses and serious ones too. Her parents decided to donate their time and resources to a local orphanage and named the boy Su. Some might say it was a superstitious act, but her parents believed it was to bring good fortune to their daughter.
Suyu gradually recovered.
Su was introverted and lived at Suyu's house when they were young. He rarely spoke, and when Suyu went to play with him, he ignored her. When Suyu was in her 3rd year of middle school, Su was admitted to a military academy. Since then, he had been abroad most of the time. When he returned for holidays, he still didn't speak much, so Su-yu's relationship with him was quite distant, and she didn't really understand him. Su-yu was surprised that Su-su had risen to a high position in Yun Province's base, but after the initial shock, she felt relieved. Regardless of how Su-su treats others, she should take some time to care for her mother when her father is not around. Thinking of this, Su-yu couldn't wait to go home. After thanking the communication officer and saying goodbye, Su-yu quickly used almost all her data credits to buy some supplies. She first went to find Liao Deyuan and told him she was leaving. "Uncle, are you coming with me?" Su-yu's expression was blank, but showed a hint of hope. Liao Deyuan hesitated, his throat tightening. Did he want to go? Yes, he did. But he couldn't. He felt guilty towards Su-yu, having caused trouble for Wu, and he was just an ordinary person. Staying with Su-yu would only bring her more problems. He couldn't hold her back anymore. "Girl, be careful on the road. It's dangerous outside. I'm too old to go with you." Su-yu was stunned, and then lowered her head in helplessness. Yes, she was too selfish. In this world, not only are there external dangers, but the outside temperature is also harsh. How could Liao Deyuan endure it? Su-yu clenched her fingers, took a deep breath, and handed her supplies to Liao Deyuan. "Uncle, I will send a message to the base when I get there." Liao Deyuan turned away and nodded. After Su-yu left, Liao Deyuan turned around and looked at the closed door, tears welling up in his eyes. Next, Su-yu went to find Mu Shui and Yang He. After asking Mu Shui to help take care of Liao Deyuan, she returned to room 301. Zhang Yang was standing at her door, looking a bit worn out. Su-yu called Zhang Yang inside, closed the door, and said, "Zhang Yang, I am planning to leave." Zhang Yang stiffened, and after a long pause, he courageously asked, "Can you not go?" Su-yu shook her head. "No, I have family there. I must go back." Zhang Yang opened his mouth, looking confused and helpless. "If you leave, what about me?" Su-yu was surprised, then the room fell into silence. After a moment of silence, a fair hand reached out to Zhang Yang. In Su-yu's cold but tentative voice, she asked, "Do you want to leave with me?" Zhang Yang stared at Su-yu's hand for a long time before finally reaching out and holding it. He said, "Okay." Su-yu's heart tightened. She was worried that Zhang Yang might face danger and lose his life if they left together. She quickly explained, "It's hot outside and there might be many dangers. Are you sure you want to go?" Zhang Yang wiped his eyes, looked up at Su-yu, and tightened his grip on her hand. "You probably don't want to take me, right?" Su-yu was stunned and shook her head. Zhang Yang snorted coldly and turned his head away. The young master, say what I mean and will never regret it." "Stop talking, I'm already annoyed." After saying that, Zhang Yang continued to chatter. "I need to prepare more supplies, or else I might starve when I follow you." Then he got up and left. Su-yu and Guzi exchanged glances. Su-yu quietly said to Guzi, "Let's wait until we leave the base to tell him about your space." The two of them whispered and planned. Zhang Yang hurried to the exchange center to trade for supplies. Both were preparing to leave the base. While Zhang Yang was getting ready, Su-yu went in the morning to visit Liao Deyuan, and at noon, she went to the injured factory to treat the wounded. A thin little girl ran over, squatting in front of Su-yu. She looked at Su-yu with big eyes, full of admiration and respect. This girl was rescued by Su-yu from a crow's beak. Her name was Xiaoxi. Seeing her legs, which had been gnawed down to just bones, gradually develop thin muscles, Su-yu smiled. Xiaoxi held Su-yu's hand and shook it. "Sister Su, if I keep healing for another month, will I be able to recover normally?" Su-yu was stunned. She thought about leaving soon and didn't know how to answer. Seeing Xiaoxi's hopeful expression, Su-yu remembered the large amount of healing water she had left in the base, and she nodded with a smile. "Xiaoxi, exercise well and massage your legs carefully. One day, Xiaoxi will recover." Xiaoxi immediately smiled with her eyes crinkling. She turned to some familiar patients and said, "Yay! Xiaoxi will get better." Sister Su said Xiaoxi will get better. Suddenly, the factory was filled with happy laughter. Zhang Yang was busy preparing eagerly, while Suyu was worried about how to exchange so many crystals for Little Black. Now the land was dry, cracked, and the trees had turned yellow. There were no rivers anywhere. Without rivers or lakes, it was hard to find water crystals. The crystals from the frogs killed in the dark river had all been used up. Suyu was troubled. She took out all her crystals: Dongqing's body enhancement crystal, control system crystal, Wu Chun's wood system crystal, the big snake and big frog's body enhancement crystals, the control system crystal from the big octopus in her space, and the potato's wood system crystal. She took out the control system crystal and the potato crystal and put the rest into a box. Except for Wu Chun's crystal. All the others were rare. After packing the crystals into the box, Suyu went to find Little Black. After learning about Suyu's purpose, Xiaohei simply said there was no need to repay him. Suyu's contributions to the base were significant, and those crystals were considered a reward. Seeing Xiaohei's pale face and heavy dark circles, with no smile on his usually cheerful face, Suyu asked, "Xiaohei, have you been facing any trouble lately?" A hint of worry flashed across Xiaohei's tired face. "It's nothing serious, just that a weapon in the base went out of control. My dad was nearby and got accidentally hurt. Recently, he's been forcing me to handle things at the base with him." Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately asked if he needed help from the boss to treat his father. Xiaohei shook his head. "My dad has a strange personality. He never accepts treatment from healing-type abilities. Plus, after the incident with Dongqing, he's become even more cautious. Actually, his injury isn't serious. He just needs to rest. It's just that I've been upset about the base's problems lately." Seeing Suyu and the dog, both with somewhat gossiping looks, Xiaohei couldn't help but pour out his feelings. "You wouldn't believe it. Mu Shue's dad is always making things difficult for me." Next, Suyu heard some gossip about the high-ranking officials of the base. There are 3 top leaders. One is Lu Jun, Xiaohei's father, who is the strongest ability user among them and has significant influence. Another is Mu Shue's father, Mu Qichong, who holds a special position because of his influence in the military. The last is Song Jigua, the father of Song Mingjun, who is behind the original first hunting team. Among the 3, Song Jigua is the weakest. After the battle with the ant and crow, Song Jigua lost his last son. Due to old age and overexertion from past injuries, he gradually lost interest in managing the base. Now, he holds a nominal position in the high command. The other 2, Lu Jun and Mu Qichong, have begun to secretly compete for control of the base. Meanwhile, the weapons in the base were out of control, accidentally injuring Lu Jun. While Lu Jun was bedridden, Mu Qichong started to take the lead. So, Xiaohei, who was forced by his father to stay close and handle the base affairs, was also partly in his father's plan to see him take power. "By the way, do you know that out-of-control biochemical weapon?" Xiaohei stroked his dog, looking somewhat wistful. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. "Yes, Uncle Qi." Xiaohei nodded. "The drug we developed to control him while he was asleep no longer works. He's now locked inside a metal room behind the water plant."
Suyu was surprised.
A new room had indeed been built behind the water plant, looking plain from the outside. He hadn't expected that Uncle Qi was being kept inside. "Can I go see him?" Just from afar, for a quick look. Suyu was still a bit concerned about Uncle Qi. Xiaohei nodded and took Suyu and the dog outside the house. The house had no windows. From the outside, it looked like a brick building. But Xiaohei said the inside was made of special metal, and the door could only be opened from the outside. It couldn't be opened from inside. Suyu didn't see Uncle Qi, and there was no one guarding the door, which seemed strange. Such an important place, no one guarding it? Xiaohei smiled. "No need to guard. The door is made of special metal and can only be opened with a special key." Suyu nodded, and then went to the Plant Research Institute. Old Zhao saw Suyu, and in just a few months, he looked 20 years older. "Our plants all died. They're gone. Everything is gone." Old Zhao looked at the cracked land and the blowing yellow dust, his eyes empty. Suyu stayed silent and left. Soon it was time to leave. Mu Shue came to say goodbye to Suyu. Zhang Yang carried a heavy bag and held 2 large bags in his hands. Xiaohei came out to see off Zhongyang. After chatting and joking with each other, Suyu took the map Mu Shui gave her and left the base gate. Suyu waited outside for a long time, but didn't see Liao Deyuan. Kaimi was stuffed into Suyu's bag and carried in front of her, with her and the dog waiting anxiously. Zhongyang kept sweating. Once outside, even at midnight, the temperature was still over 50 degrees. Plus, he was carrying a lot of things. Seeing Suyu looking so relaxed, Zhongyang rolled his eyes. Luckily, I brought some stuff, or I'd be starving to death on the road with her. After waiting half an hour, Suyu lowered her eyes but was reluctant to leave just like that. A parrot flew over, and he made a face. Uncle Liao told me to tell you, Lu Yuan, to leave early. He won't see you off. Suyu gently rubbed the dog's ear, nodded softly, and turned to leave. Mu Shui still felt uneasy and followed her for a while. Outside the base, on an open space, stood a young girl.
Suyu was surprised.
Xiaoxi? Why was Xiaoxi outside the base alone? Xiaoxi looked up, her eyes fixed on Suyu. Big sister, how come you're here? The girl's tone was a bit cold. Suyu frowned but saw that the girl was sweating from the heat outside, her clothes soaked. She sent a mist of water over to her. Feeling the cool breeze wash over her, Xiaoxi lowered her eyes and spoke softly with reluctance. Big sister, Xiaoxi is hot. Can you carry Xiaoxi back home? Suyu looked at Xiaoxi's thin legs, which had only a light layer of muscle, feeling a bit sad but not rushing over. Instead, she asked Xiaoxi, why are you here? Xiaoxi, who can't walk for long, shouldn't be outside the base alone. Xiaoxi rubbed her nose and said, I argued with Mom. She said I was naughty and brought me here to think about what I did before going back. Suyu stayed still. Xiaoxi's mother is a very gentle woman who loves her daughter deeply. Suyu found this strange, but didn't move closer. Mu Shui and Yang he exchanged glances, feeling something was off but seeing Suyu's calm reaction, they said nothing. Seeing Suyu not moving, Xiaoxi staggered over and asked, Big sister, I'm scared. Can you take me back? Xiaoxi stumbled, and Suyu watched coldly without trying to comfort her.
Zhang lo get confuset.
Seeing a small child stumble, he didn't rush to catch her at first. Only after Xiaoxi fell heavily with a loud thump did he quickly throw what he was holding to help her. Zhongyang hurriedly put down his things and tried to help, but Suyu reached out to stop him. Zhongyang picked Xiaoxi up and saw her knee bleeding, feeling helpless. Suyu stepped a few paces closer, her gaze cold as she looked at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi was crying softly in Zhongyang's arms. As Zhongyang held her, he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. Suyu swiftly used water to sweep away the tiny syringe Xiaoxi was holding and threw it on the ground. Some liquid had already been injected, and Zhongyang shivered as he released Xiaoxi, touching his neck in disbelief. Xiaoxi looked quietly at Zhongyang, who soon realized he could no longer use his powers. Yang he immediately supported Zhongyang, one eye turning into a golden vertical pupil. You were injected with a drug that suppresses your abilities. Suyu grabbed Zhongyang's arm, channeling her powers while asking, Why did you do this? Xiaoxi froze under Suyu's intense gaze. Although Su Jia usually had little expression, her eyes carried warmth. Today, her eyes were very cold. Xiaoxi stretched out her hand and pouted. Big sister, let's go back. Suyu didn't pick her up but pulled Zhongyang and continued walking away. Sure enough, after just a few steps, a dozen people in black surrounded Suyu. Zhou Yuan and Sumi stood behind the black-clad figures. Suyu was amused by these people's actions. Yang he saw Zhou Yuan, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Now, even the simplest person would realize that the research institute wanted to capture Suyu to use as a test subject. Mu Shui stared blankly at the group of black-clad people, her fingers trembling. She saw Suyu walk past her and started crying and shouting, Big sister, you're lying. You said you would always stay with Xiaoxi and help fix her leg. Why are you leaving?
Why?
The sharp voice of the child pierced Suyu's heart, and her fists clenched tighter. Xiaoxi continued crying and making a fuss. You said you would heal my leg. You're lying. Why are you leaving? I won't let you go. You can't abandon me. Zhang Yang's forehead veins bulged, unable to use his powers now. There were so many people blocking the way ahead, and he didn't know what to do. Suyu suddenly let out a light laugh, surprising Xiaoxi. Next moment, a viscous, transparent liquid appeared in Suyu's hand.
Ah!
The liquid splashed onto Xiaoxi's knees, sizzling and corroding with a hissing sound, while the girl's screams echoed across the open space. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes. This perfect test subject truly surprised him. In just a few seconds, all the muscles that had grown back on Xiaoxi's legs due to treatment were completely corroded away, revealing her white, bony legs, just like when Suyu first saw her. Xiaoxi fainted from the pain. Suyu took out a copper bell from her pocket, given to her by Wu. It was the same bell Wu had given her when the Ant Queen appeared. Wu had told her that if she encountered Zhou Yuan, she should ring this bell. Suyu stroked the bell, and under the moonlight, she saw inside the bell the tooth that Zhou Yuan had lost. She removed the soft foam holding the bell in place and gently shook it. The teeth inside struck the wall of the bell, causing Zhou Yuan's face to change drastically.
Ugh!
Almost instantly, Zhou Yuan covered his head, as if needles were stabbing him. The pain was so intense he wished he could faint. Professor Zhou! Sumi screamed and hurried to help him. When she saw that Zhou Yuan was biting his tongue from the pain and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth, she shouted in fear. Mu Shui looked at the familiar figure stepping out from among the black-clad people, his father's secretary. Mu Shui was reluctant to accept this fact, but she had to face it. The secretary waved his hand, and the group of black-clad people immediately used their powers to attack Suyu.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and a needle shot toward Suyu. Suyu quickly formed a water sphere with her left hand, drew her tang sword with her right, and hung the bell on her wrist.
Clang!
She cut the incoming needle with her sword, and then put water spheres on all the black-clad people's heads. As Suyu moved, the copper bell on her wrist kept making faint sounds. Zhou Yuan was already in so much pain that he bit his tongue until it bled. Blood kept flowing out. Sumi and the secretary immediately released his chin, saving Zhou Yuan's life. Mu Shui stared at the secretary, with her eyes red. She transformed into a praying mantis with her arms and rushed toward the crowd. These people, considering her status, did not fight back. Soon, Mu Shui reached the secretary. Did Dad send you? Her eyes were red. The secretary nodded. Yes, our mission is to bring Suyu back to the research institute.
Why?
Mu Shui didn't understand or get it. The secretary looked at Zhou Yuan. Recently, Zhou Yuan conducted an experiment to someone of their special abilities. This experiment can successfully take away a person's power and through surgery and later merging, make another person have someone else's special talent.
Mu Shui froze.
The secretary patiently explained, Miss, once we bring her back, you will have a rare healing ability. You should cooperate with us to catch her. Tears fell from Mu Shui's eyes. She shouted and tried to cut the secretary's head with her mantis arm.
Bang!
A metal blade appeared in front of the secretary, clashing with Mu Shui's mantis arm and sparking. The secretary sighed, glanced at the pickup truck behind him, and said softly, Anyway, Miss, you will inherit Suyu's ability. Why not just disable this mantis arm? After saying that, the metal blade suddenly flew up and sharply cut Mu Shui's arms.
Splash!
Blood sprayed out, and Mu Shui's mantis arm was cut off and flew away. Mu Shui's pupils shrank.
How could this be?
How was his metal ability so strong? It must be at SS level, right?
Mu Shui's vision blurred.
As she fell backward, she saw Yang He's panicked eyes. Yang He caught the dismembered Mu Shui in his arms, eyes filled with rage, but he had no way to help her against the secretary. The secretary's metal blade aimed at Yang He and Mu Shui. He disliked this half-sister, but there was nothing he could do. Mu Shui's talent was outstanding, and her father valued her.
But now...
He looked at his metal blade. His ability was originally weak, but Zhou Yuan had done that stripping experiment for him. He was the second person in the base to conduct this experiment, and he had taken the metal crystals from 4 disabled soldiers. Unlike the usual method of directly absorbing crystals to enhance abilities, his experiment involved deprivation, which guarantees that all abilities carried by the crystal bearer are inherited completely. Because of this experiment, he perfectly inherited 4 A-grade metal-type abilities, and he himself advanced from a B-grade to an SS-grade metal-type ability. The secretary looked down slightly, observing Mu Shui and Yang He with a calm expression. Yang He held Mu Shui in his arms, trying to retreat, but suddenly was pressed against the throat by a metal blade. Yang He's golden vertical pupils slowly shrank into it, and his hands holding Mu Shui trembled. Just as the metal blade was about to pierce his skin, a sizzling sound was heard. Yang He turned around sharply and saw more than 20 black-clad people lying wet on the ground, apparently choking on water and unconscious. The metal blade pressed against him was corroded and lost its original shape. Suyu stepped forward slowly, keeping his eyes fixed on the secretary with a neutral expression. The secretary narrowed his eyes, glanced at the fallen black-clad figures, and a flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. A glowing water membrane wrapped around Mu Shui. Suyu said to Yang He, "Take her away." Yang He immediately picked up Mu Shui and ran toward the base's main gate. Zhang Yang wanted to help but was stopped by Yang He. "Your abilities haven't recovered yet. Don't go as a free hostage." Zhang Yang glared annoyed at the little girl with corroded legs who fainted, cursing himself for being so foolish, and then quickly followed Yang He to the base gate. Yang He wanted to find Xiaohei for help inside the base, but just as he reached the gate, a figure in a wheelchair quietly blocked the way. Yang He's pupils shrank. Xiang Han had thin limbs, wrinkled skin, a long, bony neck leaning awkwardly, and a shriveled head resting on the wheelchair armrest. He looked very unhealthy, strange, and frightening. The 3 stopped. Xiang Han's dark eyes first glanced at Suyu, who was fighting with the secretary in the distance, a flicker of hatred in his eyes, then shifted his gaze to Yang He. "Actually, I should thank you. It was you who sent me into the research institute, giving me the chance to become stronger." Yang He pursed his lips tightly, silently blocking Zhang Yang behind him. Item Han yawned, looking very tired and sluggish. "I'll give you a favor and let you die happily." After speaking, a firewall suddenly rose from the ground, trapping the 3 inside. Almost instantly, they were swallowed by flames. Item Han kept his eyes fixed on Suyu in the distance, ignoring their situation.
Bang!
Suyu's body paused as the glowing soft membrane on Mu Shui's body suddenly exploded, releasing a large amount of water that extinguished the firewall surrounding the 3. Zhang Yang moved his finger, and a fireball shot toward Item Han in the wheelchair. Zhang Yang was glad that he hadn't been injected with much serum and grateful that Suyu kept giving him special powers after the incident. His abilities were now breaking free. Item Han remained still. A water curtain appeared, wrapping around the fireball. The fireball gradually disappeared, leaving only drifting hot steam. Double S fire element. Item Han squinted, a greedy look flashing in his eyes. Although he had inherited all 3 people's fire abilities, he still wanted more, especially since Zhang Yang's fire power was very unique. Zhang Yang didn't expect this weak-looking kid to have water abilities. After cursing softly, a towering flame shot into the sky, heading straight for the base.
Boom!
The fireball hit the square inside the base. The people struck by it screamed in pain for a moment, but soon realized the flames wouldn't hurt them, so they gradually calmed down. Inside the central building, Xiaohei, who was dozing off at a pile of documents, was startled by the noise outside. When he saw the fireball through the window, his brain froze for 2 seconds. Suddenly, he was stunned and quickly rushed outside. At the same time, Item Han and his secretary's faces changed. A hint of anger and hostility appeared in Item Han's eyes, and he felt a surge of heat all over his body.
Go to.
Item Han screamed, determined to finish the fight quickly. Immediately, vines, water balls, and fireballs attacked the 3. Zhang Yang cursed loudly and hurriedly surrounded Yang He and Mu Shui with a firewall. He himself rolled up his sleeves and rushed toward the wheelchair. While the secretary was distracted for a moment, a water ball covered his head. Gurgle, gurgle. A large stream of water poured into his mouth and nose as if it had a mind of its own. The metal blades he had just formed also began to dissolve. Suyu suddenly drew his Tang sword and swung it at his neck.
Bang!
A bullet hit Suyu right between the eyebrows. The Tang sword fell to the ground, blood continuously oozing from his forehead. Suyu's heart stopped for 2 seconds, and glowing light flowed out of his body. His gaze gradually returned from dazedness. His skin healed quickly. But Suyu felt something was very wrong. The bullet's position was near her brain crystal. Suyu felt all her strength suddenly drain away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Her fingers brushed the handle of her sword, and she gasped heavily. Behind the secretary, a middle-aged man sat in the car. His gaze was deep, and the voice came through the walkie-talkie. Report, hit the forehead. She should currently be unable to control her powers freely. Mu Shikang did not respond. He lightly tapped the car window with his fingers, his eyes lingering briefly on the expression of the illegitimate child about to drown, then shifted away. The moment Suyu fell, the bullet just barely stopped against her brain crystal. A sharp, spreading pain and a feeling of weightlessness from her soul being stripped away nearly drove her crazy. Xiaohei hurried to the base gate with a team, but was stopped by soldiers guarding the entrance. Move aside. Xiaohei's eyes were sharp. How dare Mu Shikang send most of the soldiers to guard the gate? A military officer stepped out, his expression complicated but firm. Sorry, Major Liu. We received orders to guard the gate and not let anyone approach. Xiaohei shouted angrily, drew his gun, and aimed at the officer. Open the door. The officer lowered his eyes but refused to back down. Mu Mo, also known as Xiaohei, didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The officer's left shoulder was hit. He staggered a few steps and was supported by other soldiers. Open the door. Mu Mo aimed his gun at another officer, his gaze cold.
Bang!
Outside the base, Zhang Yang was shot in the forehead and collapsed, pinning down the burning, choking Xiang Han. Xiang Han let out a breath of relief, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. This type of bullet was special. There were only 3 in total. Made with reinforced body crystals and deadly toxins extracted from plants, it could bypass Power's defenses and hit the flesh directly. Xiang Han was too weak to get up. After undergoing the deprivation surgery, his body no longer had any autonomous functions. Yang He sensed something was wrong and immediately hugged the just-awake Mu Shui, hiding behind the newly built guard post. Mu Shui's eyes gradually cleared. Her broken arms had stopped bleeding and scabbed over. Mu Chi-chong got out of the car, walked over to the drowning secretary, and without even looking at him, pressed his foot down Suyu's forehead.
Ah!
Suyu let out an unconscious moan. The bullet, because Mu Shikang stepped on it, directly rubbed against the crystal inside her head. Suddenly, Suyu's ears, nose, and mouth spewed out a large amount of dark red blood. The water balloon covering the secretary's head finally burst. Liao Deyuan's body was trembling. He had been following Suyu from a distance from the very beginning. He didn't plan to meet Suyu, just kept a safe distance behind her, as a way to see her off. At this moment, Liao Deyuan's eyes were red. He saw Zhang Yang and Suyu fall to the ground after being hit by bullets, and his fingers clenched tightly. He wanted to go save the girl. Just as he moved a step forward, Yang He's golden pupils locked onto him. Yang He's pupils shrank. Mu Shui noticed Yang He's change and also looked toward the dark corner of the wall. The secretary was lying on the ground, saving her life, but still falling into a coma. Mu Shikang waved his hand. Several researchers stepped out from behind Sumi, tightly binding Suyu and lifting her onto a stretcher. Suyu was carried into the car, and the door was closed. The car slowly started and headed toward the base gate. Sumi immediately went to take the copper bell on Suyu's wrist. Suddenly, Sumi's wrist hurt, and Suyu's cold fingers instantly grabbed her wrist. Next, there were continuous sounds of heavy objects falling inside the carriage. Sumi was stunned for a second. Seeing the researchers inside the carriage fall one after another, she quickly reacted. Just as she was about to shout, Suyu covered her mouth and pressed her firmly onto the stretcher. How could this be? When did the restraints on her body come off? In terror, Sumi felt a sharp pain in her neck and fainted completely. Liao Dayuan took off his mask and glanced sideways at Xiao Sun, who was trembling as he drove ahead. Xiao Sun's forehead was covered in sweat. Through the rear-view mirror, he saw what he shouldn't see. The next one might be him. While trembling uncontrollably, Liao Dayuan suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Thank you." Xiao Sun was stunned, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Liao Dayuan looked deeply at Xiao Sun. Actually, he had been hiding behind the medical box in the car. Xiao Sun saw him, but he didn't expose him. Suyu's eyes were vacant and her consciousness was unclear. Liao Dayuan gently patted her cheek. Suyu's gaze struggled to focus on Liao Dayuan's face.
Knife. Suyu mater.
Liao Dayuan was stunned. The Tang sword had fallen. Now only a surgical knife remained.
Knife. Give me.
Suyu continued to murmur. Liao Dayuan felt helpless and could only take a surgical knife from the medical kit and hand it to Suyu. The moment Suyu took the knife, she stabbed straight at her forehead. Liao Dayuan shouted in surprise and hurriedly tried to stop her, but couldn't. Suyu's grip was very strong. Liao saw clearly as Suyu opened her own forehead, blood and other fluids flowing out. In the next moment, Suyu's other hand dug into her brain.
Ugh. Ugh.
Both Liao and Xiao Sun, who was driving, gasped at the same time. Xiao Sun felt his whole body go numb, but instinctively, he slowed down the car to give Suyu more time. Gurgle, gurgle. Suyu's fingers stirred in the wound, her gaze unfocused, trembling. A faint sound sounded as Suyu removed a bloody bullet from her forehead. Liao's whole body stiffened and hurriedly tried to treat Suyu's wound, feeling helpless. Suddenly, her wrist was squeezed again, stopping her movement. Here you go. A small, sticky, transparent liquid wrapped in a water film appeared in her palm. Behind the water plant, the red brick house, use this to corrode the door lock. Tell Uncle Chi. I'm here, let him come. Get his crystal. Suyu's forehead wound was slowly healing, her voice very soft. Tears welled up in Liao's eyes.
And you? Go.
Uncle, hurry. After speaking, Suyu's forehead wound healed and scabbed over. Suyu flipped her wrist, and the surgical knife was right in the middle of Sumi's forehead. Liao's eyelids twitched. The next moment, a tiny stream of water carried a water element crystal to Suyu's lips.
Bang.
The ambulance door was shattered by a huge water flow. The vehicle was heavily damaged. After a few screeching sounds of tires rubbing, it completely stopped below the city wall. The S-scope was aimed at the empty carriage. A few cold sweat drops ran down his forehead. He only had one last bullet capable of dealing with a supernatural being, but now, the target was gone. Mu Chichang's face changed immediately. He quickly opened the car door, got back inside, and locked the door. He activated the walkie-talkie. Unit 701. Pursue the target. Aller on the city wall responded with received, but the action was not swift. Liao carried a ball of corrosive liquid wrapped in a water film, which Suyu had prepared. He quickly squeezed through a gap below the city wall. A soldier sighed and said to a nearby officer, "It's him again. Do we have to pretend we don't see this time?" The officer looked straight ahead without answering. The soldier smiled and pretended not to see. After all, this uncle had been ignored when they let him go before. Now that they were bringing him back, it seemed reasonable. After Liao Dayuan squeezed through the gap, he saw the little black figure confronting the army in the distance. He didn't look at him and instead ran straight toward the red brick house inside the base. Lumo had already shot and wounded more than 10 soldiers. These soldiers refused to open the door. His face, dressed in black, grew cold. He heard gunfire outside and couldn't imagine how Zhang Yang and Xi would be. This time, Lumo put away his gun and waved to his people. Go, but open the door first. Two groups immediately started fighting. Suddenly, behind the city wall, powers filled the sky, flying back and forth, but few hits actually struck the enemy. Alay, with the 701 squad, jumped down from the wall. All 38 of them were ability users from the army, searching outside the base for Suyu. Xiang Han was pressed to the ground by Zhang Yang. To him, Zhang Yang was just a tiny ant in a deep coma, but he didn't attack him. He wanted to spare Zhang Yang's life and then inherit all his abilities. Footsteps approached. Xiang Han frowned. His view was limited because Zhang Yang was pressing him down, but he sensed something was wrong. A flame spread outward from him. Xiang Han's eyes darted around.
Whoosh.
A cold, icy object shot into his mouth. Before he could scream, it corroded a hole in his throat. The intense pain caused him to lose control of his already fragile ability. Zhang Yang's body was pulled away, and Xiang Han saw a familiar face. Suyu's cold fingers pressed on his forehead. A transparent, corrosive liquid dripped from her fingertips onto his brow. The pain made Xiang Han's eyes glaze over and lose reason. As his body twitched, 3 crystals were pulled out by Suyu's icy fingers. 1 fire type, 1 wood type, and 1 water type. Suyu then drained Xiang Han's water crystal completely. Alei paused, glancing at the crouching figure. Instead of attacking immediately, he shouted, "There!" Startled, Suyu immediately fled into the shadows. Alei and his team chased after her. Suddenly, several exclamations came from inside the city wall. The door was opened. Liao Dayuan, dressed in a white coat, rushed out first from inside. Next, Uncle Chi was dragged out by a group of people, but managed to fly out himself. Lu Ma and the soldiers immediately chased after Uncle Chi, pouring out of the door in a mighty rush. Ariai's steps paused as he exchanged a quick look with the officer guarding the city gate, then both looked away at the same time. When Uncle Chi appeared, the scene quickly became chaotic. The soldiers not only needed to catch Suyu, but also had to control this biological weapon. For a moment, Suyu was given a brief chance to rest. Liao Dayuan was in a tough spot. Uncle Chi was determined to follow Liao Dayuan, believing he could find Suyu. So, Liao ran desperately ahead while Uncle Chi chased from behind. The people brought by Black and the soldiers guarding the city fought hard to stop them. The open space outside the base turned into a mess. Liao was running so hard his throat was dry, but he dared not stop. Finally, Uncle Chi was trapped by more than 10 mutants using vines, and Liao quickly stopped to catch his breath. Suyu crouched by the wall, watching Ariai and his men run past her. She pursed her lips and looked around the high ground. She needed to take out the snipers. The bullets were her biggest threat right now. But Suyu wasn't a professional and couldn't tell where the snipers were in this chaos. So, she focused on Uncle Chi, who had been caught and controlled. "Potato, it's up to you." Feeling guilty, Suyu touched her nose. Then, jumping and running through the crowd's chaos, she moved near Liao Dayuan. Liao was watching Uncle Chi gasp for air, puzzled about why the girl had released Uncle Chi. Could she be trying to create confusion to escape? While thinking this, Liao decided he needed to help Suyu create more chaos so she could escape. Suddenly, a sound of a dog barking came from a car beside Liao. Liao turned his head and saw Suyu hiding under the car chassis, her eyes worried as she looked at him. He quickly pretended not to see her, lowering his voice. "Girl, why aren't you running yet?" Suyu, hiding under the car, also lowered her voice. "Uncle, I'm in a tough spot. Can you still run?" Liao coughed, shifted his position, and used his shadow to hide a strand of Suyu's hair that peeked out from under the car. "Don't worry, your uncle can run back and forth 800 times without getting tired." He covered his mouth with his hand, pretending to observe Uncle Chi carefully. Suyu squinted her eyes. "Uncle, later. Please lead Uncle Chi toward Mu Chichang's car." Liao was stunned, instinctively glancing at the car where Mu Shikang had been earlier. It was surrounded by soldiers, more than 20 of them. Seeing that Uncle Chi was already mostly subdued, Liao Dayuan asked, "But he's already." There was no response. Liao Dayuan looked down and saw that Suyu's figure was gone from under the car. At the same time, Uncle Chi, who was bound with many vines like a rice dumpling, suddenly felt his body loosen. All the vines broke apart at once. Before the other experts could react, they all froze in place. Suyu hid behind the wrecked ambulance and retracted the corrosive liquid from the vines. Xiao Sun sat in the driver's seat, sweating on his forehead, afraid Suyu might come after him next, since he knew too much. With the vines broken, Uncle Chi immediately roared and locked onto Liao Deyuan, who was standing and waving at him. Almost instantly, Uncle Chi chased after Liao Deyuan. Liao Deyuan ran as fast as he could. He was worried that going straight to Mu Shikang would be too obvious, so he circled around the car and then pretended to run aimlessly toward Mu Chichang's vehicle. Mu Shikang sat inside the car, his fingers tightening. The S voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Commander, should I shoot?" Mu Chichang's face darkened. Actually, shooting Liao Deyuan directly would be the best choice. If Liao died, weapon S11. No, now it should be called weapon SS11. Wouldn't come here anymore. But aside from the fact that the bullet was precious and wasting it on an ordinary person was extreme, even if he used normal bullets, shooting an ordinary person like Liao in front of so many people could cause trouble if Lu Jun caught him. "Wait a bit longer," Mu Shikang replied, then rolled down the window and said to the soldier guarding him, "Stop SS11. As soon as Liao Deyuan reached the front of Mu Chichang's guards, he was grabbed and restrained. Meanwhile, Uncle Chi also arrived nearby. Lu Mo's eyes flickered, and he made a gesture to his men to stop the attack. Yang He and Mu Shui hid inside a pavilion. Zhang Yang was lying beside them. Yang He stared straight ahead, eyes fixed on the high ground. "We need to find the quickly." Mu Shui, who had broken both arms and couldn't help, thought for a moment and said, "Liao Deyuan did this on purpose." Yang He nodded. "So he wants to use SS11 to force the S position out. Your eyes can help with this. Keep watch, and if you see the position, go help."
Got it.
The greedy Dada ran out from the underground entrance below the city wall. It searches for eyes among the crowd, but does not see Suyu's figure. However, it detects the smell of Mu Shui's blood nearby. Clack, clack, clack. The greedy dog follows the scent and stops outside the pavilion. Just as it stops, it hears the conversation between two people inside. The greedy dog is stunned for a moment, then turns and runs away. It reaches an open area. Holding the leash, avoiding the busy crowd, the greedy dog sits down and looks around the high ground, searching for something. At this moment, Suyu is hiding among Lu Mo's team. The people around her ignore her, quietly moving to keep her at the back of the group. Suyu crouches low, paying attention to Uncle Chi's movements while scanning the surrounding high ground. Uncle Chi is a hot-tempered person. Seeing no sign of Liao Deyuan and not having seen Suyu for a long time, he gets angry. In his anger, his head suddenly blooms with a flower. The flower opens and keeps growing, aiming at Liao Deyuan, who is guarded by the security team. Liao Deyuan breaks out in a cold sweat and quickly shifts closer to the security team. Mu Chichang's expression changes. Once SS11 blooms, it will cause continuous damage without bloodshed. The security team realizes this too. All control drugs for SS11 have failed, making it a dangerous, out-of-control biological weapon of double S level. Almost instantly, the security team fights Uncle Chi, who is blooming. Liao Deyuan is tied with vines, but still manages to inch toward the inside, constantly scanning the security team and Uncle Chi. The huge flower almost fears no attack. Any abilities thrown at it are swallowed and then spit out, causing great harm. Mu Shikang sneers and pulls out a pistol, shooting Uncle Chi. The gunshot rings out, and Suyu is momentarily stunned. Normal bullets are just ticklish to Uncle Chi, but with the continuous firing of the pistol, Suyu secretly thinks she miscalculated. Yang He also frowns, exchanging glances with Mu Shui. Both look worried. Suyu can no longer stay in Lu Mo's team. She needs to get closer to Uncle Chi to better distinguish the trajectory of the rifle and pistol. She pushes out of the team, takes Lu Mo's coat, and puts it on herself. Then she quickly moves toward Uncle Chi.
Bang, bang, bang.
Mu Shikang keeps shooting at Uncle Chi with his pistol, but his eyes are searching nearby for Suyu's figure. Suddenly, Uncle Chi's flower eyes stare directly at Mu Shikang in the car. Normal bullets are not painful, but very annoying. This person kept bothering him, and he was very angry. Then the mouth on the pedal moved, opening and closing. I
saw you.
Almost instantly, Uncle Chi rushed towards Mu Chi-chang's car. Mu Shikeng paused his gunshot, quickly pulling back into the car.
Bang!
The moment the window was shut, Uncle Chi's flower completely covered the car. The car shook violently as the pedals wrapped around it and lifted it up. Mu Shikeng staggered inside, hitting his head on the window. He turned on the emergency lights and saw that the tiny, sharp teeth inside the pedals had actually bitten through the military vehicle's glass, which he had modified.
Bang!
Gunfire rang out as a bullet hit Uncle Chi's neck. The flower paused briefly, then the large car was expelled from it. The slimy car crashed to the ground. Liao Yuan stared in shock at the scene. So you could only roughly sense one direction but couldn't pinpoint exactly where. He ran toward the city wall while searching along it. After a fired a shot, he was about to pack up and move to a new position when he heard a dog bark behind him. Woof!
Woof! Woof!
He cursed softly and immediately aimed his gun at a yellow countryside dog 5 meters away.
Bang!
The gunshot sounded. Yelp the dog let out a painful cry, then realized it was covered with a water membrane, so it wasn't hurt. The bullet was blocked by the water membrane and fell to the ground. Su stepped onto a water platform and leaped up, then kicked the S wrist, causing it to. Next, Su pressed down on the S head. He paused for a moment. It was an ordinary person. The S eyes widened in shock. Just when he thought he was going to die, Su knocked him out. He searched the bullets on him, then used a corrosive liquid to dissolve everything cleanly. Turning around, he exchanged a glance with the dog and softly said, "Find a place to hide. I'll call you when I need you." The greedy dog drooped its tail in disappointment, grabbed its leash, and left, looking back every few steps. Su sighed and crouched down, vigorously shaking the copper bell. Zhou Yuan, who had received a painkiller injection in the car, was rolling in pain. 2 doctors from the research institute looked at each other, considering whether to give him another painkiller shot. Su was crouched high above, not seeing Zhou Yuan's figure, so he guessed he might be inside the car. His gaze then fell on many vehicles. At that moment, Yang He jumped onto the scene. Su was startled, almost firing his psychic ability directly at his forehead. Yang He was also startled by Su's movements and quickly raised his hands. Su withdrew her hand, her gaze still shifting back and forth over the car. Yang He crouched down, watching the bronze bell in Su's hand swing constantly. He understood that Su was looking for Zhou Yuan, so he helped by searching for Zhou Yuan's figure with his eyes. That white ambulance at 3 o'clock. Yang He quickly found Zhou Yuan. Su scanned the 8 ambulances, finally focusing on the one at 3 o'clock. She squinted, put the bell into her bag, turned to leave, then looked back at Yang He and said, "After Zhou Yuan died, it's likely you took his place. I hope you are different from him." Yang He was stunned, then looked at Su deeply. "I used to want to prove myself too much. Not anymore." Su ignored him and jumped down after setting a water balloon. Although Uncle Chi was hit in the neck, it was clear that his crystal was not in his neck, so he quickly regained his energy. More than 80 ability users surrounded this man-eating flower, unleashing their powers. They didn't go all out because this weapon was the highest level biological weapon in the base, but they had to find a way to control it. Su smoothly reached behind the ambulance.
Bang!
The door, corroded, was easily knocked open by Su. She skillfully knocked out 2 researchers and grabbed Zhou Yuan's neck. After intense pain, Zhou Yuan's mind was no longer normal. Su suddenly loosened her grip. Killing him would be too easy. She poured corrosive liquid into his nose and mouth. Almost instantly, Zhou Yuan's head was corroded, leaving only half. The person was dead. Su left the carriage. She jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and aimed at Mu Shikeng, who had just crawled out of the car. Mu Shikeng looked in Su's direction almost instantly. They made eye contact. "Kill her," Mu Shikeng ordered. Lu Mo was surprised, not to catch her, but to kill her. Lu Mo immediately tried to stop the many soldiers from attacking. After hesitating for a few seconds, the soldiers all used their abilities on Suyu, but their aim was not very good. The moment Suyu became the target, Uncle Chi also quieted down, his eyes on the petals fixed on Suyu. Suyu kept dodging and jumping among the abilities. She noticed that whenever she tried to approach or attack Mu Shikang, the soldiers would really go all out. But if she didn't intend to attack Mu Shikang, they held back. Suyu sighed, realizing she couldn't kill this evil creature. As she was thinking, Mu Chi-chong threw a metal blade in her direction. It wasn't aimed at Suyu. The blade cut through the vines on Uncle Chi, causing him to immediately attack Suyu. Mu Chi-chong stood still, watching coldly as Suyu was overwhelmed and swallowed by SS-11. Suyu once again entered Uncle Chi's flower. She had anticipated this and quickly cast a water shield around herself. Although Uncle Chi wrapped her up, she was temporarily safe from harm. Suyu took out a potato crystal and waved it near Uncle Chi's throat. "We've fought many times, and I've grown attached to you. How about I return the crystal, and we call it even?" The flower suddenly contracted, squeezing Suyu's water shield until it flattened. Suyu's expression darkened. "Do you really want to fight to the death? Can't we just part ways peacefully?" As soon as she finished speaking, the inner wall of the petals secreted a lot of red liquid. Her water shield was corroded and broke apart. Suyu hissed and aimed a large blob of corrosive liquid at Uncle Chi's throat. Lu Mo watched helplessly as the enormous carnivorous flower swayed violently. White smoke billowed from his body, making him look very strange. Suyu used a stream of water to enlarge Uncle Chi's throat. The person slid down the throat, and inside Uncle Chi's belly, she saw a familiar small potato among some vines. The small potato, wrapped in vines, opened its crimson eyes and stared at Suyu with hatred.
Suyu Smirket. I see you now.
The small potato was furious. It felt its crystal's presence in this human, but it also realized something frustrating. With its current strength, it couldn't defeat this human. Suyu looked into the small potato's crimson eyes, clicked her tongue, and reached out to grab it. The small potato tried to dodge, but couldn't escape. Wherever her fingers touched, the vines were dissolved by a transparent, corrosive liquid. "Don't." The small potato was anxious. Suyu narrowed her eyes, kept moving her hand, and listened to the sizzling sound of the vines being corroded. She admitted she felt a rare sense of happiness. "Part ways. Part ways." The small potato hurriedly shouted. Suyu stopped. Normally, these mutated plant creatures should be honest, but after dealing with the small potato once, she wasn't sure if it had learned to be sneaky, like humans. Not sure, so she decided to wait and see. Little Potato saw Suyu stop and quickly spoke. "You said you'd return the crystal. We're even now." Suyu nodded. Seeing Suyu nod, Little Potato looked at him. Since Suyu didn't make any move to take the crystal, Little Potato said, "Give me the crystal. We're even now." Suyu withdrew his hand from Little Potato and said softly, "Help me kill someone, and I'll return the crystal to you. Then we're even." Little Potato's red eyes paused for a moment, and his body started trembling again. "You lied to me. You can't be trusted." Suyu pressed his hand on Little Potato again, and Little Potato immediately calmed down. "I didn't lie. Just kill the person who just shot at you, and I'll give you back the crystal. Then we're even." Feeling the sting of the corrosive liquid on his body, Little Potato realized arguing was useless. He said, "Fine, I'll kill him. You give me the crystal, and we're even." Suyu narrowed his eyes, released Little Potato, but felt a pang of worry. He thought, "It's over. Little Potato is finally thinking." Mu Shikang was supported by Arai, and everyone looked at the large flower. Suddenly, the flower trembled and spat out a person. Liao Dayuan's eyelids twitched.
It was Suyu.
Her face was pale, her eyes closed tightly. When she was spat out, the water ball on her body burst, and she appeared to be unconscious. Liao Dayuan rushed towards Suyu, but was stopped by several soldiers. He was furious. After being spat out, the flower twisted its bloom toward Mu Shikang. The soldiers quickly stood in front of Mu Shikang. The flower spat out a stream of red liquid, splashing onto the soldiers, who immediately screamed as they were burned. A chaotic fight broke out. Liao Deyuan broke free from the soldier's grip, dragged the nearly trampled Suyu aside, and crouched behind a car. He was trembling all over. Suyu sighed and slowly opened her eyes. Meeting Liao Deyuan's worried gaze, she put her finger to her lips to signal silence. Liao Deyuan immediately pressed his lips together and stayed silent. Suyu looked around and spotted her weak secretary hiding behind a car. She smiled slightly at Liao Deyuan, waved her hand, and then quickly crawled out from his embrace, moving cautiously. Liao Deyuan nervously looked around, worried someone might notice Suyu's whereabouts. The secretary was rescued after choking on water earlier. Now he is awake, but he did not participate in the chaos. His main goal now is to find a way to catch Suyu. His recent behavior disappointed his father, so he can only try to regain his image by capturing Suyu. Just as he was thinking this, he felt a dampness pass by him. He immediately turned around, and the metal blade in his hand was corroded clean. He opened his mouth to shout for help, but suddenly was struck by a powerful force, flying several meters and crashing to a car. Suyu paused and looked at Mu Shui, who had lost both arms. They exchanged a glance, and Suyu quickly spat out a corrosive liquid. The liquid pierced through the back of the secretary's head, and Suyu decisively pulled out a crystal from his brain. It was a beautiful golden crystal, likely SS grade. Although about the size of a chestnut, it was very light and felt strange. Mu Shui approached, still unsteady on her feet without arms. Seeing Suyu's puzzled expression, she explained her conversation with the secretary. Deprivation experiment?
Suyu frowned.
This thing sounded very sinister. No wonder it was created by Zhou Yuanan. Mu Shui watched as Suyu stored the crystal away and asked, "Are you going to kill my father?"
Suyu nodded slightly.
Mu Shui nodded back, her expression complicated. Suyu ignored Mu Shui and turned to find Wu's Tang sword. He sheathed the sword and carried it on his back. Then he looked at Little Potato. Although Little Potato is SS grade and managed to escape from many other abilities users earlier, mainly because the army didn't want to seriously hurt such a rare SS weapon, now things are different. Little Potato now wants to kill the high-level leaders of the base, so the abilities users no longer hold back.
Soon, Little Potato was at a disadvantage.
However, Little Potato might be too straightforward. When it decided to kill Mu Shikang, it fought desperately, and no one could stop it. Mu Shikang was unharmed, but had several wounds. Suddenly, a plant called the man-eating flower was engulfed in towering flames, burning fiercely and letting out a piercing scream. Suyu frowned. It seemed Little Potato was done for. He immediately made a move, rushing straight toward Mu Shikang. Mu Chichang's neck was scratched by vines, leaving a small but significant wound. Multiple parts of his body were pierced by vines. Though not seriously injured, he was panicked because Suyu disappeared. Just as he thought this, a lace suddenly blocked him with a dirt wall. The dirt wall was corroded, forming a large hole. Mu Chichang suddenly turned around and realized that Suyu had already reached him. Alay's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't want to hurt Suyu, but he also wouldn't let Suyu harm Mu Chichang. Mu Chichang took a few steps back and hid behind several soldiers. Suyu pursed his lips, trembling with his fingers. Just a moment ago, he was so close to defeating Mu Chichang. Facing Alay's unwavering gaze, Suyu felt a strange sense of frustration rising inside him.
Suyu!
Mu Shui's shout came from the crowd. Mu Shui staggered through the crowd and stood beside Alay, also blocking Mu Chichang behind her. Suyu's pupils shrank, and his teeth clenched with a grinding sound. Mu Shui, what do you mean? Suyu's voice trembled slightly. Mu Shui's voice also trembled. Suyu, he is my only family in this world. Suyu's face grew completely cold. At that moment, the potato in the flames let out a scream and was completely burned by the fire. Everything was decided. Suyu couldn't describe what he felt inside. He only felt his heart trembling. Mu Chichang glanced at Mu Shui, his eyes emotionless, and simply ordered to capture Suyu.
Mu Shui spoke again, Dad.
Please let Suyu go." She turned around and knelt heavily in front of Mu Chi-chang. Seeing this, the soldiers didn't rush to attack, but secretly guarded Suyu. A cold glint flashed in Mu Chi-chang's eyes. "A Shui. She wants to kill me." Mu Shui moved forward a few steps, kneeling in front of Mu Chi-chang. Tears fell onto the ground as she said, "Dad, she has saved me many times." Mu Chi-chang looked at his daughter, whose arms were broken, but he felt no pity. Instead, he felt disgust. If it weren't for the need to keep her for experiments to control her, he would rather have her head cut off today than just her arms. "Get up." Mu Chi-chang coldly looked away, no longer paying attention to Mu Shui, and once again ordered the soldiers around, "Capture Suyu." Lei clenched his teeth and had no choice but to attack first. Suyu cursed softly and quickly summoned a water wall to block. This time, the soldiers were serious. Suyu couldn't hold out for half an hour before being captured. Lu Mo led people to rescue Suyu, and two groups of people clashed again. During the fight, Lu Mo squeezed through and secretly untied the vines on Suyu. Suyu looked at the charred potato, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Mu Chi-chang coldly watched the battle scene. When he saw Suyu regain her freedom, he immediately shouted again. The soldiers quickly turned their attention to Suyu. Mu Chi-chang's chest heaved constantly, and he noticed that his subordinates were somewhat holding back. He felt angry but powerless.
Suddenly, Mu Chi-chang's chest tachet.
He widened his eyes and looked down, seeing Mu Shui, who had been kneeling in front of him, standing up at some point. At this moment, his daughter was biting down on a dagger, which was stabbed into his heart. Mu Shui's eyes showed no emotion, only determination and coldness. Her teeth were clenched so tightly that blood seeped from the corners of her mouth. Mu Chi-chang's lips immediately turned dark purple. There was poison on the blade. This dagger was given to Mu Shui by him himself. He had once given her a dagger to win her over and make her serve him. He never expected this. Never expected. Mu Chi-chang's lips trembled, and he collapsed backward. Mu Shui released the dagger, tears slipping from the corner of her eye. A gasp came from the crowd. Suyu saw Mu Shui standing silently in place, and also saw the panic in the soldiers' eyes around her. With Mu Chi-chang in trouble, the fight between the Lu family and Mu family soldiers immediately stopped. Suyu quickly moved into the crowd. She saw Mu Shui stepping on the dagger, and beneath her foot was Mu Chi-chang, whose face was turning pale. A few nearby people immediately tried to take Mu Chi-chang away for treatment. Mu Shui was restrained by the crowd. Suyu thought, there's no way they can save him. She released a stream of water to push through the crowd. Decisively, Suyu pressed her hand on Mu Chi-chang's forehead. "Suyu!" Lei shouted angrily. Before he could stop her, Mu Chi-chang's head was corroded, creating a large hole, and a golden crystal was pulled out by Suyu. As soon as Suyu held the crystal, she saw a circle of delicate vines wrapping around its surface. Her pupils shrank, and she immediately released the crystal. The crystal fell to the ground, but the vines quickly burrowed into Suyu's pores.
Suyu immediately summoned a luminous soft membrane.
It appeared, but it did not stop the vines from entering her body. Mu Shui stood there in shock. Suyu quickly drew her tang sword and cut her wrist fiercely. Blood flowed out, and the vines disappeared. Suyu kept pouring special water into her body. Her wrist wound healed instantly, but she couldn't find the vines inside her. In that moment, Suyu felt dizzy, unsure if it was her body truly unwell or just fear. She staggered to the charred remains of the flower, desperately searching inside with her tang sword. Soon, a small green crystal the size of a chestnut appeared in Suyu's sight. Using the tip of a knife, she lifted the crystal and discovered tiny green vines wrapped around it. Suyu sat down heavily on the ground. Wow, this potato has more tricks than people. This evil thing left parasitic vines on Mu Chi-chang and inside her own crystal body. No matter which one she touched, it would parasitize her. Suyu trembled all over. Everyone was stunned, unsure what was happening to her. Suyu took out gasoline, poured it on the potato's crystal, and lit it with a match. Immediately, The parasitic vines on the crystal were burned away by the flames. At the same time, Suyu let out a loud cry, and everyone saw her blood vessels turn green. Her veins and muscles bulged under her skin, looking very frightening. Mu Shui screamed and broke free from the soldiers' restraints, staggering over to Suyu.
Bang!
Suyu collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Catch her! The leading officer of Mu Chi-chang's group shouted immediately. Seeing the situation was bad, Liao Deyuan carried Suyu and ran toward the base. Lu Mo quickly ordered people to stop the restless soldiers, then carried the unconscious Zhang Yang and chased after Liao Deyuan. Woof woof. Kaimi jumped out of Yang He's arms and ran after Lu Mo and Liao Deyuan. Alei coldly glanced at the shouting soldier, blocking those who wanted to pursue Suyu with his team. The scene was chaotic. Yang He supported Mu Shui, and together they held back several eager psychic users. Liao Deyuan dared not stay. He ran desperately while carrying Suyu. Lu Mo and his dog followed nearby, both carrying people. They couldn't run fast, but they dared not stop. Finally, after running for half an hour, Liao Deyuan's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. Seeing no one was chasing them, Lu Mo quickly found an abandoned shop nearby, looked inside, and found no danger. He set down Zhang Yang, then went to help Liao Deyuan and Suyu. The four of them and the dog huddled in the room, silently watching the two who were still asleep. Liao Deyuan swallowed hard and gently removed his hand from Suyu's forehead. What should we do? She has a fever. Lu Mo snorted, rubbed his messy hair, and took out a bottle of healing water from his pocket, giving it to Suyu to drink. It wasn't until the next afternoon that Suyu opened her eyes. Under the excited and happy gazes of the two, Suyu pursed her lips and looked at her wrist. There, a ring of tender green vines, like a bracelet, was wrapped around her wrist. Suyu clenched her teeth tightly as she dug out a tiny bean-sized potato from the vine bracelet. The potato had a nose and eyes, and at this moment, it was awkwardly staring back at Suyu. Little potato, you're quite clever, huh? Suyu pinched the little potato hard, feeling a deep hatred. This dirty thing was now living inside her, feeding on her life force. But Suyu couldn't do anything about it because, in a broad sense, they were now one. The little potato opened its mouth, its scarlet eyes full of pride. It stretched out its tongue and teased, "Hey."
Hey.
Suyu pinched the little potato again, then looked at Liao Deyuan, who looked pale and yellow. Liao Deyuan was sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Suyu was stunned and immediately grabbed Liao's wrist, channeling some healing energy into him. She also gave Lu Mo and Liao some special healing water. Suyu picked up the dog and prepared to help Zhang Yang remove the bullet from his head. Lu Mo saw Suyu was about to act and felt nervous. He swallowed hard. Suyu, are you planning to do it directly?
Suyu was surprised.
What else should I do? Lu Mo let out a strained sound. That's the forehead. Aren't you afraid you might end his life? Suyu stroked her chin, then placed one hand on Zhang Yang's head and the other on his forehead. It's fine. I'll heal him while I remove it.
Yu Montag was silent.
So, Liao Deyuan was forced to watch the scene of the second painful bullet removal. Zhang Yang was trembling with pain, and Liao held him down. Suyu was very careful. Since Zhang Yang wasn't her own and didn't have healing abilities, she carefully used her energy to help and gently removed the bullet. Once the bullet was out, all that remained was to heal the wound on Zhang Yang's forehead. Lu Mo was biting his finger, looking twisted, as if he could feel Zhang Yang's pain. Suyu spent an hour completely healing all of Zhang Yang's wounds, big and small. When Zhang Yang woke up, his eyes looked vacant. Lu Mo shook him, and Zhang Yang let out a cry, muttering, "Stop shaking, I'm going to spill my brain." The little potato spat out a small piece of saliva into Zhang Yang's mouth. Suyu held the little potato back, feeling that the more times the little potato died, the more damage it did. The saliva was just a little, and Zhang Yang swallowed it without feeling anything. Soon, he stopped holding his forehead.
Suikes gaze darkand.
She asked the little potato, "What do you want that saliva for?" Little potato blinked its crimson eyes slowly and said,
Pray.
Zhang Yang squinted and asked, getting excited? Seeing the bracelet pendant talking? The greedy one was very interested in Little Potato and kept leaning over to sniff. Little Potato had no hostility toward animals and was even friendlier to them than to humans. Suyu simply took off the vine bracelet and handed it to the greedy one. He wasn't worried about Little Potato parasitizing the greedy one again and harming its life, because after Little Potato's second death, its abilities were much weaker, and it was now parasitizing on Suyu, almost part of him. In other words, as long as Suyu was alive, Little Potato couldn't leave him to parasitize again. Lu Mo told Zhang Yang everything in detail, with Liao Dayuan nearby adding some comments, making Zhang Yang look surprised. The dog bit the vine bracelet and went to play in the corner. Liao Dayuan was exhausted from last night and soon fell asleep leaning against the wall. During the hot daytime, the temperature was high, so Suyu had to create a water sphere to hold everyone inside, trying to cool down a little. Lu Mo looked at the withered, yellowing trees outside, his eyes a bit lonely. Zhang Yang looked at Lu Mo, then at Suyu, and finally gently patted Lu Mo's shoulder. You should go back. Even if we part ways, we're still lifelong brothers. Lu Mo smiled patiently and said, Who wants to be brothers with a troublemaker like you? Zhang Yang's smile froze, and he rolled his eyes, turning his back in annoyance. Lu Mo planned to return to the base. If he didn't go back soon, his father would send someone to find him. He looked at Liao Dayuan, still sleeping, hesitating whether to wait until he woke up to go back together. Then he heard Suyu laugh softly and say, Uncle isn't going back to the base. He's coming with us. Lu Mo was stunned for a second, then shrugged with a smile. All right, I'll go by myself then. After saying that, Lu Mo took a small metal box from his pocket. Suyu, inside are crystals of water and fire types. Consider it a farewell gift for you. Suyu was surprised and took the box, looking at the full crystals inside. He felt a bit touched but didn't know what to say. Lu Mo smiled, waved at Zhang Yang before leaving, and walked away. Suyu tightly held the crystal box, watching Lu Mo walk away into the distance. Zhang Yang also remained silent, looking at the cracked land and yellowed plants outside. At 7 in the evening, Liao Dayuan finally woke up groggily. When he opened his eyes, he saw Suyu setting up a small stove, using a few stainless steel bowls to cook instant noodles. Liao Dayuan didn't see Lu Mo and didn't ask where Lu Mo had gone. He just smiled happily and started eating instant noodles. The dog sniffed the air and its special food bowl appeared in front of it. It happily ate its dog food, while the small potato hanging around its neck swayed slightly with each bite. Seeming to remember something, the dog snatched a piece of dog food from the bowl, shook the small potato off its neck, and then pushed the dog food toward the small potato. The small potato looked at the dog food, which was about half its size, and slowly said, No, I won't eat. The dog whined and howled, then pushed the dog food forward again. The small potato rolled its eyes in frustration, finally extending 2 tiny vines from the potato and lifting the dog food to its small mouth to nibble. Zhang Yang stared in shock at the dog and the small potato. What's going on? Why are all the things that Suyu raises so strange? A regular little dog, and it even has a space? And a small potato that seems to have gained some kind of consciousness? Zhang Yang snorted coldly. I knew it. That's why I asked why you only carry 1 bag when you go out. Suyu was sweating from eating hot instant noodles and didn't bother to reply to Zhang Yang. At midnight, the temperature dropped a bit compared to daytime. Suyu and Liao Dayuan huddled together looking at a map. They couldn't read paper maps well, so they relied on Liao Dayuan to figure it out. Zhang Yang leaned on his chin, watching the dog and the small potato making noises, one whimpering and howling, the other speaking so slowly it sounded like a machine. The dog and the small potato kept talking, but it was unclear if they understood each other. Next, we should head southwest. Liao Dayuan pointed to the road outside. Suyu thought for a moment and quickly nodded. Go straight for about 10 kilometers. There's a small furniture market. I want to check it out and let the dog gather some practical furniture. Liao Dayuan smiled and nodded. At 1 a.m., the 3 of them, along with the dog and the small potato, wore headlamps and followed Liao Dayuan on the road. The small potato was hanging around the dog's neck, and the dog was carried in Suyu's arms, wrapped in packaging. Suyu felt exhausted. Looking at the cracks of various sizes on the ground, Suyu was afraid to put the dog down and walk, worried it might get stuck in a. The night was still warm, and they could keep going because Suyu had created a layer of flowing water around them. At 3 a.m., the three finally reached the furniture market Suyu mentioned. The outside of the furniture market was covered with climbing plants. The tiles at the entrance were pushed up by tree roots, making it look like an abandoned haunted house. Because of the drought and high temperatures, the plants outside the market withered. When gently pulled, the vines snapped with a cracking sound. Liao Yuan was very hot and quickly took out some water to drink. The group cleared the vines at the entrance and then went inside. The walls on the first floor were crooked and looked a bit fragile. Suyu frowned, thinking the lower two floors might be cooler. After discussing with Liao Yuan and Zhang Yang, they decided to go downstairs together. The basement was filled with cabinets and shoe racks, and the ground was covered with vines. These vines looked healthier than those outside, although yellowish, and they didn't break easily when stepped on. Suyu held Liao Yuan with one hand and Zhang Yang with the other. The three of them explored the basement, found two fairly good-looking cabinets, and then headed to the second basement level. The floor of the second basement was raised by plant roots, making walking very careful work, easy to trip. There were some beds and mattresses stored there. Suyu took 3 clean, new mattresses and then prepared to leave. Suddenly, the quiet little potato spoke. "There is food." Suyu picked up the little potato, looked into its excited red eyes, and frowned. "What food?" The little potato extended a thin, tender vine and pointed to the ground.
Same. Kind.
Suyu looked at the huge plant roots pushing up from the ground and, without hesitation, pulled the others to retreat. The little potato was anxious.
Same. Kind.
Crystal. Food. Suyu rolled her eyes and quickly returned to the first floor. The little potato kept staring at the staircase entrance with intense focus. Suyu felt a bit anxious. Just as she was about to pull the others outside, a clear, ethereal voice came from the staircase. "Is anyone there?" Liao Yuan and Zhang Yang exchanged glances. The voice sounded like a young girl. Suyu frowned, pulling the others to leave. "Help me." At the staircase, a small girl covered in injuries staggered out and fell. She was about 7 or 8 years old with a pale face. But when Suyu saw her face clearly, her body stiffened. Zhang Yang also thought the girl looked familiar, but couldn't remember why. Suyu pushed Zhang Yang and Liao Yuan back slightly, stepped closer, and carefully examined the girl's face. The more she looked, the stranger she felt it was. A young girl was in the blazing heat, wearing a scarf and long sleeves with long pants. The strangest thing was a long vine growing from beneath her skin at the back of her neck. The vine was grayish-blue and looked like the root of a plant. One end of the vine was attached to her neck, and the other end seemed to go underground. "Big sister, can you help me?" the girl asked, her eyes shining with hope as she saw Suyu approaching. Suyu stopped 2 steps away. "Tang Tang, where is your dad?" she asked. The girl was surprised for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. "Big sister, you know me and you know my dad?"
Suiktot. Igesido.
After the crow disaster, a middle-aged man with a limp once came to her holding his daughter's head and limbs, asking for help. She told him, "I can only heal the living." After that, the man left with his daughter's body. Because she remembered that father and daughter well, Suyu also remembered the girl's name. "Big sister? You know my dad?" the girl asked quickly when Suyu didn't answer. Suyu snapped out of her thoughts, looking at the girl who seemed to have already died. Her feelings were complicated. "Tang Tang, where's your dad?" she asked again. The girl looked confused.
Dad. Dad.
"Where did Dad go?" I can't remember," the girl said, her face growing paler as she recalled. "I only remember Dad told me to wait at home for him. But I waited for a long time. I was alone at home, and Dad never came back."
Shuyufronet.
"Home? Is this your home?" The girl's whispers were interrupted by Suyu. She nodded. Yes, yes. This is my home.
Suyu was surprised.
This furniture store is your home? Yes. Dad's office is on the third floor. There are photos of my mom and me there. Tang Tang mentioned this happily, but her eyes soon darkened. But I can't go up. Suyu looked at the vine behind her neck and asked, Why can't you go up? Isn't this your home? Tang Tang tugged at the vine behind her neck, looking helpless. I can only go this far. I can't go any further. Seeing her disappointed expression, Suyu thought about what might be happening. Suddenly, Tang Tang's eyes brightened. Big sister, can you help me get our photos for my dad's office? Suyu instinctively wanted to refuse, but she heard Tang Tang staring blankly at the mall entrance, murmuring, I almost forget what my parents look like. Suyu looked down and exchanged a glance with Little Potato. Little Potato nodded, and Suyu's eyes shifted as she said to Tang Tang, Okay, wait here for me. I'll go get the photo for you. Tong Tong's eyes lit up. She immediately sat on the ground, tilting her head up with a look of expectation as she watched Suyu walk away. Suyu pulled Zhang Yang and Liao De Yuan out of the furniture store. Seeing Zhang Yang's pale face, she knew he remembered who Tang Tang was. Let's go quickly. After saying that, Zhang Yang also tugged on Suyu's sleeve.
You know she's already gone. Shuyunari.
Yes, let's go. Suyu agreed so quickly that Zhang Yang's words of persuasion were cut off.
Come on.
Suyu took a few steps with Liao De Yuan, then saw Zhang Yang still standing there and called out again. Hey, didn't you promise that little girl you'd help her get the photo?
Zhang Yang grabbed Suyu, looking confused. Yes, I promised, Suyu replied.
But I only promised to calm her down and then take the chance to run away. Who knows, if I didn't agree, would she suddenly get angry? Suyu frowned as she explained. Zhang Yang tooted and shook his head. Suddenly, Little Potato extended a vine, tightly wrapping around the mall entrance.
Suyu looked down.
What are you doing, kid? Little Potato glared at Suyu. Cheater. You already promised her. Suyu's face darkened. She drew her Tang sword and swung it at Little Potato's vine.
Wait.
Little Potato quickly retracted the vine and said, Seriously, don't. Cut it first. Suyu saw how scared it was and tooted again, turning to leave. Little Potato immediately spoke up.
It
has no bad intentions. Suyu ignored it. Little Potato jumped up and swung in front of Suyu. I am one with you. I won't
harm you. That
Little Tang Tang was saved by
my kind.
Suyu looked at the earnest Little Potato in her hand, eyes wide, pretending to be sincere. She silently counted 3, 2, 1. After counting, she threw Little Potato toward the broken window on the third floor. Whoosh! Little Potato tumbled into a room on the third floor. From downstairs, Suyu's cold voice with a hint of teasing came through. Since you want to help so much, I'll ask you to bring the photo down for me. Little Potato silently spat and cursed as he used vines to help himself stand up. Liao De Yuan looked at Suyu with some suspicion and asked, Girl, that kid, is there a problem? Suyu nodded and, together with Zhang Yang, excitedly talked about Tang Tang. Liao De Yuan's eyes widened. Already dead? Then just now. Zhang Yang took a sip from his Doraemon thermos filled with special water and shook his head. That's why there's a big problem here. Kaimi curled up in Suyu's arms, with big, wet eyes looking at her and then at the window on the third floor. After about 10 minutes, the window on the southeast side of the third floor opened, and a bundle of vines threw down a picture frame. Zhang Yang caught the frame. The three of them leaned in and pried open the old, broken frame, revealing a photo inside. The photo showed a family of 3 young parents smiling happily, with the mother holding a 3-year-old girl who also had a bright smile. It was clear that this girl was Tang Tang. The young man in the photo was Tong Tong's father. Little Potato swung down from the windowsill, his crimson eyes filled with emotions even he didn't understand. Suyu looked at the backyard behind the family, where lush wisteria climbed over the wall. She frowned. The background in the photo looked very lively and probably the family's house, but Suyu looked up at the furniture city. Tang Tang had said this was her home, right? Could Tang Tang be lying? Suyu suppressed her curiosity about the furniture city and decided to leave immediately.
Hey?
Look, the TV station building. Liao Dayuan pointed at a blurry corner of a tall building in the background of the photo. Suyu was drawn by his voice and examined the photo carefully. Behind the wisteria-covered wall, it was indeed the TV station building. Suyu frowned, flicked a water platform, and jumped to a higher place. Behind the furniture city, it turned out to be the TV station building. After landing, Suyu looked down at the photo and handed it to Little Potato. Here, give this to Tang Tang. I won't go inside. Little Potato didn't take the photo and huffed, turning away. Suyu frowned but didn't bother with it, letting Liao Dayuan and Zhongyang wait where they were. She went to the entrance of the furniture city, but didn't go in. Instead, she used her memory to send the photo with a stream of water to the staircase. Tang Tang seemed to see the photo and cheered excitedly. Then, she heard the girl whispering happily. Suyu looked down and turned to leave. Older sister, I want to leave here and find Dad. A clear voice came from behind, and Suyu quickly stepped back a few paces, blocking the two people in front and holding a water balloon. At this moment, Tang Tang, who couldn't leave the staircase entrance, was standing at the furniture store's door, the same place where Suyu had just taken the photo. Her face was even paler than before. Her eyes were tightly fixed on Suyu. Older sister, I want to leave and find Dad. I need to find Dad. Zhongyang muttered angrily, thinking about setting a fire directly. Older sister, help me leave, Tang Tang said. As soon as she finished, the entire furniture store shook violently. The ground, already cracked from drought, suddenly split open with a 3-meter wide. Liao Dayuan staggered and was caught by Suyu. Suyu looked at the escape route behind the three of them being cut off by a flicker of annoyance in her eyes. Suddenly, thick, gray roots burst out from underground, surrounding Suyu, the others, and the furniture store, like a huge cage. What are you trying to do? Zhongyang shouted angrily, his voice trembling slightly. Tang Tang tilted her head, her face pale and her expression confused. I want Dad. Suyu was about to act directly, but Liao Dayuan suddenly asked Tang Tang in a soothing tone, How can we help you, Tang Tang? Tang Tang's pupils, fading like color draining, appeared faint gray-white under the headlamps of the three. I can't leave home. Dad never comes to find me. I want to find Dad. Liao Dayuan continued asking, So, how do you want us to help you? But Tang Tang seemed to be in a trance, murmuring, Dad. I want to find Dad. Suddenly, Little Potato used vines to hook Suyu's finger. Suyu looked down and Little Potato swung to her ear, hanging in her hair. Her
Dad
is underground.
So you thrown it?
I'm not lying to you. Little Potato looked determined. Suyu pulled Little Potato down and threw him directly at Tang Tang. This Little Potato says your dad is underground. The small potato, flying through the air, looked twisted and distorted. How could this woman not follow human rules? Hearing the word dad, Tang Tang immediately seemed to trigger some mechanism, quickly clutching Little Potato tightly in her hand. She squeezed hard, gripping him very tightly. Suyu felt a choking sensation. She was sharing the feeling with Little Potato. Little Potato's eyes rolled back as he was squeezed. Loosen. Loosen. Suyu frowned, clutching her chest, and said to Tang Tang, Let go, it's going to suffocate. Tang Tang immediately let go, but still kept the Little Potato in her palm. Her eyes seemed to light up a little. Dad, where are you? The Little Potato glared at Suyu. This woman is really crazy. Even though it's dead and can't survive, she still dares to throw it out. Crazy. Nothing has changed. Annoying. The Little Potato cursed inwardly but played along. Here, underground, your dad. Tong Tong's eyes showed a hint of confusion. She seemed stuck for a moment, frozen in place for a minute before her face lit up with joy. Take me to find Dad. The Little Potato had no choice but to glare at Suyu and then obediently lead the way. Suyu and Zhongyang Liao Dayuan exchanged glances and followed. The Little Potato led the four of them down the stairs of the furniture city. When they reached the far corner of the basement level 2, the little potato pointed to a tightly closed door with vines. Suyu raised an eyebrow. She had seen this door when she was moving a mattress earlier because it was locked. She didn't plan to knock and check inside at that time, so she and the others had never been inside. Here, Tangdang looked confused and unsure. Soon, her nails sharply pierced into the little potato's body. Suyu felt a sudden stabbing pain. Her healing powers mysteriously activated to keep the little potato alive. Suyu kept a calm face and said nothing. Her and the little potato's parasitic relationship was completely against her interests. The little potato was truly dead, and since it was parasitized, Suyu would also die. But if Suyu died, the little potato would just pretend to be dead again, consuming more life force, and then it could find a new host. Suyu's gaze was heavy. She didn't know what crazy idea the little potato was planning, but she understood that once she was involved, to stay safe, she had to risk her own life and expose the little potato to danger first. As long as the little potato didn't want to really die, she wouldn't let it trick her. "You lied to me. This is my bedroom, and Dad isn't here. You lied to me." Tongtong's voice was sharp, and her grip was surprisingly strong. Suyu endured the discomfort and didn't make a move to help the little potato. The little potato hadn't seen Suyu help for a while and cursed Suyu's treachery inwardly, then revealed her ability to save herself.
Bang!
The iron door was torn open by dense green vines, revealing a dark room inside. A burst of green light erupted from the little potato, knocking Tongtong's body several meters away. Suyu squinted her eyes. As expected, the potato had a hidden trick to save itself. The small potato shrank from the size of a broad bean to that of a soybean, and its entire face was no longer visible. It weakly shouted, "You peel. The tree roots, your dad, is inside." Tang was about to attack the small potato again, but was stunned by its words. Tree roots? Tang seemed to be stuck, like a machine malfunctioning. The potato jumped into Suyu's ear and said in a dull voice, "If you want to stay alive, take advantage of her being dazed and go in to pry open the tree roots." Suyu was the first to walk through the iron door. The door was old and damaged, with only a broken children's bed and a desk inside, along with the large tree roots. The roots were tangled together, filling most of the room. The small potato pointed at a ball in the middle of the roots with its vine. There, her dad. Suyu walked over and threw a blob of corrosive liquid onto it. Immediately, the tangled roots sizzled and crackled, trembling but not attacking Suyu. A flicker of pity appeared in the small potato's eyes, but was quickly replaced by greed. Tang had entered quietly at some point. Her chest was also making sizzling sounds. It seemed she was connected to these underground roots. Tang's face grew paler, with a hint of grayish blue. But she seemed unaware, her eyes fixed on the exposed part caused by the corrosion. Inside the roots, a corpse was curled up. It was a mummified body. When Suyu saw only the bones of the legs, she fell silent. Tang stood there, stunned and blank. Her face was pale, her lips trembling. Dad. Tang moved closer and mournfully leaned over the curled-up body. Dad. Tang finally found you. Dad. Tang has been good, waiting obediently for Dad. But Tang is too lonely. I miss Dad so much. Tang hugged the mummy, seeming to cry. But she had no tears. Why don't I have tears? Suddenly, Tang looked up with empty eyes. Yes, I have already. Died. Killed in the attack by crows, those countless crows. Dad told me he was a psychic and would help guard the base. Dad hid me in the building and told me to be obedient, stay still, and not move. Tang regretted it. She shouldn't have disobeyed. She heard a little girl calling for help outside the window, so Tang left the house, remembering to drag the injured girl inside. But she was discovered by the crow. The crow swooped down quickly. She only had time to tilt her head to avoid it, but in the next moment, her neck felt cold. She watched in horror as her body lost its head and blood sprayed out everywhere. Tang opened her mouth wide, letting out a painful moan, but she could no longer cry. She remembered she realized she was already dead. Tangting slowly turned around, her pupils gray and white. "Sister, I'm sorry for causing trouble." She bowed her head slowly. Suyu felt a tightness in her chest. After speaking, Tangting looked back at the mummified corpse in the tree root, her gaze full of attachment. "Goodbye, sister. I am going to find Mom and Dad." Then she reached out and grabbed the tree root behind her neck. Suyu held her hand, her voice trembling. "Tangting." Suyu didn't know what to say. She just felt overwhelmed. Tangting looked up and smiled reassuringly at Suyu. "Sister, I found a way to leave this place. It doesn't hurt. It's a happy thing. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." After saying that, Tangting gently let go of Suyu's hand, clutching the photo in her hand. Then she clenched her right fist and forcefully pulled.
Splash.
The gray root was pulled out from behind her neck. Along with it, countless tiny roots connected to her body were also pulled free. The roots trembled constantly, struggling to return to the girl's body. But the girl still tightly held onto the root. Her face turned pale and gray, like a corpse. She seemed to sense the root's attempt to keep her, and she forced a faint smile. "Little Purple, don't stay for me. Little Purple, thank you." Before she finished speaking, Tong Tong's smile froze forever on her face. She loosened her grip, and her body fell stiffly to the ground. The roots kept trembling. Many roots gently reached out, carefully lifting Tangting and the photo, placing them beside the curled-up mummy. Then, the roots hummed and wrapped around the two bodies. The small potato's crimson eyes flickered. It quickly jumped onto the large tree root, and countless vines erupted from it. These vines looked like green little snakes, constantly burrowing into the tree root. The roots trembled violently. Suyu was startled and immediately grabbed the glowing green potato. A blinding green light flashed, and different images appeared before Suyu's eyes. In a small rural courtyard, a little girl with twin braids ran to the wall, calling out to the lush wisteria, "Little Purple, Little Purple. We're going to take a family photo later. We'll include you too.
We are a family."
A flash of white light from the camera, and the scene is forever frozen.
"Dad. No."
"I don't want to. I don't want the demolition." The little girl clings tightly to the lush wisteria, crying so hard she can't breathe. The young man sighs and pulls the girl into his arms. "Tong Tong, sweetie. Mom is sick. After the demolition, we'll have money to treat her."
Wah. Wah.
Amid her crying, the small yard and the wisteria are all cleared away by the demolition team. In the dark underground, the remaining roots of the wisteria still cling to life underground. It doesn't know what it's holding on for or waiting for. Until one day, it hears a familiar voice.
"Dad."
If Mom knew we came back home, she'd be happy too. The little girl, holding her mother's photo, happily wanders through the large furniture store. The man looks much older than before, with many fine wrinkles, white hair, and a stooped posture. "Yeah, Mom would be happy," he says. He uses all the savings he has to rent this furniture store. The man and the girl live in the furniture store for a year. One early morning, the wisteria is forced into deep sleep. The wisteria is awakened by a strong smell of blood. The scent is very familiar. Once again, the wisteria sees the man and the girl. But this time, it doesn't feel happy. The wisteria's root protrudes from the cracked ground. It has been asleep for too long. When it wakes, it finds the place empty. No girl, no man.
The world has changed.
The man stumbles into the furniture store, his wounds crawling with flies and maggots. The wisteria gently touches the man with its roots. The man is dazed, as if he has seen something terrifying. He collapses in despair, and the girl's corpse, already rotting, is revealed in his arms. The wisteria is stunned. It never expected that the man wouldn't recognize it, nor that the girl was already dead. The man's cracked, bleeding lips move, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Please, save my daughter." The wisteria sways its roots, watching the girl's body and the man's despair. It feels emotions beyond loneliness and happiness. It doesn't know how to describe these feelings or how to save this father and daughter or how to save its family. The man saw that the wisteria did not attack him, so he knelt down and tearfully begged, "You plants are so powerful. Can you save my daughter? I am willing to give you my crystal. Please, save my daughter." Desperate, the man placed all his hope on the root that had not harmed him. The wisteria did not understand what the man meant by crystal, but it heard that it was very powerful. So, the wisteria wrapped its root around the man's hand. It didn't know what it was supposed to do, but it acted on instinct. The root sent out tiny tendrils that pierced into the man's skin. The wisteria felt its strength slowly fading. The root immediately shriveled and thinned. The wound on the man was healing, and he seemed to understand something. He tore the root from his hand, his eyes full of madness. "Save my child! Save my child!" Carefully, he placed the root on his daughter's body. When the root did not heal her, the man immediately knelt down and bowed his head, bleeding from his forehead. The wisteria used its root to cushion the man's forehead. As soon as the man's blood touched the root, both froze. At that moment, it seemed they could communicate. The wisteria had hoped to communicate with its family for 10 years. Now, that wish was fulfilled. It told the man that it lacked the power to save the girl, but could use its energy to heal the man's wounds. However, the man refused. He said, "You should treat Sugar. I have a way to help you hold on until you can save her." Trusting the man, the wisteria placed its root on the girl's neck. It exhausted all its energy, and in the end, could only connect the girl's remaining limbs with its tendrils. The man did not deceive the wisteria. It indeed persisted long enough to save the girl. He removed a green crystal from his head and left a message, "Use this to save." The man died. The wisteria stood there in shock and used the man's green crystal. Sugar woke up. The wisteria couldn't save the girl, but it used its vitality to nurture her body. Every movement of the girl drained its life force. The girl woke up, seemingly forgetting much. She didn't remember that she had died. She only kept asking for her father. The wisteria's instinct told it not to let Sugar know the truth. So, it used its own life force to create a false memory for Sugar. In that memory, the man told Sugar to wait at home. He would come back one day and stay with her. The wisteria's vitality is used up too quickly. To help Tang Dang live a little longer, the wisteria mostly keeps Tang Dang asleep, but every day it wakes her up to move around. However, Tang Dang says to it, "Little Purple, I want to go outside." It asks, "Why do you want to go out?" "Because I feel so lonely. I want to go find my dad." Tang Dang can't tell it that her vitality and abilities aren't enough to let the girl leave the furniture city. The wisteria feels a bit sad, yes, sad. The longer it stays with Tang Dang, the more emotions it gains. It knows that now it feels sad. "Tang Dang, don't you want to stay with me?" "Little Purple, I am too lonely." "But if I stay with you, do you still feel lonely?" "Little Purple, you're not human. You can't understand how I feel. You don't know how terrible loneliness is." The wisteria feels wronged. It thinks, "I understand. I've been waiting for you all along. I've been waiting, and while I wait, I feel lonely. How could I not understand?" It stays silent and can only make Tang Dang sleep again. To prevent her from feeling lonely, it uses up more vitality to weave her a beautiful dream. But when the girl wakes up, she still pleads with the wisteria to let her go. "Little Purple, don't trap me here. I want to go out. I want to find my dad." Gradually, the girl stops talking to the wisteria. She prefers to stay in her room alone rather than see the wisteria. Feeling the wisteria's sadness and helplessness, Potato snorts, "Humans are never good. They are always controlled by desire. When they get what they want, they only ask for more. You're just foolish, wasting your vitality to save her." Potato's voice is angry. Suyu realizes she seems to be inside the roots, surrounded by floating green lights. That's the wisteria's memory. "To save." A childish, strange voice comes from around the roots.
"We are
family." The wisteria's voice is firm and pure. Potato snorts again. "No, you're not. You're a plant. To humans, you're just entertainment when they're happy. The wisteria falls silent for a moment. That's not true, Tangdang has said herself.
That we
Our family. Potato rolls her eyes and speeds up. Humans are the most hateful. They lie. What is lying? The wisteria asks again. Potato glared at Suyu and said to Wisteria, it's the same thing inside your heart and what you say out loud. Wisteria fell silent, the green glow around it flickering uncertainly.
why
Why do people tell lies? Humans why they lie? Potato remained quiet, its tone heavy. For profit. Wisteria still seemed confused, but quickly brightened again. Tangdang wouldn't lie I believe I end Tangdang. Angrily, Potato snorted and reached out with its tender vines, trying to pick at a green crystal deep inside the tree roots. Suyu's eyelids twitched. She immediately grabbed Potato and used a water sphere to cover Wisteria's crystal. Suyu snorted coldly. This troublesome Potato really had bad intentions. Earlier, Potato had used most of its energy to protect itself from Tangdang, so now it was no match for Suyu. The vines couldn't pierce Suyu's water shield. She thought for a moment and said to Wisteria, anyway, you won't live long. Why not give me your crystal? Go reunite with your family. Wisteria seemed to understand and said, okay. Suyu quickly coughed and told Wisteria, don't listen to it. You need to stay alive. But Wisteria replied, but I don't want to be lonely anymore. My family has all left. Potato hurriedly chimed in, speaking quickly. That's right. Families should be together. Give me your crystal. Suyu slapped Potato away and said to Wisteria, Wisteria, this is your plant's time. You have powerful abilities and a long life. As long as you're alive, you can see a wider world. Maybe one day you'll find new family members. At that time, you won't have to suffer loneliness anymore. Before Wisteria could respond, Potato argued live. Its lifespan won't exceed 0.3 months. And what about this wide world?
dream on.
Suyu held Potato's tiny mouth shut and gently stroked the roots. I can help you regain your vitality. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Little Wisteria, trust me. Don't trap yourself here or in the past. After speaking, healing energy flowed from Suyu's palm into Wisteria's roots. Potato trembled with anger. Woman. She's so gentle and understanding to other plants, but with us, she just ignites fire. Potato cursed silently in Suyu's hand, while Wisteria suddenly spoke. Thank you, person. Suyu's wrist was gently caught and pulled by a small root. But I have family now. My family has all left. I am also tired. As Ziting spoke, its roots wrapped around Suyu's hand and pressed against its crystal. This, for you. I miss my family.
Suyu felt sorry inside.
Such a good plant shouldn't die in sadness and despair. Finally, Suyu sighed and asked Little Z, do you believe in reincarnation?
What is
reincarnation? Suyu smiled gently. My family once told me that every life, after death, will be reborn and return to their loved ones. After rebirth, they might be a plant, a stone, or even an animal or a person. Your family will be reborn and come back to you. Ziteng was stunned. Suyu asked, you plants have long lives. Do you really not want to wait for your family to be reborn? Ziteng's voice was a little nervous and hopeful. Will they really come back? Suyu nodded. Yes, they will. Ziteng seemed very happy. Potato was stunned. It looked at Suyu's gentle face and said nothing.
then?
How can I recognize my family? Ziteng asked eagerly. Suyu paused and said, you need to learn to observe everything in the world, as long as it makes you feel sincerity, kindness, or happiness, could be your family. They might be stars in the sky, or the gentle breeze touching you in summer. Suyu gently stroked the roots. They could also be animals, plants, or humans. You need to observe carefully. If you sense malice from someone, then they can't be your family. Your family will only be those who are kind to you. Ziteng's roots trembled slightly, as if listening carefully to Suyu. Suyu smiled. Little Z, you don't want to mistake someone for your family, right? Ziting's roots shook. I understand. I will.
Carefully.
Tell them apart. I will.
Stay here.
And wait for them to come back. Suyu chuckled softly. No need to wait here specifically. You can go anywhere you want. Your family will follow your steps and stay with you always. Suyu helped Ziting heal its nearly exhausted body and gave it the wood-type crystals taken from Xianghan and Wu Chun. Little Potato saw the wood-type crystals and immediately struggled to them, but Suyu subdued it with absolute strength. 3 people, 1 dog and a potato, said goodbye to Wisteria and set out on a new journey. After walking a long way, the potato suddenly asked Suyu, "Is what you said true?" Suyu was surprised and instinctively touched the crystal on the small potato. Luckily, it was still there because the potato had a bad reputation, and Suyu thought the little guy might have some tricky idea again.
What?
Suyu secretly wiped the crystal in front of the dog's nose. The greedy one immediately took the crystal away. Fortunately, the potato seemed to have something on its mind and didn't notice their actions. Reincarnation. The potato looked up, its small, crimson eyes serious as it stared at Suyu's expression. Suyu let out a breath. Liao Deyuan and Zhang Yang listened carefully, curious. Of course it's true. Suyu's eyes didn't blink.
상냥했 못 tweet.
Liao Deyuan smiled but said nothing. The potato was fooled by Suyu and looked confused. It curled up on Suyu's collarbone and fell into a long silence. Seeing how this annoying woman looked, it didn't seem like she was lying. Could it really be true? Suyu's eyes flickered, and she immediately started to teach the potato. So, everything in the world has reincarnation. Even if you don't really die and just fake your death, you'll come back to this world. Isn't that like rebirth? The potato was stunned. Really? Like that? Yes. Suyu continued, so you shouldn't waste your energy pretending to die and parasitize. Just give up and disappear. Isn't there also reincarnation and rebirth? Liao Deyuan and Zhang Yang looked at each other, not daring to speak. Is that so? The potato was silent for a few seconds, then shouted, No, that's not right. Suyu's eyelids twitched. What's not right? I don't have hands. How can I give up and disappear? Suyu. That's why potatoes are smart. The next day, when everyone was looking for a place to rest and sleep, the potato finally realized Suyu was fooling it. So it was angry and ran away from home. For 3 hours. Not because it lacked courage, but because it couldn't go far from Suyu. If it did, it would feel weak. But the potato was clever. During those 3 hours, it killed 3 innocent, weaker peers and obtained 3 tiny crystal grains about the size of rice grains. While feeling disgusted, it absorbed all the crystals. The potato swore that one day, it would get more crystals and restore its strength.
Then,
it would eat Suyu completely and fully parasitize her body, turning that annoying woman into its second perfect host. In August, near the Z City base, inside a patch of withered grass, a woman, completely and bleeding from her lower body, trembled and struggled to get up. All Tang you could think about was surviving and killing those beasts. But the weather was too hot. Her powers were drained, and she was humiliated. She was gradually losing strength. Panting heavily, Tang Yu blamed herself for not recognizing people. Her eyes were unfocused, and her pupils slowly lost their sharpness. Greedy. Run slower. Don't fall into the... She faintly heard a calm, cold female voice. Someone nearby. A strong desire to live surged in Tang Yu's eyes. She used all her remaining strength to crawl. A potato was hanging around the neck of a chubby, fluffy yellow dog near the grass. Tang Yu saw the grass rustling, and a big, furry yellow dog was standing beside her head. She was stunned. Then her eyes brightened. Help! The potato on the dog's neck squealed, covering its eyes. There's a woman not wearing clothes. Suyu heard the noise and quickly approached, with Liao Deyuan and Zhang Yang following behind. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to come closer or stay back.
Tang iuega pet hivili.
A cool, Moist breeze hit her face. She looked up and saw a beautiful woman with fair skin and a clean, pretty face. Suyu looked at Tang Yu's exposed body and the torn, bleeding area of her lower body, her brow furrowing in concern. Tang Yu reached out and grabbed Suyu's ankle. Her hands were dirty, covered with grime and her own blood.
Help. Me. Her voice was hoarse and weak.
She watched as the beautiful woman slowly knelt down, took off her short-sleeved t-shirt, and covered her with it. The clothes were clean, soft, and had a faint scent. Tang Yu thought that dying with dignity like this might be acceptable. As Suyu placed her hand on the woman's back, the woman's fingers loosened and she fainted. Blood from her ankles still stained her skin. Suyu sighed and finally treated her wounds. Her powers flickered inside the woman's body. Suyu saw that her lower body was badly injured, almost unimaginable in its severity. Girl? Liao Deyuan's voice called from behind. Girl, what happened? Are you okay? Suyu replied that she was fine and told them not to come over for now. After about an hour, the woman's injuries had mostly healed. Suyu washed the woman's body with water, then asked the dog to bring a few pieces of clothing to change her into. As for the short-sleeved t-shirt, it was stained with blood, so Suyu had to replace it with another one layered over a small vest. She carried the woman on her back, then led the dog and Potato outside. Potato hung around the dog's neck, swaying and sarcastically said, "Did you forget the man you saved last month? Look what happened to him." Suyu paused her steps. She remembered well. After she saved that man, he turned against her and tried to take her crystal. But when she was healing him, she secretly put a drop of corrosive liquid wrapped in a water film into his stomach. When he recovered and revealed his true nature, he tried to attack her, but the corrosive liquid caused his insides to rot, and he was badly injured. In the end, Suyu took his crystal to strengthen herself. Say something. Humans are not good people. Why did you save him? Potato swung onto Suyu's hair, tugging at her hair with its vine-like hands, shaking her gently. Suyu sighed and explained, "If this woman was hurt for other reasons, I wouldn't care." Potato didn't understand. "So, you only save women who are hurt while?" Kaimi whimpered, took out a chew stick from her space, and chewed it while following Suyu. Suyu didn't know how to explain the woman's injuries to Potato, so she simply said, "It's nothing. I just can't stand to see a woman hurt like that and do nothing." Potato kept fussing, but Suyu ignored it. Liao Deyuan and Zhang Yang saw the woman Suyu was carrying and heard Potato's words and immediately understood. Liao Deyuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. They couldn't be without Suyu even for a moment. Without Suyu creating water spheres around them, they couldn't bear the outdoor heat for a second. "Girl, do we need to go to the Z City base for supplies and rest?" Suyu looked at the tall base wall nearby, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's wait until this person wakes up." This woman was insulted near the base. If they entered now, and her energy was exhausted, she might be found by those who hurt her and harmed again. She saved her because she couldn't stand to see her in that state, but she wouldn't just rescue her and leave her without taking responsibility for her food, drink, or safety. Liao Deyuan sighed, and the three of them sat down under a withered big tree. After entering the drought zone, the plants and animals outside posed little threat because the high temperatures were deadly, and due to long-term water shortages, neither humans nor animals could move much. During the more than 2 months away from the base, the three of them always looked for places to rest and recover during the day, traveling at night. Suyu let the woman go, gave her some water, and then leaned against a tree to rest. Among the three travelers, Suyu felt the most pressure. Traveling drained not only physical strength, but also his special abilities. In the wild, there was no air conditioning, so they relied on portable water shields all day. Suyu's energy was used up quickly, and along the way, they encountered all kinds of mutated plants and animals, except for water-type mutants. Suyu guessed that this was because all water sources had dried up. So Suyu could only rely on crystals given by Xiaohei to get by. Sometimes, he would be nosebleeding and exhausted, only daring to eat a crystal after fainting. It was a very painful experience. Zhang Yang took out a small fan from his bag and turned it on to Suyu. He touched his nose and felt that, besides fighting, he couldn't do much to help the team during this time. He often encountered fire-type mutants, for which he had plenty of crystals. His abilities improved quickly, so now he was especially kind to Suyu because Suyu was really suffering. Liao Deyuan was old and living in the high heat every day. If it weren't for Suyu's water shield and daily healing abilities, he probably would have collapsed on the road long ago. Both of them stayed quiet, not disturbing Suyu's rest. For hours later, the sky darkened. Tang Yu opened her eyes. In the faint light, she immediately tensed up when she saw the two men beside her, feeling a wave of disgust and nausea. Her finger trembled, accidentally pressing against someone nearby. She quickly turned her head and met the cold, clear eyes that had just woken up. Tang Yu was stunned. Her unease and disgust instantly disappeared. Suyu looked at Tang Yu with a cold face and a calm expression. "Since you're okay now, you should leave." Suyu sat upright, a few signs of fatigue appearing on his forehead. Tang Yu was stunned and immediately smiled at Suyu. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Tang Yu, and I am from the Z City base." Suyu didn't say anything, clearly implying she should leave. Tang Yu nervously clenched her fingers and said, I will find a way to repay you."
Suyu shook his head. "No need.
"Please leave." Tang Yu was stunned and quickly said, "Okay. Okay."
里奥戴湾人主动跟唐月搭话，你说你是 Z 市基地的。
Tang Yu saw Liao Deyuan and realized he was a companion of her benefactor. She tried to hide her discomfort and responded kindly, "Yes, uncle. If you want to know anything, you can ask me." Zhang Yang was resting his chin on his hand, trimming the nails of the greedy one. Liao Deyuan glanced at Suyu and saw she was silent and seemed uninterested. He asked, "Does your Z City base accept passing travelers for supplies?" Tang Yu was surprised and instinctively looked at the expressionless Suyu. Seeing Suyu didn't seem to dislike her, she replied, "I'm not sure about passing travelers, but if you want supplies, you can exchange crystals for data coins at the base and then buy what you need." Liao Deyuan nodded, which matched their expectations, and he ended the conversation with a smile. Tang Yu looked at Suyu and gathered her courage to ask, "Benefactor, what is your name?" Suyu was a bit annoyed by her calling her benefactor repeatedly and said, "Suyu." Tang Yu remembered Suyu's name and then said goodbye to the three. After Tang Yu walked away, Suyu finally looked toward the Z City base and said, "Let's go inside and take a look." Liao Deyuan sighed, picked up the dog, and followed Suyu. Zhang Yang led the way at the front. Suyu looked at the increasingly fat dog and twitched her lips. "Uncle, don't spoil it. Let it move around." The greedy one whimpered, feeling guilty and afraid to meet Suyu's gaze. Liao Deyuan jostled the dog and smiled kindly. "It's okay. There are so many cracks on the ground. If it falls in, it won't be good." Yes, the dog had fallen in once before, but because Potato was hanging around its neck, Potato saved it. Since then, Suyu completely relaxed and stopped caring about the dog. She realized that Potato treated the dog much better than she did. With Potato around, the dog was generally fine. Z City was very welcoming to outsiders and kept persuading Suyu and the others to stay at the base. Suyu responded casually and entered Z City. The three of them went to exchange crystals, converting most of the earth and metal crystals into Z City data coins. They rented a suite for a week and finally enjoyed life with air conditioning. Tang Yu pushed open the guild door and entered. Tang Mingming saw Tang Yu, and a flicker of surprise and hidden fear crossed his eyes. "Big sister, you're back?" Tang Yu's expression was serious. She looked at where Tang Mingming was sitting and saw a hint of understanding in her eyes. "So, you saw I didn't die and you're disappointed?" Tang Yu took a few steps forward. This guild was founded by her, and she protected her good-hearted younger brother fiercely. Yet, he used the discovery of a water elemental mutant as an excuse to trick her out. Her boyfriend had long conspired with her brother, intending to harm her. She clenched her fists. She fought alongside 13 guild members, exhausted her abilities, and was ultimately humiliated and mistreated by these scoundrels. Tang Yu felt hatred and resentment. She suddenly produced metal double blades and attacked Tang Mingming.
Yeah, stop.
Tang Yu's mother opened a water curtain to block in front of Tang Mingming, tears in her eyes and a look of disappointment.
Yeah.
You promised to take good care of your brother. But Tang Yu suddenly smiled, tears falling heavily. She was an orphan, adopted by the Tang couple who had no children. In her first year at the Tang family, Mrs. Tang became pregnant with Tang Mingming. After Tang Mingming was born, Tang's father wanted to send her back to the orphanage, but Mrs. Tang stopped him. She said, "It's because Yaya came into our lives that Mingming was born. Let's keep her." Tang Yu was kept. From a young age, Mrs. Tang taught her to be kind to Tang Mingming and to protect him. She listened carefully. When the apocalypse arrived, Tang's father died in the green mist. She was lucky. When the green mist just disappeared, she awakened an S-rank metal ability. In this brutal world, she worked hard to protect her two most important family members. Until she founded this guild. Her good brother and mother also awakened their abilities, precious water elemental powers during dry weather. Now, she thought, the guild members might betray her, probably lured by the valuable water sources her brother and mother used as bait. After all, high-quality drinking water was too expensive for most people in the base to afford. Tang Yu's eyes were numb. When Tang Mingming just awakened his ability, her mother subtly suggested that Tang Yu should give the guild leader position to him. She refused. It wasn't selfishness, but because Tang Mingming's ability was still weak, and as guild leader, he would need to lead missions at the base. She told her mother to wait until Mingming grew stronger before trusting him with the guild. But Tang Mingming and her mother thought she didn't want to give up her position, so they devised a plan to trick her out of the base. Jia, sister. I heard Wei Ji say he found a water elemental mutant outside the base. I want to improve my strength by absorbing crystals. Can you help me, sister? Tang Yu heard that her uncle's boyfriend, Wei Xian, discovered a water-type mutation. Without hesitation, she took her guild members and left the base. Unexpectedly, all of them turned against her. When she was exhausted from fighting and using her powers, she was assaulted by her boyfriend and her guild members. She kept her lips pressed together, thinking her mother was unaware of this. But after she was attacked, the guild members wanted to extract her crystal. Tang's mother appeared. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at her daughter with regret. Forget it, just leave it be. Her condition is not good, and she won't live long. Considering our 20 years of relationship. She said more, but Tang Yu couldn't listen anymore. They probably didn't expect that, within a few hours, her body would recover completely, and she would come back stronger. Tang Yu swallowed a few newly exchanged gold crystals. Just before her powers might burst her body, she asked one last question. Mom, when I was attacked, did you ever feel a little pity for me? That night, Tang Yu slaughtered the entire guild she had built herself. Her guild was destroyed by her own hands. A slight smile appeared on her lips. She had to thank her own strength at that moment. Although she lost, those traitors had exhausted most of their powers. Did they really think they could relax so early? When she returned to the guild, they didn't immediately absorb crystals to restore their powers. Tang Yu looked at the woman crying over her son's body. She picked up 2 crystals and held them in her mouth. The feeling of her powers nearly exploding her body dulled her expectations and longing for family. Tang Yu staggered out of the guild, her eyes vacant. Blood kept flowing from her pores because she had absorbed too many crystals at once. Before I die, I need to give her these 2 water-type crystals. Under the moonlight, a blood-stained figure staggered forward in the dark, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind. Tang Yu staggered along the street, unsure where to find her. Gradually, she reached a slum. Many people pointed at her and whispered. One Esper, looking for fun in the slum, seemed to recognize her. Hey, isn't that our swift and fierce President Tang? TSK, I just talked with Wei Go earlier, and I heard you. The person examined Tang Yu from top to bottom, then let out a cryptic chuckle. His ambiguous laugh immediately made those around him think of something. A middle-aged woman earning her food with her body quickly ate a piece of biscuit, glancing at Tang Yu. Tang Yu's breath was faint, and her body was almost unable to hold on. The man licked his lips. This Tang Yu, previously powerful in the apocalypse due to her strong abilities, often dressed beautifully and stood out more than most women in the wasteland. People love to see someone proud and capable fall from grace, as if watching someone they once admired stumble, making their own harsh lives seem a little easier. The man reached out with a malicious look on his face.
Hey.
Look at me. Suddenly, a thin, foul-smelling woman rushed over. The man frowned, looking at this impoverished woman who had just served him, and showed disgust. The woman blocked Tang Yu firmly. She hadn't bathed in days, and her smell made the man feel sick. He pushed her away, causing her to fall to the ground. She cried out in pain but quickly got up again, once more standing in front of Tang Yu. The woman smiled flatteringly. Sir, look at me. I'm not worse than this blood-covered, emaciated girl. After speaking, she spun around seductively. Though her body was thin from long starvation and illness, she had a good figure, which was rare in the wasteland. The man seemed moved by her words. He suddenly grabbed her waist and pulled her toward a simple shelter nearby. The woman giggled and looked back at Tang Yu. Finally, her figure disappeared inside the shelter. Tang Yu stood there, unsure of where to go. In the slum, whether men or women, everyone was being humiliated in various ways during this chaotic time. Tang Yu looked on numbingly, a trace of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Even as a person with special abilities, she was like this. What about ordinary people? Why are you dying again after just a few hours? A cold voice sounded. Tang Yu suddenly looked up and saw Suyu, who was out of place in the slum. Tang Yu handed over the crystal she was clutching. Here.
Suyu didn't take it.
Instead, she grabbed Tang Yu's blood-stained wrist, checking her condition.
Suyu Shaid. Come with me.
Tang Yu didn't move. I've killed someone. The base will catch me sooner or later. Suyu raised an eyebrow. And besides, with my current condition, I won't live much longer. You don't need to interfere in my affairs. Tang Yu broke free from Suyu's grip. Suyu held an extra crystal in her hand. Tang Yu found a wall corner and sat down, seemingly waiting for death. On the greasy floor tiles beside her, someone sat down. Tang Yu looked at Suyu's profile, opened her mouth to speak, but said nothing. Suyu rested her chin on her hand, watching the people struggling in the slum just to get a bite to eat. In chaotic times, the first to suffer are ordinary people who have no strength or power. Women, the elderly, the sick, and the disabled are the most vulnerable. What you experience today, many others in this world have gone through the same. Revealing this matter may make people uncomfortable and upset. I know it has hurt you physically and emotionally, but deep down, I think you are very brave. Suyu turned her head, looking into Tang Yu's lost, dull eyes. In this world, not everyone is brave. Many women and men in such situations keep these things buried deep inside, afraid or unable to fight back. Dirty things are like unburned fires. Someday they will flare up again, burning and causing sleepless nights, hatred and pain. People without strength, let alone others. Tang Yu, at least you did. You were hurt, but still fought back bravely. You are very brave and strong. So, don't just wait passively. Tang Yu smiled faintly, but I still feel I'm not good enough. Why do you tolerate it? Why do you resist? Why don't you fight back? There are always people with magnifying glasses looking for victims' mistakes. No one can be perfect in this world, nor can everyone like or praise you. But I think you are good. If it were me, I might not be able to do what you did. Tang Yu blinked and looked at Suyu's expressionless face, suddenly smiling. You come with a blank, awkward face to comfort people. Really, it's a bit funny. She said it was funny, but tears welled up in her eyes. Suyu let out a sigh, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's shoulder gently. We've said enough. If you want to wait for death, I will respect your choice. Tang Yu shook her head. Under Suyu's gaze, she said, I won't wait for death. I just left the slum, but I can easily be caught by the enforcement team of the base. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Oh, then I'll go first. Suyu left the slum. Tang Yu touched the damp, cold spot on her back, where Suyu had just held her. She smiled. The girl who said she didn't care about her had saved her once again. Tang Yu found a hidden place to sit for a while until the man and woman finished and came out of the shelter. The man did not give anything to the woman. The woman walked trembling but still smiled as she saw the man off. After the man left, Tang Yu approached the woman. The woman looked surprised and asked, "You, why haven't you left yet?" Tang Yu smiled and said, "Thank you earlier." The woman's surprise and discomfort quickly disappeared, and she immediately put on a harsh face, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't help you. If you really want to thank someone, give me something to eat." Tang Yu took some candies from her pocket and placed them in the woman's hand. The woman was stunned. She didn't expect Tang Yu to actually give her something to eat. She frowned and asked, "Are you planning to seek death?" Tang Yu smiled softly and said, "I won't seek death. I will live well and do what I want." "What do you want to do?" "I want to become stronger, to protect girls who are weaker but refuse to give up, and to keep them from suffering like I did." The woman's brow relaxed and she chuckled, hiding the candies inside her clothes, then waved at Tang Yu and said, "If there's nothing else, get lost. Don't block my way." "Wait. Are you willing to leave the base with me?" The woman turned around and said calmly, "Everyone has their own goals and life. I am the same. No one can truly help anyone in this world. Let's leave quickly while it's dark." Suyu and the others used crystal exchange points to restock some supplies at the base. Zhang Yang asked at the crystal exchange center, and they said water crystals are rarely sold. Even if available, they are extremely expensive. With the money they had, they couldn't buy even one. Suyu only exchanged some supplies before leaving the Z City base. They rested during the day and set out at night, with one more person in the team. Suyu didn't ask how Tang Yu left the base that day, and Tang Yu didn't say. Tang Yu loved dogs very much, often picking them up and playing with them, causing a lot of fur to fly around. Zhang Yang still led the way. Liao Yuan was in the middle, and Suyu and Tang Yu walked at the back. Suyu realized that Tang Yu was actually quite cheerful, full of energy, and still hopping around in the hot weather. Compared to Tang Yu, Suyu felt like a piece of wood. After walking for dozens of kilometers, the four arrived at a well-protected village. The village looked like a small base, and it seemed to be inhabited. Zhang Yang turned back and asked Suyu, "Should we go in to exchange supplies?" Before Suyu could answer, Tang Yu sneered and said, "Oh, you're going to exchange supplies? If you really go in, you'll probably just get robbed." Zhang Yang's face twisted with frustration. He was really tired of this sarcastic woman. Since they started working together to hunt mutated creatures, she has disliked him because he is too impulsive and not smart enough, which caused her to run a kilometer in the hot sun to catch the prey. "What's worse?" Suyu nodded faintly and said, "Yes, you are indeed very impulsive." Zhang Yang was angry and felt wronged, but he knew his personality was impulsive and could cause trouble, so he had to swallow his frustration. "Big sister, help me." Next to a covered in yellow dirt, a small girl was lying there, barely alive. When the girl saw the water shields around Suyu and the others, her eyes flickered with joy and a hidden greed. Tang Yu paused and exchanged a glance with Suyu, both pretending not to see, then walked over. "Big sister, please help me. My home is nearby in a village. Please save me and take me home. My family will definitely thank you." Liao Yuan sighed calmly and left without fuss. Seeing the group walk past without reacting, the girl's eyes flashed with resentment and hatred. Behind her, the girl kept begging desperately, but Suyu kept walking. Little Potato chuckled and tugged Suyu's hair, asking, "Ah, such a pitiful little girl. Hurry and help her. What if she dies if you don't? She's a human life, after all." Tang Yu rolled her eyes. This little potato was learning her sarcasm instead of doing better.
So you looked expressionless.
Avoid mental exhaustion. I am destined for a grand temple. Seeing Suyu and the others walk away, a group of people suddenly emerged from behind and surrounded them. Zhang Yang grinned, and a fireball appeared in his hand. Tang Yu waved her hands, and metal double blades appeared in midair. The group approaching immediately stopped in their tracks and turned around, retreating behind the little potato loudly clicked his tongue. "Ha! Coward!" Suyu snorted, thinking that little potato was becoming more like a street kid. She then covered little potato's mouth. "Watch your manners." Little potato rolled his eyes, swung onto Liao Deyuan's hand using vines, and was about to spit at Suyu. But when he saw Suyu's gentle smile and the corrosive liquid on her finger, he swallowed his spit with a gulp. Suyu said, "Ha! Coward!" Little potato huffed and crawled into Liao Deyuan's pocket to sleep. Chun Xingxing angrily punched the dirt mound and shouted to the villagers behind him, "Why aren't you coming? That's a water-type ability user. As long as we catch her, we won't have to worry about food or clothing." Behind the dirt mound, a silly-looking big man looked up and said, "Xingxing, they are strong. I can't fight them." Seeing the strong man, Chun Xingxing felt both angry and helpless. If it weren't for his powerful body abilities, he wouldn't want to bring him along to get rich. 2 hours later, Chun Xingxing was lying on the dirt mound, asleep. Suddenly, a villager behind the mound whispered, "Look, is someone coming over there? Is that a blind person?" Chun Xingxing suddenly opened his eyes, sat up, and looked behind the withered tree trunk. He saw a tall young man walking slowly forward, holding a cane in his left hand and a flute in his right. He had silver hair, a cloth band covering his eyes, wore a Taoist robe, and had a bronze bell hanging at his waist. As he moved, the bell jingled clearly, echoing in the dusty wind, sounding very pleasant. Chun Xingxing stared intently at the young man's backpack, which looked heavy. It must have good things inside. He quickly signaled to the people behind the mound. His body twisted suddenly, and in an instant, Chun Xingxing appeared to be a pitiful figure with twisted limbs.
Ouch.
That hurts so much. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, sounding very pitiful and helpless. The young man indeed stopped in front of the girl. The girl's eyes lit up. "Big brother, can you help me?" The young man slightly tilted his head, his eyes covered by the cloth, but his lips seemed to be smiling naturally.
"Sure. Huh."
Chun Xingxing was stunned, then quickly made a sound of surprise and gratitude. "Thank you, brother. Brother, I am from Fuja village behind us. I went out to find water, but was attacked by bandits. My limbs are broken, I can't move. Please, kind brother, help me call my parents from the village." The young man nodded.
Okay. Chun Xingxing was surprised.
Does this person not need to lie? Is it really that simple? Chun Xingxing was interrupted while casting a spell, feeling confused and trying to think of his next line. But the young man asked, "But I can't see the road. I don't know where Fuja village is. Could you please show me the way?" Chun Xingxing immediately looked at the people behind the mound and the trap they had set.
"Brother, go straight to your right.
Walk about 1 kilometer, and you'll reach the village." The young man smiled and nodded, then started walking down the. He moved very slowly, like a turtle crawling. The people behind them were eager to try, but Chun Xingxing felt something strange about the blind man, so he signaled everyone not to act rashly. In just over 20 meters, the young man took 10 minutes to reach the trap. 2 fools grew more anxious, scratching their heads. Finally, after waiting another 10 minutes, the young man arrived at the trap. He stopped and muttered confusedly, "Where was I supposed to go?" Chun Xingxing looked frustrated. The people behind the couldn't hold back anymore. The young man turned around, seeming ready to go back the way he came, and asked Chun Xingxing what to do. Chun Xingxing shouted loudly, "Brother, turn around. Just go straight." His voice was full of energy. The young man looked thoughtful, nodded, and then turned around. Just as everyone thought he would walk forward, he suddenly stopped. Chun Xingxing felt nervous, wondering if he had discovered something. Just as everyone was getting impatient and ready to act, the young man summoned a gust of wind and floated into the sky. In no time, he flew to the front of Fu's village. All the traps on the ground were useless. Chun Xingxing's mouth opened wide in surprise, and he immediately shouted to the people behind the, "Don't move him yet. He's not easy to deal with. Let's take our time and use poison." The people behind the nodded and quickly took a small path back to the village. The young man stood at the village entrance and called out loudly, "Is anyone there?" A woman hurried out and asked, "Sir, what's the matter? Do you need help?" The young man turned his head and smiled at the woman. "Oh, it's like this. The girl from your village is in my hands." The woman's face twitched, and she yelled exaggeratedly, "Oh no, you're talking about my Xing Xing. She left this morning and hasn't come back. I've been worried." The young man nodded. "It seems she's your family." The woman nodded and asked anxiously, "Do you know where Xing Xing is?" The young man replied, "Yes, I can take you to find her." The woman immediately pretended to be happy. "That's great. Give her to me." The young man stretched out his hand and held it out to the woman. The woman was stunned, confused by his words. "Give her to you? What do you mean?" The young man tilted his head. "The reward." The woman was speechless. "No way, no way. Can anyone really believe that helping others is free in this world?" The woman glared fiercely at Chen Xingxing, who was already returning from a short distance. When Chen Xingxing signaled to stay calm, the woman took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want in return?" The young man smiled and said, "Miss, it's the end of the world. Don't you know that the real currency is crystals?" The woman coughed, and the people behind the village wall were already ready to attack. At that moment, the young man said, "You don't want to pay? Trying to cheat? Then I will take it myself." He flicked his fingers, and his index and middle fingers pressed against the woman's forehead. Before she could react, a strong wind suddenly exploded around her, shattering her head into pieces, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The wind in front of the young man blocked the splattering blood and flesh. He held a bloody crystal between his slender fingers. Blood dripped down his hand. The young man tilted his head and called into the village, "Who is that girl's family? Come out and pay your debt." The villagers were so frightened by the young man that they dared not speak. The whole village was eerily silent. The young man clicked his tongue and said, "It seems Miss Xingxing is an orphan. Then I guess we have to find someone from the village to settle the debt." After that, he stepped inside. Few's village had 56 people, all lying in pools of blood. The ground was covered in thick, sticky blood. The young man walked slowly to Chen Xingxing, who was still alive but barely breathing, and pressed his finger to her forehead. "Don't kill me. I'm just a child." Chen Xingxing's eyes were full of fear. She saw a demon, a ruthless killer with no mercy. The young man put his finger to his lips and whispered, Okay, good girl, time to go." His voice was clear and pure, like a mountain spring. Chen Xingxing's pupils shrank. "Don't kill me. I'm just a child." A cold finger pressed against her forehead with a loud bang. Her head exploded. The young man's hand held another crystal. He slowly walked to the last villager. The fool was already terrified and trembling all over. The young man sighed and said, "I won't kill you." The fool was stunned. His limited intelligence made him ask, "Huh?
Why?"
The young man chuckled softly, "Because you've never eaten human flesh." The fool stared blankly, eyes dull. The young man ignored him and walked toward a large dirt pit behind the village. Inside the pit, countless human bones were piled up. He casually picked up a leg bone and said coldly, "Child's bone?" The fool followed closely behind, too scared to run away. He was simple-minded. If the young man said he wouldn't kill him, he wasn't afraid anymore. "There are 213 people here," the fool said, counting on his fingers. The young man turned his head. "Do you remember?" "Yes, I remember." The young man stood up and spoke softly, "Why not eat human flesh with them?" The second fool clutched his clothes nervously. "I don't want to."
"Can't."
"Won't." The young man seemed amused, counting his fingers, then suddenly smiled. You let a few escape." The second fool's eyes lit up, "You know?
This is my secret."
"I haven't told anyone." The young man put away his smile and ignored the second fool, taking out a yellow talisman paper and cinnabar from his bag. In a moment, a cinnabar talisman appeared on his finger. He threw the yellow talisman into the pit. It floated down gently. Suddenly, the yellow talisman ignited, and blue flames covered the bones in the pit. The second fool stared blankly, unable to look away, but he felt that the foul smell and oppressive atmosphere lingering in the village gradually faded as the blue flames burned. The young man stood up, the bell at his waist jingled. His body stiffened, and after a moment of calculation, he sighed with some regret. "Tsk, I missed it." The second fool asked, "Missed what?" The young man immediately left the village, and the second fool hurried to follow. One walked ahead, the other chattered behind.
Master.
"Are you really blind?" "Almost."
Master.
"Where are you going?" "Looking for someone."
But you.
"Can't see. How will you find them?" "I can calculate." "Then, Master, who are you looking for?" "A very interesting girl." At this, the young man stopped, and the copper bell at his waist jingled non-stop. He raised his hand to gently touch the silk cloth over his eyes. He looked a bit frustrated, sighed, thinking that the cost of draining his life force was indeed high. His eyes were half blind now, unable to see clearly in the light, which was quite troublesome. The second fool looked puzzled. "Master, Grandma said that people are hard to read." "How do you know that girl's thoughts?" The young man turned his head, his eyes behind the silk cloth gazing directly at the second fool, reading his mind. He smiled and asked, "Do you believe in light?"
Huh.
The young man withdrew his gaze, closing his eyes under the silk cloth, then continued walking forward slowly. He found it boring, too boring. The more he interacted with people, the more he felt it was dull. He played with a bone flute in his right hand, a faint smile on his lips. The second fool stared blankly at the smile, thinking to himself, that smile of the master is really strange. "Master, just now, were you thinking of something happy?" The young man ignored the second fool, but he didn't feel tired at all. He kept following and asking along the way, "Master Dao, are you really a Taoist priest?" The young man asked, sounding a bit annoyed. "I'm not called Master Dao. My name is Shuiyu. Also, can you stop following me? You're so noisy."
Oh.
In September, the land had been dry for 6 months. Almost no grass remained. Some tall trees had withered and dried out, breaking easily into wood chips when gently bent. Without lush forests, the land was wide open, cracked with deep fissures. When the wind blew, it carried dust and sand everywhere. The ground temperature had already reached 65 degrees Celsius. Tang Yu looked at her severely sunburned skin, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. People really have strong adaptability. After a few months, they've gradually gotten used to such high temperatures. Liao Yuan wiped his sweat. The group was hiding inside a ruined building, using it to block some of the sunlight. He held a map, studying it carefully with a serious and cautious look. "Well, I don't know how much longer this weather will last." Zhang Yang lay on the ground, fanning Suyu, who was about to faint, while looking hopelessly at the clear blue sky. The little dog whined softly, crawling out of Liao Yuan's arms. The ground was too hot. The dog's paw pads had been badly burned, so it dared not touch the ground now. Tang Yu looked at Suyu's pale face, with dark circles under her eyes, and sighed helplessly. Recently, to prevent everyone from getting heatstroke or sunstroke, Suyu had been constantly wearing a waterproof mask. But after a while, even with her strong healing ability, she finally fainted at noon today. Tang Yu checked her shoe soles. They were worn and melted, clearly burned by the hot ground. Sitting quietly, everyone was feeling very hot. They could only keep drinking water. Fortunately, Suyu had anticipated this and had sealed large buckets of special water with her abilities before leaving the base, storing them in the dog's space. So, although they were tired and hot, they weren't short of water. Suyu's special water was also very effective as a health tonic, which helped everyone avoid illness during this journey. Suddenly, the buzzing sound of a motorcycle came from afar. Tang Yu frowned. In such hot weather, how could anyone be outside? She exchanged a quick look with Zhang Yang and swiftly ran outside. Zhang Yang protected Suyu and Liao Yuan behind him, watching cautiously. As Tang Yu stepped outside, she saw a silver-white motorcycle speeding past in the distance. The rider was dressed in silver-white clothing and wearing a helmet. The tires on the motorcycle looked different from normal tires, with a metallic shine. Tang Yu was surprised. Isn't this person afraid of the heat? Won't the tires explode from high temperatures? While she was thinking, another motorcycle approached from afar. It was also silver-white, and the rider dressed similarly, but this one was not going as fast. A cage was tied to the motorcycle, covered with black cloth, so the inside was not visible. The owner of the motorcycle saw Tang Yu. He stopped his bike and, through his helmet, his voice sounded muffled. "Are you going to the Nightless City?" Tang Yu's heart moved slightly, but she kept her face calm. "Yes." The man smiled. "All right, little girl, I can give you a ride." Tang Yu smiled back. "No need, big brother. Are you heading to the Nightless City too? Are you going to resupply?" Tang Yu thought, resupply is always good, especially in a large gathering place where supplies can be obtained. But the man suddenly chuckled, his voice teasing. "Little sister, you say that about going to the Nightless City? No one goes there just for supplies." Tang Yu stiffened, but luckily, the man didn't say anything else. He just smiled and accelerated away. Frowning, Tang Yu immediately turned back. "What's going on?"
Zhangyang lo get nervous.
Tang Yu shook her head and signaled for them to go inside. Once inside, she recounted what happened. Liao Dayuan and Zhang Yang were both confused. Little Potato crawled out from Su Yu's collar. It wobbled and moved between the three of them, saying, "The Nightless City?" Just hearing the name sounds bad. Zhang Yang chuckled. "You knew about it too?" Potato puffed up proudly. "Of course. You humans love to give beautiful-sounding names to places that are actually dirty. For example, Paradise Nightclub." Tang Yu covered her face and Liao Dayuan sighed, feeling helpless about how a good kid was being led astray and couldn't be corrected. "What nightclub?" Suddenly, a cold and somewhat weak voice sounded. Little Potato stiffened, then hurriedly jumped onto Su Yu's shoulder, giving her a shoulder massage. "It's nothing, dear." Su Yu rubbed her forehead, her head hurting badly. She tried to create a water shield, but her body started aching, and suddenly, blood started pouring from her nose. Tang Yu exclaimed and quickly fed Su Yu some water. Liao Dayuan also hurriedly said, "Girl, you should rest well. We're not hot." Zhang Yang pursed his lips and fanned Su Yu. Su Yu took a moment to recover before asking, "Did something happen?" Zhang Yu and Tang Yu exchanged a glance and recounted what had happened earlier. Su Yu looked at the exhausted dog, feeling somewhat helpless. Nevernight City. Su Yu paused for a moment and said, "After dark, we will head in that direction. No matter what, I need crystal supplies." The group traveled about 20 kilometers from where they left the motorcycles and finally saw Nevernight City. It was a large, half-spherical greenhouse. Its size was much bigger than the bases Su Yu had seen along the way. Tall, silver-white metal city walls connected to a huge glass dome. Through the glass, bright lights shone inside, making it look like something from another world.
What kind of place is this?"
Tang Yu opened her mouth wide, unable to look away. Outside Nevernight City, many people gathered. As Su Yu and the others approached, someone came to meet them. Qian Shu immediately spotted the four people. 2 men and 2 women, with the most eye-catching being a white-clad woman in the middle, surrounded by others. She carried no heavy items, looked cold and calm, had a very beautiful face, and most importantly, her skin was very white, smooth and shiny. She was clean and neat, unlike people from the end of world. This woman was different from anyone Su Yu had seen before, as if she belonged to a different layer of existence. "Hey, are you 4 new here?" Qian Shu pushed aside his companions with his strong body and abilities, shielding them behind himself. Su Yu's gaze fell on the man in front. Just a quick look made her a bit surprised. With her experience, she could roughly sense his ability level just by feeling. This person was not simple, an A-grade mutated human. "Are you 4 visiting Nevernight City for the first time?" Qian Shu rubbed his hands together. Just then, the sound of motorcycles approaching from afar reached their ears. The companions guarding the city gate immediately turned and pushed forward, eager to get closer. Qian Shu was clever. Although Su Yu's gaze remained calm, He subtly looked toward the motorcycles and quickly explained, their gear and motorcycles are special products of Nevernight City. Special products?
Tang Yu asked.
Qianshu immediately grinned and said, our Nevernight City has become a paradise city now.
Ha!
Potato chuckled aloud. Luckily, it was hidden under Suyu's collar, so Qianshu didn't see it and thought Suyu was the one laughing. But seeing Suyu's expressionless face, he didn't react at all, so he pretended not to hear anything and said, our city is a green oasis city, after all. Liao Deyuan's mouth slightly opened, and he instinctively looked at Suyu. Suyu turned his head and glanced at Liao Deyuan, signaling him to keep listening. Other places lack water, but our city doesn't. When Zhang Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. Since there's no water shortage, he wondered if there are water crystal stones available for exchange. However, Qianshu stopped speaking at this point, just smiled and said, would you like to come into the city and take a look? Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile. What are the conditions for entering the city? Qianshu rubbed his hands together. Each person needs to give 2 A-grade crystals. Tang Yu was surprised. A-grade crystals. Is this a robbery? But she didn't say anything, and just looked at Suyu. The crystals were kept by Suyu. Although this amount was enough for everyone to enter the city, once inside, the remaining crystals wouldn't even be B-grade. Suyu said nothing, just stroked the dog's ears, and looked at Qianshu. Seeing that Suyu didn't reply, Qianshu wasn't embarrassed and smiled. Of course. I can be your guide. As long as I lead you into the city, each of you only needs to hand over 1 A-grade crystal. I'm Qianshu, and I won't do this for nothing. You pay me 2 A-grade crystals. After successfully entering the city, I will give you a detailed introduction. Zhang Yang calculated that if Qianshu acted as a guide, they could save 2 A-grade crystals, which sounded quite cheap.
Shuyunadi, please lead the way.
The city gate of the Eternal Night City was heavily guarded. The 4 of them registered their information at the gate for a long time. When it was Suyu's turn, she filled in her ability as a wood-type mutant. When asked to test her ability, Suyu secretly hid the small potato in her fingers. Of course, the small potato refused to cooperate, but Suyu pinched it, and it immediately became obedient. B+ grade, wood type. The registrar looked at Suyu with some surprise. Seeing her fair appearance, he thought she was a powerful character. But after seeing the test results of the other 2, the registrar felt it was not surprising anymore. Changyang SS, Deng Yu SS. Liao Deyuan was an ordinary person, so the registrar let him pass. Wait, bring the dog over for testing. The registrar looked at the fat dog and felt a bit strange. Suyu paused, her fingers stiffening on the dog's ears. Kai Miwang barked, and Suyu stayed still. Didn't hear me? Bring the dog over for testing. The registrar immediately shouted. He looked at Suyu with a serious expression, a hint of disdain in his eyes. A mere B-level would-type ability, yet he dared to act arrogantly in their city full of A-level powers. He was clearly asking for trouble. Qianshu quickly ran over and smiled at the registration clerk. Oh, let's test. This isn't about our young lady's feelings for her pet dog, and she doesn't understand our city. It's only cautious to do so. Then, Qianshu turned to Suyu and whispered, Miss Su, it's okay. We're just testing the ability. Even if your dog has some special power, our city won't harm your dog. Many people here raise mutated animals, so it's nothing unusual. He then gave a flattering smile to the clerk again. Suyu's face was cold. She turned to leave, unwilling to take the risk. Even if her ability drained her and made her faint every day, she would never let her dog's power be exposed or put in danger. At that moment, Kaimi suddenly broke free from Suyu's embrace and jumped onto the table. Suyu, already exhausted from using her ability, couldn't catch her dog in time during this sudden situation. Kaimi jumped onto the table and pressed her paw onto the testing device. Suyu's pupils shrank. The screen of the tester lit up, and a mechanical voice announced the result. Would-type ability, B+. The dog lowered its paw, turned to look at Suyu with a grin and huffed. Suyu's heart nearly broke. Inside the dog's paw pads, tiny potato-sized roots slowly retracted from the vines covering the paw. Humph, a B-level wood ability? I thought it was something impressive. The clerk cursed under his breath.
So you didn't say anything.
She picked up her dog and held it close, her hands trembling slightly. Qian Shu quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile and led the others inside. Behind Suyu, Liao Dayuan, Zhang Yang, and Tang Yu all pocketed their hands and followed. It wasn't because they were trying to look cool or had strong personalities. Their hands were trembling so badly they were afraid someone might notice, so they kept their hands in their pockets. The streets of the city were busy and orderly, with colorful neon signs shining brightly. The temperature was over 30 degrees Celsius, but the three of them finally felt a cool, relaxing breeze. Walking through the city, Suyu smelled many familiar yet strange scents, rich meat, fragrant alcohol, and the natural aroma of plants. Everyone, in our city, we use crystals as currency. For food, clothing, housing, and transportation, everything depends on crystals. Passing a small inn, Suyu glanced at the sign outside. A single room for one night costs 2 A-grade crystals.
Sui's eyelid twitched.
Wow, the four of them could only stay one night in the city of no night, and only in a single room. Zhang Yang, who couldn't hide his feelings, saw the price and his face turned green. Qian Shu saw this and understood immediately, then said, actually many people who come to the city of no night make money directly here, and spend it right away. Zhang Yang was surprised. How do they make money? Qian Shu smiled and explained, there are 3 ways. Gambling, selling oneself, and the beast arena. Gambling involves betting with crystals, body parts, or even life. If you win, you earn a lot. If you lose, you might lose your life. Selling oneself is usually for good-looking body mutants, like cat-eared girls, big dogs, little puppies, or snake-tailed humans. Many people buy them. After being bought, they follow their owners, enjoying a good life, which is normal. The last one is the beast arena, which has 2 types, human fights and beast fights. In human fights, 2 people battle. The winner can openly take the loser's crystals. Beast fights. Qian Shu glanced at the big yellow dog in Suyu's arms. The owner uses their pet to fight for money. The winner takes the loser's crystals. If the loser doesn't want to give crystals, they can take out their pet's crystals as a bet.
Suyu was surprised.
As Little Potato said, humans always use beautiful words to name dirty things. The 4 of them looked unhappy. Without crystals in the city of no night, they couldn't get anywhere. Qian Shu smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, I run a small inn myself. If you stay here, the price will be cheaper than others. 1 single room, 1 crystal of grade A per day.
How about that?
Suyu and the others chose to stay at Qian Shu's inn. The inn was a bit out of the way in an alley, away from the main street and a little far from the city center, but it was clean and tidy. Most importantly, his single room was quite spacious, for people could sleep on the floor comfortably. Suyu sat on the bed, looking at the 20 or so grade B crystals and a bunch of D-grade crystals in the box, feeling a bit troubled. According to the exchange rate, 20 grade B crystals could be exchanged for 1 grade A crystal. As for the large pile of D-grade crystals, even if all were exchanged, they wouldn't amount to 5 grade B crystals. In other words, Suyu and his friends now only had 1 grade A crystal and fewer than 5 grade B crystals. Tang Yu went to the main street to check the basic prices. Wow, a piece of meat about the size of a palm, 2 A-grade crystals, 1 liter of water with 2 A-grade crystals, and even the 3 large entertainment venues rickshaws start at 1 A-grade crystal. When Tang Yu shared the prices, everyone fell silent.
Suyu's head hurt badly.
She couldn't use her supernatural powers now, and her body was also uncomfortable. She urgently needed water element crystals to recover. Zhang Yang asked, can water element crystals be exchanged? Tang Yu looked pale. Yes, they can be exchanged, but water crystals are very expensive now. 1 A-grade water crystal requires 5 A-grade crystals from the other 4 elements to exchange. Liao Dayuan sighed deeply. He felt very helpless at this moment. In the city of eternal night, he couldn't help much and was only a burden to the girl. Suyu rubbed her forehead and asked, "Are there other ways to earn crystals in the city?"
Tan iue not that.
All water element supernatural beings have been taken by the city of Eternal Night for their use. I heard that water element powers don't have to worry about food or drink there.
Zhang yang siged. Desika, no.
Not to mention that Suyu's registered supernatural power is wood element, and even if it were water element, being taken by the city of Eternal Night isn't a good thing. Suyu sighed heavily, her eyes dark. Does the city of Eternal Night allow private fights? Tangyu was surprised. She pursed her lips. No. Once outside the 3 large entertainment venues, fighting among similar powers is forbidden. I heard that there was a gambler in the city who lost his life at the casino, but he actually escaped. His opponent outside the casino couldn't catch him, so he never stepped into the 3 entertainment venues again, and he survived.
Suyu massaget her forehead.
She thought for a moment and suddenly pulled out a potato from her collar. Good potato. Sister now has a wood element supernatural power. The potato blinked its crimson eyes, full of caution and wariness. What do you want to do?
Suyu smiled.
Let's go to the beast fighting arena and have some fun. Suyu wanted to go to the beast fighting arena. She didn't want Zhang Yang and Tang Yu to risk themselves because of her. If she won, it would be fine, but if she lost, they could lose their lives. Suyu didn't want anything to happen to them because of her. The potato spat out a mouthful. If you want to go, go. I won't go. Suyu pinched the suddenly egg-sized potato in her hand. 1 B-grade wood element crystal. The potato was stunned, then snorted coldly. Haven't you heard that here, the prices start at A-grade? Suyu loosened her grip. Help me win 5 A-grade crystals, and I'll give you 5 B-grade wood element crystals. I want A-grade crystals. Potato crossed its arms, knowing full well that Suyu is just pointing at it for help. It refused to give in easily. Suddenly, Suyu released her hold, and Potato dropped to the ground with a loud thud. Forget it. We're leaving the city tomorrow. I don't want the crystal anymore. Potato was stunned.
Why?
She could choose not to use crystals, but she couldn't avoid using supernatural powers forever. Yes, it had bitten Suyu, but for safety or to cool down Liao Dayuan, she would still need to use her powers. Using powers requires crystals. Tang Yu and Zhang Yang exchanged glances silently, thinking about trying the arena tomorrow. They didn't trust Suyu to go in alone, mainly because they didn't trust Potato. So, Potato waited all night by the door, hoping Suyu would bargain, but when she didn't, it started to doubt everything. The next morning, Suyu told everyone to pack up and prepare to leave the city. Zhang Yang wanted to say he would go to the arena, but Suyu shot him a sharp look. Tang Yu's eyes twitched as she looked at the little potato, giving Suyu a sidelong glance. She understood immediately, so everyone went downstairs together.
Wait.
Potato lowered its vines from its hips. Ahem. 5 B-grade crystals is too few. Add some more. Suyu ignored it and kept walking. Fine, 5 it is. Who made me such a kind little potato? Anyway, once they got to the arena, if Potato slacked off, Suyu would have to renegotiate her terms if she didn't want to die. Suyu smiled kindly and said to Potato, "All right, it's settled. But little Potato, all the wood-type crystals are with my greedy family. If I die, don't expect to get a crystal from them." Potato looked guilty, staring seriously at the greedy dog, then snorted coldly, thinking this woman was really cunning. Oh well, better to stay quiet.
So,
Potato hid near Suyu's ear, watching the excited crowd on the high stands. It suddenly felt a bit scared.
Fight. Kill him. Kill him.
I'll give 10 crystals. Are you stupid?
Counterattack.
Useless trash. Wasting my 2 crystals. On the field, 2 men fought fiercely, blood everywhere. Very brutal. Suyu waited outside, watching the drawing of lots. Zhang Yang, Liao Dayuan, and Tang Yu sat in the audience, their faces pale. The small potato trembled and said, "Sister, maybe we should retreat. Look at these people waiting for the draw, they are all A-level." Suyu took out a B-level wood crystal from her pocket. "This is the only one I have. You should eat it quickly to boost your strength. When it's your turn to fight, you'll show your mighty power." The small potato chewed the crystal, but didn't feel happy. Who can tell it why there are so many A-levels in the City of Night?
Boo-hoo.
I think I might have to restart again.
Oh.
Here they come. There's even a B-level, and it's a woman. Ha ha ha. A B-level dares to come? She's really brave.
Fight.
Smash that girl's head. Suyu entered the arena, with blood and unknown liquids still on the ground from the previous fight. Her opponent was a middle-aged man, A-level, with a metal element. The audience had already placed their bets. On the big screen, the man's side had 57 crystals, while Suyu's side only had 3, one of which was exchanged by Tang Yu and others with their last 20 B crystals for an A crystal.
Begin.
With a loud shout, the man launched the attack first.
Suyu looked wary.
She dodged the metal blade skillfully, while the vines protecting the small potato kept being cut. Small potato, I'll try to get close to him. You spit in his mouth, remember, a big one.
Suyu whispered.
The small potato rarely argued with her. Suyu didn't hear a response and dodged a light metal blade, panting a little. Did you understand what I said? The small potato said, don't talk to me now, I need to prepare a big spit. The small potato said it needed to prepare a big spit, so Suyu didn't talk to it anymore. She just used her fastest speed to dodge the attacks. The small potato was also uncomfortable. Its vines kept being cut, and the level gap was too obvious. It couldn't fight back at all. Its only hope was to protect Suyu and let her escape, but it was exhausted. Suddenly, Suyu's cheek was cut by a metal blade. The wound was deep, almost revealing her white teeth. The small potato was shocked. If only it didn't need to use energy to revive, it would be better. All the hardships in its life had been endured under Suyu's control. Suyu swayed and looked exhausted. Ha ha ha, tear her clothes apart with your supernatural power. Tear her clothes. I'll bet 2 crystals on it. Cut off her hands and feet.
I bet vienas crystal.
Tang Yu listened to the harsh words around her, her face turning very dark, and her fingers clenched with a cracking sound. Zhang Yang's eyes were red. He exchanged a determined look with Tang Yu. At that moment, they knew they had to go down to save the person. Regardless of breaking the rules, they were willing to risk everything. Liao Deyuan was the calmest of the 3, but his trembling lips betrayed his nervousness. Suyu stared tightly at the man opposite her. The man's eyes flashed with a fierce look, and a metal blade flickered. Suyu's clothes were quickly cut open. Finally, her worn-out white t-shirt fell to the ground, and the crowd cheered loudly. The spectators saw that Suyu was only wearing a tank top, and their eyes showed excitement.
Wow, so white.
Such good skin, I want to peel it off and play.
Come on.
Cut off her hands and feet. I'll give you 2 crystals. This is a rare, exciting event, haha. Go ahead. Do her in. I'll give you 10 crystals. The man paused, greed flashing in his eyes. Today's bet was the biggest he had ever won. If he followed the audience's suggestions, he could win even more. Suyu's face showed no emotion. Her fingers, holding the Tang sword, turned white, and her gaze fixed on the man walking slowly toward her. Stop resisting. Just cooperate a little. I've got the money, and if I feel good, I'll give you a quick death. The man didn't get too close to Suyu. A metal blade hovered beside him.
Suddenly, Suyu smiled.
Really? Of course it's true. Before the man finished speaking, the woman in front of him suddenly rushed forward with her sword, her agility surprising him. But that was all, just surprise. The metal blade shot out.
Bang!
The Tang sword and the metal blade clashed, sparking. Suyu's abdomen was cut open by another metal blade blocking her, and blood flowed out rapidly. At this moment, Suyu was very close to the man. Just as he was about to cut off her limbs, Suyu opened her mouth. Her breath was unsteady, but her voice was cold and clear. You have a vegetable leaf on your teeth. Dubbage what? The man instinctively licked his teeth, then suddenly, a cold object was pushed into his mouth with a pop.
Ugh. You.
He tried to spit it out, but in the next second, his body went numb. He lost strength and staggered, falling to the ground. Suyu, injured and exhausted, didn't delay any longer. She swung her sword and stabbed it into the man's forehead. The man died. Due to the paralyzing effect of the potato saliva, he felt no pain in his last moments. Useless. You're not even worth a woman. My crystal. This woman is kind of interesting. If I had known, I would have pressed her. Suyu suddenly knelt down with a loud thud, holding a tang sword. Things around him started to blur. Several vines extracted golden crystals from the man's forehead and stuffed them into Suyu's pocket.
Bang.
Suyu felt relieved and collapsed to the ground, completely fainting. When Suyu woke up, he didn't feel any pain. Instead, his energy was full, and he was very lively. As soon as he moved, he was stared at by a pair of bright red eyes.
Suyu was surprised.
Little Potato was lying on Suyu's face, both sets of eyes meeting directly. Crystals! Potato shouted. Suyu pushed Potato away. Potato fell backward with a thud, eyes wide with anger. He took out the grade A crystal from his pocket and held it in his hand, feeling safe. Tangyu placed a box of grade A crystals in front of Suyu. We bet in your name. Initially, both sides bet a total of 72 crystals. After some were taken by the arena, you received 39 grade A crystals. After exchanging 5 grade A water-type crystals, we still have 14 left. But you were unconscious for 2 days. After deducting the accommodation fee, there are 12 left.
Suyu blinked.
Did he really need 5 grade A crystals to restore his energy?
Tan ít que sợ mai.
Don't worry, you still have more crystals. Suyu was surprised and immediately looked around the room for Zhang Yang. Where is Zhang Yang? Tangyu smiled and reassured him.
He's fine.
Yesterday, he went to the arena and fought a match. He was lucky and faced an S-grade opponent. It was an easy win, earning 20 crystals. Suyu still asked, where did he go? Seeing Suyu looking a bit upset, Tangyu quickly said, he went shopping with Uncle Yao. Suyu immediately stood up. Tangyu couldn't stop him and looked a bit worried. Tangyu, are they at the arena? Suyu hurried downstairs while pinching the dog's ear. Tangyu said nothing, but quietly followed. I can't stop him. He won easily yesterday. I advised him to stop. Wait for you to wake up, and then plan. But unexpectedly early today, he said he wanted to go for a walk, and he disappeared. Liao Deyuan immediately went to find him. I'm worried about you and the dog, so I stayed behind to watch. Potato peeked out of Suyu's hair. The yin-yang person didn't lie. The fire person really acted on his own. Uncle Hey Dan went to find someone early. Suyu bit her lip without saying a word. She spent 2 crystals to rent a motorcycle, squeezed with Tangyu, and rushed toward the Beast Arena. Inside the casino, a long gambling table was crowded with people. Well-dressed gamblers cheered and shouted. Ding ding ding, the clear sound of a copper bell was drowned out by the noise of the casino. Guests, please come in. A girl with rabbit ears walked over, her long legs moving gracefully. She had a bright, charming smile. As she smiled, she subtly observed the man in front of her. He wore pale blue Taoist robes, his eyes covered with a silk cloth. His lips curled into a gentle, restrained smile, giving off a calm and modest look. Shuiyu tilted his ear slightly, seeming to listen to the sounds around him. But when the girl approached, he turned slightly to avoid her touch. The girl narrowed her eyes. It was surprising that a blind person could be so sharp. Since her abilities weren't obvious, it was quite interesting. Dear guest, how many rounds would you like to gamble? The girl's smile softened a bit. Shuiyu nodded gently, looking harmless and kind. The girl chuckled softly, leading Shuiyu forward while explaining the different types of bets. Behind them, the second fool looked around, stunned by the luxurious scene. Is this heaven? The indoor temperature was comfortable, and beautiful girls filled the place. Some girls even served hot, delicious food at the gambling tables.
No.
A teenage girl was locked in a cage. Her father pounded on the cage loudly. Mei Lao-san, I have one more bet. Mei Lao-san stroked his beard, looking at the reluctant man. He spoke slowly. I, Mei Lao-san, have fought across D-Field. I've defeated countless opponents. Do you think I'd care about a young girl who's just a little girl? The man's face darkened. I know you don't look down on an ordinary girl, but what if she's a cat hybrid?
Wow.
A cattered girl? That's worth something, right? Mei Laosen has been winning lately. He's never seen anything good, so he probably doesn't care about this girl. Everyone around was talking eagerly, waiting for Mei Laosan to speak. Mei Laosan rubbed his bare belly and waved his hand. Two women nearby immediately took out a spray bottle and sprayed it toward the girl in the cage.
No.
The girl reached out to block, but she couldn't stop it. Achoo. The girl was startled by the spray's smell and sneezed repeatedly. Almost instantly, a pair of fluffy orange cat ears appeared on her head. Old Man May nodded and said, average, maybe only worth 80 crystals. The man's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but as he looked at the pile of crystals in front of Old Man May, his eyes showed greed and longing. In the final round, he was determined to win. He didn't believe he would keep losing.
All right.
Let's bet 80 crystals. The man roughly kicked the cage. Old Man May raised an eyebrow and smiled. The girl kept crying, begging her father not to sell her, tears falling one after another. The simpleton looked at her with sympathy, glancing repeatedly in her direction. Hearing no footsteps, Shuai stopped. His eyes opened beneath the silk cloth, and he looked toward the girl inside the cage, following the simpleton's gaze. When he saw the fluffy orange cat ears on her head, Shuai paused.
Cat?
Seeing Shuai stop and look over, the rabbit girl asked, would you like to go see the show? Shuai smiled and said, sure. He followed the rabbit girl to the gambling table. Old Man May is quite famous. He came to the city of No Night 3 months ago and has been dominating the D-grade casinos since, rarely losing. The rabbit girl patiently explained to Shuai. The gambling table was crowded with people. The simpleton kept staring at the girl in the cage, a look of sympathy in his eyes. He thought about their village, where people were kept in cages like that. When they were hungry, they'd be dragged out to drink blood and eat flesh. Shuai's eyes beneath the silk cloth stayed open, fixed on the table, but he said, please help explain. I can't see clearly. The rabbit girl smiled and agreed. Old Man May took a piece of roasted meat offered by a nearby girl and took a sip of the bright red liquid. Until the dealer shook the dice and set them down. Old Man May knocked on the table. All right, are you betting big or small? Shuai looked at Old Man May, understanding his thoughts. He raised an eyebrow, so he had a special sight. No wonder he rarely lost. The man wiped his sweat and hesitated for a moment before placing his hand on the table.
Big.
Shuai smiled. Based on Old Man May's special vision, the number really was big. Old Man May remained calm. 100 crystals bet small. Open. 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 The crowd cheered loudly.
Big.
It's big. Seeing the result, the man immediately cheered. His face turned red with excitement. He had won. He finally beat Old Man May. The girl in the cage sighed in relief. Dad, we won. Let's go home. Just as the man was holding the winning crystal in front of himself, he heard the girl say, let's go home.
Bang.
He kicked the cage, causing it to shake violently. He smiled happily and looked at Old Third May. Again. Old Third May was not surprised. He sneered and said, sure. The second fool was stunned. He muttered, Big brother, he clearly already won. Why are we still betting? Shuai, just after hearing the bunny girl's live commentary, smiled slightly. This is what gamblers do. The bunny girl smiled, her gaze openly fixed on every expression of Shuai. The second fool said, gamblers are bad. Villains. But luckily, Big Brother is a good person. Shuai smiled gently, still appearing kind and harmless. Yes, I am a good person. In the second round, Old Third May saw that the big bet was on the large, while the man bet on the small. Old Third May confidently bet on the large. The result was revealed. The man, who had previously won, and the girl in the cage, lost to Old Third May. The girl cried and struggled, but it was no use. Old Third May squinted at the pile of crystals on the table, smiling indifferently. After the bunny girl finished her second round commentary, Shuai suddenly sighed softly. I've truly opened my eyes. The A-grade crystals in Night City are really plentiful. A hint of wariness flashed in the bunny girl's eyes, but her expression remained calm. Shuiyu gently twirled a bone flute with his fingers. This place is really filthy, and the smell is terrible. If the sky over Fuse Village was pale gray, then here. Shuiyu slightly raised his head, his eyes beneath the silk cloth staring intently at the luxurious ceiling of the venue, as if he could see through it to the sky outside. It was thick and black. The bunny girl wondered if this man was truly blind, so she casually asked, "Are your eyes natural, or did something happen to them?" Shuiyu raised his hand to his lips, smiling sincerely. "Don't you think it's a bit rude to ask about my physical flaws?" The bunny girl choked and felt a bit embarrassed. The second fool rubbed the back of his head. Big Brother was at it again, such a good person, but he has a mouth.
Sorry, guest.
I was too bold. The bunny girl smiled, clearly a professional at controlling the atmosphere, maintaining her composure and tone perfectly. Good, I'm glad you know. Shui smiled and looked at the gambling table. There were many players, but no one dared to bet against old Third May. The scene was somewhat tense. Shuiyu tilted his head, and his clear, smiling voice rang out among the crowd. "I'll play a little." The second fool was stunned. "Big Brother, you can't gamble, you'll lose everything. You just said. You're a good person." Second fool grabbed Shuiyu's arm tightly. He was very strong, but Shuiyu gently pushed him away and broke free. Old Third May looked up and saw the calm young man walking over and sitting on a red velvet chair. "Blind fool, you want to gamble with me?" Old Third May looked at Shuiyu's worn-out white robe and felt a bit disdainful. Such a poor person, even if they had crystals to gamble with, probably only a few. He didn't want to play with a poor person. Second fool couldn't stop him, so he sighed and stood behind Shuiyu. Shuiyu still smiled gently, looking harmless. "Yes, I want to gamble with you." The bunny girl instinctively felt that this blind man was a bit strange, so she also stood behind Shuiyu with second fool. "All right, I don't play small bets. If you want to gamble with me, the minimum bet is 20 crystals. Can you do that?" Old Third May looked at the blind young man and his accompanying girl, feeling a bit annoyed. Shuiyu chuckled softly. "All right." Old Third May immediately composed himself, his gaze serious. This person was probably new to Nightless City. Usually, newcomers who enter the casino for the first time are guided and introduced by a girl. Shuiyu took off his tattered cloth bag, which was originally placed in the ancestral hall by his master. He reached into the bag and took out a small cloth pouch. The pouch was also old and patched. Shuiyu poured out all the crystals from the pouch onto the gambling table. They were all grade A crystals, about 30 or so. Old Third May looked around and didn't see any water element crystals. That was normal. Water crystals were valuable, and standard grade A crystals on the market didn't include water element ones. The dealer, after Shuiyu agreed, began counting the crystals he poured out. 36 crystals. Second fool's heart ached. On this journey, he followed his big brother to do good and eliminate many bad people. He had finally saved up so many grade A crystals, and now they were all gone. Seeing the tearful second fool, Shuiyu sighed inwardly. He wasn't usually the kind to meddle in others' affairs, but he had consumed too much vitality in Dongcheng. Later, after falling into the Leagu could be translated as Leagu or Rift Valley, but kept as is for context, his body was severely damaged. He had to use his master's secret technique again, sacrificing 70 years of his life to gain a chance to survive. As a result, he was now half-blind, with only a year left to live. He gently touched the copper bell at his waist. If not for the need to prolong his fragile life, he wouldn't bother to interfere with other people's affairs or help spirits find peace. After all, meddling in others' matters is very dangerous.
But
Shuiyu looked up at the sky, feeling overwhelmed by everything. Clatter, clatter. The dealer had already started shaking the dice. Shuiyu withdrew his thoughts, opened his eyes beneath the silk cloth, and looked at the seemingly lazy but attentive old Third May across from him.
please.
The dealer set down the dice and signaled to the two of them. Old Third May looked away from the dice and turned to Shuiyu. "Little brother, I'm the dealer. I'll go first." Shuiyu smiled.
Okay.
Old Third May smirked, raised an eyebrow, and pushed his crystal to the small bet. Shuiyu chuckled softly, asking the fool to help push his crystal to the big bet. Open! Old Third May didn't even look at the dice. He held the girl in his arms, smiling lazily.
Big.
The blind man won. Everyone around gasped in surprise. Old Third May's body stiffened. He immediately stood up to check, counting carefully. Sure enough, it was big. What's going on? He couldn't have seen it wrong. Could it be that the kid across the table cheated? Old Third May quickly looked at the blind man. The man was smiling, listening to the rabbit girl explain, looking truly blind.
But
Old Third May's heart started to race. The dealer placed the crystals Shuiyu won on the table in front of him. Old Third May's eyes darted around. Another round? Shuiyu nodded. Yes, another round. This time, Shuiyu bet half of his crystals he just won. The 36 crystals he brought himself were put into a cloth bag and set aside. The fool was trembling with nervousness.
Second round.
The dice settled. Old Third May stared at the dice, making sure he hadn't seen it wrong, then carefully pushed his crystals to the big bet. This time, Shuiyu didn't use wind power to influence the dice, but simply bet honestly. Open! Old Third May kept his eyes on the dice. It was big and he won. Old Third May smiled, leaning back in his chair, raising an eyebrow. Want to play again?
Yes.
Shuiyu smiled, betting half of what he had left from the first round. When Suyu arrived at the beast fighting arena, he found Zhang Yang's name on the big screen and went to Sector 12. Zhang Yang looked unwell, covered in blood, lying on the ground. Opposite him was an SSS-level Earth-type ability user, very powerful. Liao Dayuan stood below, eyes red and body stiff. Uncle. Suyu ran over. What exactly happened? It turns out that Zhang Yang really went out shopping early in the morning, planning to use the 20 crystals he won yesterday to buy some supplies. On the street, he met someone who said he had watched Zhang Yang's match yesterday and was very interested in his skills. The man said, I want to see you fight again. If you win, I won't make you go through the beast arena. I'll give you 800 crystals directly. Zhang Yang didn't believe him and ignored him, but the man directly paid him a deposit of 400 crystals. Don't worry, if you lose, you won't lose your life. I won't take back the 400 crystals, but if you win, I will keep my promise and give you another 400 crystals. This made Zhang Yang hesitate. He knew that if others found out, they wouldn't agree. So he thought, since he was SS plus and quite strong, he could finish the fight quickly. He secretly followed the man to the beast arena. At the draw, he was matched with a SSS Earth Element ability user. They fought for half an hour, but the opponent was starting to weaken and was losing the fight. Suyu listened and reached out to touch the light screen around the arena. The screen looked like glass, enclosing the arena tightly, blocking Suyu's abilities. It was impossible to attack from outside. Suyu forced himself to stay calm and asked Liao Dayuan, what about the man who paid Zhang Yang the deposit? Liao Dayuan looked upset. He pointed to a man in the center, who was accompanied by 2 women and looked quite wealthy. Girl, I just found out something. Liao lowered his voice and pulled Suyu aside. Tang Yu stood in front of them, blocking them completely. I found out that the Earth Element ability user in the arena seems to know the man who paid the deposit. Suyu was surprised and asked instinctively, are they in the same group? Liao nodded. This is a scam. Suyu discreetly glanced at the man who paid the deposit and then asked, what does he want? Liao looked surprised. Maybe it has something to do with the deposit. If Zhang Yang loses, they might want him to pay multiple times the amount. Suyu felt something was off and shook his head. Did he place a bet? Yes, he bet 300 crystals on the Earth Element ability user.
Suyu gasped.
300 crystals. That means he probably isn't short of money. Suyu rubbed his forehead, trying not to look at Zhang Yang, who was badly beaten and bleeding in the arena. It's possible the man is after money, but Zhang Yang is a newcomer with no money at all. He has nothing to give, only his life. Wait, his life? Suyu turned to look at the Earth Element ability in the arena. Yes, it was deadly. He was probably after Zhang Yang's crystal. No, that's not right.
Suyu felt confused.
If we compare crystals, Earth element abilities are SSS level, while Zhang Yang is slightly lower at SS+. Why is Suyu interested in Zhang Yang's crystal? Suyu kept pinching his palm, trembling slightly. Uncle, what kind of ability does that person have? Liao Deyuan hesitated. I don't know. I didn't see him use his ability. At this moment, Tang Yu sidestepped and said, Fire element. He didn't have any water or fire crystals in the tips he just tipped the girl with. Suyu bit his lip. Fire element. He wanted Zhang Yang's fire crystal. Since Zhang Yang was new and tricked him into fighting, he wanted his crystal. According to the exchange rate in the Night City, one SS-level crystal costs about 2,500 A crystals. Since this person casually bets hundreds of A crystals, it's unlikely he can't afford an SS plus fire crystal. If he can afford it but chooses not to buy, instead focusing on Zhang Yang, there are two possibilities. First, he wants Zhang Yang to spend fewer crystals. Second, Suyu looked up. The second possibility was that Zhang Yang's crystal was more attractive to him than the crystals he could buy.
Fight.
Fight him. The almost crazy cheers around made Zhang Yang in the arena become more alert.
Bang.
Wrapped in an earth wall, he instinctively looked outside the arena. Just one glance, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was Suyu. She's here. Zhang Yang's bloodshot eyes looked into a pair of resolute eyes. Suyu pressed her hand on the light screen. A corrosive liquid dripped onto it, and the once strong light screen was corroded with a small hole.
Deek, deek, deek.
The light screen shattered. The transparent barrier emitted a glaring red light. An alarm sounded. Zhang Yang saw a group of people in silver uniforms rushing toward him from behind Suyu.
Run. Don't mind me.
Zhang Yang opened his mouth. In the chaos, he was sure Suyu saw his mouth move.
Bang.
Tang Yu stood behind Suyu, fighting with the arena staff who rushed over. Sizzle. The light screen shone brightly, and then completely failed. Just as the earth element ability user pressed Zhang Yang's head down, Suyu leapt in. Vines from a potato plant restrained the earth element ability user. Suyu grabbed the exhausted Zhang Yang and carried him on her back.
Fool.
Zhang Yang, covered in blood, softly muttered. A potato ring was placed on Suyu's fingertip, and vines kept swinging out, trying to block the attack of the earth element abilities. Liao Deyuan immediately came over and carried Zhang Yang on his back. I am strong. I can carry him. Let me do it. Just after Zhang Yang was taken away, Tang Yu was kicked directly and hit the damaged light screen with a loud bang. At least 50 staff members in silver uniforms quickly surrounded everyone tightly. Just as Suyu was about to use her water element ability, a woman in a red fur coat entered the scene. The earth element ability user and the boss who paid the deposit to Zhang Yang exchanged glances and stopped their actions. Click, click, click. The woman's high heels made clear, sharp sounds on the floor. Since she entered the arena, the audience in the stands instinctively took a few steps back to make way for her. The atmosphere was dead silent. The woman had red, beast-like eyes, and she looked very intimidating. Her gaze fixed on Suyu, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Water element ability user? Suyu's pupils shrank, and she clenched her sword tightly. Don't be nervous. We are not the Eternal City. We are very friendly to water element ability users. The woman walked up to Suyu and stopped, her powerful presence making Suyu's abilities seem to stir faintly inside her. This was something Suyu had never experienced before. Lord Hong, are you here for a personal inspection of the arena today? The boss, who seemed to have some status, looked afraid of the woman but still forced a smile and approached her. Lord Hong, the woman with red pupils, finally looked away from Suyu. She cast a condescending glance at the man. This is my territory. I came here.
Surprised?
The man quickly lowered his head, awkwardly smiling. Yes, yes, I suppose the commotion here caught your attention, so you came to check. The woman ignored him and swept her eyes over Suyu and the others, finally returning her gaze to Suyu. Compared to the man, she was much gentler towards Suyu. Suyu, water element ability user, the arena welcomes you. She bent down and performed a gentleman's bow. Suyu felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively sidestepped to avoid her. I am Red Rose, the final manager of the Eternal City Arena. Miss Su, welcome to join us. Suyu's heart sank. I don't want to join you. Red Rose casually responded, death or joining the arena, you choose one. She crossed her arms, her eyes never leaving Suyu. Tang Yu staggered to her feet and stepped in front of Suyu. Red Rose raised an eyebrow, then lifted a finger, releasing a strong gust of wind toward Tang Yu. It was too fast for Tang Yu to dodge.
Bang!
Suyu grabbed Tang Yu and pulled her back. A water ball and the gust collided, splashing water everywhere, turning the arena into a foggy mist. The water ball burst, and the powerful force exploded along its path at Suyu's fingertips. Her finger bones shattered, skin torn open, and her entire right hand broke within 3 seconds. Suyu! Tang Yu screamed, supporting Suyu, whose right hand was now just bones. Suyu's face was pale, and she was crying out in pain inside, even muttering some traditional phrases, but her expression remained calm. Blood dripped onto the ground. Suyu instinctively stopped her healing ability, knowing that if her healing powers were exposed, she would be finished. Red Rose looked at Suyu, noticing her pale face and brief pain expression, then sighed. You're a clever person. I like you more and more. Tang Yu's eyes turned red. She wanted to rush out and fight to the death, but Suyu stopped her. She could feel that Red Rose hadn't used much force, meaning if she really fought seriously, they might not even know how they died. I'll join you, but I want to bring my companion. Suyu's voice trembled slightly. She had bitten her tongue from the pain. Red Rose chuckled softly, smart move. She waved her hand and took a bottle of deep red liquid from someone nearby, tossing it to Suyu. Here's a gift, advanced healing liquid. Drink it, and in an hour, your arm will be fully healed. Suyu took the bottle with her left hand, but didn't drink. Don't worry, it's not poison. If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't bother with these tricks, Red Rose said, then waved her hand again. A silver-clad guard and his team moved aside. They exchanged glances. Tang Yu supported Suyu, Liao Dayuan carried Zhang Yang, and the 4 followed behind. Outside the arena, a flashy red convertible was parked, surrounded by at least 100 motorcycle guards. Red Rose got into the convertible and waved to Suyu. Suyu didn't speak or show any emotion, simply following onto the car. Tang Yu, Liao Dayuan, and Zhang Yang were taken to another vehicle by the guards. Suyu quietly slipped a small potato into Tang Yu's pocket. With their telepathic connection, even if Tang Yu and the others were taken elsewhere, she could still sense their location through her bond with the potato. After getting into the car, it started to move slowly. Suyu looked out the window and asked, "Are you a wind-type ability user?" Red Rose chuckled softly. You do have some insight. Suyu turned to look into Red Rose's eyes and asked, "Can you tell what kind of ability I have just by looking?" Red Rose's pupils stared intensely at Suyu, looking very strange. It didn't seem like a person's eyes, nor like a mutated body. It felt very out of place. Sort of. I can only tell if the other person uses their ability, Red Rose replied with a smile, still staring at Suyu. Red Rose's home was a Western-style castle behind the arena. The castle was mostly white, with grass and flowers everywhere inside, looking peaceful and beautiful, like before the end of the world. Following Red Rose into the castle, Suyu, whose healing ability was cut off, fainted right after getting out of the car because she was too weak. Red Rose reached out and caught Suyu, then said to the maid who came to greet them, "Arrange a room for her." A red liquid was poured into Suyu's mouth, and the maid left the room. Now, only Suyu was left alone in the room. After the maid left, the fainted Suyu opened her eyes. "It hurts so much." Suyu's right arm, which was just bones, started to grow flesh. She was in so much pain she broke out in cold sweat and trembled all over. She struggled and moaned on the bed for about an hour until her right arm was fully healed. Suyu was soaked through. She looked down at her arm, hanging her head. This city that never sleeps is very dangerous. Suyu picked up an empty bottle from the trash can and examined it. The medicine inside had a slightly fishy taste but was sweet. After taking it, Her body healed quickly, but the pain of the wound healing was like being cut by needles repeatedly. Summary: the healing effect was similar to her ability, but her healing ability didn't cause pain. Instead, her ability healed wounds without any discomfort. Suyu sighed, uncertain if Red Rose was telling the truth. According to her, you could only tell when the other person used their ability. So, she probably found out about her ability when she released the corrosive liquid to erode the light shield. It seemed that Red Rose had been watching her secretly all along. Or maybe she could see directly what kind of ability the other person had just by looking. Thinking of this, Suyu took a deep breath. Was her healing ability seen through by her? She decided to join, perhaps because of her healing ability? Suyu wasn't sure. When she thought about the dog that hadn't come to the hotel, she felt relieved. She couldn't bring the dog over to be with everyone, even if Hongmei was telling the truth. If the dog was brought here, it might be noticed as unusual. Thinking of this, Suyu quickly tried to contact Little Potato. When she received a response, she felt relieved. Tang Yu and the others were inside this castle. She opened the door. In the corridor at the entrance, there was a maid every few meters. After asking the maid where Tang Yu and the others were, the maid politely led Suyu to the first floor. Tang Yu and Zhang Yang had both been given a red liquid. The maid said they drank a basic healing potion, so their injuries weren't healing as quickly as Suyu's. After closing the door and letting the maid leave, the four of them looked at each other silently.
Dam Yukiket Samyang. Idiot.
Zhang Yang's face wasn't looking good either. He looked up at Suyu with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Zhang Yang, Suyu spoke, her voice calm and cold. Zhang Yang was surprised. He thought Suyu wouldn't say anything this time. I know you're young, but I hope that as you grow older and gain more experience, you can be more steady. Zhang Yang bit his lip. Since he was a child, he was the favorite of his parents. After the apocalypse, his parents died, and his older brother always tolerated him. He had never been called out like this. He thought Suyu, who was only a few years younger than him, was scolding him with such a cold tone. He felt guilty, but also a bit wronged. Without thinking, he blurted out, "I was also trying to." He bit his lip mid-sentence. What he really wanted to say was sorry, but he couldn't say it.
Dan eat with the wen.
Just as she was about to scold him, Liao Dayuan pulled her back. The room fell into silence. Suyu's fingers turned white from gripping, her chest rising and falling uncontrollably. Zhang Yang, do you remember how you became mutated? Zhang Yang was stunned. That was something he never wanted to think about. He didn't expect Suyu to bring it up in front of others. What do you mean? Zhang Yang blurted out. Suyu clenched her fingers tighter, her chest filled with anger and frustration, feeling suffocated. I think, if back then you hadn't been so impulsive and had stayed calm to observe the situation, you wouldn't have suffered like that. Zhang Yang didn't answer. His teeth clenched tightly. Seeing his reaction, Suyu couldn't continue. She stood up to leave.
Suyu.
I knew it. You regret bringing me along from the start. Zhang Yang immediately stood up, grabbed Suyu's arm, and said angrily, You're still blaming me for going to hold Xiaoxi at the base entrance and getting pricked by her needle. You blame me for going to the arena.
You.
Zhang Yang's grip was very tight, and Suyu felt pain. Should I blame you? Suyu turned around, expressionless, with a slightly unsteady tone. Zhang Yang felt his head explode with a loud bang. His lips trembled, and tears suddenly fell. Zhang Yang, since I was little, my dad told me that when you make mistakes, you should fix them, and when you suffer losses, you should remember them. That's part of growing up. Suyu shook off Zhang Yang's hand. If you keep making the same mistakes, it means you haven't truly thought or changed. Zhang Yang shouted angrily, If you think I dragged you down, then go. I didn't ask you to take care of me. Since it's my fault, I should bear it alone. Why are you involved? Suyu sneered, We are a team. If anyone in the team is in danger, I won't ignore it. So, any important decision in the team should be discussed with everyone. Zhang Yang, you're not alone. From the moment we left the base together, we are a family. Please, be responsible for yourself and for your family who cares about you. After speaking, Suyu turned and left. Tang Yu looked at Zhang Yang's red eyes and sighed. You are indeed too impulsive. It's none of your business.
Who asked you?
Zhang Yang suddenly ignited and shouted back. Tang Yu also got angry. What attitude is that? Suyi said you're young, but to me, you're already 18. Still acting like a baby? Can't admit mistakes or acknowledge when you're wrong. Liao Deyuan sighed and quickly stepped between them. What are you, an outsider?
Who gives you the right to speak for me?
Zhang Yang immediately got anxious. In his haste, he spoke without thinking, then immediately regretted it. But Tang Yu remained calm. Oh, I see. I'm an outsider. If it weren't for Su Yu and Uncle Liao, I wouldn't bother with you. After saying that, Tang Yu also slammed the door and left. Liao Deyuan touched his head, looking twisted. Zhang Yang snorted coldly. Uncle, is it your turn now? They've both scolded me, and you want to scold me too? Liao Deyuan sighed and muttered. I didn't have children before, and I was very sad. Now I think it's better not to have children.
Quiet.
Tears burst from Zhang Yang's eyes. You also dislike me. Lost again. Could this kid be cheating? Didn't the dealer and old third May check just now? Everything seemed fine. What's going on? Look at old third May's face. It's so dark. Are we about to lose the title of D District Gambling King?
Hey.
Look. Old third May has lost all his crystals today. Old third May's eyes are red, and he gasps for breath. He looks at the pile of crystals he once had, now all gone, sitting in the opponent's hand. His heart feels like it's burning. He finally understands this kid's special ability might be just as unique as his own, maybe even more powerful. Shuiyu leans on his chin, sounding lazy. Want to play more? Old third May is furious. He was about to win more crystals and secure his position as D District Gambling King. In 3 days, he could replace the casino's D District and enter the Feast of Bliss. But now, this kid appears, wins his crystals, and seems to be on the way to replacing him as D District Gambling King. Feast of Bliss? Shuiyu's lips curl into a smile. It doesn't sound like something good. How interesting he wants to go. Old third May, want to keep playing? Or admit defeat? Shuiyu raises an eyebrow, speaking with the most gentle yet sarcastic tone. Old third May doesn't reply. His forehead veins throb.
Fool.
Shuiyu sneers. Old third May, you're not gambling anymore. Who's next? The crowd around has already gathered. Almost everyone in D District is here watching. Hearing Shuiyu's question, they all shake their heads. Come on. Even old third May, who has rarely lost in D District over the past 3 months, has lost. Going up now would just be asking for trouble. Shuiyu laughs mockingly. No one? Since no one, then I am the D District Gambling King? Old third May slams the table. Who said no one? Shuiyu turns sideways, his eyes hidden behind a cloth, as if watching him. Old brother May still wants to gamble? Shuiyu's tone is teasing, making old third May feel a sharp pain in his chest.
Fool.
Shuiyu chuckles. Old third May, you're not gambling anymore. Who's next? Old third May's breath catches in his throat. He takes a deep breath and says, what's the point of D District? If you really want to gamble, why not challenge the Gambling King of C District? Shuiyu raises an eyebrow.
Oh, fine.
Seeing that he agrees, old third May relaxes a little. As long as he can get this brat to go to C District, D District will still be his territory. Come with me. I have the token. Old third May clutches the token in his hand, feeling eager. Shuiyu stood up, told the 2 fools to wrap the crystals on the table with a cloth, and carried them. The 2 followed old third May toward the deeper elevator entrance. The bunny girl looked serious and also followed. When the elevator reached the 2nd floor, a security guard in a silver uniform was at the door. Old third May handed over a badge, and they were allowed to pass. Area C was more luxurious, with bright lights that made people feel strangely excited. Shuiyu touched his nose, and then followed behind. Old third May's badge is called Wan Badge. The bunny girl squeezed next to Shuiyu and whispered, only if the crystal exceeds 10,000 can you get this badge. With this badge, people from Area D can come to play in Area C. Shuiyu smiled and said, is this badge bought? Then Old Third May can just come to Area C whenever he wants.
Yes.
Then why is he still playing in Area D? Could there be some hidden benefit? Shueyu's voice was calm. The bunny girl hesitated and then smiled. Area C has many skilled people. Maybe he's afraid of meeting someone better and losing money. Shueyu nodded, looking very reasonable. Old Third May quickly walked to a poker table at the very back of Area C. There, a man with a graceful hand gesture was joking with a handsome man nearby. "Oh, my Lord Song." Old Third May hurried to the man, looked at Shueyu being kept at a distance, and lowered his voice. "Lord Song." Area D was disrupted. The effeminate man touched the abs of the man next to him and then exhaled a puff of smoke. "Area D is your territory.
Why are you coming to me?"
Old Third May's eyes shifted. "Oh, my lord, I was just thinking this kid is quite handsome. Bring him here for some entertainment." The effeminate man's eyes lit up. He turned away from the man next to him and walked straight to Shueyu. "Oh, dear." He reached out to pick up Shueyu's chin, but in the next second, his finger was cut off by a wind blade. Suddenly, the entire Area C was silent. Old Third May's face turned pale. He realized it was his fault for bringing this blind man here. He was finished. The effeminate man froze for a moment, his expression twisting. Just as he was about to explode in anger, he heard the man beside him ask, "What's broken?" It sounded loud. The two fools instinctively answered, "Brother, it's a finger." The effeminate man looked at Shueyu's raised smile and heard his clear, cheerful voice. Instantly, most of his anger faded. He's a proud beauty, after all, and he understands that. He, little sir, I am chi crazy from Zone C. I heard you want to have a bet with me?" As the effeminate man smiled, the surrounding noise of a bustling casino gradually filled the air. Old Third May also relaxed, trembling as he wiped his sweat. Shueyu nodded. The effeminate man nonchalantly let a man nearby tend to his wound, then took a sip of a red liquid before saying, "Welcome, welcome. Please sit down. Little sir, what would you like to play?" He crossed his legs, his eyes fixed on Shueyu's face. After sitting down, Shueyu smiled and said, "Let's bet on big or small." The effeminate man grinned and asked, "How many?" Shueyu chuckled softly, "Any number." Suddenly, the crowd gasped. "Wow, so bold. This little guy really dares to say that. Maybe he has some skill. I heard he beat Old Third May, and that's how he got brought here." The effeminate man's eyes flickered.
"All right."
He raised a finger, pointing at Shueyu's lips from afar. "Sure, but I have a request." Shueyu smiled lightly. "What is it?" "I'll bet with crystals and you have to bet with yourself." The effeminate man's pupils were deep, and a smile played on his lips. "Do you dare?" Shueyu looked aside, his eyes beneath the silk cloth coldly staring at the effeminate man. His lips curled into a smile, and his tone was steady. "All right, best of three." The effeminate man suddenly squealed with excitement, smiling brightly. "Good, then I'll do my best, my little sir." The fool nearby trembled, tugging at Shueyu's sleeve. "Big brother, let's go. Something's not right. He looks like he's going to eat you." Shueyu smiled, showing his white, sharp teeth. The pupils beneath the silk cloth rapidly faded, eventually turning into silver vertical slits. When Shueyu's eyes fully turned into silver vertical pupils, he pulled his long sleeve to cover the corpse marks appearing on his arm. A darkness enveloped him, and within it, only the figure of the effeminate man was visible. At this moment, he could clearly see every move of the man and hear his every thought. The second fool, who had his hand on Shueyu's shoulder, immediately felt his skin temperature drop sharply and his body stiffen. His heart fluttered with unease. I have encountered a similar situation before. At that time, they were fighting against a water-type mutant with an SSS level. When they faced the water mutant, both of them had nearly exhausted their abilities trying to kill the mutant's minions. Back then, it was a hopeless situation for both of them. The second fool still cannot forget how the big brother's mouth grew sharp fangs, and his nails became dark and sharp. His skin turned pale, and the exposed limbs and abdomen had large bruises and black cracks. The second fool cannot accurately describe those cracks. They looked like the body had been shattered and then forcibly put back together. The body was whole, but the cracks still remained. At that time, Shuiyu was still blindfolded, but his speed and strength were beyond what ordinary mutants could match. The water mutant had trapped him in a vast water area, but Shuiyu seemed to not fear drowning at all. In an instant, he appeared in front of the water mutant and broke his neck. But the second fool still thought it was impressive because, at that moment, the water mutant had shot a gun at the big brother. Yet, the big brother seemed unaffected, attacking without hesitation or pause. That wound and bullet are still there to this day. However, the big brother always kept himself covered tightly, rarely letting anyone see the truth. So, when the second fool first touched Shuiyu's cold, hard body, he immediately took a thin blanket from his backpack and wrapped it around Shuiyu. Shuiyu slightly turned his head, sensing the added layer with his faint senses. He didn't mind. As long as the second fool was there, he didn't have to worry about anyone attacking him. The effeminate man with a graceful gesture curled his fingers and said, "Since that's the case, let's roll 6 dice." Shuiyu nodded silently. The dealer started shaking the dice. From Shuiyu's perspective, a faint energy flowed from the effeminate man's eyes into the dealer's body. "Place your bets, please," the dealer said. Shuiyu slightly turned his head, seemingly drawn by the dealer's voice. The effeminate man chuckled softly, a smile on his face, eyes fixed on Shuiyu. His hands moved quickly, pressing the crystal dice firmly. The bunny girl hurriedly explained, "Master Song bets on the big." Shuiyu turned his head as if lost in thought. The effeminate man didn't rush him, just kept smiling and watching him patiently. "I also bet on the big." Shuiyu raised his hand, covering his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. Old Man Mei suddenly shouted, "Is there even a bet with the same number?" The effeminate man didn't speak, but kept watching Shuiyu. Shuiyu remained gentle and said, "I'm a Taoist priest. I can predict these small things quite accurately. I predicted a big number, so why not bet on big?" The onlookers nearby also started discussing. It is indeed possible to bet on the same number, but the rules of their casino only allow up to 3 rounds. The effeminate man smiled and looked at Shuiyu's long fingers still calculating. He couldn't help but lick his lips. "Of course, you can bet the same, but no more than 3 rounds." After saying this, the effeminate man glanced at the pale fingers, feeling a bit itchy inside. "Let's start." The dealer heard this and began to roll the dice. With a click, the dealer placed the dice cup down. "Place your bets, please." The effeminate man chuckled softly. "You go first, young sir." Shuiyu nodded and slowly moved his finger toward the big on the betting table. He moved very slowly, just as his finger was about to touch the big sign. The dealer's finger suddenly, lightly tapped the dice cup. The number inside instantly changed from big to small. Shuiyu chuckled softly, lifted his finger, and his slow movement suddenly became very quick, so fast that the effeminate man couldn't see clearly. In the blink of an eye, Shuiyu's hand was already on the small side. Not only that, after placing his bet, he turned his head and stared fixedly at the dealer. His eyes, though hidden beneath the cloth, made the dealer feel as if he was being watched by a terrifying beast, causing him to freeze in place. The dice inside the cup, pushed by a very faint airflow, tilted and stood upright in the cup. The effeminate man frowned, betting on big, and lazily said, "Why are you just standing there? Open it." As he spoke, the dealer finally snapped out of his daze. He reached out to pick up the dice cup. When he touched it, he tried to change the number from small to big. As he moved, the dice gently rolled. The previously upright die with no number on top fell to the ground, revealing a 1. The dice cup was opened, and the effeminate man looked inside. The number was clearly small. The effeminate man's expression flickered with a moment of awkwardness. Shuiyu smiled, listening to the bunny girl's explanation, and his voice was gentle. 2 wins out of 3 rounds. The first round was a tie, and I won the second. The flamboyant person retracted their careless gaze and casually looked at the dealer. After confirming that their control was fine, they turned their attention to Shuiyu. He is blind, a blind man, so he naturally cannot be controlled. The flamboyant person suddenly felt a bit annoyed, and their voice became colder. Young lord, now you need to place your bets properly. Shuiyu nodded. Third round. Shuiyu kept turning his head to watch the dealer, constantly calculating in his mind. When asked what he was calculating, he didn't really do anything, just pretended to think. All his focus was on using his special ability to observe the flamboyant person and listening to his thoughts. This time, the flamboyant person still let Shuiyu go first. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow, bet small. This time, the dealer waited until Shuiyu bet small before making his move. The flamboyant person looked at the dealer, then seriously bet big. Just before revealing the outcome, Shuiyu suddenly said, I want to bet big this round. The flamboyant person raised an eyebrow. Didn't we agree? You bet with your own money, I bet with crystals. Shuiyu tilted his head, a faint smile on his lips, his voice low and seductive. I want you. I don't want crystals, I want you. The flamboyant person fell silent. Shuiyu still smiled, lightly tapping the table with his fingers. What, afraid? The flamboyant person didn't want to agree, but he found Shuiyu's calm and relaxed reaction suspicious. He wondered if the dealer had made a mistake again, or if the other side had used some trick to change the outcome. Shuiyu's smile was charming, but the flamboyant person on the other side was starting to feel uneasy. Young lord, many people want me. If I agree just like that, I won't do it. The flamboyant person walked over to Shuiyu and once again reached out to hold his chin. It was a bit cold, but the touch felt good. When his chin was lifted, the young man's gentle features appeared before the flamboyant person's eyes. The young man slightly curled his lips, his voice low and alluring. Oh? The flamboyant person made sure their special ability entered Shuiyu's body, then immediately began to control him. Kiss me, and I'll agree. Shuiyu showed no particular expression, but the flamboyant person's eyes were curious. He used his ability to control the man, and the man slowly leaned closer. Watching the increasingly close lips, the flamboyant person's heart pounded wildly. Big brother. The fool suddenly pulled Shuiyu back, eyes full of fear. The flamboyant person, losing his chance with the beautiful person, glared gloomily at the fool. But seeing the beauty being held tightly by the fool, making it hard to take advantage again, he grew even more irritated. But thinking about the obedience of the young lord just now, he believed his control should be fine. He playfully said, all right, if you want me, then take me. The effeminate man admitted he was enchanted by beauty. At this moment, he was captivated by the young lord's charm and charming smile. He turned around and walked away. The second fool was still trembling. It wasn't fear but pain. His thigh was nearly broken by his older brother's grip. The pain made his not-so-bright mind work quickly, and he understood his brother's intention, freeing him from the effeminate man's hold. Shuiyu felt a bit disgusted. God knows he had already planned that if the second fool didn't understand him, he would smash the effeminate man's head into 2 pieces and then break the second fool's legs. Of course, outwardly, Shuiyu looked like a lovesick youth, facing the effeminate man with a slight smile. Old Third May was very confident. He timely reminded, Master Song, shall we start? The effeminate man repeatedly confirmed with the dealer, ensuring the points were correct, and constantly watched Shuiyu's emotional state. When he saw no fluctuation, he finally said, begin. The dealer opened the dice cup, and immediately, his pupils shrank. Shuiyu on the opposite side still showed no reaction. Oh my, did the blind man win? Oh my, what's going on? Master Song has never lost before. This fool really won. The effeminate man's face turned ugly. He suddenly looked up at Shuiyu, about to attack and kill him, but the law enforcement team from Zone C approached. He broke out in a sweat. Yes, killing inside the casino was regulated. One had to win the opponent's life at the gambling table before they could act. He stepped back, unable to strike first, so he could only hope that the opponent's strength was lacking. At a command, the handsome men around the effeminate man gathered in front of him. Shuiyu smiled. Sue, you had just finished contacting Little Potato. She told Little Potato to leave and stay with the dog at the hotel, find a place to hide because the Red Rose had already uncovered some details about a few people and would soon come to catch the dog. Little Potato took the crystals from Su Yu and happily left. As Little Potato and the dog slipped out of the hotel, the red roses people searched through it, but didn't find the dog they were looking for. Frustrated, they could only search the streets extensively. Little Potato rode on the dog, directing it to hide in an alley. Excited, Little Potato started to persuade the dog. Greedy for wealth, let's run away together. Don't care about them anymore. We'll enjoy life in the mortal world, carefree and free. A money lover ignored it and ran away as soon as someone approached, running far away. Potato looked up and saw two big characters. Casino. Money lover. Don't go in, this is a casino. The money lover paused, turned to look at the silver-uniformed people searching for it on the street, whimpered, and, with its tail tucked, slipped under a woman's skirt. The woman's skirt was very large, and there was a seemingly wealthy man beside her. After the dog slipped inside, it carefully followed the woman's steps, afraid that its fur might touch her legs and reveal its presence. Potato closed its mouth tightly, clutching the dog's fur, both of them breathing quietly. They followed the woman for a long way before entering an elevator. The elevator dinged. 2, please show your passes. The man took out a card and handed it over. After the other person checked it and found everything in order, they let the two in. The money lover also moved along. Outside, the noise was loud. Young master song. Young master song.
Oh, dear.
Hurry, hurry, stay back. Zone C might be changing today. The woman shouted in surprise, this is. The man immediately glared at her and pulled her to leave. They hurriedly walked away, and before the money lover could react, the woman's high heels stepped on its tail.
Ow.
The money lover yelped painfully, and as the woman slipped, she fell backward. She fell down, and the money lover, with its tail tucked, cried out in pain and rushed out. The man and woman exclaimed in shock, both shouting, catch it. The nearby law enforcement team indeed rushed over. The panicked dog and Potato scrambled under the gambling table. Soon, both the dog and Potato slipped out from under the table, but what they saw next made their fur stand on end. A silver-haired Taoist was holding a thin man by the neck. His long black nails pierced into the man's neck, clearly toxic, and the weak man had no chance to struggle before succumbing to the poison and dying.
Bang.
A muffled sound, and the weak man was thrown onto the ground like a torn sack. The silver-haired Taoist chuckled softly, his voice low and hoarse. I want your crystal. Then he stepped on the man's head and crushed it. Suddenly, an unknown liquid splattered out, and the dog trembled and backed away. The Taoist bent down, picked up the weak man's crystal, and washed his hands and the crystal with tea from the table. The Taoist's side profile appeared at this moment. The dog hesitated, then involuntarily took a few steps forward. Catch it! A scream came from behind, and a woman in a long skirt, followed by the law enforcement team, rushed over. The small dog whimpered softly, unsure of what to do, when suddenly, a pair of cold hands grabbed its waist and lifted it up. Shuiyu held the fat dog, smiling slightly. Greedy for wealth, you think I didn't notice? The woman, frightened, struggled for a moment, then froze as she looked at the silver-haired blind Taoist. She was stunned. He looked very much like him, but why did he lack the scent of a living person? The dog stared at Shuiyu in shock and uncertainty. Meanwhile, the second fool, who had just subdued the flamboyant bodyguard, approached. Seeing the big yellow dog in his brother's arms, his mind froze. Where had his brother caught this dog? Shuiyu gently stroked the dog's fur while tidying his clothes, then looked around and smiled. Little Potato shivered. This man gave it a very bad feeling. So Little Potato curled up in the dog's fur, pretending to be a silent, inanimate potato. The woman quickly led the law enforcement team over, pointing at the dog in Shuiyu's arms. It's that one. The officers looked at the bodies on the ground, then at the blind Taoist standing in the middle of the scene. Hello, please return this lady's dog. The man chased over, and upon seeing the tragic death of the flamboyant bodyguard, immediately understood the identity of the blind Taoist. Shui scanned the area, but didn't see the person he was looking for. His voice grew cold. It's mine. The woman screamed, "This is obviously my dog. You can check the surveillance cameras." The cloth covering her eyes was stained red with blood, and Shuiyu suddenly lost his sight. In darkness, he couldn't see anything or read others' thoughts. He clicked his tongue and said, "If you say it's your dog, call it. See if it responds." The woman hesitated. The man beside her rolled his eyes. According to the casino rules, anyone in the district who kills the gambling king or wins his crystal can replace him and become the new gambling king of the area. This blind Taoist was probably set to become the new king, and since he planned to keep coming to District C, offending such a person wasn't a good idea. He quickly grabbed the angry woman, intending to seize the dog, mainly to test its abilities. If it had special powers, he could sell it to the Beast Arena for a good price. "This gentleman, since you like this dog so much, I will give it to you as a gift." Before he finished speaking, Shuiyu interrupted him. "Let me say this again. This is my dog. If you don't believe me, call it by name and see if it responds." The man was stunned and felt a bit uneasy. It seemed that, no matter the generation, all gambling kings have some strange psychological issues, difficult to please and a bit odd. Shuiyu ignored him, gently calling the dog Kaimi. The dog barked, recognizing its name. It looked just like him, so it must be his. Everyone saw the dog keep leaning into the blind man's arms and immediately understood. It was indeed the blind man's dog. The man looked unhappy and said a few polite words before hurriedly leaving with the woman. At this moment, the rabbit girl, who had been watching the scene, slowly approached Shuiyu. Her voice was soft and sweet. "Shuiyu, congratulations on becoming the gambling king of Area C." Shuiyu ignored her and continued playing with the dog's paw. When he touched the scar on the paw pad, he frowned. His intuition told him that Suyu was probably in a bad situation. Worried and wanting to know what happened, but unable to ask the dog, since it couldn't speak and was blind, he felt anxious. Shuiyu frowned and looked worried. The simple-minded man came over, looked at the dog, then at the tender rabbit girl beside him, unsure of what to say. "Let's go, let's head back." Shuiyu reached out his hand, and the simple-minded man immediately helped him. The two of them walked out without paying attention to others. The rabbit girl chuckled softly and quickly ordered the enforcement team to pack up the crystal, which was a bit flamboyant, and put it into a box. Then she had someone carry the box outside. When Shuiyu reached the casino entrance, he was stopped. The rabbit girl explained, "Our casino's gambling kings from areas A, B, C, and D will all move into the park." Shuiyu didn't argue and obediently followed a few people into a car. The simple-minded man said that the park was right behind the casino, a large white castle. The area was big, but the whole park was divided into 3 zones. The one they entered was the far left zone. Shuiyu was assigned to a large room with all necessary facilities. The rabbit girl stayed in the room next to his, which made Shuiyu a bit unhappy. He put down the dog, but the simple-minded man adjusted the water temperature, and only then did Shuiyu get up to take a shower. The dog curled up on Shuiyu's bed. It still couldn't understand why Shuiyu didn't have the scent of a living person. Suddenly, Suyu, who had just fallen asleep, jumped up and focused with his heart. He was confused. "Strange, little potato, why are you standing so close to yourself?" Suyu suddenly got out of bed and ran outside after opening the door. He ran about 1 kilometer and saw a wall ahead. On this side of the wall are red roses, which is the territory of the Colosseum. On the other side is the territory of the Bliss Feast. The Bliss Feast is a place where various beings with special abilities, plants, and animals are sold. Suyu had once promised the maid that the park was divided into 3 parts, from left to right, the casino, the Bliss Feast, and the Colosseum. The middle part, the Bliss Feast, is the most prestigious and mysterious of the 3 entertainment areas. Suyu stared at the Bliss Feast area in a daze. Behind him, he heard the familiar sound of high heels. He turned his head and looked at Red Rose. Red Rose's eyes were dreamy, and her expression was complicated as she looked at the Bliss Feast. Anyone who stays in the Eternal City wants to enter the Bliss Feast. Suyu asked why. Red Rose smiled and shrugged. Because there, people can become stronger. People can enjoy ultimate happiness there. Suyu lowered his eyes. I want to go. Red Rose smiled again. Our Coliseum and casino each month select some rare and powerful individuals and send them to the Bliss Feast. As long as the person we send is accepted by the Bliss Feast, I and the casino's final manager will have a chance to become stronger. Suyu tilted his head, expressionless. So, am I the person you've chosen to send to the Bliss Feast? Yes, in 2 days, you'll be able to enter the Bliss Feast. Shuiyu finished his bath and picked up the dog on the bed. His eyes were now uncovered. He was staring with dull, pale eyes, and occasionally tears of blood would flow from his eye sockets. Kaimi whined and looked at Shuiyu, tilting his head. When Shazi finished his bath and came out, he saw the dog's expression and asked, Big brother, this dog is looking at you. Shuiyu was stunned. He smiled softly and gently stroked Kaimi's chin. His name is Kaimi. He's my favorite little dog. Woof woof.
How?
Kaimi excitedly whined twice and nudged Shuiyu's shoulder. Shuiyu lowered his eyes, gazing with dull eyes at Kaimi. Kaimi, good boy. Are you hungry? Kaimi looked back at the unfamiliar Shazi, whined, and puffed out his cheeks, chewing the air. Hearing the smacking sound, Shuiyu reached out and touched the dog's mouth, then chuckled softly. Shazi, go ask the maid to bring some dog food. The fool scratched his head and left. The bunny girl then came out of the house after he left and knocked on Shuiyu's door. Knock, knock, knock. Shuiyu, are you there? It's me. Shuiyu listened carefully, his expression blank as he stared at the door. What's the matter? Do you want to know where Suyu is? Inside, there was a moment of silence, then the door was opened. The bunny girl slowly approached, smiling at the corner of her mouth. Shuiyu, covered with a silk cloth, sat on the bed holding a dog. A gentle breeze from the window brushed past, causing the bunny girl's ears to tremble. She reached out, her fingertips extending a vine that slowly wrapped around Shuiyu's wrist.
Bang!
A gust of wind burst from Shuiyu's wrist, cutting the vine. But the bunny girl seemed completely unfazed. Shuiyu spoke, who are you? The bunny girl sat on a chair, her voice still gentle. I am the final leader of the casino, code name Tussalago. They call me Lord Tussalago. Shuiyu chuckled softly. Did you use this dog to find Suyu? Tussalago tilted her head. Yes, this dog is the one Red Rose is looking for. Shuiyu thought for a moment, but said nothing. Suyu and her friends caused trouble at the Beast Arena and were taken away by Red Rose. Tussalago stared intently at Shuiyu's expression, noticing it remained unchanged, then squinted and continued. Red Rose never lets anyone cause trouble at the Beast Arena, but she let her go. That means she's very special, so special she was sent to the Bliss Feast. Shuiyu finally raised his head, his covered eyes looking at Tussalago. The Bliss Feast. I want to go. Tussalago seemed a bit surprised by Shuiyu's answer, smiling. Don't worry, you were meant to go from the start. After saying this, Tussalago suddenly leaned in, her proud chest pressing against Shuiyu's shoulder. Do you want to know what you will do after entering the Bliss Feast? Shuiyu frowned and avoided her touch. Stay away from me. You smell. Tussalago stiffened and instinctively sniffed herself, but didn't smell anything. She immediately got angry. Shuiyu, don't be shameless. Shuiyu sneered coldly. Just say it plainly. You're looking for me and you want me to do something, right? And it's about the Bliss Feast. Tussalago swallowed her anger. If this wasn't a sacrifice for the Bliss Feast, she would have already drained this hateful man dry. She adjusted her mood before speaking again. You are representing our casino to enter the Bliss Feast. When the time comes, there will be a life and death battle between the casino and the Beast Arena. You are very strong, so I hope you can kill the people in the arena and be the only survivor. This would be a great benefit for both of us. Shuiyu raised an eyebrow. What benefit? Tussie Flower suppressed her anger and explained, if my people survive last, I will get a chance to become stronger. And you, if you live until the end, can serve the God of Bliss and directly hear the God's will. You can become more powerful. Shuiyu chuckled softly. You should leave now. A hint of annoyance flashed in Tussie Flower's eyes, but seeing Shueyu clearly indicating stay away from me, she had no choice but to leave. After she left, Little Potato crawled out of the dog's fur. It was sure that the man's eyes were blind at this moment. It frowned and thought carefully. Tussie Flower's body had the scent of her kind. She had all the abilities of the parasitic plant Tussie. It seemed like parasitism, but it wasn't. As a fellow of the same kind, Little Potato didn't sense any living aura from her. Little Potato's eyes flickered, and a sudden worry struck it. Could the upcoming Bliss Feast be targeting it? The more Little Potato thought about it, the more scared it became. It wanted to persuade Kami to leave with it, but dared not make a sound, fearing the scary man might notice. After exchanging a long, silent stare with the dog, Little Potato, feeling wronged, crawled into the dog's fur. Fine, it would go see what was happening first. It couldn't just leave the dog behind. When Air Shotzi returned, Kami ate the dog food and curled up in Shueyu's arms to sleep. Air Shotzi snored softly on a small bed nearby. Shueyu held the dog and sat through the night. Air Shotzi had gotten used to it. After his eyes went completely blind, he usually didn't need to sleep. Once he asked his older brother, "Brother, why don't you sleep? Why doesn't your body break down?" Shueyu was silent for a moment, then jokingly said, "A half-dead person is no different from a corpse. Of course, they don't need to sleep." In the past 2 days, Suyu, Tang Yu, Zhang Yang, and Liao Dayuan had been together. Zhang Yang still looked grim and was in a cold war with Suyu. Until the night before going to the Bliss Feast. Suyu sat with her knees hugged, looking at the moon outside the window. Tang Yu and Suyu leaned back to back, happily drinking hot water. Since the drought and heat wave, she hadn't had hot food for a long time. Liao Dayuan was holding a needle and thread, sewing a patch onto Suyu's t-shirt where it had a hole. Peaceful days. Suyu narrowed her eyes, her tone rarely showing emotion. "Tomorrow, I will go to a place called the Joyful Feast." Everyone was surprised, then Tang Yu asked, "What kind of place is the Joyful Feast? Do we need to prepare anything?" Suyu sighed, "Not us, just me. I am going alone." "What?" Tang Yu was shocked. Liao Dayuan also put down his work, and Zhang Yang, though grim-faced, quietly listened to the conversation. Suyu told everyone about the red rose and what she had shared with her earlier. Tang Yu then exploded. "The Joyful Feast? What kind of good thing could that be? No, we can't go. Let's run away." As soon as Tang Yu finished, a maid who had been standing in the corridor glanced over. Suyu gently patted Tang Yu's shoulder to comfort her. "We can't escape. The maids and guards here are mostly SS level or higher." Actually, I've been meaning to ask, why are there so many high-level abilities in this night city? And the crystals used as currency. It's too strange. Suyu looked up and gazed out the window, her voice very low. Maybe the truth is at the Joyful Feast. The next morning, Suyu bid farewell to everyone. The 10 people going to the Joyful Feast with Hongmei, and only Suyu was a woman among them. Before getting in the car, Hongmei suddenly said, "Suyu, I hope you are the last person standing." Suyu paused. The message in those words was too much for her to ask about now. Before she could speak, the guards took her onto the vehicle. It was a small truck. The 10 people from the arena looked at each other, silently. Suyu clenched the 10 water crystals she had exchanged just in case, feeling nervous inside, but not daring to show it outwardly. The Joyful Feast was held in 2 areas, an outer area and an inner area. The outer area was used for buying, selling, and auctioning plants, animals, and people. The inner area was open once a month to host distinguished guests sent by the arena and casino. As for herself being a distinguished guest, Suyu felt chills. But the staff in the inner area spoke casually, and Suyu didn't believe them, though she still listened to their nonsense. The inner area didn't look like a banquet hall but more like an outdoor garden. Flowers, plants, and trees emitted a charming fragrance. Along the stone-paved path, silver chairs were placed on both sides. In front of the chairs was a long table carved from white stone, filled with a variety of delicious dishes. On the table was a glass bottle containing a bright red liquid familiar to Suyu, full about 500 milliliters. About 5 meters in front of the table is a white stone platform in the hot spring pool. The platform is quite large, like a stage for watching performances. Behind the stone platform are 3 stone pavilions. The pavilions on the sides are lower than the middle one, each with a table and chairs inside, filled with delicious-looking food that seems very tempting. The central pavilion is tall and big, surrounded by hanging gauze, making it hard to see inside. Su-yu originally thought her seat was in the front 2 rows of chairs, but the waiter smiled and said, "Miss Su, that's not your spot." Confused, Su-yu moved to the chairs on the sides of the hot spring. She hadn't noticed before, but now she saw that on both sides of the stone platform in the pool, there are 10 chairs each. There are no fancy dishes, only plain chairs. As soon as Su-yu sat down, she saw a group of 10 people approaching from across. All men, they sat on the left side of the stone platform, opposite Su-yu and her group. Her eyes quickly scanned them, and she couldn't look away. The man across, Shui-yu, looked like he had been through a lot. His hair was all white, his eyes covered with a white cloth, and he wore a faded Taoist robe. Maybe Su-yu's gaze was too intense, because Shui slightly turned his head, seemingly looking at her through the cloth. Su-yu couldn't tell how she felt now, maybe happy, but more likely guilty and worried. Shui was blind and couldn't see anything, but he felt a strong gaze from across, without any malice. Thinking of something, Shui instinctively straightened his clothes, then turned to the man next to him, Mei Lao-san, and asked, "Is someone watching me across?" Mei Lao-san was terrified of Shui, but had no choice. He personally brought Shui to Area C to become a gambling king. Although he kept his reputation as a gambling king in Area D, he still felt an inexplicable fear of Shui. He remembered what the maid told him about Tu Darren. Tomorrow's bliss feast is a chance for you to become stronger. You must cherish it. Tu Darren has high hopes for you. Mei Lao-san had seen people come out of the bliss feast before. Those who entered had sacrificed 5 SSS geniuses to get inside, and after the feast, their strength became very powerful. Thinking of this, Mei Lao-san's excitement overshadowed his fear of Shui. He glanced across and was surprised. "Someone is indeed watching you. Is it a girl? She's quite a beautiful girl. Look at the cold and elegant beauty across from him. Her eyes are glued to him." Old Third Mei feels a bit uncomfortable. Sure enough, women like handsome men, even if the other is blind. After hearing this, Shuiyu's heart trembles. He slightly turns his head, trying to sense that gaze. For a moment, a big smile appears on his face. Suyu sees him smiling, knowing he can't see, but still smiles along.
Please.
A waiter, accompanied by a few wealthy-looking people, sits down at the row of seats in front of the stone platform filled with delicacies. Behind each person are 5 ability users. Suyu quickly notices they are all SSS-level ability users. Among them, Suyu recognizes the boss who tricked Zhongyang that day, and among the SSS ability users he brought, there is also that Earth-type ability user.
Suyu frowns.
The next moment, the wealthy people are taken away by the waiter, heading toward the back of the pavilion, which seems to lead to an unknown place. While Suyu is thinking with a frown, Red Rose and a woman with bunny ears walk in together. The wealthy men stand up to greet them. After some polite exchanges, they go directly to the pavilions on both sides to sit down. The woman with bunny ears sits on the left and Red Rose on the right. Suyu understands now that bunny-eared woman is the final person in charge of the casino, probably of similar status to Red Rose. Half an hour later, a figure appears in the middle pavilion. The person stands behind a curtain, and judging by their shape, they seem to be a man. His voice is a bit hoarse. Are all the guests for the Bliss Feast here? Red Rose and Tussilego both stand respectfully. Yes, your divine servant.
Everyone has arrived. Suyu feels uncomfortable.
Since the appearance of the divine servant in the pavilion, the atmosphere in the entire place becomes oppressive. Suyu's hidden healing ability begins to stir. He covers his chest, feeling uncomfortable.
Reward.
The divine servant says. As he finishes speaking, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly comes from behind the pavilion. You lied to me. Let me go. Monster. Monster. Trickster. Let me go. Help. Help.
Ah.
Suyu's body stiffens. The 20 people from the 2 major entertainment venues are all uneasy. After about 20 minutes of continuous screams, the divine servant in the pavilion suddenly sits down. Tussilago and Red Rose each receive a paper from the waiter. Red Rose stands up first, reading the numbers on the paper aloud. 124. Step forward for the seal. A middle-aged, overweight rich man immediately stood up excitedly. He repeatedly bowed toward the divine attendant, then walked onto the stone platform. His face was flushed, and he looked very happy and excited. Great God of bliss, number 124, step forward for the blessing. Tussilago looked at the paper and spoke, yes. After she finished speaking, a servant quickly approached number 124 and led him behind the pavilion. Then Rose read out a few more names. Each person had their own number, and they were all taken behind the pavilion. Among the many wealthy people present, only one person was still not called. That was the boss. He nervously stood up and asked, "Excuse me, 2 elders, why is my name not called?" Tussilago glanced at the paper and then sneered coldly, "One of the offerings you sent includes an SS plus item. You have deceived the gods." The man was stunned. Then his face turned pale. "No, that's impossible. I've seen it, I've tested it." Tussilago snorted coldly, her eyes dark and fierce. "The gods will punish anyone who deceives them." As soon as she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers and several yellow vines shot out, wrapping the man completely. The man screamed in terror. Soon, the vines absorbed all his flesh and blood, leaving only a thin layer of skin. Tussilago showed a satisfied expression. Rose frowned slightly, looking unimpressed. Suyu was restless. Her intuition told her that her gift was probably no different from those sent by the other wealthy people. Without thinking, Suyu looked at Shueyu across from her. Shueyu initially thought the man's scream made her frown, but when he felt her gaze, he immediately relaxed his brow and smiled reassuringly. Suyu covered her chest, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "Little Potato? How is Little Potato here?" Thinking of something, Suyu looked at Shueyu, trying to find the little potato hanging on him. Unfortunately, she saw nothing. Just as she was looking around, the divine attendant suddenly asked from above, "Are the sacrifices of the 2 elders ready?" Rose and Tussilago immediately replied, "Yes, divine attendant. They are ready." Old Third May was stunned. Then his heart started pounding. Sacrifice?
Could it be?
Old Third May was suddenly terrified. Everyone looked at each other, trying to find some sense of safety in each other's faces. "Begin," the divine attendant said, his tone flat, like a puppet. "Yes," they replied in unison. The Red Rose turned to the 20 people and said, "Start now. One-on-one or group fights are fine. The last person alive will be the new guardian." A hint of nervousness flashed in the Tussilago flower's eyes. The Red Rose glanced at Suyu and added, "If you don't want to die, live until the end." As the bell rang, a fierce and restless emotion filled every cell in Suyu's body. Her hidden healing ability suddenly erupted. The Red Rose's pupils shrank, and a faint regret appeared on her face. In the next moment, the previously anxious crowd roared and rushed onto the stage, fighting each other regardless of friend or foe. Shueyu's ears involuntarily twitched. His heart pounded quickly. Since falling off the cliff, his body rarely experienced such intense feelings. He had a bad feeling. Suyu covered her chest and took deep breaths again and again, trying to calm down, but she couldn't. The smell of blood from others' injuries grew stronger, and her eyes gradually lost focus. Step by step, Suyu entered the battlefield of the fight.
Splash. Splash.
Suyu's consciousness gradually returned. All she could hear was her heartbeat and heavy breathing. Her eyes slowly regained clarity, and she shrank her pupils. There was blood everywhere, and limbs scattered across the ground. Suyu looked at her hands in horror. When she looked at her hands, she realized she was in a position being held and pressed from behind. She saw the hands on her wrists, sharp nails, bony fingers covered in blood. The heavy breathing was coming from behind, from the mouth of the person holding her. Suyu looked at those familiar yet strange hands. She wanted to turn her head to see, but he said, "Don't look at me." Suyu froze. The inexplicable urge to fight had lessened, but it still tormented her. Her body involuntarily tried to struggle, but Shuiyu held her wrists tightly. Suyu opened her mouth, and in the next moment, a small potato slipped into her sleeve.
Suyu.
You just went crazy. Suyu was stunned. She realized the potato had returned to her and mentally asked, "What just happened?" "You all went mad. You threw so many water balls just now, almost killing someone." Almost? In fact, when Suyu regained consciousness, she had a bad premonition, especially after seeing the dismembered limbs on the ground. She was frightened, thinking she might have killed many people. "Yeah, don't worry. Those people were killed by this dog man when you left them with only one breath left." Suyu was stunned. She looked down at the blood on Shuiyu's fingernails and hands, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately turned her head. Then she saw Shuiyu's current state. His blindfold was gone, and his pale eyes looked empty. His silver-gray ear, missing a part, was slightly wet with blood, trembling under Suyu's gaze. His silver hair, mixed with blood, stuck to his forehead, and blood also dotted his long eyelashes. Shuiyu sensed her gaze and instinctively turned his head away. He pressed his lips to Suyu's ear. Suyu was stunned. Then her eyes widened. Just now, Shuiyu had said, "Get me a water balloon. Be the only survivor. Don't worry, I won't die." In shock and doubt, her wrist was released. Shuiyu looked down, then his face suddenly showed pain, as if driven by a murderous desire. Whoosh, Suyu was suddenly pushed down by Shuiyu. Bang, they fell to the ground. Shuiyu's hand, which was behind Suyu's head, was cut open, bleeding dark red. While Suyu was still stunned and shocked, Shuiyu opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs. Hiss. Suyu instinctively cried out. Her hands, pressed down on the ground, made her neck tingle. Only then did Suyu realize that Shuiyu was acting, not really going mad. She immediately fought back. Without a doubt, her resistance was ruthlessly suppressed by Shuiyu. His lips pressed tightly against Suyu's neck, and a drop of blood slowly flowed down. But Suyu didn't feel any pain. A hint of excitement flickered in the eyes of the Tussilago flower. The red rose showed no expression. Suddenly, Suyu flicked a water balloon with her finger, trapping Shuiyu's head completely. Shuiyu immediately looked like he was drowning, but he still held Suyu down firmly. Suyu's hands were restrained by Shuiyu's grip, and her wrists turned red. Once calm, Suyu's gaze met the pain-filled, vacant eyes in the water balloon, and she suddenly felt a bit panicked. This expression doesn't seem fake.
No.
How can a normal person not die? Is Shuiyu lying when he says he won't die? A tear slipped from Suyu's eye, and the water balloon seemed on the verge of breaking apart. Shuiyu, holding Suyu's hands, suddenly felt a drop of warm liquid falling on the back of his hand. His originally pained, unwilling expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. Shuiyu let go of Suyu's left hand and pretended to reach out to pinch Suyu's neck, but his fingers accidentally touched Suyu's eye corner. Feeling the warmth and moisture there, Shuiyu quickly grabbed Suyu's right hand and pressed it against his chest. Suyu's eyes widened suddenly. No heartbeat? Why is there no heartbeat? When Suyu interacted with Shuiyu before, he felt that Shuiyu's body temperature was very low. Suyu always thought it was because of the recent chaos.
But now...
Suyu bit his lip, gently pressed his fingers into Shuiyu's palm, then immediately broke free from Shuiyu's hold, turned over and pressed Shuiyu, who seemed to be suffocating and lacking oxygen beneath him. Shuiyu's ears twitched, and his neck, ears, and cheeks turned slightly red. His neck muscles bulged with visible veins, and his eyelashes trembled constantly. Suyu thought to himself, "Wow, I must be a great actor to make you look so distressed. Look at this near-death look, so convincing." So, during the 3 minutes of Suyu firmly holding Shuiyu down, Shuiyu finally died from drowning. Suyu slowly climbed up from what looked like Shuiyu's corpse. Clap, clap, clap. The red rose in the pavilion on the right clapped rhythmically. Suyu looked over and saw the red rose smiling with admiration. Not bad. Caltrip Flower's eyes were cold and fierce. This month she lost again. Noticing Caltrip Flower stare, Suyu turned her head slightly and then looked toward the main pavilion where the divine attendant was. The divine attendant was also watching her through the curtain. After a long while, the divine attendant said, Suyu, congratulations. You have the qualification to become a divine attendant. After speaking, the divine attendant looked down at the red rose. You can have a chance to become stronger. The red rose calmly stepped out of the pavilion, seemingly unaffected by the blood on the ground. She knelt reverently on the ground, amidst blood and broken limbs. She said nothing, but at that moment, a small bead rolled down from the pavilion where the divine attendant was. Suyu was stunned. This object was smooth and transparent, small but contained immense energy. It radiated an aura like crystal, but was even purer than a crystal. Suyu looked down, thinking that even 100 SSS-grade crystals couldn't compare to this bead. The red rose crawled on the ground, clutching the bead tightly in her hand. Caltrip Flower's jealous and fiery gaze fixated on her, as if she was looking at a priceless treasure. The red rose bowed her head and bowed in the direction of the divine attendant. After the divine attendant turned away, she stood up without hesitation and swallowed the bead. Caltrip Flower glared angrily at both of them and stormed off in frustration. At the moment the red rose swallowed the pearl, her flesh and bones began to melt as if dissolving, and she collapsed to the ground. Suyu was startled and instinctively moved back a little.
Splat.
Inside the bloody, disfigured body, only that red eyeball remained embedded in the flesh. The eyeball rolled around once, then fixed its wild gaze on Suyu. Suyu felt a chill all over her body. The emotions in those eyes were frighteningly simple, bloodthirsty, and murderous. She couldn't help but step back further. She had a strange feeling that the eyeball and the red rose were two separate beings. At least, under her control, the eyeball had special powers. But right now, the eyeball twitched, leaving the red rose's face, dragging several long blood streaks behind. It twitched and bounced towards Suyu. Suyu immediately wanted to turn and run, but thinking of Shuiyu, who was pretending to be dead behind her, she couldn't move her feet. Just as the eyeball jumped up and lunged towards Suyu's face, a layer of corrosive liquid quickly formed on her body. Suddenly, a pair of eyeballs floating in the air was caught by a pair of twisted, bony hands. Because of the strong grip, the eyeballs swelled up. Suyu looked down at the red rose's body. At this moment, the red rose looked like a person who had been torn apart and reborn from bloody flesh, strange and creepy. Her dark eye sockets tilted toward her, and the twisted finger joints gripped the eyeballs tightly. The eyeballs seemed to resist, but were forcibly pushed back into the dark eye sockets. The eyeballs rolled around inside the sockets, struggling but unable to escape.
Click, click.
The red rose's limp body made continuous cracking sounds as her bones reconnected. Along with involuntary twitching, her body finally returned to normal. After a long while, the red rose supported herself and stood up. The eyeballs instantly lost their consciousness and were completely controlled by the red rose. The red rose stood up, and her eyes quietly looked at Suyu. Suyu only felt the overwhelming power from her opponent, but she didn't sense any murderous intent. Her body gradually relaxed. The airflow from Shuiyu, lying on the ground, also slowly stopped spinning. Seeing the corrosive liquid on Suyu's body dissipate, the red rose finally spoke. We perform a sacrifice every month.
Suyu didn't reply.
She could tell that the red rose had something to say to her. 3 months ago, I sat in this spot. Red Rose's eyes flickered with a barely noticeable sadness. The previous leader of the arena had been here since the city was founded. His sacrifices never lost. He won 7 times in a row. He was very strong, but he died during the 7th divine blessing. Suyu remained silent. Red Rose smiled slightly and changed the subject. People are always greedy. The final result of greed is death, complete death. And you? You've been in office for 3 months. How many divine blessings have you experienced? Suyu's voice was calm and steady. Red Rose chuckled softly. This is the second time. Suyu looked into her eyes, feeling more confused. But Red Rose looked behind the pavilion, her voice soft and distant. You won, you survived, but only as a candidate for the divine servant.
Suyufronet.
Candidate? Are there others besides me? Red Rose shrugged. Of course. Everyone who survives the sacrifice must undergo the divine blessing. Some can't handle it and die, but others stubbornly survive. Only those who survive and fully merge with the divine blessing can become divine servants.
Suyuriman indifferent.
Including me, how many are there now? Red Rose sneered, her smile tinged with sarcasm. Suyu didn't understand her mockery, so she chose to stay silent. Who knows? But if any one of you merges with the divine blessing first, a new divine servant will be born, and the others, imperfect copies, will be eliminated. Suyu, compared to those who accepted the divine blessing long ago, you're not at an advantage in terms of time. So, be careful. Suyu frowned, looked at Red Rose, and softly said, Thank you for telling me this.
Ha.
Red Rose sneered coldly. I didn't tell you for nothing. Remember, you owe me a favor, and you'll have to repay it someday. After speaking, Red Rose turned to leave. Before walking away, she paused, smiling as she looked at Shuiyu lying on the ground, a hint of complexity in her eyes. After a moment, she shook her head and left. Suyu stood there, unsure of where to go or what to do next. Suddenly, a group of waiters she had seen before rushed out, one of them signaling for her to follow. Suyu didn't move. She noticed that the others were carrying large jars, collecting the remains on the ground. She silently stood in front of Shuiyu, blocking the view of a few waiters. She asked quietly, What should we do with these bodies? The waiter said nothing. She still respectfully stood in place, waiting for Suyu to leave with her. Seeing the waiters approaching, Suyu felt a tingling sensation around her ankle. She was surprised and wondered what Shuiyu meant by this. At that moment, Little Potato shouted in Suyu's mind, I see him writing on your ankle. Suyu looked down and asked, What did he write? Little Potato replied, It's okay, don't worry. Suyu felt a little more at ease. Suyu had no choice but to follow the waiter away. She didn't dare look back, especially since the waiter's head was turned 90 degrees, always smiling at her. Sweat dripped down Suyu's forehead. It seemed that none of the waiters here were good people, maybe not even real humans. The waiter led Suyu to a small hill behind a pavilion. On the hill was a large, old temple. The temple was damaged. Only half of the statue remained, the upper part was missing, so Suyu couldn't tell which deity it once represented. Below the statue, there was a person standing.
Come in.
His tone was flat and emotionless. Suyu paused her steps. The man looked to be in his 20s, dressed simply in white. His exposed skin was covered with fine, deep cracks. He looked like a fragile puppet about to fall apart, lifeless and expressionless, like a doll. He was a divine attendant. Suyu thought to herself. The man's build and voice confirmed his identity. The waiter who brought her here turned and left, leaving only Suyu and the divine attendant in the temple. The attendant turned around, his gaze calm and unchanging, pointing at 2 transparent boxes on the altar. Choose one for the divine gift. Suyu looked at the 2 boxes. One contained a long, pale finger with sharp, curved nails. The other held a Bodhi seed, which looked ordinary. The divine attendant's expressionless eyes fixed on Suyu, giving off a sense of pressure. Suyu curled her fingers, not wanting to choose anything. Sir Divine Attendant, what kind of power will these gifts give me? Feeling Little Potato's anxious and terrified emotions, Suyu also felt uneasy. The divine attendant remained emotionless. Choose. His tone was steady, but as soon as he finished speaking, Suyu felt as if her throat was being squeezed, making it hard to breathe. Her body moved uncontrollably toward a box. Little Potato desperately shouted, Help! Help! Whatever I choose, little potato will be eaten.
Ah, I don't want to die. Yusu, say something.
Yusu's CPU is working frantically. Are these two things both parasites?
Yes.
One is more powerful, more advanced, and has stronger self-awareness than me.
I am doomed.
Yusu gasped and involuntarily raised her finger. As she was about to point at it, she quickly thought to herself, "Listen carefully, little potato. I choose Bodhi. Find a way to swallow it." Little potato was stunned, then started cursing loudly. This is like a parent telling a child, "Pick one, Tsinghua or Peking University." What's the difference? Meeting you, little potato, is my worst luck ever.
Boo-hoo.
Little potato cried in Yusu's mind, gasping for breath. Yusu broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing her controlled right hand about to reach for her finger, she quickly swung her left hand and tightly grasped the Bodhi in her palm. The moment Yusu touched the Bodhi, her control over her right hand failed. She hurriedly withdrew it, took a step back, and kept her hand away from the finger. The divine servant, like a quest-giving NPC, announced, "Divine gift begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the seed in Yusu's hand emitted a purple glow. The Bodhi's outer shell cracked open, revealing a purple interior. Then, a purple sprout sprouted from the Bodhi and stabbed directly into Yusu's body. Yusu screamed before she could even shout. The potato inside her was completely severed from her body. Countless purple vines burst out from the seed, piercing every piece of her skin. Yusu was in unbearable pain. She watched helplessly as the vines pierced her wrist, then directly entered her bones through her joints. The sharp, bone-eroding pain nearly made her faint, but each time she almost lost consciousness, the pain intensified, keeping her fully alert. Shui was thrown into a large tub along with other corpses by the service staff. The staff used dry towels to clean the blood on the ground. The blood-stained towels were wrung out, and the blood water flowed into the tub. Then, several staff members lifted the tub and carried it behind the pavilion. Shuiyu's eyes were blind. He couldn't see anything. He could only roughly remember the route based on the wind speed and airflow around him. After about half an hour, the tub where Shuiyu was placed was set down. There was a strange smell, a mix of fishy odor and a faint, eerie fragrance. Shuiyu remained still, letting the staff carry his corpse out of the tub. He was thrown onto the ground. The surface was slippery and sticky, making him very uncomfortable. Then, he heard the orderly footsteps leaving. Shuiyu could tell from the sound of footsteps that the group of puppet-like waiters had left. After they departed, heavy footsteps sounded nearby. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound of bones. Shuiyu's eyelashes trembled. He was very familiar with this noise. Someone was extracting his brain crystal. Soon, a warm hand pressed against his forehead. Shuiyu opened his eyes, his gaze vacant, staring directly at the person trying to take his crystal. Luo Chen saw the corpse suddenly open its eyes and froze in place. He instinctively touched the corpse's pulse at the neck, then looked a bit strange. The pulse of a dying person, but this person indeed had no heartbeat. Seeing the person's clothing, Luo Chen frowned. "Sir, since you're awake, please get up." Shuiyu curled his lips and sat up with support. Luo Chen shook his head, bypassed Shuiyu, and went to retrieve crystals from other corpses. Hearing the movements, Shuiyu said playfully, "Aren't you letting others come to catch me?" Luo Chen shook his head, his voice cold and heavy. "I've committed too many sins." Shuiyu counted on his fingers, but found the other's fate was a bit strange. After a long while, Shuiyu smiled. "Brother, logically, you should have died long ago." Luo Chen was stunned, then looked up at the bright sky outside the cave entrance. His tone was full of weariness. "Yes, I should have died a long time ago." Shuiyu turned his head silently. After a long pause, Shuiyu said, "Brother, do you have a mental crystal? Give me one to use." Luo Chen wiped the blood off himself and slowly rummaged through a large box beside the rock wall. After searching for a while, he found one. "Here, you should be able to use this." Shuiyu reached out to take it. As soon as he did, he raised an eyebrow. He seemed to realize that the other knew his specific mental ability was mind reading. This crystal was for mind reading, or perhaps SSS level. Shuiyu took it, but didn't use it. Instead, he asked, "Brother, why are the SSS crystals in Night City so impure? They're like artificially ripened out of seasoned fruit. Quite ugly." Luo Chen smiled bitterly. "Do you know about hormone-fed livestock? Raising animals in confinement, then using external forces to accelerate their growth. The people of Night City are like livestock hastened by hormones."
Oh.
"And what hormones do they use to speed up growth in Night City?" Luo Chen was silent for a moment, then surprisingly said, "When your eyes recover, you'll see for yourself." Shuiyu was surprised to realize that the older brother actually knew his eyes were only temporarily blinded. After thinking for a moment, Shuiyu groped and hid behind the large jar, closing his eyes to rest. For hours later, Siu opened her eyes. The pain had eased considerably. She propped herself up and felt that she had lost control of her body. She sensed another consciousness inside her controlling her body. "Potato! Potato!" Siu kept calling out for Potato silently. There was no response, as if the connection had been forcibly cut. But Suyu felt that little Potato was not completely gone. "Your divine gift is complete. Go back and merge well." With the words of the divine attendant, Suyu's body obediently stood up and staggered toward the outside. Suyu had lost control of her body. Her consciousness sank into chaos, but she forced herself to focus. She activated her healing abilities, trying to heal what might be life or death for Little Potato. Little Potato was awakened by a gentle, familiar warm flow. It opened its eyes and found itself wrapped in purple vines, some of which were inserted into its body, constantly draining its limited energy. Energy and vitality were taken away by the purple vines, but another gentle energy flowed into its body, replenishing its vitality. Little Potato felt complicated feelings. It was Suyu's healing ability. She was using her powers, trying to save Little Potato's life. Little Potato admitted that it was briefly moved by Suyu's actions, about 3 seconds. But when it thought about how Suyu was saving it to help fight that broken Bodhi, its feelings for Suyu disappeared. Little Potato snorted coldly, its crimson eyes flickering. It wanted to survive, even if it meant sacrificing Suyu, the host. So, Little Potato immediately used the little remaining bond between itself and Suyu to crazily draw her vitality. Suyu had been sitting on the bed, stunned. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled. Her life was slipping away. Realizing this, Suyu understood that Little Potato's actions were dangerous. Her gaze grew cold. But since being parasitized by Little Potato was passive and disadvantageous for her, she had no power to stop it now. She didn't regret using her healing abilities to wake Little Potato. If Little Potato hadn't awakened, it wouldn't have drained her vitality. But if Little Potato didn't wake up, it would soon be swallowed by the purple Bodhi. Without her help to fight the Bodhi, Suyu's situation was hopeless. Suyu closed her eyes and sighed. She needed to find a way to get the wood crystal, use it to help Little Potato, and then by swallowing the Bodhi within Little Potato, she hoped to gain some power. Ding-ling-ling. The copper bell on Shuiyu's waist suddenly rang loudly and urgently. Shuiyu immediately opened his eyes, feeling his breathing become a little chaotic. His eyes had just started to recover, but he couldn't see clearly when exposed to light. He quickly tore a piece of his clothing, tied it over his eyes, and slowly opened them behind the cloth. They were in a deep mountain cave, lit by lamps, so it wasn't very dark. A dirty, bald man was placing a body that had been digging for crystals back into a jar. Soon, Shuiyu saw a large box diagonally opposite him. He quickly walked over and reached into a pile of crystals, searching through them. Lao Chen turned his head and asked, "What kind of crystal are you looking for?" Shuiyu hurriedly replied, "Healing." Lao Chen paused for a moment, then moved behind another large jar. There was another box there. After searching for a while, he took out an SSS-grade healing crystal. Shuiyu took it, not caring whether the crystal was mature or not, and asked, "Do you know where the person who won the qualification to become a divine attendant this month is?" Lao Chen thought for a moment and said, probably just completed the divine blessing now. Either they couldn't handle it and have already died, or their willpower was strong enough to survive, but they've become half a puppet. Can you tell me where to find her? Seeing Shueyu's urgent tone and obvious anxiety, Lao Chen looked thoughtfully at the copper bell ringing on his waist and said, I'll help you give the crystal to him. Only I can move around in this place. Shueyu calculated the result with his fingers, then without hesitation, wiped the crystal clean, wrapped it in a clean cloth, and handed it to Lao Chen. Thank you for checking on her. Lao Chen didn't react much, just told Shueyu to hide it well before leaving, as he expected another batch of bodies to arrive soon. Suyu's face was pale, and she weakly collapsed onto the bed in the room. The rapid loss of vitality made her feel once again like she was close to death. Suddenly, there was a knock at the window. Suyu wanted to see what was happening, but her body wouldn't obey her. She could only lie there helplessly.
Creak.
The door was pushed open. Lao Chen walked over to Suyu, examined her briefly, and, after confirming she looked very much like the girl described by Shueyu, used his dirty hand to pry open Suyu's mouth and insert the crystal inside. Suyu smelled a strong, foul odor of days without bathing and a bloody, dirty stench. Her mouth was stuffed with a crystal, almost choking her. The bald man had bloodstains on his hand, and she had just been forced to open her mouth by him. However, with the crystal supplementing her supernatural power, Suyu's vitality was gradually being restored. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Sir, your Taoist friend asked me to check on your condition. Suyu blinked, a hint of happiness in her eyes. It seemed that Shueyu was safe. Seeing that Suyu's only eye was under control, Luo Chen sighed and turned to leave, not noticing Suyu's eyes nearly blinking out of focus. Suyu with a determined look gaw. She strained so hard that her eyes nearly bulged out, and only a sound came from her throat. Luo Chen turned around, looking at Suyu's trembling lips with confusion. Chicken?
Suyu, ga. Cry.
Luo Chen thought for a moment. Chicken leg?
Ga. Cry.
Finally, Luo Chen understood. You want to say crystal? Suyu's eyes filled with joy.
Mu. Ga. Cry.
Luo Chen frowned. You're not a wood-type supernatural. Why do you want a wood-type crystal?
Suyu blinked desperately. What?
Luo Chen nodded and said, All right, I'll bring one to you next time. Suyu's eyes lit up.
Su.
Luo Chen immediately understood. No need to thank me. Clatter, clatter. The sound of orderly footsteps echoed outside the cave. Shueyu wiped the water crystal he had just dug out and tucked it into his pocket, then quickly lay down among the pile of corpses in the large tub. The regular, disciplined footsteps sounded again inside the cave. Several large tubs filled with corpses were placed in the cave. The waiters did not approach, so they didn't notice Shueyu. After about half an hour, they finally left. Shueyu listened for the sound to disappear, then skillfully climbed out of the tub. He had been busy searching for the crystal earlier and hadn't carefully observed the overall layout of the cave. The entire cave stretched about 50 meters from the entrance to where he was now, about 12 meters wide. The walls were neatly carved, indicating manual work. Starting from the entrance, the cave was filled with large tubs, and deep inside, it seemed to be beneath a sloped area. Shueyu quietly approached which was inclined at about 70 degrees. The smooth, dark, blood-stained led into a deep, black darkness. Shueyu blinked his eyes beneath the cloth. He wanted to go down and see, but there was no other reason. The source of the dense resentment in the night city's sky was this opening. His finger touched the almost instantly cutting his finger. Frowning, Shueyu looked closely and realized that the seemingly smooth was actually lined with jagged, hairy-looking teeth. He gave up on the idea of going down now and turned around, walking to the large jar just delivered. He examined the bodies and noticed their crystals had already been taken. Some of the bodies looked very badly tortured, as if they had been tormented to death. This is the body sent from the beast fighting arena, Dong's voice came from the entrance. Shueyu's body stiffened, then relaxed. Are these the bodies of defeated fighters? Dong entered and nodded. Yes. Shuiyu nodded, glancing at Dong's shoes, and asked, "My friend, how is she?" Dong's mouth twitched. He didn't seem to know how to smile, so his smile looked very stiff and even a bit twisted. She was blessed by the gods. Now she's lost most of her consciousness. Shuiyu responded with a hum, then turned to the, "Should we throw these bodies down?" Dong lifted one body with one hand, quickly stripping off its clothes, then threw it down the body slid down, its flesh scraped painfully by the small jagged teeth on the seemed very long. It took a while before a faint splash was heard. Shuiyu's ears twitched, and the bone flute spun between his fingers. "What's down there?" Dong also came over. A faint fragrance drifted up from the bottom of mixed with the smell of blood and decay, which was hard to bear, but Dong was used to it. There's a special blood pool that collects bodies and flesh. It incubates different grade A crystals. Shuiyu looked aside. The crystals inside the bodies have already been taken. Below are only human bodies and flesh. Dong smiled again, more naturally than before. He turned to the clothes from another body while saying, "The essence from humans condenses throughout the body, forming crystals. But that doesn't mean all the essence inside the body is in the crystals. Every bit of a person's essence is there, but when combined, it's less than the crystals." The bone flute paused in his hand. Shuiyu chuckled softly. "So those inferior grade A crystals are born like that." After speaking, Shuiyu asked, "I'm covered in blood, and it smells bad. Where can I wash?" Dong thought for a moment. "You'll have to leave the mountain cave." Shuiyu didn't reply, just played with his bone flute, lost in thought. Luo Qin seemed to have compromised. He took a dirty cloth bag from his waist and said, "Keep this with you. When you see those children delivering bodies, don't be afraid. They can't see you. Just one thing, don't go near that mountain. If you do, the divine guards will find you." Shuiyu smiled but didn't reach out to take it. Instead, he lazily used one end of a bone flute to lift the small cloth bag, said thanks, and then strolled away casually. Shuiyu moved very carefully, walking around 3 pavilions. Along the way, he also saw the waiters, but as Luo Qin said, they acted as if they didn't see him. The small cloth bag on one end of the bone flute swung as Shuiyu moved. He reached the hot spring platform, which had been cleaned and showed no sign of the original bloodstains. With a soft sound, the bone flute was inserted at an angle into the strap of the cloth bag, and both were nailed into the bushes and grass. Shuiyu turned around and took off his clothes. Inside the cloth bag, the contents wriggled as if trying to get closer to him, but couldn't escape. The seemingly casual placement of the bone flute kept the bag firmly pinned to the grass. Shuiyu's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes dark and unreadable. He stood by the hot spring, thinking for a moment before removing his clothes, bathing in the spring, and then washing his clothes several times in the water. Finally, he wrung them out halfway. He put on his half-dried clothes, looked one last time at the bone flute and cloth bag in the bushes, and left. The waiter brought a plate of fragrant roasted meat and placed it on Suyu's table. He also handed her a few bottles of that red liquid and brewed a cup of floral tea for her. She finally spoke, "Please enjoy your meal." As soon as she finished, Suyu stood up, sat at the table, and ate with a vacant stare. The waiter looked at her for a moment before turning and leaving. After the waiter left, Suyu's previously dull eyes narrowed slightly. She was sure that thing was watching her. The purple Bodhi inside her was controlling her body as she ate carefully. While chewing the meat, a trace of complexity flickered in her eyes. The meat surprisingly contained a faint energy. Suyu instinctively wanted to stop eating, but her body was out of her control. It seemed the purple Bodhi inside her enjoyed eating. Bored, she rolled her eyes. Suddenly, the window was pushed open from outside. Suyu glanced sideways, thinking it was the bald man. A blue figure flashed, and Shuiyu slipped in like a slippery eel. Suyu's eyes widened with a hint of surprise. But when Shuiyu saw Suyu, he froze for a moment. Thinking that Suyu is now unable to control his body, he stood up and sat beside Suyu, quietly watching him eat. Suyu tried to glare and said, "Chew, chew, chew." She wanted to speak, but for a moment forgot she was eating, so she only made some vague chewing sounds. A grain of rice fell from Suyu's mouth and stuck to her collar. Shueyu's lips curved into a smile. He reached out and took the rice grain from her collar, then softly said, "You forgot. I can read minds." Suyu was stunned, looking at Shueyu's eyes covered with a cloth, blinking. Shueyu nodded and said, "Yes, I am blind, but only partly blind. As long as I avoid light, I can still see, and I can use my mind-reading ability." Suyu thought for a moment, then blinked again. Shueyu reached out and wiped the crumbs from Suyu's mouth. "That big bald man, Lao Chun, he is." Shueyu softly explained his own situation. By now, Suyu had finished eating and sat back on the bed. He told everything about himself. Shueyu asked, "How about you? Are you okay?" Suyu lowered her eyes, sighed softly, and recounted her divine gift. While talking about this, she also mentioned her plan to use Little Potato to swallow Beauty. Shueyu didn't know about Little Potato before, but he didn't ask about it specifically. Instead, he smiled and said, "I didn't realize it was hiding on me and came along. It can grow big or small. When it's small, it's really hard to notice. But it's very weak now. I also told Lao Chin that I need wood-type crystals." Hearing Suyu's thoughts, Shueyu's eyes under the cloth narrowed slightly. "Lao Chen didn't tell me you needed wood-type crystals."
Shuyu blinked.
"Did he forget?" Shueyu slowly shook his head. "Since my eyes recovered, I noticed that his inner thoughts are exactly what he says. He thinks what he feels."
Shuyu frowned.
"Is there a problem with that?" Shueyu picked up a piece of paper from the table and wiped Suyu's mouth. "That's a big problem. I've met countless people, read many minds. Normal people's inner thoughts include not only their inner voice but also fleeting images and ideas. These fleeting images and thoughts are uncontrollable, even by the person themselves. I have a younger brother who was born with a missing nerve. His inner world is the purest and most peaceful I've ever read. But even he can't do what Lao Chen does. Rather than saying that Chen's thoughts are simple, it's better to say his heart is very empty and fake." Shui squinted his eyes beneath his cloth. "It's like he's deliberately doing things to show me." Suyu frowned. "He can see your special abilities with just one look?" Shueyu nodded. "Yes, he seems to know a lot about my abilities, including when my eyes temporarily go blind." Suyu took a cold breath. "If that's true, then he's probably very strong. By the way, did you feel any pressure from him?" Shueyu shook his head. "No, he seems like an ordinary person. I couldn't sense any special energy from his body." Suyu frowned. "Speaking of being able to see through others' abilities, do you remember Hongmei? Her eyes can see through other people's powers." Shueyu suddenly looked up sharply, his mouth stiff for a moment, then asked, "Is there a possibility that this isn't just a coincidence?" Suyu immediately understood what Shueyu meant. Tianxi. "When I met Tianxi, I could clearly feel that Hongmei's eyes were like a separate person. Could it be that those eyes are related to Qin?" Shueyu nodded. "That's possible." He thought for a moment, then said, "Today when I went out, he gave me a cloth bag with some things inside. I didn't touch it, but on my way to see you, I put it on the grass." Suyu was surprised. "You're very cautious. Do you know what's inside that cloth bag?" Shueyu shook his head. "No, I didn't touch it, but I could see that the contents had a strong aura of evil energy." Thinking for a moment, Shueyu added, "The feeling I get from that thing is very similar to the eyes that left Hongmei's body when Tianxi was with her." Suyu frowned, thinking of Tianxi, feeling a bit nervous. "I also accepted Tianxi. Can you help me check if the Bodhi seed inside me has any evil energy?" Shueyu's breath caught, his ears turning red. After a moment of hesitation, he said, I can't tell just by looking. If I want to see, I need to." Realizing Suyu might not understand his technical terms, he changed his words. "I need to press my forehead against yours." "Of course, only if you're willing."
Suyu blinked. Ian blinked.
"Quickly, please check if there's any evil energy inside me." Shueyu responded softly with a hum. He didn't have any talismans on him, so he had to draw one on the spot. He transformed his fingernail, cut his finger, and blood flowed out. Shuiyu took a deep breath, silently reciting his master's spell in his mind. Shuiyu gently pressed his index finger on Suyu's forehead, feeling a slight warmth there. Suyu noticed that spot was a bit hot. Shuiyu looked down at Suyu's lively eyes, his breath catching. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and pressed his forehead against Suyu's blood-marked brow. Suyu was surprised and thought to herself that his body temperature was quite low and his breathing was shallow. After a moment of distraction, Shuiyu opened his eyes. His eyes behind the silk cloth trembled slightly, making faint sounds. Once the heat on his face cooled down, Shuiyu moved his forehead away from Suyu's brow. The red blood, touched by their contact, left a streak on Suyu's brow. Shuiyu looked down, thinking to himself that she looked like a holy and beautiful goddess. Wow. Does he think I'm looking at him? I haven't washed my face today. Do I have eye gunk? A soft laugh escaped from Shuiyu's lips. Suyu was stunned, her thoughts interrupted. She looked up at Shuiyu in confusion. Shuiyu, who was very fair, had a slightly pinkish face at this moment. Suyu blinked, realizing that Shuiyu could read her mind. She wondered what she had just thought about. Feeling a bit embarrassed because she couldn't remember her thoughts, she quickly thought to herself, Shuiyu, your face, ears, and neck are turning pink. Shuiyu's lips curled into a gentle smile. You look a bit excited. Then he bent down and gently wiped the remaining blood from Suyu's forehead. His voice was clear and casual. I still remember the first time I saw you. Suyu was surprised and recalled a tense night, sighing inwardly. It's been so long. I guess I've become fearless now. Shuiyu shook his head, still smiling softly, his voice low. That wasn't the first time I saw you. Suyu was stunned. When was that? A faint smile appeared in Shuiyu's eyes. Last year's May Day. A grandfather in our building passed away. I was responsible for handling his funeral. Suyu remembered from a corner that the rumor was that the grandfather was angered to death. The reason was that his square dance partner was remarried, and the groom was not him. Shuiyu looked down at Suyu, listening to her inner chatter. Yes, it's related to the grandfather's square dance partner. Suyu looked up at Shuiyu's thin lips. Seeing Suyu's eyes nearly rolling back, Shuiyu sat down, facing Suyu directly. That old lady brought her little grandson to the banquet. At that time, you bought a lollipop for your dog. Shuiyu was dressed in a traditional performance outfit, wearing a mask, standing at the door, and checking the zodiac signs for conflicts. From afar, he saw a cold-faced girl bringing her dog to the banquet. The dog had a lollipop in its mouth. At the hotel entrance, there was a pet storage area, so the girl pulled the lollipop out of the dog's mouth and put the dog into the pet storage. The cold-faced girl probably planned to throw away the lollipop. But an older woman with her grandson came to the banquet, and when the little boy saw the lollipop in Suyu's hand, he started making a fuss to get it. The boy skillfully lay in front of Suyu, staring at the piggy hero lollipop, and loudly cried, I want Gigi Bond. I want it. The cold-faced girl showed no expression and started to walk away. But the older woman rushed out and said, Hey, these college students nowadays, they lack manners. Before she finished, the girl coldly replied, It's for the dog. The woman was stunned and immediately became angry. What do you mean, little girl? How dare you insult my family's Yaozu? The girl twitched her lips. The crying boy on the ground suddenly got up, clung to her leg, and let out a terrible scream and sobs. Shuiyu saw the girl looking impatient. Let go. It's for the dog. Don't pull my dress. The boy tightly grabbed her dress. You insulted me. You insulted me. I won't forgive you.
Wah.
I'll call the police and have you taken away. The woman ignored him and instead seemed to encourage him. The old and young both held on to the girl, refusing to let go, until finally, I want Gigi Bond.
Wah.
The lollipop was quickly and precisely shoved into the boy's mouth. His crying stopped. He released her dress, took out the piggy hero lollipop from his mouth, and licked it. Why isn't it sweet? The woman was stunned. The girl turned and entered the hotel to join the banquet. That was the first time Shuiyu saw Suyu. He was very interested in this girl. Later, when he was taking out the trash, he found out she lived in the same building as him. After asking a few neighbors, he learned her name, Suyu. After hearing Shueyu's words, Suyu blushed and looked away. You saw everything. I'm so embarrassed. Shueyu chuckled softly. Yes, I saw. It's quite interesting. When Shueyu left, he told Suyu to be careful and gave her the water crystal he found in the box, saying he would come back again. He walked to the bushes beside the hot spring, wiped the blood from his forehead, and smirked coldly. Luo Chun had told him not to go near that mountain, but Suyu was right there. Before going to Suyu, Shueyu found an empty house and waited there for half an hour. Nothing unusual happened during that time, so he went to find Suyu. Shueyu took out his bone flute, with a small cloth bag still hanging from one end of it. He smiled slightly, thinking, if it was truly a sincere heart, why would they lie? After returning, Luo Chun was still dealing with the corpse. Seeing Shueyu, who looked clean and tidy, Luo Chun smiled and asked, was it a long wash? Shueyu chuckled softly, tossing the small cloth bag with the bone flute back to Luo Chun. Since the drought, I haven't bathed in a long time. I just rinsed off the mud in your hot spring pool. Luo Chun twitched his lips and shook his head helplessly, waving to indicate Shueyu could do as he pleased. He put away the cloth bag and focused on handling the corpse. Shueyu leaned against the wall, his eyes deep beneath the silk cloth. 2 days later, Luo Chun came to Suyu's house again. Under Suyu's eager gaze, Luo Chun took out a dirty, wooden crystal. Here's the crystal you wanted. Suyu was guarded, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luo Chun approached, still trying to pry open Suyu's mouth to stuff the crystal inside. Alarm bells rang in Suyu's mind. She quickly said, no, don't.
Put it in my hand.
Luo Chun was stunned, scratching his head. Wouldn't it be easier if I just fed it to you? Suyu couldn't admit she was wary of him, so she said, your hands are dirty. As soon as she finished, the smell on Luo Chun's body made her gag. She ed uncontrollably. Luo Chun froze. He raised his hand, sniffed himself, and suddenly fell silent. He placed the dirty crystal in Suyu's trembling hand, shook his head, and left. After Luo Chun left, Suyu's fingers moved slightly. She controlled her corrosive liquid to wrap the crystal. The crystal, covered in dirt, was gradually cleaned by the corrosive liquid. The black fine lines hidden beneath the dirt were also eroded away. In the end, only a clean, pure crystal remained. Suyu frowned and used her special water ability to wash the crystal. Then she called out to the little potato, 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 quickly eat the crystal. The sleeping potato opened its eyes. It couldn't respond to Suyu, but it could hear her thoughts. Tiredly, it twisted its body and prepared itself. It didn't know if the purple Bodhi would fight to take the crystal, but it could only hope the other person didn't care for these crystals. Using the last of her connection with Suyu, the crystal in Suyu's hand slowly absorbed into her body, shrinking until it disappeared. The little potato was both surprised and happy. Those broken Bodhi leaves really didn't fight for the crystals. And these crystals were all SSS level. The little potato swore that since it gained consciousness, it had never eaten anything so good. It happily absorbed the crystals and then hid all its energy. 3 days later, Shueyu came again, bringing a bag of SSS wood-type crystals for Suyu. Seeing the crystals cleaned and clear, Suyu was very satisfied. So, the potato once again enjoyed a feast. On the 10th day of Suyu's divine blessing, the little potato started to fight back. The Bodhi was strong, but now it had a steady supply of resources, so it wasn't afraid at all. During the fight, Suyu, as the host, felt very uncomfortable. 2 different energies inside her fought each other fiercely, and her vitality was constantly being fought over and taken as resources by both sides. Just as Shueyu climbed through the window, he saw Suyu bleeding from her orifices and her pupils unfocused. Without hesitation, Shueyu quickly shoved the cleaned wood-type crystals into Suyu's palm. Receiving the supplies, the little potato finally broke free from the Bodhi's control and started to struggle and fight back. Shuayu kept giving crystals to Suyu, but his brow was furrowed tightly. Luo Chen once brought crystals to Suyu, and she said there were 4. This time and last time, a total of 28 crystals had been given to Suyu, making 32 SSS crystals altogether. After absorbing so many crystals, the little potato was only barely able to resist being suppressed. It showed that the purple Bodhi's strength was very powerful. This strength had even gone beyond the usual ranking levels. Shuayu felt a bit frustrated. These were the last wood-type crystals in the box. He had taken all the crystals from the box, and if the little potato still couldn't succeed this time, he would have to find a way to get inferior A-grade crystals from somewhere else. When all the SSS crystals were used up, Shuayu sighed softly. They're gone. The little potato trembled fiercely. Gone? Gone. But thinking about how precious the SSS crystals were, the little potato had to accept the reality. No, it can't be. Without the crystal and the support, its advantages will quickly disappear. The small potato is about to be eaten. The small potato became anxious, a hint of determination flashing in its eyes. After the crystal was consumed, its vines shot out fiercely, piercing into Suyu's chest.
Ah, Suyu twitched.
Shuayu immediately held Suyu in his arms and reached out to check her pulse. Her pulse was very weak. Shuayu froze for a second. There was only one healing crystal in the box, the only one, which had already been used by Qin before. Now what should he do? He quickly searched Suyu's pocket and found 2 water element crystals that hadn't been used. He shoved them into Suyu's mouth. But it was useless. Suyu couldn't even absorb the crystals on her own now. Blood kept seeping from her pores. Shuayu shouted urgently, "Stop. She will die." The small potato heard him, but it didn't stop. What a joke. What does Suyu's life or death matter to the small potato? If only one of them can survive, it will be the one that survives. Thinking of this, the small potato drew more of Suyu's life force with greater effort. The healing abilities kept circulating inside Suyu's body, restoring a little of her vitality, only for the small potato to immediately take it away. Watching Suyu's pulse grow weaker and weaker, Shuayu trembled as he took off the silk cloth from his eyes. He covered Suyu's eyes with the cloth, making sure she couldn't see him, then opened his eyes. He knew very well that what Suyu needed was vitality. Fortunately, he still had less than a year of life left. Shuayu forced a bitter smile. TSK, it seems he can't stay with her any longer. Without any romantic thoughts, he unbuttoned Suyu's collar and used his fingernails to pierce the skin of her chest. He undressed and made a cut on his own chest as well, blood on his fingers. He took off the copper bell from his waist and pulled out Suyu's hair from inside the bell. The hair, stained with their blood, ignited under Shuayu's gaze. He placed the ashes from the burning hair on his own chest. When Suyu woke up, the small potato had temporarily suppressed the Bodhi. Everything was pitch black in front of her. Suyu was stunned, reached out, and removed the cloth covering her eyes. The cloth was soaked in blood. She slowly sat up and looked around the room. Shuayu was gone. Thud. Something fell to the ground with her movement. Suyu looked down. It was the copper bell, the one Shuayu hung at his waist. Suyu felt a tightness in her chest. She reached out and touched her chest, only then realizing she had a new wound there. Suyu frowned, feeling a bit anxious. She called out to Little Potato many times, but there was no response. To be precise, Suyu knew that Potato heard her, but Potato did not reply. At this moment, Potato inexplicably felt guilty. It dared not admit that it had absorbed Suyu's life force, nor that Suyu's survival was thanks to that man's life. It also dared not say that the man used a very strange secret method to transfer his life force to Suyu.
And he.
Little Potato covered its eyes and trembled. The man's body showed many corpse spots, and deep cracks appeared mysteriously on his neck and limbs. The man immediately turned into a corpse. At the moment he fell, the bald man entered. He said, "What a fine set of bones." Then he took the man's body away. Little Potato sensed that the bald man was very dangerous. This was its first feeling after temporarily suppressing Bodhi. It was now too scared to respond to Suyu. fearing the bald man might notice. "Help!" Little Potato shouted silently in its heart. Ignoring Suyu's calls, it wrapped itself completely in vines. Creak! The door was pushed open. A server entered. She seemed to see neither Suyu's blood-stained body nor her obvious unease and panic. She said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, on becoming the new divine attendant." Suyu was stunned. "Please follow me, Your Highness." After saying this, the server quietly waited for Suyu to follow. Suyu forced herself to stay calm, pretending to be out of control, and followed the server outside. They arrived at the temple where the gods had once granted her power. The divine attendant inside had cracked skin and peeling flesh. The moment Suyu entered the temple, the divine attendant turned into ashes completely. Suyu stiffened but quickly regained her composure. The server seemed unbothered. She knelt before Suyu, very respectful. Suyu didn't know what to do now, so she just stood there like a puppet. Suddenly, a light laugh sounded in her ear. It was a man's voice. Suyu's hair stood on end. She was sure that this voice was directly in her ear. "Go, deal with those defective items," the man said. Suyu's sweat dripped down in cold drops. The server on the ground seemed to be waiting for her to speak. Seeing that Suyu was silent for a while, she asked, "Divine attendant, what is the divine will?" Suyu's fingers turned pale. She was sure that something was staring at her. "Deal with the defective items."
Ultimately, Suyu compromised.
When the waiter heard Suyu's command, he respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." The waiter left, leaving only Suyu in the temple. Suyu was unsure of the other person's intentions, so she stood still with a blank expression. It wasn't until 2 hours later that her gaze shifted away. Suyu immediately left the temple. She wandered around the mountain and found that all the houses were empty. Feeling uneasy, she decided to check the cave that Shuiyu had mentioned. Pretending to be a puppet, Suyu slowly walked toward the cave. The cave was dimly lit, and many bodies lay on the ground. The waiters who came to deliver the bodies did not leave. They just stood there, waiting for something. As soon as Suyu stepped inside, she suddenly felt that these waiters were waiting for her. A bald man stood at the back of the cave, bowing his head respectfully. Suyu approached the cave, quickly scanning inside, but did not see Shuiyu. Feeling inexplicably anxious and restless, she kept her emotions hidden, as she was used to acting expressionless, so others wouldn't notice anything unusual. "Please, divine attendants, withdraw the divine gift," the waiter said respectfully. Suyu looked at the 5 people on the ground, feeling a lump in her throat. "Are these people?" Seeing that Suyu didn't move, the bald man looked up at her. The waiter's gazes made Suyu feel cold. She looked at the 7 people on the ground. They seemed to be unconscious. Strangely, each of their right hands had a clearly unnatural finger that did not belong to them. The fingers were bent like claws, with visible dark veins, and a murderous intent as intense as a deadly gaze spread out. "The gods did not tell me to act personally. You come,"
Suyu said.
The bald man showed no expression. But the waiters seemed to hesitate for a moment before all looking at Suyu, as if questioning her. Suyu's heart pounded quickly. In her tension and unease, she decided to act violently. Sizzle! A blob of corrosive liquid was thrown directly onto one of the waiters' heads. Almost instantly, the head was melted away, and the body collapsed weakly to the ground, leaving only a leaf of Bodhi on the floor. Suyu looked down at the Bodhi leaf falling from the puppet's head, a flash of insight crossing her mind. Still not acting? She raised her head and looked around at the waiters. At this moment, the waiters seemed to regain some human feelings. They looked at Suyu with fear and then lowered their heads to pick up the fingers from the ground. They first took out the crystals from those 5 people, then the 5 fingers automatically detached from their bodies and began crawling towards Suyu. Suyu's pupils shrank. Good. It was indeed the kind of finger she almost had to choose when she was divinely blessed earlier. The waiters did not approach the fingers again. It seemed the 5 fingers had a target. They were aiming for Suyu. One finger suddenly jumped up, about to stick to Suyu's hand, but she quickly used a water ball to trap it. The 5 fingers were very strong, but luckily, Suyu had swallowed many crystals recently, so her strength was much better than before. After all 5 fingers were caught in water balls, Suyu threw the water ball toward Chen. Unexpectedly, when the water ball landed in Chen's arms, all the fingers fell silent, as if lifeless. Chen slowly opened the small, dirty cloth bag he kept close and stuffed the 5 fingers inside. The bag immediately bulged out. Suyu tried her best, but still couldn't see clearly what was inside the bag. The next 10 days passed peacefully. Suyu only needed to stay at the temple for a while each day. She still felt that gaze constantly watching her, never leaving. Finally, with 4 days left before a full month, Hongmei and Tasihua arrived together. Both said they were ready with their offerings. Suyu suddenly realized she had been here for a month. If she had a choice, she would definitely tell the two. Stop messing around, no need for offerings. But under that intense gaze, Suyu couldn't act differently from a puppet. So she could only say yes. When Hongmei left, her eyes showed a hint of disappointment. Perhaps it was because Suyu played her role too convincingly, or for some other reason. In Hongmei's eyes, Suyu was no longer Suyu. Maybe it was just Suyu's illusion, but that gaze seemed to grow even more intense. Suyu couldn't even sleep well because she was afraid to relax even a little and reveal her true feelings. She had to keep acting like a puppet, motionless, silent, not even breathing evenly. Until the day before October 1st, the last day of September. That day, Suyu was on her usual guard at the temple when the voice spoke for the second time. "Go, fetch the pearl." Suyu remained expressionless and told the servant at the temple gate, "Fetch the pearl." The servant who had led Suyu earlier had been killed by her in the cave, so the current one was a man. He was not as bold as before, at least he didn't dare to stare directly at Suyu. After Suyu spoke, he led the way ahead. Suyu remained silent and followed, entering another cave. Once inside the cave, the piercing gaze disappeared. Suyu relaxed a little. The waiter brought Suyu to Chen and said, "Divine servant, retrieve the pearl." Lao Chen was not surprised. He simply nodded, put down the broken corpse in his hand, and led Suyu deeper into the cave. At the back of the cave, there was a sloping path downward. Suyu remembered Shuiyu mentioning it. Lao Chen pressed a protrusion next to the. With a click, the transformed into a staircase. The stairs went straight down into darkness. Lao Chen smiled and said, "The divine gift pearl is below." Suyu glanced at Lao Chen's calm and honest face, feeling his heart race for no clear reason, because the bottom might hold the final secret of the Eternal City. "Are you not going down yet?" Lao Chen asked when he saw Suyu hesitating. Before Suyu could answer, Lao Chen suddenly smiled and said, "Your friend is downstairs." Seeing Suyu's eyelashes tremble, Lao Chen made a welcoming gesture. Suyu clenched his teeth and stepped onto the stairs. The fine serrated edges on the stairs cut tiny holes into Suyu's shoes. He slowly descended step by step. Lao Chen's gaze grew more complicated. Suddenly, he said, "I hope you will do what a divine servant is supposed to do." Suyu kept walking without stopping, but his expression grew colder, realizing Lao Chen was definitely hiding something. After 15 minutes on the stairs, Suyu finally stepped onto a slippery platform. Suddenly, the stairs retracted and turned back into A. It was dark and foul here, with occasional hints of fresh scent that made Suyu uncomfortable. There was no longer that gaze watching him. Suyu turned his arm and took out a small flashlight he always carried. The light was weak, and as it flickered on, Suyu gagged. His stomach spasmed uncontrollably, and he edged violently. This place was a large underground mass grave. Rotting bodies were piled on the ground, with limbs scattered everywhere. Blood and pus oozed from the corpses, slowly flowing to lower ground. The water gathered in small pools, filling each one until overflowing into the next lower pool, creating a tiered, flowing cascade that was quite a sight. But now, Suyu felt no pleasure, only nausea and shock. The bodies were piled in the topmost pool, with blood and pus flowing into the lower pools. Suyu's flashlight wasn't very bright, so she could only see thick blood water in the pool below. Beyond that, it was out of sight. Suyu tiptoed carefully along the edge of the corpse pool, the ground slippery and greasy, nearly causing her to fall. She promised herself that if she really fell, she could do a quick dance move to recover. Suppressing her discomfort, she walked around the edge and found nothing unusual. Only then did she look down at the blood pool. The height difference between the blood pool and the corpse pool was about 1 meter, not very high. But the blood pool was very large, so big that the edges couldn't be seen. Suyu took a moment to steady herself mentally, then formed a water sphere around herself. The moment she jumped into the blood pool, she almost sank completely. This blood pool was too deep. Controlling the water sphere to keep herself afloat, Suyu reached the end of the blood pool. At the end was a special sieve made of tightly woven tree vines. This sieve was formed from fine, dense vines, and the liquid in the blood pool was filtered through it before moving to the next level. Suyu looked down and saw that the next pool was much lower, at least 15 meters down. The pool below was a large, perfectly round shape. In the center of the round pool stood a big tree. The tree was about 20 meters tall and 5 meters wide, with vines hanging from its branches and roots firmly planted in the pool. It was a Bodhi tree. The branches were covered with red banners used for temple prayers. Near the roots of the round pool, there was a clear, milky white liquid, misty and enchanting, looking like a fairyland. Surrounding the pool was the blood that flowed down from the previous pool. It was not dark red but a cool, transparent crimson. Seeing this color, Suyu froze. Isn't this the high-level healing water that the Red Rose mentioned? Oh my god! The healing water in the city that never sleeps is actually filtered corpse water? Thinking she had even drunk it before, Suyu gagged and ate again. This time, she couldn't stop, until her stomach was empty, her vision blackening. She wished she could just to death.
Suyu?
Suddenly, a clear, familiar voice came from the pool below. Suyu stopped mid-dash. Shuayu? She immediately climbed up the vine sieve to look down. The pool was too large. From her vantage point, she couldn't see where Shuayu was at first. I'm fine, don't worry. You go down first, Shuayu said with a light smile. Suyu didn't hesitate and jumped into the water with a splash. The water ball hit the pool with a splash. Suyu quickly stuck her head out of the water and realized the pool wasn't deep. She stood up and the water reached only her waist. Where is Shuayu? Suyu called out while walking inside.
Stop.
Don't come in, came Shuayu's voice from inside. Suyu was surprised and then saw that Shuayu was in a milky white pool under the roots of a tree inside the inner circle. His lower body was submerged in a liquid, and his upper body was bare.
Suyu gasped.
Shuayu's pale upper body was full of cracks, as if his shattered body had been forcibly stitched back together. His face was pale and bluish, looking unwell. His eyes were closed, as if he was affected by Suyu's flashlight. Suyu quickly moved the flashlight aside, and Shuayu opened his eyes. Shuayu,
what happened to you?
Suyu's voice trembled with tears. She didn't realize she was shedding. Shuayu tried to lift his finger, but was tied tighter by vines. Helpless, he smiled and said, Don't cry. I'm fine. Shuayu, what exactly happened that day? Why did you disappear? Potato is ignoring me too. I don't know anything. As Suyu spoke, tears fell down her face. Shuayu quickly smiled and said, I'm okay. That day, I saw you couldn't hold on anymore, so I borrowed a little of my life to help you. Don't cry. Look, I'm still here and fine. Borrowed life? Suyu was stunned. Shuayu lowered his eyelids and changed the subject. Listen to me. The day I came to find you, I knew Chin was following me.
He was outside the door the whole time.
I knew, but I couldn't do anything. After your situation stabilized, I was exhausted and fainted. It was Chun who brought me here. Shuayu paused, and what he should have said was that it was divine luck. When his vitality was about to run out in 21 days, Suyu's condition stabilized. But at that moment, because he lost too much vitality suddenly, he turned into a corpse. Chun brought him here, aiming to preserve his body as a monk. He had been in this pool for 20 days. When his vitality was completely gone, he would truly die. His body would decay, leaving only bones behind. Thinking of this, Shuiyu sighed softly. Seeing Suyu's eyes moist, he continued, I'm fine. Don't worry. By the way, I have already made some discoveries about this matter. Suyu immediately asked, What did you find? Shuiyu used his gaze to signal Suyu to look at the Bodhi tree behind him. This tree was alive with wisdom even before the apocalypse came, thanks to offerings and prayers. After the end of the world, it became very powerful due to the revival. Every part of a supernatural person's body contains a small amount of energy. The Bodhi tree extracts this energy from corpses and flesh, then combines it into new crystals, which are the universal currency of Night City, crystals. These crystals form at the bottom of the blood pool. They contain energy, but much less than real brain crystals. Many of Night City's strong people use inferior crystals to produce power. The reason they need SSS-level superhumans and strong fighters to sacrifice is to get their corpses and flesh. These bodies hold a lot of energy. When the essence of many strong fighters is combined and blessed by the Bodhi tree, it forms a rare crystal. This is like the small transparent beads that the red rose takes when blessed by the gods. Suyu frowned, still confused. So, they use inferior crystals as a kind of fertilizer to help many Night City residents grow stronger and become SSS-level fighters. Then they gather these fighters and use their corpses and flesh to make the rare crystal. Shuiyu nodded. Yes. Suyu shook her head. That doesn't seem right. Normally, this rare crystal should be very precious, but they're using it to help with divine blessings? Shuiyu chuckled softly. Remember the red rose's eyes? Suyu was surprised. Yes. That rare crystal seems to boost her abilities, but I suspect the real beneficiaries are those two eyes. Seeing Suyu deep in thought, Shuiyu said, Of course, this is just my guess. It's very important for us to confirm this at tomorrow's sacrifice.
Shuiyu nodded.
All right, I'll find out. If things are really as we suspect. Shuiyu knew what Suyu was thinking and said, There's a corpse inside the roots of the tree behind me.
Shuiyu frowned.
Shuiyu continued, You can't see it from afar, but I saw it. That body is very strange. It has no eyeballs, no ears, no fingers on the right hand, only 4 fingers on the left. Most importantly, it has no bones or heart. And besides the skin and flesh, all other organs are cobbled together. Suyu's pupils shrank. It is known that the 5 missing fingers of his right hand once attached to 5 defective bodies. After those defective bodies were dealt with, they should now be with dust. His eyes are with red rose. His ears are with tusizi, Shuiyu said. Suyu's heart beat faster. The missing finger from his left hand is likely the one he placed in the transparent box when he was blessed by the gods. Now only the bones and the heart remain. Shuiyu lowered his eyes. The bones are probably meant for me. The heart. Suyu suddenly looked up. The heart is with dust. In that cloth bag. Shuiyu nodded. They looked at each other, both seeing seriousness and heaviness in each other's eyes. Shuiyu smiled slightly, breaking the tense atmosphere, and said, Don't be discouraged. We've quickly gathered this information. Suyu, don't rush. Take your time, no need to hurry. A faint sadness flickered in Shuiyu's silver eyes. Suyu smiled again and said, Actually, the main issue is that once we confirm that Red Rose used extreme crystal and the benefit went to the eyeball, then we can be sure that Nightless City is making such a big fuss just to strengthen those parasitic organs. Shuiyu nodded. Yes. So, once you confirm tomorrow, everything will be clear.
Suyu sighed.
And what about dust? What role does he play inside? Shuiyu's eyes deepened. He said, He wants to create a god. Suyu was stunned. Create a god? Could it be that he wants to create a real, blissful god? Suyu frowned. No, according to the deduction, this god should still lack some organs. But after I became a divine attendant, I could clearly feel someone was always watching me. He's still talking to me in my ear, everywhere. Who is this person? Shuiyu smiled. The birth of a new species requires not only a strong body, but also a soul.
Shuiyu frowned.
Are you saying?
Dust?
Shuiyu nodded. I once calculated his fate. He was supposed to die just days before the end of the world. But external forces interfered, and he survived. Suyu instinctively looked at the Bodhi tree, lips pressed tightly. Shuiyu continued, his body can still move like a normal person, supported by some power. But no matter how much he now appears to be alive, his body is already dead. He is a walking corpse.
Shuiyu frowned.
But his body still has warmth. Shuiyu nodded and said the reason his body has warmth is because he still has a heartbeat. But apart from the heart, all his other organs have rotted and smell bad. Suyu widened her eyes. No wonder Chen's body smelled so bad. She had thought it was because he dealt with corpses every day, which caused the smell. Suyu sat inside the water sphere, swaying with the ripples of the advanced healing liquid. So, where is the extreme crystal? I came today to get this pearl. Shuiyu looked at the bottom of the pool. At the bottom, Suyu put on the water sphere and dived to the pool's bottom. She then saw a few scattered extreme crystals on the floor. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately started collecting the crystals on her own. Shuiyu watched Suyu's water sphere thrash around in the pool, a smile in his eyes. His time to die was tonight at midnight. How long Suyu collected crystals, Shuiyu watched. After about 2 hours, Suyu floated to the surface, her short sleeves rolled up, carrying a big bag of crystals. Shuiyu, look. I got them all. I didn't leave any behind. Shuiyu looked at Suyu's happy smile and said with a smile, if you take so many out, Chen might notice. Suyu was stunned. She splashed a little in the water sphere and said, then I can use some. I'll leave just one behind. Shuiyu shook his head, a helpless smile on his face. You might not be able to handle even one extreme crystal. Suyu was silent for a moment and said, then I'll hide it and take it when we run away. Shuiyu didn't say anything. He watched Suyu hide a bunch of crystals in a corner. She only left one on herself and planned to leave. But seeing that Shuiyu kept watching her, she asked, how can I save you? Shuiyu was surprised, then shook his head. No need to save me. Take care of yourself. Suyu frowned. This feeling, it's like saying goodbye to me? Shuiyu smiled softly. I'm so strong. I don't need you to worry about saving me. Just make sure you're safe. Suyu responded with an "oh," looked at Shuiyu for a while, then turned to leave. She hadn't gone far when Shuiyu suddenly called out, Suyu. She turned around, and they looked at each other. Shuiyu looked away first. Fix your clothes. Suyu tugged at her messy clothes, said nothing, and turned to walk away. She walked quickly. Shuiyu kept watching her disappearing figure, then closed his eyes. At the edge, Suyu felt around and found the same bump as above. She placed her finger on the bump, lowered her eyelids. No matter what, she had to find a way to deal with Chen. Looking back, Suyu clenched her teeth and pressed down on the protrusion. Chen saw Suyu return and just nodded without saying anything else. Suyu pretended to be a puppet and walked back into the house. That night,
Shuiyu lay quietly.
Potato, come out, I know you're there. If you don't come out, I will tell Chen about you. I don't care if I die, but you won't have an easy time either. Little Potato trembled and pretended not to hear. Suyu immediately sat up, sensing the gaze on her, and shouted, don't shout. Don't shout. Little Potato was startled and realized that this woman was a lunatic. I'm going to the bathroom. Suyu was satisfied and got up to go to the bathroom. Little Potato gritted its teeth and thought, what do you really want to do? Can't we just stay peaceful? Suyu sneered, peaceful? You almost drained my life force and almost killed me. Is that peaceful? Potato felt guilty for a second but suddenly reacted and cursed. What does it matter if I took your life force? Why didn't you say anything when you killed me for the crystal? Our big brother didn't say anything, and second brother, you're still holding a grudge. Suyu sneered. Yes, we've always appeared harmonious on the surface, but now we're in the same boat. You pretending to be dead is just nonsense. I'm out now, what do you call that? Little Potato felt a bit guilty. Suyu opened the door and asked straightforwardly, what happened with Shuiyu that day? Little Potato was startled inside. It didn't want to say because if it told Suyu, the crazy woman might go all out to save someone, and then it wouldn't have a good ending. I don't know. I wasn't aware at the time. Suyu clenched her fists and said, "You're lying. If you don't cooperate, I will shout." Little Potato hurriedly said, "No, no. Can I tell you? You have a mouth."
That day,
after speaking, Little Potato didn't hear any response from Suyu for a long time and sighed. "Today I saw that he no longer has any life force. He probably will die in a few days." Halfway through, Little Potato suddenly noticed that Suyu seemed unresponsive. It trembled nervously, thinking Suyu might go all out to save someone, but instead, Suyu sat heavily on the bed, seemingly lost in thought. Little Potato didn't dare speak. After a long while, Suyu finally said, "You now go find Hongmei. Tell her that if she wants to know everything about him, she should find a way to see me. And remember, before telling her, find a way to make her close her eyes." Little Potato screamed, "I don't want to. If I leave your body, I might be targeted, and you can't suppress that broken body. Please, I beg you, little ancestor, if you don't mind living longer, I want to stay alive a few more days." Suyu's face turned cold.
"I'll count to 3. 3, 2.
Potato screamed, "Go away. I'm leaving." After Potato left, the Bodhi inside Suyu immediately became restless. Suyu gradually lost control of her body. Bodhi took over, causing Suyu to lie flat on the bed and forcibly close her eyes to sleep.
Suyu kept timing silently.
About 4 hours later, Potato returned. It crawled into Suyu's body, and after a brief struggle, Bodhi was once again suppressed by Potato. Suyu opened her eyes. "Where is the red rose?" Little Potato sighed. "I told her what you asked." "And then?" Suyu asked. Little Potato sighed again. She said she didn't want to know. Suyu was stunned.
"What?"
This was somewhat unexpected for Suyu. Things hadn't gone the way she wanted, and her entire mind was burning with frustration. Little Potato twisted among the vines. "Humph, you ungrateful woman. Just wait, and thank me later."
Suyu was surprised.
"What did you do?" Little Potato chuckled. "I fed her the extreme crystal I took out for her to eat." Suyu was stunned, then paled as she reached into her pocket. No. The extreme crystal she brought out was gone. After panicking, Suyu focused on the key point. "Did you observe whether her eyes benefited from using the extreme crystal?" Little Potato nodded. "Yes, based on my observations, almost all of the red rose's power comes from that eye." Suyu nodded, then narrowed her eyes. "What was your original plan in stealing the extreme crystal?" Little Potato's body stiffened. "Of course, it was to prepare for an escape in case of an emergency. That extreme crystal is my fare for the road." But it didn't dare to say so, only replying, "Because I, Little Potato, am very perceptive." So you didn't bother to expose it. The reason Little Potato used the extreme crystal was probably because the red rose's reaction was unexpected, and since it was still one with her, it had to use the crystal to confirm Shueyu's suspicion. Since the red rose route was not working, Suyu began to think frantically. At that moment, the waiter knocked on the door. "Master of the divine servant, it's time to conduct the sacrifice." Suyu was startled. She looked at her watch and saw it was only 7 o'clock. That's strange. Wasn't the sacrifice supposed to start at 9? Suyu frowned. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in her ear. "Conduct the sacrifice." Suyu didn't know where the problem was, but she didn't have time to think about it. She stepped out of the house and was led by the waiter to the highest pavilion. Through the cloth curtain, Suyu felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Below, the area was filled with a dense crowd of people. The sacrificers brought by the wealthy bosses were not just 5 each. Suyu's fingers trembled, a bad feeling spreading in her heart.
"Stay calm. Stay calm."
Suyu forced herself to stay calm. Where did things start to go wrong? Was it the early start of the ritual? Suyu's gaze was serious. Why did everyone coming to the ritual today know that the time was moved up, but she only learned from the divine after the waiter knocked on the door? That's not right. Thinking deeper, preparing the ritual offerings also takes time. Those bosses couldn't have gathered so many offerings in a short period. In other words, besides herself, even the people outside knew early that the ritual was moved up and that more offerings were needed.
Suyu clenched her fists tightly.
Normally, as a divine attendant, She was the only one who could listen to the divine's instructions. But in the end, everyone else knew something she was kept in the dark about. Suyu suddenly looked up, her eyes burning as she stared toward the direction of the cave. From the beginning, she didn't trust the divine. So the question returns, why was the ritual moved up, and why were there more offerings? It seemed something had happened that made the divine anxious. Suyu frowned and thought hard, completely ignoring the waiter beside her urging her to start. The divine wanted to assemble a complete body, and the changes in the ritual happened after she and Shueyu arrived. Suyu's lips trembled. Yes, with Shueyu's bones included, that stitched-together creature, the divine's body, was already assembled. Is it so urgent? Suyu looked up, a hint of fierceness in her eyes. Since you knew I was suspicious and still made me the divine attendant, I will use the power you gave me to turn everything upside down. Dog thing. The divine's sudden words caused the waiter beside her to freeze. Suyu stood up, pulled aside the curtain, and looked down at the crowd below. The red roses and bindweed were stunned by her action. 200.
Suyu whispered softly.
After confirming the number of offerings brought by those bosses, she turned to look at the two teams on either side of the platform. The bindweed team brought 20 people and the red roses. Suyu's gaze met Zhang Yang and Tang Yu from the red roses team. For a moment, there was silence. Looking away without making eye contact with Tang Yu and Zhang Yang, Suyu lowered her eyes. She brought 20 people with her, and the crowd indeed grew larger. Tang Yu saw Suyu's unusually pale face, her fingers tightening. Suddenly, she stood up. Her voice was loud, and her gaze fixed intensely on the divine attendant Suyu. Divine attendant, I have a question. I would like to ask you. The offerings brought by the bosses also drew attention, and everyone looked over. How dare you? How can you be disrespectful to the divine attendant? Tasihua snorted coldly, and the yellow vine in her hand swung toward Tang Yu. Suyu was about to step in to stop her, but Red Rose's hand firmly caught the vine thrown by Tasihua. Tasihua, the divine attendant hasn't spoken yet. You're acting presumptuously. Tasihua's eyes sharpened. She shot a glare at Red Rose, then looked at Suyu. Suyu slightly curled her lips. It's fine. The divine heart is forgiving. What do you want to ask? The divine will give you an answer. Red Rose glanced at Suyu and then retreated into the pavilion. Tang Yu first looked around at everyone present, then loudly said, Last month, my biological sister was selected to attend the joyful feast. I heard that those invited to the joyful feast can gain great power and status. But after the last banquet, my sister seemed to have disappeared without a trace, and I have no news. I asked many times and learned that after that feast, she was granted great power and stayed here to serve the divine. After speaking, Tang Yu looked at the people brought by the bosses. Seeing that they nodded in agreement, she continued, When I found out, I was very happy and tried every way to get the chance to attend this feast. But since I entered the feast, I haven't seen my sister. Divine attendant, I want to ask, was my sister, as the outside world says, chosen to serve the divine, or is she already dead? Tang Yu shouted fiercely, tears shimmering in her eyes. Every month, so many people come to the feast, yet there's no news. Divine attendant, if they are still alive, can you let them come out so I can see them? How dare you? Tasizi shouted angrily, taking a few steps forward and grabbing Tang Yu's neck. Suyu did not move. Zhang Yang immediately stood up, trying to save Tang Yu, his eyes red. If you have no guilt in your heart, then why won't you let my sister come out? Did you kill her? Did you? Tasizi kicked Zhang Yang away and then lifted Tang Yu, holding her up. Tang Yu's eyes filled with tears, and she was almost choking from the pressure. Zhang Yang was kicked away, but quickly got up again. You just want our crystals, right? You say that coming to the Bliss Feast gives you supreme power, but that's all lies. The crowd became restless. The waiter next to Suyu immediately tried to control the scene but was grabbed back by Suyu, who gently twisted the waiter's neck, breaking it with a clear snap. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Suyu raised her hand lazily. Tusa Flower, let go. A hint of anger flickered in Tusu Flower's eyes, but she had to obey the divine servant's command and threw Tang Yu to the ground. Zhang Yang scrambled over, holding Tang Yu in his arms, crying loudly, "Sister, please don't die. We just want to see Big Sister. Why is it so hard?" Tears and snot streaming down his face, he said, "If Big Sister isn't dead, why can't we see her? Or is it that your bliss feast is just a ritual, and we're the sacrifices?" As soon as Zhang Yang finished speaking, the crowd erupted again, filled with doubt and questions.
Yeah.
If she's alive, why won't she let me see her? With no news and no appearance, who knows if she's still alive? Seeing the tense atmosphere, Suyu clapped her hands and stood up. The crowd immediately quieted down. She looked cold and compassionate, with a gentle smile. They are all serving the gods now. Zhang Yang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. He exchanged a glance with Tang Yu, both appearing dazed. Many in the crowd were calmed down, watching Suyu carefully, waiting for her to speak again. Suyu didn't disappoint them. She slightly curved her lips. They have indeed gained supreme power. Tusu Flower exhaled and looked at Suyu with a little less resentment. Suyu's gaze was deep. When she looked at Tang Yu, her eyes flickered. Tang Yu immediately sat up from Zhang Yang's arms, tears in her eyes and voice trembling. "If that's the case, can I see my sister?" Suyu chuckled softly, teasingly. "After this feast, you'll naturally be able to go and see your sister." Tang Yu was terrified and asked, "Go? Didn't you say my sister is still alive?" Zhang Yang also reacted, looked at the crowd, then cried out, "You. It's an honor for you to serve beside the bliss god." As soon as she finished, not only the sacrificial offerings but also the waiters and Tusu Flower were stunned. Suyu waved his hand, looking indifferent. "Red Rose, what are you standing around for? Start the ceremony." When the word ceremony was spoken, everyone became excited, shouting and cursing loudly. Red Rose, with a cold face, respectfully said to Suyu, "Yes, Lord Shinshir. All of you. What are you trying to do? Let's fight them." The rushing waiters immediately stirred the crowd into a frenzy, each resisting passionately. Tusi Flower watched coldly as Suyu and Red Rose, saying, "You have betrayed the god of bliss." Suyu sneered and pointed at Tusi Flower, saying to Red Rose, "Speak disrespectfully. Kill her." Red Rose sneered and immediately lunged at Tusi Flower. Chaos broke out. Shouts and fighting sounds filled the air. Several offerings rushed towards Suyu, but were blocked silently by Tang Yu and Zhang Yang. Amidst the chaos, a voice sounded in Suyu's ear. "Is this fun?" Suyu stiffened, then smiled. "God, where have you gone? Why are you only appearing now?" The voice let out a strange, somewhat tragic laugh before disappearing. Along with the voice and gaze, everything vanished. Suyu was suddenly anxious, standing up and heading outside. Luo Chen must be in the cave. Seeing Suyu run back, Tang Yu grabbed Zhang Yang and followed. Suyu turned around and said to them, "Find a way to leak the news about the Bliss Feast. Open the inner area, let the people from the city come in and create chaos." Tang Yu suddenly asked, "And you?" Suyu paused, then said, "I'll go find Shuiyu." After speaking, Suyu quickly moved to the fight between Tusi Flower and Red Rose. Tusi Flower was no match for Red Rose. She was quickly knocked to the ground. Suyu immediately threw a blob of corrosive liquid at Tusi Flower's ear. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoed out, sounding both male and female, old and young, very piercing and strange. Unfortunately, the corrosive liquid didn't fully eat away her ear. Suyu's face darkened, drew his Dao sword and swung.
Clang.
When the two clashed, only a shallow cut remained on her ear. Red Rose pulled Suyu away. "We can't let her die. If she dies, her ear will come out, and then it will attach to someone. Whoever it attaches to will be parasitized." Suyu roared, "I want to destroy it." Red Rose pursed her lips and said, "I have a way." Suyu was stunned. Red Rose seemed to make a firm decision. She reached out and pressed her hand to her ear. If a body has two parasites, one will eventually be swallowed by the other. Suyu frowned. "You don't have the help of the crystal now, and you might die." Red Rose looked up, eyes deep. There's no other way to eliminate this thing. Shui lowered his eyes, watching Liao Chen sitting under the Bodhi tree. Liao Chen was happily touching the still incomplete body. Shui watched him sew the fingers onto the body, aiming for full integration. By the midnight hour, the Bodhi tree would fully awaken. Liao Chen suddenly asked, "Why didn't you tell that girl she would also become part of my body?" Shui chuckled softly. "If you tell her, she won't be able to sleep." Liao Chen smiled strangely. She really knows how to cause trouble, turning a good banquet outside into chaos. Shui looked down. "Aren't you going to stop her?" Liao Chen shook his head. "Now that my bones and muscles are complete, I can first merge the body and then use the crystal to nurture it. If she causes trouble, let her. Anyway, these people will all die." Shui looked at the Bodhi tree. "I guess you suddenly like her tendons because her body isn't fully controlled by the Bodhi." Liao Chen nodded. "Whenever someone prays to the gods, I usually don't give them a chance to choose the Bodhi." Liao Chen looked sad, because those who choose the Bodhi die quickly. Those who choose my body parts can live a bit longer. Shui smirked sarcastically. "So, you think you're very compassionate?" Shui looked at the Bodhi tree, voice deep. "Liao Chen, the true power belongs to this Bodhi tree. You were just using it." Liao Chen paused, reaching out to touch the trunk, his eyes full of dependence and madness. Shui turned his head aside. He didn't tell Suyu that Liao Chen had his eyes on her tendons. Shui curled his lips. Because of her healing abilities and the consumption of potatoes and vitality, Suyu didn't die on the spot. Her survival, bought with great risk, gave Liao Chen a perfect set of tendons. Now that her bones and muscles were complete, Liao Chen feared the plan might change. He wanted to, at midnight, use the Bodhi's power to implant his bones and Suyu's tendons into this body. Shuiyu's lips pressed into a line. He planned to destroy the Bodhi tree. Only if the Bodhi was destroyed could Suyu be freed from control and leave. The blood pool surged. Liao Chen looked up, his gaze cold. "Can't you just stay still? Do I have to resort to killing?" In response, countless gusts of wind and storms swept through.
Bang!
The dam at the edge of the corpse pool burst open, and piles of bodies fell into the blood-filled pond. As the wind blew, the blood pool was stirred into chaos. The roots of the Bodhi tree on the ground began to tremble. Luo Chen suddenly grabbed Shuiyu's neck. He didn't expect that Shuiyu, even when restrained, could still use his special powers. He sneered, "You can't move your bones. I have many ways to torture you." Shuiyu smiled indifferently. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, before tonight's midnight, you won't kill me. After all, fresh bones are better." With a ripping sound, Luo Chen used a dagger to cut open Shuiyu's back neck, then grabbed a piece of skin and tore it down. The sound of blood gushing and Shuiyu's muffled groan echoed from the dark space. Shuiyu looked down at the Bodhi tree, trembling constantly because his skin was being peeled. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I saw her yesterday." Suddenly, a blinding white light exploded. Luo Chen's pupils shrank. Was he about to self-destruct? He panicked. He didn't think the explosion would hurt him, but he was afraid Shuiyu's bones would break apart. Instinctively, Luo Chen quickly grabbed a tender sprout from the Bodhi tree's roots. The sprout was torn off, and the Bodhi tree twitched violently. Many trunks immediately withered rapidly. Luo Chen forced the sprout into Shuiyu's mouth and held his mouth tightly shut. Shuiyu's eyes held a faint smile.
Bang!
The powerful explosion wave stirred all the air in this space. Luo Chen opened his eyes wide, staring in disbelief as his body was instantly shattered by Shuiyu's self-destruction. The explosion left a black hole in the middle of the Bodhi tree's trunk. The Bodhi tree trembled constantly. After the white light disappeared, Shuiyu's silent body sank into the pool with his eyes closed. In his mouth, the sprout from the Bodhi tree turned into a green light, protecting his corpse. The red rose, which had been devouring the power of the years, suddenly changed its gaze. Its scarlet eyes spun around before finally looking toward the direction where Suyu had left. "How dare you, and have the ability to hurt me? Now I will kill you all." The red rose emitted Luo Chen's voice. Using the body of the red rose, He staggered in high heels, heading toward the trembling mountain in the distance. When Suyu felt the tremors, she had already run toward the side. Rocks kept rolling down, nearly crushing her. But her heart was pounding wildly, not for any reason. Just now, the copper bell left by Shuiyu around her waist had shattered. It broke into countless pieces, impossible to piece back together. Avoiding falling rocks, I crawled into a cave, only to find that it had completely collapsed. Suyu immediately placed her hand on the ground, and a stream of water seeped through the cracks of the collapse. Suddenly, a tunnel burst out from inside with a loud bang. Following the rushing water, Suyu saw the was intact, but the buttons on the nearby staircase were broken. Without hesitation, Suyu wrapped a water ball around herself and rolled down. After tumbling for a while, Suyu finally reached a flat area. The ground was full of messy bones and falling debris from above. Suyu crawled and rolled toward the Bodhi tree. The tremors were still ongoing, but Suyu couldn't find Shuiyu in the changed Bodhi pool. Shuiyu. Suyu kept looking over the water surface. Finally, her leg hit something. It wasn't a stone. Suyu froze for a second, immediately released her water ball, and plunged in to rescue Shuiyu.
Shue.
Suyu was stunned. Is this the Shuiyu she knew? Why is he covered in blood, his skin blurred, with deep cracks showing bones? His face was pale, lips colorless, and he looked extremely disheveled. Shuiyu? Suyu's hands trembled as she reached for his nose. No breath. Clack, 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 uncomfortable high heels sounded. Suyu, holding Shuiyu, turned around and saw Hong Mei-gui walking over awkwardly. Don't cry, little girl. Soon, you'll see each other again. Hong Mei-gui's voice sounded dusty. Her face was twisted and fierce. In that moment after he finished speaking, he approached, grabbing Suyu's neck with one hand, holding Shuiyu's body with the other. He was very strong. Suyu couldn't resist, even using corrosive liquid. The corrosive liquid quickly ate away at Hong Mei-gui's body. Luo Chen didn't seem to feel any pain.
Bang!
They were knocked under the Bodhi tree. Suyu was thrown into darkness, her face pressed against that divine body. Then, the vines of the Bodhi tree wrapped around her. Hong Mei-gui walked to the body, her eyes appearing momentarily dazed. Suyu saw it. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Although the effect is better starting at midnight, I don't want to wait anymore. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu and Shuiyu were simultaneously submerged into the milky, white liquid, which reached Suyu's chest. Suddenly, a corrosive feeling made Suyu scream in pain. Little girl, your tendons and his bones are the last things I need. Enjoy it. Suyu was trembling with pain, unable to tell if it was physical pain or heartbreak. She kept crying. Whose body is that? She suddenly asked, her voice trembling but her gaze firm. Luo Chen didn't seem to mind talking to Suyu. It's my disciple, Ateng. He is my most devout follower. Gurgle. The crimson eyes seemed to flicker with some change. Suyu sneered. You killed your disciple. Luo Chen shook his head. That was his own choice. He kept asking me for divine gifts. He is an extremely rare, strong person, stronger than any of you. Every time he receives a divine gift, he merges perfectly with one of my organs. His flesh and blood can even support all my organs. Luo Chen lovingly stroked the divine body. He is perfect, as if he was born for me. Suyu looked at the body and realized his name was Ateng. Luo Chen gently stroked the Bodhi tree. Even when he saw the large gap in the middle of the trunk, his expression remained calm. Bodhi, please help me one last time. The vine of the Bodhi tree drooped weakly, seeming to be exhausted. But the vine still gently rested on Luo Chen's wrist, as if promising or showing affection.
Bang!
Suddenly, the Bodhi inside Suyu's body grew wildly. Little Potato shouted in surprise. Suyu cried out in pain, staring in disbelief at her body. The Bodhi inside her seemed to be rapidly growing, penetrating her meridians and flesh. The milky white Bodhi water kept eroding her body. Soon, her skin was corroded, exposing her veins beneath. She opened her eyes wide with fear. Her meridians had turned a light purple, like the Bodhi vine was protecting them. The milky corrosive liquid damaged her flesh but couldn't harm her purple meridians.
아, 수유 스크레이메임 repeatedly.
The pain was like being skinned alive and cramping all at once. Potato, what are you doing? Suppress it. She shouted silently in her mind. Potato was also entangled by the Bodhi. It then realized that, under the Bodhi tree's blessing, it couldn't fight the Bodhi seed.
수유.
I can't handle it. It's going to swallow me. Potato's screams and Suyu's muffled groans echoed beneath the Bodhi tree. Luo Chen quietly watched Ah Tang's corpse, as if lost in memories or waiting for his bones to be stripped away. Suyu clenched her teeth. Try it. Even if it means using my life force again. Just try. Suyu does not want to die at the hands of dust. She is unwilling. She has not gone home, not seen her parents, not settled the dog, and not avenged Shuiyu. In an instant, tears and blood tears fall into the water. Potato.
Try it.
Potato just resisted briefly before its body was pierced by Bodhi thorns. Its energy and vitality are rapidly fading. Finally, Potato looks at Suyu. Suyu, our grudges are now settled. From now on, we are strangers. Suyu is stunned. Her eyes slowly widen, then gently close again. Are you planning to use your energy to leave this parasite body of mine? Potato doesn't reply. After a moment, it says, I can't stay and die with you. Suyu bites her lip, takes a few deep breaths, then trembles as she speaks. Potato, please do me a favor. Tell the greedy one that I love it. I am just going somewhere important. If Tang Yu and the others are still alive, let the greedy one go to Yun province with them. That's where my parents are, and the greedy one has family. Potato falls silent for a moment, then suddenly says, the greedy one won't believe me.
Suyu blinks.
Her vision turns blood red. She looks down at her body, where her meridians are gradually being torn away from her flesh. Her emotions calm down. If it doesn't believe you, just say, Little Radish Doll. The Little Radish Doll is her and the greedy one's secret. When she was at home, Suyu once grabbed a little radish doll from a claw machine. Unexpectedly, after bringing it home, the greedy one liked it very much, always carrying it around. Maybe because it loved it so much, the doll was of poor quality and actually unraveled, with stuffing spilling out. The greedy one felt guilty, so Suyu bought materials online to make a doll for it. But she didn't get the chance. A flicker of struggle appears in Potato's eyes, but ultimately, reason wins over emotion. All right, I promise you. Suyu smiles, then says, I knew you'd be reliable. By the way, your crystal, give it back to the greedy one. Tell it to give you the crystal after hearing about the little radish doll. Potato, go out and grow plants well, and don't harm people anymore. Potato responds softly with a hum, then its body emits a green light. As Potato withdraws, Bodhi in Suyu's body becomes even more rampant. Suyu's pupils gradually lose their luster. Potato has left. In the park, the two fools are brushing the dog's fur. The greedy one lies on the ground, looking a bit gloomy. The second fool clicks his tongue and pats the dog. Greedy one, you're the favorite little dog of the big brother. You should eat well and sleep well. The treasure lover let out a soft sound, thinking of Suyu. It had not seen Suyu for a long time and felt very sad. It felt abandoned. A tiny potato, about the size of a thumb, floated in through the window. The treasure lover seemed to sense something, suddenly lifted its head, and a glimmer of joy appeared in its damp eyes. The potato fell to the ground and looked directly at the dog. Dog, give me back my original crystal. The dog barked loudly, lay on the ground, and pretended to sleep. The second fool was stunned. What is this? A thumb-sized potato? And it can talk. Suyu said, if you don't believe me, let me tell you she will make you a new little carrot doll in the future. The treasure lover perked up its ears, and a hint of happiness flashed in its eyes. Woof, woof, woof. The potato lowered its eyes and replied to the treasure lover. Yes, she will come back. Woof, woof, woof. The potato said, don't worry about where I go. The treasure lover let out a soft sound, a bit disappointed, and snorted. A green crystal appeared on the floor. The second fool was stunned. The potato bit down on its crystal and turned to see the second fool. The second fool was still staring blankly. The potato whispered into the fool's ear, "Your older brother is gone.
Be brave."
The second fool's eyes widened, and he was completely stunned. After delivering the bad news, the potato was about to leave, but was caught by the second fool. "Where is my older brother?" The potato almost burst from being squeezed. "Let go. I'm going to die." The second fool loosened his grip slightly, looking serious and persistent. "Where is my older brother?" The potato pointed to the chaotic interior of the happy feast.
"There."
The second fool let go. The potato took one last look at the treasure lover lying on the ground waiting for its owner and left. Suyu's vision blurred. She felt like she was about to die, but she still wanted to make a final struggle. She gazed blankly at the red rose possessed by dust, saying, "Red rose, your Tang is so miserable." He was disemboweled and had his features removed, his bones broken, and his tendons pulled. Only his flesh and skin remain. Red Rose turned her head, finally shifting her gaze from Tang, her eyes filled with complex emotions. This is what he wanted. He seeks ultimate power, so I let him become part of my body. Dust's voice was calm and steady, without any emotion. Suyu sneered, "Old bald donkey, your carefully chosen ears seem to be about to be swallowed by your eyes." Dust was unhurried. "It's okay. Once you're disemboweled and tendons are pulled, it won't take long. As long as your ears aren't completely swallowed, I can use extreme crystal to fix them."
"Oh,
really? But the extreme crystal has already been taken by me."
Suyu smiled.
Luo Chen's crimson gaze swept over Suyu. After a long moment, he stood up, walked into the pool, and seemed to be feeling around for something. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and he looked at Suyu with a dark expression. "You are seeking death." Red Rose's face twisted in pain. Luo Chen seemed truly stimulated, his scarlet eyes rolling wildly, showing signs of losing control. At that moment, Red Rose's body suddenly twitched. Pain and rage flickered across her face, and both Luo Chen's roar and Red Rose's crying sounded from her mouth. Suyu strained her eyes to watch, her healing powers nearly exhausted. Red Rose and Luo Chen were fighting over control of her body, evenly matched. Suyu was starting to struggle. Her skin had been corroded by the white milk-like substance from Bodhi, leaving only her meridians and internal organs. Just as Suyu was about to self-destruct her crystal, a sudden whoosh. A bright green object carrying a huge energy ball shot out from her hidden corner where the extreme crystal was kept. This movement stopped Luo Chen and Red Rose's fight. Before Suyu could figure out what it was, a burst of intense energy directly hit her body.
Boom.
As the powerful energy exploded, the flesh and blood inside Suyu that had been corroded began to swell wildly again. Potato, enduring pain, made a dramatic sound. "Woman, don't love me too much." Suyu was overwhelmed by the huge energy, her mind buzzing. Her powers uncontrollably released outward, trying to relieve the explosion of energy. "Potato?"
"You."
Suyu couldn't speak clearly, overwhelmed by the pressure. Potato also struggled. Honestly, it felt like it was going crazy. Why give up your freedom and come back to swallow the extreme crystal that Suyu had hidden, using its energy to replenish Suyu's powers? So full. I'm going to explode. Little Potato was regretful, its intestines turning green with regret. To help Suyu gain the crystal's power, it parasitized her again. But this time, it was no longer just taking her vitality, but sharing life with her.
"Suyu."
Meeting you in this life has been my little potato's unlucky break for 8 generations. You better remember my selfless dedication and forget past grudges, Suyu.
"Suyu."
You% little potato was in terrible pain, frantically bouncing. Suyu let out a loud cry. She was in unbearable pain, feeling like her body was about to burst like a balloon. She had reached her limit. Fortunately, because the milky liquid from the Bodhi tree kept corroding, it caused injuries to the body. The healing powers had a sudden leak, which prevented Suyu from being overwhelmed instantly. Potato screamed, and Suyu let out a muffled groan. Over there, Lycan finally realized something was wrong. He wanted to come over and stop it but couldn't fully control the Red Rose's body. In the pain, Suyu turned her head to look at Shueyu, whose body was mostly corroded away, leaving only bones.
Shue.
Suyu reached out to touch Shueyu, but she was bound by the Bodhi tree and couldn't reach him. Suddenly, a delicate green sprout grew from her fingertip. The sprout wrapped around Shueyu's remaining bone finger. The healing power flowed along the green sprout onto Shueyu. She thought that Shueyu, who was already dead, wouldn't regenerate. But unexpectedly, as the healing power reached near Shueyu's mouth, a pure green intertwined with it, and Shueyu's flesh and blood began to reshape. Suyu's eyes widened as she stared at Shueyu's features, hoping he could move, but he didn't. He was like a sculpture, an Unilive sculpture. Tears welled up in Suyu's eyes again. Lycan didn't know what happened, but was suddenly overwhelmed by the Red Rose. The Red Rose staggered over to Suyu's side and cut the vines binding them with a wind blade. Without restraint, Suyu and Shueyu both fell into the pool. Suyu immediately struggled and held onto Shueyu, lifting him out of the water. The Red Rose's face was twisted with rage. She said, "Lycan, do you know why Ah Tang's body and your organs fit so well?" The Red Rose moved her lips, and Lycan roared, "You betrayed me. Betrayed the gods. What are you trying to do?" The Red Rose said, "Look, you never cared about Ah Tang. Even now, when I ask about him, all you care about is yourself." Lycan shouted angrily, seeming to try to regain control of his body. The Red Rose knelt beside Ah Tang, her tone calm and steady. 18 years ago, you broke your vows and got involved with a worshipper who came to burn incense. After a night of passion, your affair was exposed. The abbot in the temple punished you, demanding you leave immediately. But you didn't leave. You sneaked near the Bodhi tree. You thought this was your shame, so you pushed the female worshipper into the water. Did you think she died? She didn't. She was saved by my father and later gave birth to the premature Ah Tang. Ah Tang knew his identity. After living with us for 16 years, he came to the temple to find you. You, who are full of sins, ended up becoming the abbot of the temple. Ah Tang is a fool. He actually had hopes for a father like you, so he abandoned me and entered the Buddhist way. Red Rose's face twisted with anger. I warned him, but he didn't listen. He said you are a kind and compassionate person. He doesn't believe what his mother, who raised him, says, but believes a father he's only met a few times. After the apocalypse, you founded the City of Eternal Night, and your trusted assistant is Ah Tang, who believes in you completely and sees you as his faith. You fabricated the lie of the blissful God, using divine power to select the bodies and organs you wanted. Ah Tang received 7 divine gifts, and you were surprised to find he could perfectly and quickly merge with your organs. So you used the Bodhi tree to kill him. Lao Chun remained silent. Red Rose sneered. Ah Tang is truly your child, just like you, an ungrateful wolf and a complete lunatic. Lao Chun suddenly spoke. It doesn't matter whether he is my child or not. He is part of my body. Red Rose sneered. Your body isn't complete. You can't enter Ah Tang's body, and I will never let you succeed. After saying that, she pointed her finger at Ah Tang's body, her gaze cold. Ah Tang, you say you love me and are willing to do everything for me, but you turned around and abandoned me, entered the Buddhist way. You deserve to die. As she finished, her nails emitted a strong burst of energy, powerful but harmless to Ah Tang. Red Rose was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lao Chun suddenly smiled. The body of a god, how can you mortals compare? After he finished speaking, his eyeballs suddenly detached from Red Rose's eye sockets and directly stuck into Ah Tang's eye sockets. Red Rose screamed, and the Bodhi tree vine wrapped around her ears, tearing them off forcefully, warm blood splattering onto Suyu. Almost instantly, her eyes and ears were transferred onto Ah Tang's body. Red Rose, having lost most of her strength, collapsed to the ground. Lao Chun left Red Rose's body, his voice echoing in Tang. It's not that I can't possess a body without it being complete, but I wanted to gather the body first. Tang, without bones or muscles, moved slightly, his scarlet eyes opening. He looked strange, with a mix of disdain and pity in his gaze. Suyu quickly shot out a large blob of corrosive liquid, but unfortunately, it couldn't harm Tang's body. Tang was crawling on the ground. He grabbed the painful, rolling Red Rose on the ground. Suyu threw a water ball, trying to protect the Red Rose, but unexpectedly, Tang's seemingly soft fingers easily pierced through her water ball and directly grabbed the Red Rose's neck. Suyu's heart was pounding quickly. She threw out vines to try to bind Tang, but Tang had no bones. His body was slippery like a loach.
Tang.
Luo Chen.
You. It.
The Red Rose was squeezed until it lost strength. Just as Suyu was about to go to save her, a gust of wind brushed past the Red Rose, knocking Suyu and Shuiyu several meters away.
Then. Bang!
The Red Rose self-destructed. Her crystal level was far above SSS, so her self-destruction was very powerful. When Suyu stood up, she saw that some of Tang's organs on his body were slightly loose. Tang looked a bit angry. He twisted on the ground and looked at Suyu. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, a confident, determined smile. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Luo Chun and Suyu both froze. They turned their heads at the same time and saw 3 people falling directly from above. Zhang Yang covered his and shouted angrily at the 2 fools. You said quick arrival meant smashing the ground with a punch? The 2 fools. Yeah, what else? Tang Yu didn't say anything. She staggered to her feet, walking towards Suyu while ing. No reason. The 3 of them had fallen into a blood pool. Luo Chen didn't bother with the 3. With 1 SSS and 2 SS+, they weren't enough to threaten him. Luo Chen moved towards Suyu, who frantically wrapped herself and Shuiyu in multiple layers. Outside was water, in the middle was corrosive liquid, and inside was vines. Pop, pop, pop. 3 balloon popping sounds rang out as Suyu's 3 barriers were broken. Luo Chen reached out and grabbed Suyu's ankle. A huge force came, and Suyu was dragged to the ground. She kept attacking with her powers, but it was useless. Luo Chen wouldn't drown in water, and trying to burst his body with water flow was pointless because water couldn't enter his body. Tang's body was like a fortress of copper and iron, and Suyu's powers couldn't his skin, let alone extract water. Rip! The flesh on Suyu's foot was torn open, revealing pale purple tendons inside. Luo Chen sighed. Bodhi tendons, they really exist. You've actually fused perfectly. Then Luo Chen grabbed Suyu's tendons and pulled hard.
Ah!
Suyu screamed loudly, her body spasming from the pain. Only now did she realize that in the face of absolute power, any resistance is useless.
Bang!
A ball of flame struck Chen's body, burning fiercely, but unable to burn his skin. Luo Chen didn't care at all. He forcefully pulled, tearing Suyu's tendons. He didn't mind whether the tendons broke or not. He simply placed them into his body. It seemed he planned to slowly tear Suyu's tendons and insert them into himself. Anyway, the Bodhi tendons had already formed, so they could heal themselves if broken. Luo Chen no longer held back. Suyu looked terrified. Metal blades and fists the size of a sandbag struck Tang, but it was useless. Tang Yu and Zhang Yang's faces turned pale. Suyu was grabbed by the leg, and Luo Chen reached out again to tear her flesh. After ripping her skin, he grabbed her tendons once more. Suyu was in so much pain she wished she could die immediately. Her face was pale, lips trembling, and her mind started to race wildly. Suddenly, her gaze paused, and a flicker of hesitation appeared in her eyes. But after Luo Chen tore her tendons again, her twisted, painful expression showed a hint of madness and determination. Luo Chen, annoyed by the disturbance from the 3, waved his hand, and they all flew out, crashing into the blood pool. Suyu lay quietly on the ground, letting Luo Chen tear her tendons. Only her spasming body proved she was still alive. Half an hour later, Luo Chen's hand pressed on Suyu's neck, but below her neck, her flesh and blood were torn apart, clearly skinned and tendons pulled out. The two fools climbed to Shueyu's side, pulling out a talisman paper from a sealed waterproof bag. Before his brother left, he said that if he died, he should stick this on him. It would turn him into a zombie, driven by obsession. The two fools once asked him, "Brother, what is your obsession?" Shueyu smiled and said, "Seeing her once, confirming she's safe." As soon as the talisman was stuck to Shueyu's body, it ignited, and a bright red curse appeared on his pale, bluish neck. At this moment, there was a loud bang. Luo Chen's body suddenly exploded, scattering organs everywhere. Suyu's head twisted as she injected water into her tendons and controlled them to explode. It was quite thrilling. Luo Chen's organs were shattered by the tendon explosion, and his body twitched uncontrollably. Only the head and above of Suyu remained intact as she chuckled softly. Her eyes were full of smiles, and her voice was hoarse. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, inside Liao Chen's exploded body, the purple tendons that had just healed again burst open. This time, instead of water, it was a transparent corrosive liquid. Little Potato trembled and shivered. "It's over. This terrible woman has gone mad, pouring corrosive liquid into her own tendons. She's truly crazy." Liao Chen temporarily lost the ability to move. At this moment, the tendons belonging to Suyu inside Liao Chen's body returned to her. The powerful healing ability made Suyu's body heal rapidly. Suyu staggered to her feet and pressed her finger against on the Bodhi tree trunk. The corrosive liquid flowed into the tree, which was already damaged, and immediately started to corrode with a sizzling sound. Meanwhile, Liao Chen's body also quickly lost its vitality.
Don't kill me.
Please don't kill me. If I die, he will die too. Don't kill me. I can bring your friend back to life. The Bodhi tree's trunk revealed features. It opened its mouth and spoke in a very old voice, like a dying old man. I can bring your friend back. I'm not lying.
Please, I beg you, don't. Don't.
The Bodhi tree looked full of pleading. Because Suyu had fused with the Bodhi, she could sense that what it said was true. It really could bring Shueyu back to life.
Suyu estingefros.
In that moment of her hesitation, a gust of wind cut the Bodhi tree in half. Suyu watched helplessly as the tree fell, and Liao Chen's body began to rot and stink.
No.
I can't accept this. Liao Chen's mournful voice echoed through the space. Suyu turned around blankly and looked into a pair of emotionless silver-white vertical pupils. It was Shueyu. Shueyu? Suyu reached out and touched Shueyu's nose. No breath, he was cold. The second fool stood up. Sister, Big Brother is already dead. Now, he's just a zombie driven by obsession. Once that obsession is gone, he will turn back into a corpse. As soon as the second fool finished speaking, the divine body created by Liao Chen immediately turned into a pile of corpse water. There was no more Liao Chen and no more Bodhi.
Suyu is safe now.
The curse on Shueyu's neck disappeared. He weakly fell backward. Suyu instinctively hugged Shueyu's cold body. His beautiful silver vertical pupils had completely lost their life. Warm tears fell, dropping onto Shueyu's straight nose, then sliding down his face and landing in his palm. Suyu cried, trembling, and kissed Shueyu's cold lips. As the Bodhi tree rapidly weathered away, a bright green, glowing Bodhi seed fell from its trunk. Clear tears kept sliding down the man's pale cheeks, falling into his bloodless palms. Until their lips parted, Suyu quietly closed her eyes and wept. The Bodhi seed falling from the tree seemed to have a mind of its own, rolling softly toward the man's outstretched hand. The moment the Bodhi seed touched the man's skin, a green glow flowed out from his body. The Bodhi seed suddenly sprang up and directly hit Shueyu's chest.
Suyu was stunned.
In the blink of an eye, the Bodhi seed completely merged into Shueyu's body. At that instant, a Bodhi sprout stretched out from his neck and chest, then disappeared again. Shueyu suddenly surfaced like a drowning person, gasping loudly, a painful groan escaping his lips. He breathed rapidly, and as he did, he seemed to come back to life. His breathing slowed from rapid to steady, his pale skin regained color, and his eyelashes fluttered. It was as if he had just woken from a short sleep. Shuiyu opened his eyes to see an old, worn temple. A Bodhi tree stood behind the temple gate. A small novice, about 2 or 3 years old, leaned against the Bodhi tree trunk, sleeping while unconsciously swatting at mosquitoes. The little novice was adorable, with a delicate, doll-like face. Shuiyu was stunned. Could this be the memory of Bodhi? The little novice had been mischievous since he was young, often punished by his master. His task was to clean the backyard, but he often slacked off, hiding under the Bodhi tree to sleep. Bodhi, Bodhi, let me lean on you for a bit. I'll water you tomorrow. Every time he leaned against the tree to sleep, he would say this. The Bodhi tree was hundreds of years old, and by then it had developed spiritual awareness. But it was not happy about this. Because the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees couldn't respond to it, it felt very lonely. Every day, the little novice came, and the Bodhi tree gradually got used to his presence. Bodhi, Bodhi, look. I brought a big bucket of water today. The 6-year-old novice came again, carrying a heavy bucket of water, walking very hard. His little face was flushed with effort. The Bodhi tree felt a little pity and extended its branches to shade the boy. The little novice watered the Bodhi tree and then leaned against it to rest. Day after day, year after year, he kept coming without fail. The Bodhi tree was very happy and felt fulfilled with the boy's company. One day, the young novice was absent. Bodhi waited and waited, but never saw the novice. On the 3rd day, its extended branches saw the novice being expelled from the temple by the abbot. You broke the rules, and you shouldn't stay here. Leave now. The novice cried loudly, Abbot. I am sorry. I am an orphan. If I leave the temple, I have nowhere to go. The abbot ignored him, closed the temple door, and left. The novice begged at the door, kneeling outside for 3 full days, but the abbot did not open it. On the 3rd night, it started to rain. The novice was so hungry he lost consciousness, kneeling on the ground in a daze. Bodhi could no longer watch and extended its branches to block the rain from falling on the novice. Seeing the suddenly growing branches of Bodhi, the novice opened his eyes wide and fainted. Bodhi wrapped around the novice, placing him under the tree trunk and covering him with leaves to shield him from the storm. When the novice woke up, he was stunned for a moment, then filled with joy. He hugged the Bodhi tree trunk, overwhelmed with happiness. Bodhi, Bodhi, if you have the power, can you help me? Help me stay in the temple. Bodhi remained silent. It felt sad for the novice, but also knew he had made a mistake. Please. I want to stay. I don't want to be apart from you. I grew up with your care. I know how kind you've been to me. But Bodhi, if I leave the temple, I will never see you again. Bodhi was also very sad. This young novice was the child it had watched over since it first gained consciousness. Bodhi, please help me. I will find a way to erase my sins. Bodhi, I beg you, help me. I don't want to be separated from you. Bodhi agreed. That night, it entered the abbot's dream, just as the novice had asked. It told the abbot, I am the spirit of the Bodhi tree. Lien Chen was falsely accused. He is devoted to Buddha and has done no wrong. The abbot had the same dream 3 nights in a row. On the 4th day, he came to the Bodhi tree and asked if the dream was a message from Buddha. Bodhi did not understand what Buddha's will was, but to keep the novice, it blossomed before the abbot. The blossom responded, and the abbot, feeling the message, simply recited a Buddha's name and left. As he hoped, the novice was allowed to return to his side. Since then, the novice became even more attached to Bodhi. He would sit under the tree every day, reading scriptures aloud, and Bodhi often appeared in his dreams to chat. The novice learned that he wanted to understand humans better, so he often told Bodhi stories about the mountain below. Bodhi was very happy. One day, it heard a novice monk talking about scriptures related to parents and children. Bodhi didn't understand and asked, What are parents? What are children? The novice was stunned, then smiled and said, "A father is strong for his child. That is what a father is." Bodhi asked, "What does that mean?" The novice touched the tree trunk and looked at it kindly. "Parents are those who would do anything for their children."
Just like you.
Luo Chun held onto Bodhi's branch and said, "Bodhi, you are my father. You are my family connected by blood." At first, Bodhi didn't understand, but later, the novice often told it stories about how parents sacrifice for their children. Bodhi felt it was starting to understand. Parents should accept their children and do everything they can for them. The novice no longer called it Bodhi, but called it father. Gradually, Bodhi also saw the novice as its own child. They spent every day together. The novice always told it fun stories, and Bodhi felt this was very happy. Until one day, a mysterious green mist appeared. Bodhi heard a voice in the green mist that sounded surprised Bodhi heart. Bodhi was very scared, but the voice didn't seem to want to hurt it. That night, it fell into deep sleep. Then, "Father, Father, save me. Father, save me." Bodhi was awakened by the novice's desperate cry. When it opened its eyes, it saw that its child was rotting all over and crawling painfully at its roots, crying loudly, "Father, save me. I don't want to die. Save me." The novice hugged the tree trunk, tears flowing down its face. Bodhi asked, "I understand why people fear pain, but why are you afraid of death?" In their plant understanding, death is a return to the earth and a new beginning. It didn't understand why the novice was afraid of rebirth. The novice mourned, "If I die, I will turn into a pile of bones. I will no longer exist in this world. And, Father, you will never see me again, never find me. From now on, I will always be away from you." Bodhi felt sad and anxious. "Away from me? Where are you going? Where are you going?" Bodhi asked urgently. The novice looked sad. "To a place that always makes me feel pain. If I die, I will go to, and I will suffer pain day and night, with no escape." Bodhi mourned, "Don't be afraid, my child. After I die, I will come find you. We will be together, just as we promised, never to be apart again." The novice said, "Father, you are a plant and I am a human. We have different afterlives and cannot meet again." Bodhi was anxious and asked, "What should I do? How can I help you?" The novice gently touched the tree trunk and said, "Father, I heard about the existence in the green mist. It says you have a Bodhi heart." Bodhi nodded and replied, "Yes, I have a Bodhi heart. When I woke up, I found that my heart was actually beating." The novice's eyes burned with hope. "Father, save me. I don't want to die. I want your heart." The novice still died, because Bodhi discovered that living people could not use its Bodhi heart. After the novice died, Bodhi took out its own heart and gave it to him. The human body seemed unable to fully bear the power of the Bodhi heart. The novice only used half of its power. The novice came back to life. Bodhi was very happy. It thought they would return to their old, happy life. But the novice had changed. "Father, although I can still walk and talk, I am actually dead. I am just a walking corpse." Bodhi felt a little sad. "I tried my best. Your body can't handle all my power." The novice's eyes turned red. "My body can't bear it, but there must be a body that can." Bodhi was confused. "Another body?" "Father, you don't need to worry. I will find a body that can handle your power." The novice left, and Bodhi felt a bit lost. It hadn't slept against its trunk for a long time. Some days later, the novice finally came to visit. "Father, I have a solution." "What solution?" Bodhi was a little uneasy. Recently, it kept hearing screams and cries from humans. "I found that no one can fully withstand your power, but some parts of certain people can perfectly inherit it." Bodhi suddenly felt something was wrong. "Child, are you doing something wrong?" The novice said firmly, "I'm doing good. There are so many sufferings in this world, but the gods and Buddhas never appear to relieve them. Father, I want to create a god. I will be that god, and I will bring ultimate happiness to humans." Bodhi didn't understand why so many lives had to be taken to create a god. But the novice said, Father. You're just a plant, not a person. If you were human, you would understand my actions. Bodhi fell silent. It felt that things had changed between them. On the night of the earthquake, the green mist appeared again. Due to the earthquake creating in the ground, Bodhi fell into the underground. This time, the green mist did not speak to it. He realized that his strength seemed to be taken away. The novice monk was very angry when he learned his power had been stripped. He said, Bodhi, you know this is a critical moment. Bodhi felt a bit wronged, but mostly guilty. After that, the novice monk had people build a blood pool. He said, Father, your power has been weakened. We can only rely on other methods to strengthen my body. So, Bodhi, at the novice monk's pleading, took on the responsibility of gathering the essence from human flesh and blood to condense it into a new A crystal. Day after day, month after month, a large amount of power was used to form the A crystal and the ultimate crystal. It quickly became old and weak. It often fell into sleep, and it and its child no longer behaved as they once did. It felt very lost. Bodhi, you are everything to me. Will you always stay with me? Yes, my child. I will keep my promise and stay with you forever. Bodhi, I don't want to die. After I die, I will go to a bad place and suffer forever. Will you find a way to keep me alive? I will, my child. As long as I am alive, you are alive. I will always be with you. No matter right or wrong, I will always be behind you. Shuiyu, Shuiyu. A ringing sound echoed in his mind. He faintly heard a familiar voice. Shuiyu, are you awake?
How do you feel?
Suyu saw Shuiyu open his eyes, and she cried with joy. She hugged Shuiyu, crying and laughing at the same time. Shuiyu took a few deep breaths and managed a small smile. Don't cry, I'm fine. His warm hand wiped away Suyu's tears. The tears melted on his fingers, burning his heart.
Shuyunari.
Yes, yes. You're alive, you're alive. That's great. That's great. She reached out and pressed her hand on Shuiyu's, which was wiping her tears. She seemed to be smiling, but her tears kept flowing more fiercely. You don't know. You don't know what I've been through.
I was also stripped by that Chin-Chin.
He even tore my tendons. It hurt so much. Suyu spoke while crying and cursing. Shuiyu sat up straight, his silvery pupils filled with Suyu's face and her feelings. He gently held Suyu's face, constantly wiping her tears. This old bald donkey. Boo-hoo.
Hick.
Suyu was stunned. Just now, did she just hiccup loudly at Shuiyu? Help! Suyu's tears suddenly dried, and her face turned unusually red. Shuiyu did not smile. His eyes were full of seriousness. He held Suyu's face gently, and his voice trembled slightly. No rush, I'm listening. I've been listening all along. Take your time, no need to hurry. No need to rush. Looking into those slightly sharp vertical pupils, Suyu was stunned. In the silver-white pupils, she clearly saw her own reflection. Suyu absent-mindedly put her hand into Shuiyu's palm. Shuiyu reached out and cupped her hand, his fingertips gently stroking the back of her hand to comfort her.
Hey.
You too, stop looking. If you keep staring, you'll get caught. Zhang Yang's loud, grumpy voice came from behind them. A foul smell wafted over. Suyu was first startled, then involuntarily Shuiyu gently patted Suyu's back, then turned his head and coldly looked at Zhang Yang with his silver vertical pupils. Zhang Yang was covered in dirty bloodstains and had a strong, rotten smell. He was holding a decayed leg bone, which explained why Suyu seeing that the two weren't arguing anymore, Zhang Yang forced a fake innocent smile. What are you doing? Let's go. Do you want to stay here smelling that old smell? Tang Yu also climbed up and grabbed Zhang Yang's collar. If you could die once too, Suyu would definitely cherish you for 3 minutes. Zhang Yang's face darkened. Get lost. The two fools stared at Shuiyu for a while, making sure he wasn't a zombie, then happily walked over. Brother, you're not dead? That night, Shuiyu was lying on the hotel windowsill, looking at the night sky, seemingly lost in thought. The second fool tidied up his bag and handed Shuiyu the tattered cloth bag. Sister Su said she's leaving tomorrow.
What are you thinking about?
Shuiyu slightly lowered his eyes. Second fool, which would you choose, immortality or 3 more years of life? The second fool replied, Big brother, I know I'm stupid, but I'm not that foolish. Shuiyu chuckled softly, but said nothing further. He took his own bag and remained silent. That night, Suyu was sleeping soundly in the hotel bed, hugging a big yellow dog. Liao Deyuan pulled the blanket over Suyu and sewed patches onto the torn clothes of Tang Yu and Zhang Yang to fix the dog's clothing. His eyes were red, and he hadn't slept for days. Seeing everyone safe tonight, he still couldn't sleep. He thought about leaving tomorrow and needed to sew the clothes properly. He also thought that the weather outside the nightless city had become much cooler recently. Everyone's clothes were mostly short-sleeved. Would they catch a cold? Lost in thought, Liao Deyuan fell asleep at the table, still clutching the unfinished clothes in his hands. A foolish person wanders through a city that is already in chaos. After the incident at the blood pool, everyone rushed to grab the A crystals inside, even fighting fiercely over a few. The foolish person carried a bag full of crystals to shops that sell modified cars and motorcycles. His older brother told him to spend all the A crystals he won at the casino before 3 in the morning. Following his brother's list, he bought a silver-white off-road vehicle at a low price, along with some supplies and gear, then returned to the inn. Blood pool. There was no one left in the blood pool. During the day, many people came to loot the A crystals, and once they were all taken, no one returned. The bodies and blood, lacking the power of the Bodhi tree, had begun to rot. The place reeked terribly. Shuiyu carried a cloth bag and slowly walked to the spot where the Bodhi tree once took root. His eyes were deep as he stood there for a moment, then took out cinnabar and yellow talismans from his bag. After drawing the talismans, Shuiyu gently threw one. As soon as the talisman touched the ground, it ignited spontaneously. Blue flames gradually spread across the blood pool. Amid the blazing fire, Shuiyu stood still, expressionless. When everything was burned away, he looked up at the sky. It's over. The thick resentment that covered the nightless city dispersed. Shuiyu chuckled softly, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He took off his shirt and looked down at his reflection in the blood pool. A flash of cold light. Shuiyu held a dagger and cut open his chest directly. Near his heart, there was a green, pulsating Bodhi seed wrapped in Bodhi sprout. Shuiyu lowered his eyes, trembling from the pain. He grabbed the Bodhi seed and pulled it out of his body. Blood and the vitality brought by the Bodhi tree left with the seed. He muttered, as long as the Bodhi seed remains, Liao Chun is still alive. Suddenly, the Bodhi seed started beating violently. Thump, thump. Shuiyu sneered coldly. His nails rapidly grew longer, and his silver-gray ears trembled with his body. I won't give you another chance, Liao Chun. With a pop, the struggling Bodhi seed was crushed. The shattered seed fell to the ground. Shuiyu clutched his chest, took out a bottle of gasoline from his bag, and poured it over the broken pieces of the Bodhi seed. The flames ignited, gradually turning the seed into black ash. Shuiyu calculated with his fingers, confirming the Bodhi seed was completely dead, then staggered away. Meanwhile, all the A crystals in the city quickly disintegrated, and their energy dispersed into the world. Maya crystal. No. Countless people screamed in fear because they realized that not only were the A crystals gone, but also the energy they gained from them was rapidly scattering. Suyu sat up suddenly on the bed, clutching her chest in pain as her stored supernatural power quickly drained away. Little Potato also cried out in pain. The purple Bodhi seed I swallowed is gone. My energy! Little Potato roared wildly. Suyu was so hurt she fell off the bed onto the floor. Tang Yu and Zhang Yang woke up immediately and rushed over to help her. Liao Deyuan was also awakened and hurried over, shouting in concern.
Bang!
The door was pushed open forcefully. Shuiyu, clutching his bleeding chest and holding a cloth bag, staggered into the room. He handed the cloth bag to Tang Yu. Inside, water type. Crystals for Suyu. Tang Yu was stunned. She was pushed by Zhang Yang, which made her react. She opened the bag and saw several water-type crystals of different levels inside. As soon as Tang Yu touched them, she realized these weren't crystals from the Night City. They were genuine brain crystals. She quickly fed the crystals into Su Yu's mouth, and she seemed to feel a little better. Liao Yuan immediately supported Shui Yu, looking very worried.
What?
What happened to you? Shui Yu shook his head.
Uncle, I'm fine.
Su Yu felt a pure power filling the gap left by her lost supernatural energy. When she opened her eyes, she froze in place. Suddenly, someone grabbed Shui Yu's hand. Shui Yu was pulled off balance, and both he and Su Yu fell to the ground. Su Yu clung tightly to Shui Yu's hand, her eyes somewhat dazed and frantic. Don't die. You can't. She seemed crazy, her body sending out her rare healing supernatural power wildly into Shui Yu. Tang Yu was extremely anxious and quickly fed her more crystals. Shui Yu reached out and covered Su Yu's eyes. The large patch of blood-red color in her vision disappeared, and Su Yu's mind went blank for a moment.
Su Yu, listen to me.
Su Yu's trembling heart suddenly became calm. Shui Yu's smiling voice came through. I won't die. I just removed and dealt with the Bodhi seed. As long as the Bodhi seed exists, Liao Chen won't die. Su Yu, I just performed a major ritual and extended my life by 3 years.
So, Su Yu, il fine. Su Yu's rapid breathing gradually slowed.
Shui Yu released his hand that was covering Su Yu's eyes. His smile was sincere, and his eyes were full of stars. In the next 3 years, I will perform some rituals to extend my life. So don't worry, I will always be here. Su Yu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Okay. Father. Father. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. After I die, I will go to and suffer pain day and night. Father, I can't accept this. Father.
I'm scared.
I have done many wrong things. After I die, I will go to and be punished.
I'm afraid.
I don't want to die. Father, please think of a way.
I don't want to go to. I'm scared.
My child, don't be afraid. I will be with you, whether in life or death. But you're a plant, and after you die, you can't be with me. Silly child, from the moment I had a heart, I was already a person. Don't be afraid. Your father will be with you. October 3rd, 7 a.m. Su Yu and her group left the inn. Because Bodhi was completely gone, the Nightless City, which had been protected by its power, disappeared overnight. The once bustling Nightless City, filled with A-level mutants, reverted to its original form after losing its power. Why does heaven treat me like this? I sold my 2 children for crystals. In the end, all my savings turned to dust, and my mutant level dropped back to the beginning. What's the point of living? Woo woo woo. Maya crystals. I saved so many. Maya crystals. My powers. My powers. Shui Yu, with a cloth over his eyes, walked beside Su Yu. He looked at her with a calm face, but he heard her inner voice. She seemed a bit lost. Seeing many shopkeepers around, doing honest business, because of the decline in mutant levels and the disappearance of crystals, Su Yu turned her eyes away. Suddenly, a slightly cool hand touched her forehead. Su Yu looked up at Shui Yu, who was smiling brightly. She smiled and shook her head, signaling she was fine. Shui Yu nodded, reached out and took her hand, but at the moment of holding it, he awkwardly let go again. Outside, the temperature had started to drop since mid-September. Originally, with Bodhi's protection, the temperature in Nightless City stayed around 21 degrees Celsius, but as Bodhi's power faded, the city's shield disappeared. Now, the outdoor temperature was about 13 degrees Celsius. Shui Yu only realized his hands were cold when he touched Su Yu's warm hand. Outside temperature was low, and he was worried that Su Yu might feel uncomfortable with his coldness. He released his hand, but immediately his fingers were grabbed, and warmth spread from his palm to Shui Yu's heart. Su Yu's eyes curved into a smile as he tightly held Shui Yu's hand, turning his head to look at him. Sure enough, his face, neck, and ears turned red again. Shuiyu instinctively held the hand that was holding his fingers. Behind them, Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Tang Yu smiled like an ant, and Liao Deyuan, holding his treasure, sighed. See? When in love, you hold hands instead of hugging dogs. The treasure, with its ears perked up and eyes moist, quietly hung around the treasure's neck, not daring to make a sound. It had just sung happily out of joy, only to be stared at deathly by the dog man. Although the dog man was blindfolded, it could clearly sense the faint murderous intent behind the disguise. Little Potato was very scared but dared not speak. The fool pointed at the silver-white off-road vehicle just bought below the inn. Big brother bought last night. Shuiyu gave him a glance, finally nodded and looked at everyone. If no one minds, I can drive? Tang Yu grinned widely. I'll do it. You can rest in the back. For dating. Zhang Yang rolled his eyes. Since yesterday, the crazy woman hadn't looked at him once. He felt he had lost favor. Liao Deyuan smiled warmly, patted the fool, and handed the dog to Zhang Yang. The two went to move the supplies bought last night. Shui looked into Tang Yu's eyes. After hearing her thoughts, his ears turned red again. He smiled gently. Then I'll leave it to you. When tired, we'll take turns driving. Tang Yu waved her hand excitedly and climbed into the driver's seat.
Cool.
Tang Yu shouted happily, eagerly touching the steering wheel. Shuiyu approached Zhang Yang and said to the treasure in his arms, Would treasure be willing to help me store the supplies bought yesterday? Zhang Yang, who disliked Shuiyu, ignored the treasure's happy huff and, without waiting for it to get excited, turned around with the treasure in his arms, facing Shuiyu with his back. Shuiyu chuckled softly. The treasure peeked out from Zhang Yang's arms, eyes moist, and made a nose-pressing gesture to show it was willing to store the supplies. Some supplies were kept for everyone to carry, while the rest were stored in the treasure's space. The off-road vehicle was large. The back seat could fit 4 people, and the trunk space was enough for 2 to sit on the ground. Suyu and Shuiyu got into the car. Suyu sat on the far left by the window. Shuiyu sat next to Suyu. Zhang Yang glared and immediately tried to sit next to Shuiyu, constantly watching over them. But 2 fools simply pulled him aside and sat down first, leaving Zhang Yang only the window seat on the far right.
Zhang Yang showed that I'm really for
Move aside. I want to sit there. The 2 fools looked at Tang Yu in the front driver's seat and honestly said, But Sister Tang asked me to keep you and our older siblings apart. Tang Yu and Liao Deyuan in the front passenger seat exchanged glances and smiled.
Zhang Yang.
Feeling helpless, Zhang Yang had no choice but to sit in the window seat. Kaimi curled up in Suyu's arms, and Potato nervously went to the passenger seat, hanging around Liao Deyuan's neck. Little Potato wasn't afraid of that man. It was just worried about Liao Deyuan feeling lonely. The group encountered some people blocking the road outside the city. The chaotic crowd looked at Suyu and the others' modified off-road vehicle, but with Suyu and Zhang Yang opening the windows and using force, they smoothly left the city. The cracked ground from drought was not as severe as before. Fool sighed, this car is really comfortable. After closing the windows, it actually blocks out the outside temperature. Shuiyu pinched Kaimi's ear and said, I heard that the silver-white coating on the outside of the car is made from a type of metal or extracted from the underground in the city of No Night. It was probably applied to block out the high outdoor temperature. Suyu poked Shuiyu's arm and asked, Did you already expect that the A crystal would disappear, so you let the second brother use the A crystal you won to buy the car and supplies? Shuiyu shook his head. I wasn't sure if the A crystal would disappear after Bodhi died. I just had a vague worry. Suyu gave a thumbs up, looking at Shuiyu and thinking loudly, impressive. Reliable. Shuiyu's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile, and his face started to turn red. Suyu watched Shuiyu's reddening face and felt satisfied. Zhang Yang shouted angrily, What are you doing? You're not even married yet. Don't mess around. Suyu looked out and saw Zhang Yang also sticking his head out, looking sharply and scrutinizingly this way. The 2 fools immediately leaned forward, blocking Zhang Yang's view. What are you blocking for?
Shuiyu.
Listen to me. Before we get married, you're not allowed to do anything reckless.
Zhang Yang showed that.
Liao Deyuan sighed and tried to persuade him. All right, Yangzi, what can they do on the car?
Don't.
He looked at the young couple obsessively, like a pervert. Zhang Yang got anxious. No, uncle. Look at this kid's face turning red. He hasn't done anything, do you believe that? Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Shuiyu. Shuiyu rarely avoided her gaze, and his face was still very red. The next moment, Tang Yu made a sharp turn, and with a loud bang, Zhang Yang was thrown against the window by the force.
Tang Yu accidentally shouted, "Wow."
Forced to mute again,